Chapter 1. The Strongest Major General. September 9, 2028, 10 p.m. Inside the base of the Dragon Group, a secret department in the imperial capital of Huaxia, Xiao Chenlie, the youngest, most formidable, and most decorated Major General of the Huaxia Dragon Group, had just returned from a critical cross-border mission. The moment he stepped into his office at the base, he received a video call from his subordinate, Xiao Yining. On the screen, Xiao Yining's usually calm face showed a hint of urgency. "Commander, it's bad. Miss Ning was secretly drugged by her classmates at her birthday banquet. She's already disoriented. I knocked her out just now. What should I do now? Take her to the hospital? Or bring her directly to your home?" As she spoke, Xiao Yining turned the camera toward the woman cradled in her arms. A face of exquisite, flawless beauty, flushed crimson, delicate as a peach blossom, with the classical elegance of a timeless beauty, suddenly appeared before Xiao Chenlie's eyes. She had passed out, but her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, as if in great discomfort, soft moans escaping her lips. Hearing her gentle, weak whimpers, even through the screen, Xiao Chenlie felt his entire body tingle and a surge of heat rise within him, stirred by her alluring voice. But seeing her pained expression, his heart ached, and he longed to hold her in his arms, to cherish and pamper her. He immediately stood up, his voice cold and commanding as he ordered Xiao Yining, "Take her to my home right now. I'm heading back immediately. Also, have the brothers detain everyone who laid a hand on her today. No one leaves without my orders." Hearing the murderous edge in his final words, Xiao Yining shuddered and quickly replied, "Yes. Those who dared to touch the Major General's beloved would have to face the consequences." After hanging up, Xiao Chenlie dashed out, jumped into his imposing black supercar, and sped out of the Dragon Group space like a bolt of lightning in the night. A young officer in uniform rushed out after him, shouting, "Major General, Major General, wait. Major General, General Xiao said he has urgent business with you and wants you to return home immediately. Major General, Major General." No matter how loudly the officer called, Xiao Chenlie acted as if he hadn't heard. The young officer could only watch helplessly as Xiao Chenlie's black car raced out of the secret base. He let out a long sigh, then trudged back to the office to reluctantly report back to General Xiao. Xiao Chenlie knew that his grandfather wouldn't call without reason, but at that moment, his mind and heart were consumed by that woman. Even if the sky were falling, he wouldn't care. He only wanted to take care of his woman. He drove at breakneck speed back to his courtyard home near the imperial city walls. By the time he arrived, Xiao Yining had already delivered Xiao Yining there ahead of him. She had thoughtfully cleaned Xiao Yining up and changed her into a pre-prepared silk slip nightgown, settling her into Xiao Chenlie's large bed. The moment Xiao Yining saw Xiao Chenlie return, she saluted him respectfully. "Major General." Xiao Yining was a formidable woman in her own right, a retired elite from the Dragon Group. A few years ago, during a mission, she had suffered severe damage to the tendons in her left arm, rendering her unable to exert force. This forced her to leave the Dragon Group's special operations, and she chose to retire with regret. Even so, her combat prowess remained formidable. At the time, Xiao Chenlie had been looking for someone trustworthy to secretly protect Xiao Yining, and Xiao Yining, a retired female special forces soldier, was the perfect choice. At Xiao Chenlie's sincere invitation, Xiao Yining took on the role of secretly guarding Xiao Yining. Xiao Chenlie walked into his room with a stern face, glanced at Xiao Yining, who was tossing restlessly on the bed in discomfort, then turned to Xiao Yining and said, "Sister Ying, go rest for now. I'll take care of Ning tonight." Chapter 2. A blazing fire spreads across the plains. Xiao Yining lowered her head slightly, firmly replied yes, and quickly withdrew. She was already 30 years old, 2 years older than Xiao Chenlie, and still unmarried. When Xiao Chenlie first joined the Dragon Group, she had personally mentored him for a period of time. Xiao Chenlie had always respected her, which was why he addressed her as Sister Ying. Having served in the military for many years, Xiao Yining had always followed and obeyed orders from her superiors. Moreover, this order came from the Major General she admired most, the one who was the most intelligent, wise, and possessed the greatest combat strength. After leaving the master bedroom and closing the door, Xiao Yining did not go far. She sat in the guest room across the hall, resting with her eyes closed. If there was any movement from the room opposite, and when they needed her, she could appear before them at a moment's notice to provide the best service. Even though she was no longer a soldier, she would still be the best security personnel. Meanwhile, Xiao Yining, lying on Xiao Chenlie's large bed, felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if she were being roasted inside a blazing furnace, her entire body burning and scalding. She kept tearing at her clothes with her hands, letting out unbearable, pained whimpers and sobs. In a daze, Xiao Yining saw a tall man slowly approaching her. She tried hard to open her eyes, wanting to see who he was. But her mind was still dizzy, her vision blurry, and she couldn't focus no matter how hard she tried. The man reached out his large hand, gently placing it on her head, and spoke in a familiar tone, with a hint of indulgence, softly sighing to her, "You silly girl, how could you be so careless?" His voice was pleasant, deep and magnetic, carrying a warmth that made her feel safe and comforted, instinctively making her believe he would treat her well. His hand was a little cold, a little cool, and when it rested on her forehead, it felt especially soothing, as if it could dispel the burning heat inside her. When Xiao Yining felt him about to withdraw his hand, she suddenly didn't want him to leave. She grabbed his wrist, with a hint of willfulness, a touch of coquettishness, and a bit of bossiness, saying to him, "Don't go. You're not allowed to leave." Xiao Chenlie, who was about to turn and get the antidote for her, had let his guard down around her. Caught off guard, she pulled him down, causing him to fall onto her soft, burning body. Feeling the coolness of his body, Xiao Yining wanted to get even closer to him. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and said bossily again, "You're not allowed to leave. You're not allowed to leave. Do you hear me?" Xiao Chenlie lightly tapped her nose. "I hear you, silly girl." He looked down at her delicate, beautiful face with eyes full of adoration, watching her drunken, hazy expression and listening to her soft, sweet voice uttering bossy words telling him not to leave. He felt as if his heart were being struck by waves of electric currents, leaving his entire body tingling, numb, and hot, desperately wanting to devour her in one bite. This uncontrollable heat, like a blazing fire spreading across the plains, quickly engulfed his entire body. Facing the woman he had been waiting for and guarding for years, Xiao Chenlie had long grown impatient. At this moment, faced with her active invitation, he did not want to suppress his desire for her, nor did he want to suppress his intention to claim her for a lifetime. He deliberately ignored her unconscious state, wanting only to follow her will and firmly bind her life to his. Under her active entanglement, he slowly leaned down, kissed her lips passionately, held her in a lingering, fervent kiss, and continuously absorbed her sweetness. Chapter 3. Wild and Fierce Love. Just as she was indulging in his tenderness and affection, he truly claimed her as his own. The pain beneath her brought Xiao Yining a moment of clarity. She blinked her eyes open, dazed, and looked up at the handsome, masculine face above her, rugged and wild. Startled, she tried to push him away. Who are you?" Xiao Chenlie saw her wide-eyed, panicked expression, like a frightened little rabbit, and couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. He playfully kissed her lips again, grinning wickedly as he said, "Little Ningning, just a moment ago, you wouldn't let me leave. Now you want to regret it? Too late. You're already mine." Xiao Yining's mind was hazy, and with the lingering effects of the drug, her body felt as soft as if it had no bones. Under his relentless assault, she crumbled instantly. After a wild and passionate encounter, Xiao Yining fell into a deep sleep. But Xiao Chenlie couldn't sleep. After the intense activity, he felt even more energized. He simply gazed at her, as if he could never look at her enough, unwilling to tear his eyes away. The first time he went to the Love Orphanage, it was with his mother, who loved doing charity work. Among the long line of children, he noticed her immediately. At that time, little Ningning was only 6 years old, and he was 14. Little Ningning was fair and soft, like an adorable little dumpling, making his hands itch to squeeze her plump, soft little face. Her eyes were big, dark, and bright, glistening with a thin layer of moisture, as if they could speak. When she looked at you, you felt an overwhelming urge to give her the best things in the world. The moment he saw her, he was captivated by those beautiful eyes. Later, he told his mother that he wanted to adopt her. At first, his mother sternly refused his request to bring her home. But under his stubborn insistence, she finally relented and agreed to negotiate with the orphanage director. From then on, Xiao Yining was placed under the care of the Xiao family. They sent a monthly sum to the orphanage to support her, with the condition that no one else could adopt her. At Xiao Chenlie's request, little Ningning's name was changed to Xiao Yining. Because of this, many families who later took an interest in little Ningning were politely turned away by Director King. At just 6 years old, little Ningning had no idea that her future had already been decided by the most powerful young master of the Xiao family in the capital. After returning home, Xiao Chenlie told his mother that he would handle everything related to little Ningning from then on. He would take care of the payments himself, and she no longer needed to worry about it. At the time, Xiao Chenlie's mother thought he was just being willful, treating the pretty little girl like a toy that he would eventually lose interest in. So she agreed to his request. What she didn't expect was that Xiao Chenlie would take this matter so seriously and persist with it to this day. For 14 whole years, he had been watching over little Ningning's growth. Perhaps feeling guilty for not being able to give little Ningning a complete family environment, Director Kong took special care of her. She also explained to little Ningning the importance of the Xiao family's support. She taught the children at the orphanage to be grateful to all the kind-hearted people who helped them. She also required every sponsored child to write letters to their benefactors, updating them on their lives and studies. Chapter 4. Rebirth of the Alien Female Boss 1. Later, Xiao Ningning gradually developed the habit of writing letters to Xiao Chenlie, reporting on her life and studies. In her letters to Xiao Chenlie, she often said how kind Kong Mama was to her and how deeply grateful she was to her Kong Mama. Through his continuous attention day after day, watching Xiao Ningning grow from a little beauty into a teenage girl, Xiao Chenlie's feelings for her deepened and his possessiveness grew stronger. By the time Xiao Yining was in her senior year of high school, she was almost kidnapped by a wealthy playboy and taken to a villa to be assaulted. When Xiao Chenlie received the news, he flew into a rage, furious enough to kill the one he had always cherished and carefully protected. How dare that worthless, arrogant fool covet his precious darling? It was only then that he truly understood what his feelings for Xiao Ningning meant. Xiao Chenlie dealt harshly with that playboy, directly sending him to prison. After that, he assigned Xiao Yining to secretly protect Xiao Yining, keeping a constant watch over her every move. He had been waiting for her to grow up, waiting for her to willingly be with him. And now, after waiting for so many years, he had finally gotten his wish. She immediately sensed something was wrong with her body. She had thought she was having an unspeakable dream, one in which she shamelessly tangled wildly with an extremely handsome man. But the moment her consciousness returned, feeling the strong masculine presence beside her and the arm wrapped around her waist, she knew this was no dream. It was all real. Without opening her eyes, she silently extended her mental energy, carefully probing her surroundings. Under her powerful mental scan, everything around her instantly became crystal clear in her mind. She realized that not only was she in a very unfamiliar world with extremely technology, but she was also lying naked in the arms of a strikingly handsome, imposing man. She clearly remembered dying in the explosion when her spaceship collided with a meteorite. Even the ship, capable of traversing wormholes, had been blown to pieces. There was no way she could have survived. But this new life she had been given, its identity and location, seemed a bit off. Xiao Yining extended her mental energy beyond the room, surveyed the external environment, and then looked further into the distance. After her mental energy roamed across a 100-mile radius, Xiao Yining finally confirmed that the place she was in was indeed a very ancient, very primitive planet with extremely technology. She tried to get up, but found her waist tightly locked in the man's grip. For a woman who had lived in the Interstellar era with super strong mental and combat abilities, Xiao Yining felt no fear or panic even after realizing she had just been reborn and was tangled up with a stranger. At this moment, her mind remained calm and rational, filled only with countless flashing question marks. Who was this man lying beside her? And the original soul, had it dissipated, or where had it gone? Chapter 5. Rebirth of the Alien Female Boss 2. Xiao Yining, who was pondering various questions, suddenly felt as if something had exploded in her brain, causing sharp, stabbing pain. With her powerful mental strength, she immediately sensed that in her consciousness sea, a mass of white soul energy was forcefully burrowing into the depths of her soul, as if trying to devour it. Without a second thought, Xiao Yining deployed a mental barrier to block the invasion of this soul energy. But to her surprise, her usually formidable mental barrier offered no resistance against this white soul energy. She could only watch helplessly as the white soul energy merged into her soul, rapidly fusing with it completely. As the white soul energy merged with her soul, her memory sea instantly filled with all the memories of the original Xiao Yining, from childhood to adulthood. Their souls had perfectly merged without any obstacles. Now, she could be considered both Xiao Yining from the Interstellar era and Xiao Yining from this ancient planet, Huaxia. Why had their souls merged so perfectly? Logically, souls should repel each other, with only one able to exist. Yet they had fused together, creating a mysterious and wondrous feeling, as if you were originally me, and I was originally you. Since she couldn't figure out the reason for now, Xiao Yining decided not to dwell on it. The original owner was also an abandoned orphan, raised in the love orphanage from childhood. The orphanage director, Mother Kang, treated her well, regarding her as her own. The original owner also saw Mother Kang as her real mother. Over the years, with the support of a kind-hearted benefactor from the capital, Brother Eli, and through her own diligence and hard work, the original owner had achieved the top score in the capital's college entrance exam, securing admission to the nationally renowned Capital Film Academy as a 2025 freshman. Now, she had just entered her senior year, facing the need to find a media or entertainment company for internships and debut. Because of her outstanding looks, hard work, excellent grades, and gentle nature, the original owner was well liked by her teachers. During her studies, she was often recommended by teachers to take on small roles in some companies to gain acting experience. Not only did the original owner earn enough for her living expenses, but she also had surplus to send to Mother Kang at the orphanage. However, her excellence made her the target of envy and jealousy from some female classmates. Those jealous female classmates constantly used petty tricks to frame and suppress her. But the original owner was also clever, managing to escape each crisis narrowly. Although some performance opportunities were indeed snatched away by unscrupulous individuals, the original owner didn't mind and continued to live her life optimistically and diligently. This time, the incident occurred because of the original owner's birthday party. Before the birthday party, her good roommate and classmate Zhao Huanwan kept urging her, saying that since everyone was about to be assigned to different places for internships, she should use her birthday to hold a party, allowing everyone to celebrate together and have a good time. Xiao Yining initially didn't want to make her birthday so lively. Chapter 6 Brother Ali. Zhao Huanwan, seeing her troubled expression, deliberately used provocation on her. Ning, I know you have to take care of the orphanage and don't have much money. How about this? For your birthday party this time, I'll cover the cost for you. What do you think? A few other female classmates who had arranged with Zhao Huanwan to gang up on Xiao Yining also joined in with ill intent. Yeah, Xiao Yining, if you don't have money, we can all chip in to help you throw this birthday party. Exactly, we can spare this little bit of cash, haha. Even if we pay for it, we won't laugh at you, haha. Xiao Yining was a stubborn, strong-willed, proud, self-respecting, and independent person. Looking at those malicious faces, she felt both anger and helplessness. Provoked by Zhao Huanwan and those classmates, she rejected their feigned assistance, took out all the savings she had painstakingly accumulated from her past performances, and on her birthday, invited all her classmates to a mid-range club to hold the party. Though she was somewhat clever, she couldn't withstand the many people scheming against her, wanting to trample her into the dirt, ensuring she would never rise again and stop competing with them for a spot in the Xiao media group. Zhao Huanwan led a group of male and female classmates, toasting her one by one under the guise of wishing her a happy birthday. Unable to refuse, Xiao Yining had to grit her teeth and drink, making several trips to the restroom in between to vomit out much of the alcohol. But she never expected that, despite being as careful as she could, she would still fall victim to someone's dirty trick. If someone hadn't seized the chance to rescue her, Xiao Yining could fully imagine how tragic the original owner's fate would have been. After reviewing these unpleasant memories of the original owner, Xiao Yining let out a soft sigh. Lost in thought, she didn't notice that the man lying beside her had opened his eyes. He had deep, icy black eyes that seemed capable of devouring everything, but when they looked at Xiao Yining's delicate, flawless face, a flash of tenderness and quickly passed through them. The large hand gripping her slender waist tightened slightly, as if he wanted to hold her forever in his embrace, never letting her suffer the slightest disturbance. Xiao Yining, who had been pondering how to solve the problem, suddenly lifted her gaze to him upon sensing the man's movement, meeting his unfathomable black eyes. Snapping back to reality, she stared straight at him and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Chenlie quietly gazed at her for a moment, then suddenly flashed a mischievous smile, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "I'm your Brother Ali." Xiao Yining instantly thought of the kind Brother Ali who had always sponsored the original owner's education, and then looked at Xiao Chenlie's calm, unflustered demeanor. She glared at him seriously. "Are you sure? You're not joking?" Although Xiao Chenlie had been sponsoring her, watching over her, and regarding her as the woman destined for his heart. Over the years, Xiao Chenlie had been building his career in the military and had never appeared before her. He had only corresponded with her, never even sending a single photo. They had grown familiar with each other through their letters, but Xiao Yining had never met him and had no idea what he looked like. So, even though he was right in front of her now, she didn't recognize him. Chapter 7. Let's get married. Xiao Chenlie felt a complex mix of emotions seeing her so calm and rational. "I have no reason to lie to you." Meeting her sparkling eyes again, his mind replayed the passion and intimacy they had shared the night before. This man, usually cold and indifferent, felt his body heat up once more, his dark eyes growing heavy. Xiao Yining glanced at him sideways, a proud, light smile on her face. "So, what do you want?" "I've already given myself to you. Don't you think that's enough?" Xiao Chenlie looked at this top-tier, confident, slightly sassy little woman before him. He found her utterly endearing and lovable, wishing he could hold her in his hands and cherish, adore, and protect her right then and there. Deliberately putting on a serious and stern expression, he said, "Well, I really don't think it's enough." He also thought about his grandfather, who urged him to marry every day, and his stepmother, who constantly schemed to push women onto him. Xiao Chenlie mused that if his future wife were Xiao Yining, it would be wonderful, and he would surely achieve the blissful, happy life he dreamed of. Xiao Yining stared straight into Xiao Chenlie's eyes. She noticed that while his words were spoken, his eyes were filled with amusement, clearly teasing her. She found it both amusing and exasperating. Too lazy to beat around the bush with him, she asked directly, "Just say it. What other demands or goals do you have? Take advantage of my good mood now and tell me. Maybe if I'm happy enough, I'll agree." Having essentially been given a second chance at life, her mood was naturally good. Xiao Chenlie, however, adored her frank, sincere, composed, and unpretentious demeanor. He had met countless women before, socialites from prestigious families, heiresses, gentle beauties, wild women from the underworld, all types. But every woman who stood before him would abandon her true self, deliberately cater to him, feign shyness, flirt, and act coy, turning him off completely. A woman as adorable, endearing, suited to his taste, and pleasing to his eyes as his Ning was only her. The more Xiao Chenlie thought about it, the better the idea of marrying her seemed. He slowly leaned in, his nose touching hers, and as he watched her eyes widen, he said in an extremely serious and solemn tone, "Ning, let's get married." Xiao Yining let out a light scoff. "Married? Are you joking?" Xiao Chenlie raised his hand and spoke with utmost sincerity. "Ning, I swear to heaven, my proposal to you is absolutely serious, without a hint of falsehood." Feeling his hot breath on her face, Xiao Yining grew a bit uncomfortable and shifted slightly away. She deliberately scanned him up and down several times, teasing him. "Brother Eli, you have good looks, decent temperament, seem quite wealthy, and have 8-pack abs. Logically, a top-quality man like you should be seeking an alliance through marriage with a socialite from a prestigious family. Why would you think of marrying an orphan like me? Are you sure your family won't object to me entering the door?" Xiao Chenlie immediately thought of his troublesome, White Lotus stepmother at home and his somewhat unreliable father since marrying her. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. He snorted coldly, speaking with dominance and decisiveness. "I'm the one getting married. My wife is naturally my own choice. What does it have to do with anyone else?" Chapter 8. I am fiercer than a beast. Xiao Yining let out a soft laugh, then curiously asked him, "So tell me, before you slept with me, did you already know who I was?" Xiao Chenlie pulled her slender waist closer to him, making her press tighter against his body, then said to her with a serious expression, "Of course I knew it was you. Otherwise, do you think I would just casually let a strange woman into my bed? I have a cleanliness obsession. I wouldn't even touch another woman." Hearing his answer, a hint of amusement flickered in Xiao Yining's bright eyes. If she married him, would she never have to worry about him cheating? Xiao Yining thought for a moment, and then asked him again, "So, how did you recognize me?" Xiao Chenlie's eyes narrowed, and a sudden flash of vigilance crossed his mind. He suddenly reached out and cupped her face, forcing her to meet his gaze, and asked her with a cold, stern expression, "Ning, how did I recognize you? Don't you know? Have you forgotten something?" Xiao Yining blinked. Had she revealed some flaw that made him notice? When she saw in her memories that the original owner received a gift from this brother Lai every year on her birthday, and then sent him a reply letter along with a recent photo, she understood. That was why Xiao Chenlie could recognize her the moment he saw her. Xiao Yining saw Xiao Chenlie staring at her intently, waiting for her answer. Deep in his sharp, eagle-like eyes, there was a hint of vigilance, fierceness, and wariness, as if he were dealing with prey, as if one wrong answer would make him directly reach out and strangle her, forcing her to tread carefully. She blinked at him innocently, then suddenly broke into a smile. "I just didn't react quickly enough earlier. Now I understand, it must be because every year after I received your birthday gift, I sent you a photo back, so you recognized me. It's just a pity you never liked to reply to my letters, leaving me waiting for your letters every day, always disappointed." Xiao Chenlie served in the Special Operations Unit of Huaxia country. He had dealt with all kinds of international criminals, including those who had undergone plastic surgery or disguised themselves as others. So, when he saw Xiao Yining suddenly acting as if she had lost her memory, he immediately became alert. But after hearing Xiao Yining's explanation, his heart suddenly relaxed, and he calmed down. If she had really been someone else impersonating her, he feared he wouldn't have been able to control himself and would have killed her outright. Knowing she was the real Xiao Yining, a flame reignited in Xiao Chenlie's eyes. He suddenly kissed her and said coaxingly, "I'm sorry. I'm not good at dealing with people. Others say I'm cold and heartless. If you were with me, would you be afraid?" Xiao Yining smiled lightly. "I'm not afraid of you. You're not a beast, you won't eat me. I'm not a beast, but I am fiercer than one." As soon as Xiao Chenlie finished speaking, he acted directly, pinning her beneath him again and tormenting her fiercely. When Xiao Yining slowly woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Xiao Chenlie was not by her side, but he had left her a note. Just like him, it was proud, righteous, majestic, and domineering. Chapter 9. Portable Superpower System. His note read, Ning Ning, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Wait for me at home. If you need anything, just step outside and call for Sistering. Her full name is Xiao Yining, and she is the person I have assigned to protect you. If you miss me, call my phone at 1-880-000-0000. One look and it was clear. This was a special number that ordinary people couldn't obtain. After reading the note left by Xiao Chenlie, Xiao Yining suddenly recalled that over the past few years, whenever the original host encountered danger, she always managed to turn misfortune into safety. The original host had always thought it was her own cleverness that helped her avoid harm. Today, she realized it was because Xiao Chenlie had sent Sistering to protect her. This time, Sistering must have stepped in to save her, promptly bringing her out of that club where a vicious trap had been set, and then delivering her to Xiao Chenlie. If not for Sistering, she would likely have been ruined by now, wouldn't she? Thinking of Xiao Chenlie's silent efforts to protect her, Xiao Yining felt a surge of gratitude. He had never mentioned these things in his letters, nor had he ever boasted about them. He simply kept giving silently, protecting her in his own quiet way. After her moment of reflection, Xiao Yining got up and went into the bathroom. Now that she was awake and no longer had to face Xiao Chenlie directly, she felt more at ease. With this free time, she could thoroughly sort through the original host's memories and consider what she should do next. Standing before the full-length mirror in the bathroom, Xiao Yining looked at her reborn self in the reflection. She had a perfectly standard oval face, with gently curved willow leaf eyebrows. The most beautiful and captivating feature on her face was her pair of large, bright, double-lidded almond eyes, which seemed to be filled with starlight, moist, clear, and dazzling as if brimming with emotion and capable of enchanting the soul. What shocked and puzzled Xiao Yining was that this Xiao Yining from ancient Earth bore an astonishing resemblance to her extraterrestrial self, like identical twins. Just as this question surfaced in her mind, a familiar, soft, and tender boy's voice echoed in her thoughts. Star-Lord, this Xiao Yining is your past life. You have been reborn into your past life. No wonder her soul had merged so perfectly with ancient Earth's Xiao Yining, and their appearances were as similar as twins. It turned out the Xiao Yining was her past life. Xiao Yining immediately waved her hand and summoned Xiao Zhi. A cute little toddler, about 3 years old, formed from a spiritual, appeared before Xiao Yining with a smiling, crescent-eyed expression. Xiao Yining reached out to gently touch the little one's face and said happily, Xiao Zhi, you've been reborn with me? That's amazing! Now I won't have to worry about being alone. Xiao Zhi was a portable superpower system bound to her soul, possessing intelligence and humanity. He was her right hand, her indispensable comrade and companion on her life's journey. Xiao Zhi's functions were incredibly powerful. In the Interstellar era, Xiao Zhi was the top intelligent system, surpassing all others. Even the strongest intelligent mainframe of the Federal Empire, after hearing of Xiao Zhi's reputation, challenged him in the cyber world and was defeated at his hands. Chapter 10. The Genius Yan Jiuxiao. Her Xiao Zhi was the most formidable super boss of intelligent systems in the entire interstellar universe. And the man who created Xiao Zhi, this evolvable intelligent system, was the greatest genius of the Interstellar Alliance. His name was Yan Jiuxiao, and he was also the indelible heartache of Xiao Yining. In the alien world, that Xiao Yining had also grown up in an orphanage. Yan Jiuxiao was a childhood companion who grew up with Xiao Yining in the same orphanage. Yan Jiuxiao had liked Xiao Yining since childhood, always saying he would marry her and make her his wife. As he grew up, Yan Jiuxiao took this as his mission, staying by Xiao Yining's side all along. He strived to become the most brilliant master of intelligent systems and also became Xiao Yining's most capable assistant, accompanying her as she roamed the interstellar universe, supporting her all the way until she became a big shot in the alien world. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Yining achieved fame and stood at the pinnacle of her life, and the two were preparing for their wedding, Yan Jiuxiao suddenly died from a mental energy riot. Her beloved, who had always depended on and loved her, passed away so abruptly. Xiao Yining fell into endless pain, and it took her several years to barely move on. But from then on, no matter how outstanding the men who pursued her, Xiao Yining never touched feelings again. All her emotions had already been given to that man named Yan Jiuxiao. Yet now, having just been reborn on this ancient earth, she had already slept with Xiao Chenlie. At first, she was swept away by the joy of rebirth and didn't think much of it, but now that she had calmed down, recalling Yan Jiuxiao, whose deep love for her was eternal, Xiao Yining felt somewhat guilty toward him, and her eyes couldn't help but grow hot. That man who loved her with his life, would she ever have the chance to meet him again in this life? Xiao Zhi had just said that the Xiao Yining here was actually her past life. A glimmer of hope suddenly arose in her heart, hoping that her Yan Jiuxiao might also be here in this past life. Even if they couldn't rekindle their past bond, just letting her know that he was still alive would be enough. Thinking this, Xiao Yining immediately asked Xiao Zhi again, "Xiao Zhi, is it possible that Jiuxiao has also been reborn into this world?" Although Xiao Zhi didn't want to discourage Xiao Yining to prevent her from being trapped in this emotion and unable to move on, he steeled himself and said, "Star Lord, the possibility is extremely slim." Xiao Zhi replied seriously, "The reason Star Lord could be reborn into this world, Xiao Yining, is that Xiao Zhi used the system's divination and calculation abilities to foresee that Star Lord would face this great calamity." At the moment the spaceship exploded, Xiao Zhi directly used system energy to tear open a wormhole and bring Star Lord to this world. But Lord Jiuxiao is different. When he passed away, his mental energy was in chaos and there should have been no one by his side to help him at the time. Think about it yourself, it's really unlikely. A flicker of melancholy passed through Xiao Yining's eyes, and the corners of her beautiful lips lifted into a bitter smile. "Yeah, I'm too greedy. How could he still be alive?" Seeing Xiao Yining so desolate and sorrowful, Xiao Zhi's heart ached as he stepped forward to hug her neck, gently rubbing against her face, and said, "Star Lord, don't be sad. You still have Xiao Zhi. Xiao Zhi will always be with you." Although Xiao Zhi was a spiritual consciousness entity, he was bound to Xiao Yining's soul. When they touched each other, they both felt as if they were touching a physical entity, able to bring each other warmth. Chapter 11. The Nine Heavens Cloud Star. Xiao Yining also opened her arms and tightly hugged Xiao Zhi, as if holding on to her only support in this new world, her voice choked with emotion. "Xiao Zhi, thank you. Thank you for always being with me. When Yan Jiuxiao died, if it hadn't been for Xiao Zhi always being by her side, if it hadn't been for Xiao Zhi stepping in to stop her suicidal thoughts the moment she sensed her emotional turmoil, she might have followed Yan Jiuxiao right then and there." Xiao Yining couldn't understand why the heavens had let her be reborn in this world. Was it to repay the debt of love she owed Xiao Chenlie from her previous life? After a moment, Xiao Zhi reminded Xiao Yining again, "Star Lord, your current body is really weak. Go to the system mall and buy a bottle of physique-enhancing potion to quickly improve your strength and stamina." Xiao Yining nodded and immediately summoned her system mall with her mind. A large virtual screen appeared before her eyes. She asked Xiao Zhi with some confusion and doubt, "Xiao Zhi, why is it that, even though I've been reborn here, my star network and mall can still connect to the outer space?" Xiao Zhi replied, "Star Lord, I'm not entirely sure why. At the time of the explosion, I felt like there was an incredibly powerful energy from that meteorite that merged into the system. Later, I discovered that we could still connect to the outer space. Star Lord, I've also found a secret. I found that if we have enough energy, we might be able to open a wormhole again and return to the outer space." Xiao Yining immediately exclaimed, "What did you say? We can still go back to the outer space." Seeing how excited she was, Xiao Zhi quickly said to her, "Star Lord, don't rush. Let me finish. The energy on this ancient Earth is very thin, so it probably won't be easy for us to gather enough energy to open the wormhole." Xiao Yining said excitedly, "Even if it's not easy, as long as there's a possibility, we still have hope." Xiao Zhi nodded in agreement. "Yes, we still have hope." Xiao Yining skillfully opened the star network first. She wanted to see what was being said on the star network after her death. She also wanted to know if there would be any trouble on the Nine Heavens Cloud Star. This time, all 108 elites who had accompanied her had died with her. Thinking about this, Xiao Yining felt a suffocating pain in her heart. With a heavy heart, she clicked on the news channel of the Star Network. On the Star Network TV station of the Outer Space Federal Empire, the host was just repeating the broadcast of this bad news. According to a just-received report from our station, at 10 p.m. on September 9th, Star Calendar 3028, Xiao Yining, the most brilliant and unparalleled Star Lord of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star in our Outer Space Federal Empire, who set multiple interstellar records that no one could break, was on her way to the Federal Empire for a Star Lord meeting when her private spaceship was unfortunately hit by a massive meteorite. Star Lord Xiao Yining, along with the 108 guards and staff members on board, all perished, with no survivors. Since this bad news broke, the citizens of our entire Outer Space Federal Empire have fallen into deep mourning and grief. The citizens of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star, in particular, are weeping and wailing in sorrow. They still refuse to believe and cannot accept this cruel reality. Woo-woo, our greatest Star Lord of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star will never fall. Our Star Lord is the most powerful female war goddess in the galaxy. Even the space beasts would flee in terror at the sight of her. How could she die? I don't believe it. Chapter 12. The God in Their Eyes. I don't believe it either. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. In the eyes of these star citizens, Star Lord Xiao Yining was the God in their eyes. Every person on Xiao Cloud Star firmly believed that Star Lord Xiao would definitely return. After watching the high-ranking officials and star citizens of Xiao Cloud Star on the StarNet, each one shedding tears, weeping and mourning for her, Xiao Yining was also moved to reddened eyes by them, choked with emotion. She silently vowed in her heart, "Wait for me. I will try my best to find a way back." Xiao Yining closed the news channel on the StarNet and pulled up the system mall's product interface. Looking at those alien products she was so familiar with, Xiao Yining softly said to Xiao Zhi, "As long as you and this system mall are still here, I don't have to worry about not surviving on this ancient Earth." Xiao Zhi curled his lips and said, "Star-Lord, even without this system mall, with your terrifying mental power and multi-system abilities, you could still sweep through everyone on this ancient Earth. The people here are really too weak, even worse than the weakest F-grade waste from our alien world." Xiao Yining, however, said to him seriously, "Xiao Zhi, don't be careless. As the saying goes, there is always a sky beyond the sky, and people beyond people. Who knows, there might be many capable individuals on this ancient Earth who are stronger than me. Until we figure out the ins and outs of this ancient Earth, it's better for us to keep a low profile." Xiao Zhi immediately replied, "Yes, Xiao Zhi will now investigate the power structure of this world for the Star Lord, ensuring nothing delays your matters." Xiao Yining reached out and patted Xiao Zhi's head with satisfaction. "Xiao Zhi really understands me. Then I'll take a look at the mall's items first, and you start the investigation now. Oh, and besides investigating the various powers, the most important thing is to thoroughly investigate the interpersonal network of the original body's people around her, and their closeness to the original body. It's best to dig up the backgrounds of these people's ancestors for 18 generations, and don't miss a single one." Xiao Yining believed that as long as Xiao Zhi acted, even the most formidable hackers on this ancient Earth probably couldn't trace Xiao Zhi's tracks. Seeing Xiao Zhi busy with work, Xiao Yining also began to focus on finding suitable items in the system mall. What Xiao Zhi had just said was right, her current body was far too weak. The first thing she needed to do was enhance the physical fitness and potential of this body. Only when this body became strong could her multi-system abilities perform better. Xiao Yining also checked the star coins in her system mall. What made her feel fortunate was that the 15.888 billion star coins in her account were still there. With these star coins, even buying a star battleship was not a problem. Unfortunately, although there were still tens of billions of star coins in her account, this was just a drop in the bucket compared to all her wealth. Her assets, rivaling those of interstellar empires, were all hidden on her exclusive planet, Xiao Cloud Star. That was the headquarters of her, Xiao Yining and Yan Xiao. In this life, she didn't know if she would ever have the chance to return to the alien world. And with her sudden departure, could Xiao Cloud Star, now leaderless, still maintain the prosperity and peace it had during her time? Could her subordinates still support and love each other? Could they work together to manage Xiao Cloud Star well? Chapter 13, Body Tempering Potion. Whenever Xiao Yining thought of the 9 Cloud Star, the realm she, Yan Xiao, and Xiao Zhi had spent their entire lives building together, and imagined it falling into someone else's hands one day, her heart ached so much she could barely breathe. But even if that heartbreaking outcome were true, she couldn't go back now, and there was nothing she could do about it. Xiao Yining let out a soft sigh, pulling back her wandering thoughts. Since she had been reborn into this world, she might as well figure out how to make a life for herself here on ancient Earth. She glanced at the body tempering potion in the system mall, didn't even check the price, and directly clicked purchase. A flash of silver light passed, and a small green bottle appeared before her. This body tempering potion was a universal one developed by the Alien Federation Empire, specifically designed to enhance the physical fitness and potential of ordinary people. But for ancient Earth humans, whose bodies had long been in a sub-healthy state and had never undergone development or evolution, the effects of this potion were incredibly powerful. Within a single day, it could transform an ordinary, powerless Earthling into a super-strong, top-tier powerhouse. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could endure the grinding and pain of the body tempering process. For Xiao Yining, who possessed immense spiritual power, the initial body tempering was no problem at all. Back in outer space, she had endured countless rounds of painful physical and spiritual evolution. Here, her body tempering and cultivation were only just beginning. Xiao Yining unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted her head back, and downed the entire dose of the initial body tempering potion in one gulp. Then, she walked straight into the bathroom, filled the large bathtub with hot water, and lay flat inside, waiting for the potion to unleash its power and rage through her body. The familiar pain of body refinement she had once endured soon descended upon her. But she kept her eyes tightly shut, silently circulating the interstellar body tempering technique, lying motionless in the water. If not for the beads of sweat continuously rolling down her forehead and face, you might have thought she felt no pain at all. In reality, Xiao Yining was enduring a hellish torment and agony. As the body-tempering potion was gradually absorbed, the oil, grime, and toxins accumulated in Xiao Yining's body were forced out by the potent medicinal effects. The originally crystal-clear water in the large white porcelain bathtub turned into a foul, gray-black, stinking liquid. Sensing that the potion had been fully absorbed and catching the nauseating smell, Xiao Yining snapped her eyes open. With a wave of her hand, she pulled out the bathtub plug, letting the filthy water drain away quickly. Seeing that the bathtub had also been stained, Xiao Yining purchased from the system mall a bottle of their alien-specific body wash, strongly decontaminating yet gentle on the skin, and a bottle of cleaning agent. She quickly rinsed her body with the showerhead, then poured the cleaning agent into the bathtub. In an instant, the tub was restored to its clean, shiny, and bright state. After tidying up, Xiao Yining, now refreshed and invigorated, stood before the mirror again. In the mirror, after the refinement of the body-tempering potion, her skin was even more delicate and supple, like the finest white porcelain, flawless. Her body, however, seemed to be brimming with power like a tiger or leopard, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. After this first round of body tempering, though it was still far from her goal, she was already much better off than the weak, pathetic version of herself when she first arrived. Xiao Yining said to Xiao Zhi through her thoughts, "Xiao Zhi, please assess my current strength based on the martial level standards of ancient Earth humans." Chapter 14. Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. Xiao Zhi immediately initiated a smart scan, beginning to detect and evaluate Xiao Yining's level and strength in ancient Earth. Xiao Zhi then displayed the results on a virtual screen in front of Xiao Yining. "Star-Lord, just as you expected, this ancient Earth truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. I underestimated the humans of ancient Earth before. Please see the results." Xiao Yining lifted her eyes to look at the information displayed on the virtual screen. At the top, Xiao Zhi had divided the main forces of this ancient Earth into 4 realms: the cultivation realm, the ancient martial realm, the supernatural realm, and the mundane realm. The mundane realm referred to the world where ordinary people without special abilities lived. The cultivation, ancient martial, and supernatural realms were all circles where those with special abilities resided. The Huaxia Dragon Group, led by Xiao Chenlie, was a national official special agency that integrated the cultivation, ancient martial, and supernatural realms. The Huaxia Dragon Group was responsible for managing all personnel with special abilities nationwide, as well as maintaining the stability and security of the entire country, specializing in handling special and high-risk cases and missions. It was not under the jurisdiction of any department and was directly managed by the nation's highest leader. Xiao Chenlie, as a major general of the Dragon Group, reported directly to the nation's highest leader, holding a position of immense power above all but one. The cultivation, ancient martial, and supernatural realms each had many sects and organizations, not only in Huaxia but also internationally. Especially supernatural organizations, almost every country had both state-run and private organizations, so foreign supernaturals far outnumbered those in Huaxia. For now, these forces were still far removed from Xiao Yining, so she set them aside. The imperial capital, being the nation's heart, naturally gathered the most forces and noble families. The 6 most families in the imperial capital were the Xiao family, the Yan family, the Chen family, the Cui family, the Fu family, and the Shen family. By the time the Xiao family reached Xiao Chenlie's generation, they were already the 4th generation of military service since the founding of the nation. Xiao Chenlie, this 4th generation member, was so outstanding that there was no doubt he would become the future head of the Xiao family. The information on the Xiao family was very detailed, covering almost every generation's members, their specialties, strengths and weaknesses, and even any misdeeds they had committed. Xiao Zhi had investigated it all thoroughly. Seeing this, Xiao Yining knew that Xiao Zhi was silently helping her get to know the man by her side as quickly as possible. She also glanced over the information on the other families, noting the key figures, before continuing to scroll down. After finishing the above distribution of forces, she turned to the comprehensive evaluation Xiao Zhi had given her. This less-than-ideal result was within Xiao Yining's expectations. After all, she was now in a different body. The super-strong physique and stamina she had cultivated in outer space were gone, and she would have to rebuild them from scratch. What she was grateful for was that her mental power remained at its peak 3S level, which delighted and thrilled Xiao Yining. This mental power ability was her greatest hidden weapon. As long as her soul endured, the mental power she had cultivated would persist forever. When she fought against space beasts, mutated plants, and orcs in outer space, her mental attacks often caught them off guard. She could hypnotize them, induce hallucinations, or directly destroy their brain domains, turning them into idiots or killing them outright. Chapter 15. What magic does she possess? While Xiao Yining was overjoyed at still retaining her peak-level psychic ability, Xiao Chenlie was sitting in the study of the Xiao family mansion, face to face with old General Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Chenlie wasn't initiating the conversation, the old man cut straight to the chase. A lie, I heard you brought a girl home to spend the night yesterday. Is that true? Xiao Chenlie curled his lips slightly, giving a faint, ambiguous smile as he asked, Grandfather, who told you this news? Old General Xiao snorted coldly. Never mind who told me. Just tell me, did it happen or not? Xiao Chenlie cast a casual glance at his grandfather. It did. Hearing that it was true, the old man pressed further. Whose daughter is she? Xiao Chenlie coolly uttered 2 words. An orphan. Old General Xiao abruptly sat up straight, glaring at Xiao Chenlie with wide eyes as he demanded sternly, What did you just say? Say it again. Xiao Chenlie, however, showed no fear of his grandfather's outburst and replied calmly, I said, she's an orphan. Oh, and by the way, she's the child I raised, Xiao Yining. Old General Xiao was, of course, aware that his precious grandson had adopted a child from an orphanage. Like Xiao Chenlie's mother back then, he had assumed it was just a whim, perhaps with a touch of charity, that led him to take in the child. But he never imagined that his grandson would actually develop feelings for her over time. What troubled and unsettled him even more now was that Xiao Chenlie had brought her to his place, and even spent the night with her. As the head of the Xiao family, old General Xiao found himself torn. On one hand, he wondered if the girl was being improper by sleeping with his grandson before marriage. On the other hand, he felt he should trust his grandson's judgment. Over the years, he knew all too well how picky Xiao Chenlie was. No matter how outstanding an heiress from a prestigious family was presented before him, she could always be picked apart with a long list of flaws. So, for a girl from an orphanage to catch Xiao Chenlie's eye, she must have something uniquely captivating about her. Old General Xiao was now curious as well. What kind of girl was she, to make his remarkably accomplished grandson fall for her? He then asked Xiao Chenlie with a serious expression, a lie, are you serious? Xiao Chenlie replied with equal gravity, Grandfather, of course I'm serious. In this life, she's the only one I'll marry. Hearing his grandson say such a thing, old General Xiao voiced the question on his mind. She's nothing but a low-born orphan. What exactly attracts you to her? Xiao Chenlie thought of that stunningly beautiful woman and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile as he said to his grandfather, Grandfather, once you meet her, you'll understand why I love her so much. Seeing the hint of pride in his grandson's eyes, old General Xiao snorted. Then when will you bring her to see me? Xiao Chenlie thought for a moment. I'll go back and ask her, then let you know the specific time. Old General Xiao replied in a deep voice, fine. I'll wait to meet her and see what kind of magic she has to ensnare you, boy. Chapter 16. Old General Xiao. After Xiao Chenlie finished his conversation with old General Xiao, his mind was still preoccupied with Xiao Yining at home, so he said to old General Xiao, Grandpa, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Old General Xiao quickly tried to keep him. It's almost time for dinner. Why don't you stay and eat first? Xiao Chenlie simply shook his head. I won't eat here. Your grandson's wife is still waiting for me. With that, Xiao Chenlie picked up his car keys and walked out. Watching his tall and straight back, old General Xiao huffed in frustration, glaring helplessly as he scolded. Truly, once he has a wife, he forgets his grandfather, this ungrateful brat. Standing outside the door, old butler Su Weigua heard old General Zhao's words and couldn't help but chuckle, saying to him, Oh, old master, haven't you always been hoping this child would get married soon? Now that he's showing interest, just let him get it done quickly, so he won't have any second thoughts, and you can soon hold another great-grandchild. Don't you think so? Old General Xiao, acting like an old child, said with displeasure, That's true, but when both of these boys act like this, unwilling to have dinner with me, it just makes me feel upset. Having served old General Xiao for decades, the old butler understood his feelings well. When people grow old, they naturally hope their children and grandchildren will stay close, sharing the joy of family togetherness. After retiring, old General Xiao often stayed home alone, and his wife had passed away early. Sometimes, when he was by himself, he couldn't help but feel lonely and isolated. Although old General Xiao had 3 sons under his name, having too many family members living together would inevitably lead to conflicts. So, he had them all move out to live on their own. The place where old General Xiao now lived was allocated by the state to these old generals. The Xiao family, starting from old General Zhao's father's generation, had all been guardians of the nation. Thus, this villa in Zongnanhai had always been occupied by the Xiao family. By now, the Xiao family had passed down to the 5th generation. The youngest child of the Xiao family's eldest branch was Xiao Chenlie's elder brother Xiao Chenyu's son, 3-year-old Xiao Bufan. Originally, old General Xiao had kept the eldest branch of the Xiao family living with him. But 2 years ago, a tragedy struck the Xiao family. Xiao Chenlie's biological mother, Cui Xiangju, and his elder brother's wife, Wen Suqing, were attending a charity banquet together when they were suddenly involved in a car accident, and both tragically died. To this day, the incident was still ruled an accident, with no trace of human interference found. Since that incident, the hearts of the eldest branch of the Xiao family seem to have scattered. Xiao Chenlie's elder brother, Xiao Chenlie, also moved out with his son, Xiao Bufan. Xiao Chenlie's father, Xiao Yuandong, was now the chairman of the Xiao group. Just a year after his wife's death, ignoring the objections of old General Xiao and his 2 sons, he insisted on marrying a second wife, Han Xiaoyu. In anger, old General Xiao directly drove out Xiao Yuandong and his second wife, Han Xiaoyu. From then on, Xiao Yuandong, his second wife Han Xiaoyu, and her daughter Han Jingxue lived in a luxurious mansion outside. As for old General Zhao's most beloved grandson, Xiao Chenlie, he had hoped Xiao Chenlie would stay by his side. But Xiao Chenlie was simply too busy, burdened with military affairs every day, often leading teams on important missions, so busy that he was hardly ever seen. Chapter 17. The Old General's Thoughts. After finally managing to get him to come back, old General Xiao wanted to talk with him, have a meal together, and play a game of chess. But Xiao Chenlie always came and went in a hurry. Once he was done talking, he was off, not staying a moment longer. Old General Xiao felt a deep sense of melancholy, loss, and sadness, as if he had suddenly sensed the endless desolation of old age. Then he let out a soft sigh. Thinking back to when he was young, wasn't he the same back then? When he was busy, he didn't have much time to spend with his wife, his parents, or his children. Now that it was his turn to grow old, he truly understood the hardships of his family. In the end, he had to find his own way to ease the loneliness and solitude in his heart. After pacing back and forth in the hall a few times, old General Xiao suddenly said to the old butler, Su Weigua, Weigua, what do you think? What if we surprise Alai and his group by going straight to them? If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain, right? Ha ha. The old butler chuckled as well. It's possible, but I'm afraid young Master Lai might not be happy about it. Old General Xiao snorted coldly. He's not happy? Well, I'm not happy either. Forget that brat. Let's go, we're going to see that little girl today. If I don't see her, I won't be able to rest easy. The old butler reminded him again, Master, if you want to know what kind of person that girl is, you could just have your men investigate. There's no need for you to go all the way yourself. Old General Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Investigation reports can sometimes be off. I need to see her with my own eyes, to judge for myself, before I can be at ease. Alai is the future heir and pillar of our Xiao family. His other half must be worthy of him. There can be no mistakes. I don't care about her background, but her character must be pure, clear, and transparent. The old butler nodded in agreement. You're right. A virtuous wife brings fewer troubles to her husband. With you overseeing this, everything will be settled. Old General Xiao nodded. Go tell Xiao Sun to prepare the car. I'll change clothes and be right down. Once old General Xiao was ready, he got into his private car and, accompanied by the old butler Su Weigua and his guard Sun Jianxi, sped off towards Xiao Chenlie's courtyard home near the imperial city. Meanwhile, when Xiao Chenlie rushed back to the courtyard in a panic, he found that Xiao Yining had already left. Xiao Yining had left him a note as well, which read, I got a call from my professor. She needs to see me about something, so I'm heading back to school. Also, I need some time to calm down. Don't come looking for me for now. Once I've sorted things out, I'll find you. Xiao Chenlie was furious at the little girl. He thought to himself, if she were here right now, he would have to bite her to death. How dare she just leave him like that, and even say she needed to calm down. Hadn't he made his feelings for her clear enough? Was it not obvious enough? Xiao Chenlie took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and pulled out his phone to call Cheng Weining. His voice cold and low, he asked her, Sistering, where are you now? Cheng Weining glanced at the door of Professor Tang Wenli's office and replied quietly, Miss Ningning was called back by her professor, Tang Wenli. They're talking in the office right now. I'm keeping watch outside. So far, I haven't heard anything unusual from inside. Chapter 18 Sorry, she would never forgive these people. When Xiao Chenlie heard Cheng Weining's words, he immediately thought of the matter he had ordered his men to handle today. He suspected that this professor might have sought out Xiao Yining precisely because of this incident. Xiao Chenlie quickly said to Cheng Weining, stay there. I'll head over right now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chenlie immediately got into his car and sped off toward the Beijing Film Academy. Xiao Chenlie's guess was correct. At that moment, Xiao Yining was sitting in front of Professor Tang Wenli, talking with her. Tang Wenli was nearly 60 years old, a very kind, elegant, and well-maintained professor's wife. Her skin was fair and clean, with light makeup, and her smile was gentle and warm. She said to Xiao Yining, Yining, you're a good student. You know that the teacher especially likes you, right? Xiao Yining nodded and went along with her, saying, yes, I know the professor has been good to me, and I am very grateful for your continued support and kindness. I have always kept it in my heart. Professor, if you have something to say, please just tell me directly. Tang Wenli smiled at Xiao Yining, who was calm, composed, and outstanding in temperament, and sighed softly to herself. Her expression turned serious, and she spoke earnestly to Xiao Yining. Yining, as the saying goes, only mediocrity escapes envy. You are beautiful, have excellent grades, and are naturally intelligent. The professor believes that someone as outstanding as you will eventually have their day. There's no need to rush. Xiao Yining frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Professor, what do you mean by that? Tang Wenli coughed lightly, a little uncomfortable, and said, Yining, I heard that at your birthday banquet yesterday, a few classmates offended you, and now they've all been locked up. Their parents called me and asked me to speak with you on their behalf, to let them apologize to you. Could you, for the sake of the teacher, let this matter go? Xiao Yining's face instantly darkened, and a cold, mocking smile flashed in her clear eyes. Teacher, did they tell you how they offended me? Tang Wenli was taken aback, then asked her back, didn't you just have a quarrel that ended up with them being taken to the police station? Xiao Yining let out 2 cold chuckles. Teacher, here's what really happened. Those classmates, led by Zhao Huanwan and Ma Rui, took advantage of the moment when everyone was toasting me to slip something into my drink. They also brought in several men, planning to record a video, trying to ruin my honor and my life. If I hadn't been lucky enough to be rescued, teacher, can you imagine how miserable my situation would be? If you were me, what would you do? After a moment of shock, she said to Xiao Yining with an apologetic expression, Yining, I'm sorry. The teacher was biased and didn't fully understand the situation before calling you over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If that's really the case, then they are truly vicious and deserve to be taught a lesson. They cannot be easily forgiven. I support you. Tang Wenli's reasonableness put Xiao Yining at ease. If Tang Wenli had tried to force her into any promises or to let Zhao Huanwan and Ma Rui off the hook, Xiao Yining would have definitely severed ties with her. Xiao Yining had never been someone with a good temper, and she certainly wouldn't act like a saint, showing magnanimity and kindness to others when she knew they were trying to destroy her. Chapter 19 The Second Young Master of the Yan Family. Xiao Yining stood up and said to Professor Tang Wenli, Teacher, thank you for your understanding. Please don't get involved in this matter, to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Tang Wenli also stood up, nodded at her, and said softly, I understand. Go ahead. Yining, don't forget, you have an interview at Xiao Media Group tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Xiao Yining smiled and replied, I remember. Goodbye, teacher. Tang Wenli smiled and waved at her. Goodbye. After watching Xiao Yining leave, Tang Wenli let out a soft sigh, then picked up the office phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, Tang Wenli said to the person on the other end, Mr. Zhao, I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help you with Zhao Huanwan's matter. You'll have to find another way. My apologies. The Mr. Zhao Tang Wenli referred to as Zhao Huanwan's father, Zhao Chenlie. Zhao Chenlie was also a businessman. In his younger days, relying on his silver tongue, he had married Yan Yan, a daughter of a collateral branch of the Yan family, one of the 6 great families. After marriage, through Yan Yan's connections, he managed to latch onto the Yan family, becoming a follower of the Yan family's second young master, Yan Meng, picking up scraps of business the Yan family deemed beneath them. This allowed him to amass assets worth hundreds of millions. Although his hundreds of millions in assets were insignificant in the capital, a place teeming with hidden talents, he could still be considered a wealthy man. Zhao Chenlie felt he had done quite well for himself, always presenting himself as a member of the Yan family in public. With some people's flattery, his ego inevitably swelled, and he began to believe he was truly remarkable. Now, hearing Tang Wenli's response, Zhao Chenlie was furious. Professor Tang, what do you mean by this? Does your school just wash its hands of its students when something happens? Tang Wenli explained helplessly, Mr. Zhao, it's not that I don't want to handle this, but I simply can't. You should try asking someone else. I'm sorry. I have things to do, so I'll hang up now. Hearing the beeping tone from the phone, Zhao Chenlie was so angry he nearly threw his phone. After thinking it over, he called a friend in the Public Security Bureau. His friend also went to ask the person in charge at the local police station. But no matter how much his friend pleaded, the answer was always the same. Unless the Zhao family can persuade the victim to forgive and drop the matter, this case will be dealt with strictly according to the law. Brother, this comes from higher up, so I dare not bend the rules. Zhao Chenlie had no choice but to ask his wife, Yan Yan, to seek help from the Yan family's second young master, hoping he could step in to get their daughter out of the station. Under normal circumstances, Yan would not dare to bother the second young master with trivial matters. But now, with their precious daughter's reputation, safety, and future at stake, Yan had no choice but to steel herself. She brought Zhao Shenlong and a pile of gifts to the Yan residence to see the second young master, Yan Meng. Yan Meng was known for being ruthless and unscrupulous, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. As for the Xiao family, the eldest, Xiao Chenlie, was in business, while the second, Xiao Chenlie, served in the military. The Yan family, on the other hand, had the eldest, Yan Yong, in the military and the second, Yan Meng, in business. The relationship between the Xiao and Yan families had always been strained due to competition. The Yan family constantly sought to bring down the Xiao family, which stood above them, often resorting to underhanded tactics that the Xiao family found particularly distasteful. In front of Yan Meng, who was sharper than a ghost, Yan certainly dared not hide anything. Chapter 20. Yan Meng provokes the Major General. She directly told Yan Meng in detail about how Zhao Huanwan and Ma Rui had tried to get Xiao Yining killed, only to end up being sent to jail by Xiao Yining's people instead. After Yan Meng heard this, a hint of mockery flashed in his eagle-like sharp eyes. He raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced sideways at Yan and Zhao Shenlong, and asked calmly, "So, what do you want me to do?" Seeing the cold smirk on Yan Meng's fierce face, Yan felt a chill in her heart and had an impulse to turn and flee. But for the sake of her precious daughter, Yan still braced herself and said pitifully to Yan Meng, "Young Master Meng, please, help us get Huanwan out. She's just ignorant. I'll definitely bring her back to toast you later. You can have her do whatever you want." She knew Yan Meng also ran an entertainment company, keeping many minor celebrities who not only made money for him through acting and ads, but also served as entertainment for certain people. The implication in Yan's words was clear. As long as Yan Meng got her daughter out, even if it meant sending her into his entertainment company to be arranged however he pleased, she would have no objections. Yan Meng stared fixedly at Yan until she felt a chill of fear and lowered her head. Then he said indifferently, "All right, remember what you said. You two go back first. I'll find someone to get Huanwan out." Seeing that Yan Meng had actually agreed, Yan nodded repeatedly in delight and replied, "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, young Master Meng. Thank you, young Master Meng." Yan quickly pulled Zhao Shenlong to his feet, bowed slightly to Yan Meng, and said, "Then we'll take our leave." "Thank you, young Master Meng." With that, she swiftly retreated. After they left, Yan Meng turned to Li Wuying, who had been standing in the corner like an invisible man, and said, "Wuying, go investigate what Yan just said right now. Find out who's behind this." Li Wuying acknowledged with a yes and swiftly walked out. Yan Meng looked at Xiao Yining's photo on the documents and asked in a low voice, "This woman, is she the one who made Xiao Chenlie go all out for a beauty?" A hint of malice flashed in Yan Meng's eyes, and he let out two cold chuckles. "This is really interesting. A woman who catches Xiao Chenlie's eye must be something special, right? Wuying, send some of our men to invite Miss Xiao Yining over to my place right away." Li Wuying said nothing, only bowed his head and replied, "Yes, I'll send someone to invite Miss Xiao over immediately." He wanted to see if Xiao Chenlie would still fight him head-on over this woman. At that moment, Xiao Yining had no idea she had become the target of Yan Meng's desire to provoke a conflict. Coming out of Professor Tang Wenli's office, she said to Cheng Weining, "Sistering, let's go." Cheng Weining said to Xiao Yining, "Ningning, the Major General just called me. He's worried about you, afraid something might happen. He said he's coming to pick you up." Hearing that Xiao Chenlie was coming, Xiao Yining knew this domineering man probably hadn't taken the words she left on the note to heart. She had clearly told him not to come find her for now, yet he was still coming. Just as Xiao Yining was about to turn and speak to Cheng Weining, she saw a black, imposing battle vehicle speeding toward her like lightning. Chapter 21. Betting with him. The black, imposing war chariot came to a sharp halt, stopping steadily right in front of Xiao Yining. The door opened and Xiao Chenlie stepped out, dressed in a camouflage uniform. In a few large strides, he was standing before Xiao Yining. His eyes were bright as he looked at her and said, "Ningning, I've come to pick you up." Xiao Yining gazed back at him calmly, a hint of impatience in her tone as she said flatly, "Didn't I tell you not to come find me for now, to let me have a few days to cool off? Why are you here again?" Xiao Chenlie reached out and took her hand, speaking bluntly, "I was afraid you'd run away." Xiao Yining let out a light scoff of a laugh. "As if you watching me means I can't get away." Xiao Chenlie looked at her proud, pretty face and suddenly broke into a grin. "You can try it and see." Xiao Yining tilted her head slightly, then flashed him a sly, mischievous smile. "How about we make a bet?" Xiao Chenlie gazed at her with doting eyes and said in an indulgent tone, "All right, what bet do you want to make?" "I'm game for anything." Xiao Yining thought for a moment and said, "Let's bet on whether I can slip away right under your nose right now. If I can get away from under your watch, you're not allowed to come find me for a month." Xiao Chenlie countered calmly, and if you can't slip away under my watch, can I demand that you spend every day with me for a month? Xiao Yining agreed readily. Fine, it's settled. She didn't believe she couldn't escape the grasp of this man from ancient Earth. She forgot that her current body was nothing like the immensely powerful one she had on the alien planet. Even though her mental strength remained at its peak from that world, her physical body was far from achieving the perfect unity of mind and body with her. He, however, was the ruler who controlled the three realms of cultivation, ancient martial arts, and superpowers across all of Huaxia. If he didn't have any real skill, could he have subdued the talents of those three realms? She just felt that whenever she faced Xiao Chenlie, she couldn't help but think of Yan Jiuxiao, who was hidden in her heart, and that always made her feel awkward and uneasy. That was why she was so eager to leave his side. She wanted to be alone for a while, to think things through, and to plan her future on ancient Earth with Xiao Zhi. But Xiao Chenlie was clearly unwilling to let her go now, so she had no choice but to resort to this, betting with him. Xiao Chenlie looked at the confident Xiao Yining and felt as if he were watching a little lamb fall into the trap he had set. He asked her cheerfully, Ning, shall we start the bet from now? Xiao Yining nodded. All right, starting now. With that, Xiao Yining's figure flickered, and she suddenly vanished into thin air right before Xiao Chenlie and Cheng Weiniang. Xiao Chenlie narrowed his eyes, then broke into an even more delighted laugh. He hadn't expected his little Ning to have such a skill. She was actually a superpower user too. He hadn't known this for all these years. She had hidden it well. The next moment, Xiao Chenlie released his mental strength. That's right. Xiao Chenlie was also a mental strength superpower user. Not only was he a mental strength superpower user, but he also possessed the indestructible body of a metal-type superpower and the invincible lightning-type superpower. What was even more terrifying was that he had cultivated all three of his superpowers to their peak, reaching the ultimate level. Once, a golden core cultivator from the cultivation world had tried to challenge him, but he was no match for Xiao Chenlie. Chapter 22. Wife, let's go home. Teleportation was one of Xiao Yining's abilities. At her peak on the alien planet, a single teleport could take her 1,000 miles away. But now, Xiao Yining discovered that her teleportation only covered a mere 1,000 meters. The difference between 1,000 meters and 1,000 miles was far, far too great. What surprised and shocked Xiao Yining even more was that her psychic power sensed she had been locked onto by another psychic force. The powerful energy radiating from the other party's psychic power was in no way inferior to hers. This meant that the other party also possessed peak 3S, level psychic power. Xiao Yining, who had been full of confidence, suddenly felt severely discouraged. Although she had anticipated that there would be humans with extraordinary cultivation on ancient Earth, she had not expected to fail so early on. She had just made a bet with Xiao Chenlie and lost to him. Refusing to accept defeat, Xiao Yining teleported twice more in succession, even using a psychic barrier to shield her aura. But both times, she was quickly found by Xiao Chenlie. And she no longer had the strength for a fourth teleport. Looking at Xiao Chenlie, who stood calmly and steadily before her, Xiao Yining let out a dissatisfied snort. I concede. Xiao Chenlie took her hand with satisfaction, grinning as he said, Wife, let's go home. Xiao Yining gave a light hum, but did not pull her hand away, obediently following him out. By the time they reached the roadside, Cheng Weiniang had already driven Xiao Chenlie's battle vehicle over. Seeing Xiao Yining get into Xiao Chenlie's car and head back to the courtyard house, Cheng Weiniang felt relieved and drove back to the Beijing Film Academy, then quickly sped toward the courtyard house in the luxury car she had used to bring Xiao Yining there. As for the courtyard house, Xiao Chenlie had never liked having strangers in his living space, so aside from trusted and reliable housekeeping staff coming to clean, no one was hired to watch over the place. But now that Xiao Yining and Cheng Weiniang were moving in, he planned to hire a maid to cook and do laundry for Xiao Yining. These trivial matters his wife wouldn't need to lift a finger. He just wanted her to enjoy a beautiful life at home every day. However, would Xiao Yining, accustomed to being a big-shot boss, get used to being such a pampered little woman? Even though she had lost to Xiao Chenlie today, it still couldn't change her drive to move forward, let alone alter her ultimate goal of developing and building her own business empire. As for old General Xiao, who had come to catch them, he arrived at the courtyard house only to find no one there. Old General Xiao grumbled discontentedly, that brat, never able to stay put. Old Steward Sue was smiled and said, Master, young people are naturally restless and can't sit still. The second young master might have taken Miss Ningning out. Who knows how long we'll have to wait for them to return. How about we head back first? Old General Xiao snorted again, no. I'll wait right here. If I don't see them come back, I'm not going home. The old steward looked helpless and then said, then how about I call the second young master and see when they'll be back? This time, old General Xiao nodded. Ask him to bring her back here quickly. The old steward took out his phone and was about to call when the guard Sun Jieshi said happily, "Old master, the second young master is back." They're back. Chapter 23. This granddaughter-in-law, I've set my heart on. Old General Xiao immediately craned his neck to look. Where? Where are they? The guard, Sun Jianxi, smiled and pointed at Xiao Chenlie's black battle vehicle. Old sir, look, isn't that the second young master's car? At that moment, Xiao Chenlie's car had already arrived at the entrance of the courtyard house. Old General Xiao saw it clearly and immediately said to the old butler and the guard, "Get out." As the guard, Sun Jianxi got out first, cautiously scanning the surroundings to ensure there was no danger before allowing the old butler to open the door and let old General Xiao step out. Xiao Chenlie had already spotted old General Zhao's official car parked at his doorstep early on. Being sharp-witted, he instantly guessed the old general's intention. Xiao Chenlie felt a bit helpless. Was his grandfather this impatient? Seeing that old General Xiao had already gotten out of the car, Xiao Chenlie didn't dare keep him waiting. He quickly walked around the front of the car, opened the passenger door for Xiao Yining, who was seated there, and helped her out. As soon as old General Xiao saw Xiao Yining step out, he strode over to her in a few big steps and looked her up and down. Tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful. Most importantly, her eyes were clear and honest, and her demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant. For this first impression, old General Xiao gave her a high score of 90. Xiao Yining didn't know who this dignified old man before her was, so she looked up at Xiao Chenlie. With a hint of helplessness, Xiao Chenlie introduced her, "Ning, this is my biological grandfather. Just call him Grandpa like I do." Understanding now, Xiao Ning smiled politely at old General Xiao and softly said, "Hello, Grandpa Xiao." Old General Xiao was so delighted that his eyes crinkled with joy. Good. Little girl, you're doing well too." Seeing how endearingly old General Xiao reacted, like a playful old child, Xiao Ning couldn't help but laugh and replied playfully, "I'm doing well too." The old and the young exchanged smiles, and despite meeting for the first time, there was already a hint of understanding and harmony between them. Xiao Chenlie then introduced the old butler, Su Weigua, and the guard, Sun Jianxi, who were by the old general's side. After that, Xiao Chenlie invited old General Xiao and Xiao Ning inside for tea. For Xiao Ning, who was used to drinking nutrient fluids and beverages, having tea was a novel experience. The tea leaves stored at Xiao Chenlie's place were naturally the finest quality. The pot he brewed was the nationally renowned, top-grade Dahong Pao, whose gram price rivaled gold. The tea had a rich aroma, a lingering and profound flavor, and a smooth texture. Xiao Ning didn't know much about tea tasting, she just found it quite pleasant and enjoyable to drink. Seeing the look of delight on Xiao Ning's face, old General Xiao asked her, "Little girl, do you like tea too?" Xiao Ning smiled lightly and said, "I just think it tastes okay. Actually, I don't know much about tea." Her honest and straightforward response made old General Xiao burst into laughter. "To be honest, I'm a rough man too. I don't know much about tea tasting. My old buddies often say I'm like a cow chewing on peonies, wasting something precious. I tell them, when it comes to eating and drinking, as long as you feel comfortable, that's all that matters. Why all those fussy rules? Don't you think so, little girl?" Xiao Ning smiled and nodded. "You're right. I also think that feeling comfortable and at ease is what truly matters." Old General Xiao excitedly slapped the table. "What you said really struck a chord with me. Little girl, this granddaughter-in-law of mine, I've set my heart on her." They had only exchanged a few words, and he was already declaring that he had set his heart on her as his granddaughter-in-law? Wasn't that a bit too hasty? Chapter 24. The old man urges marriage. Xiao Chenlie grinned at her. His grandfather was truly his perfect wingman. Their silent exchange of glances was seen by old General Xiao as mutual affection, which delighted him greatly. He smiled warmly and directly asked Xiao Yining, "Little Ning, when will you marry our ally?" Xiao Yining paused for a moment, then replied sweetly, "Grandpa Xiao, I'm still young and don't want to get married so early. Let me work for a few years first." But old General Xiao pressed on, "You've turned 20, right? You're already past the legal marriage age. You're not that young anymore. You can get married." Due to the aging population, China's marriage law was amended in 2025, changing the legal marriage age from 20 to 18 for women and from 22 to 20 for men. No matter what old General Xiao said, Xiao Yining stuck to her position. "Grandpa Xiao, I haven't graduated yet. There's really no rush for marriage." Seeing that he couldn't convince Xiao Yining, old General Xiao quickly signaled his grandson with his eyes, urging him to speak up. Xiao Chenlie gave his grandfather a calming look. He already had a plan. He was determined to win Xiao Yining, and he had long prepared a thorough strategy. He was confident that she would never escape the web of love he had carefully woven. Noticing it was getting late, Xiao Chenlie turned to Xiao Yining and asked, "Ning, shall we go out for dinner?" Old General Xiao immediately said, "Why not come home with me for dinner?" Aunt Zhang's cooking is excellent. Tell steward Sue what dishes you like, and she'll have a few extra made for you. Xiao Chenlie explained to Xiao Yining. Aunt Zhang is steward Sue's wife. The couple has been with Grandpa for many years, and Grandpa relies a lot on their care. Aunt Zhang's cooking is indeed superb, no less than a 5-star chef's. Xiao Yining saw the hope in old General Zhao's eyes and couldn't bear to disappoint him, so she smiled and said, "All right, I'll come over and impose on you today. Grandpa Xiao, you mustn't complain that I eat too much." Old General Xiao laughed heartily and said, "Eating a lot is fine. I'm just afraid you won't like the food. Come on, let's head home quickly." The imperial city route was very close to the military compound where old General Xiao lived, only about a 10-minute drive. Chapter 25, The Delicacy That Stunned the Alien Big Shot. Xiao Chenlie turned his head and saw Xiao Yining's greedy, cat-like expression as she swallowed hard, and he couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. He thoughtfully led Xiao Yining straight to the dining table. "Ning, you sit first. I'll go help Aunt Zhang bring out the dishes." Butler Sue quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Second young master, you sit too." I'll handle it. Xiao Chenlie didn't stand on ceremony with Butler Sue. Seeing the old man head to the kitchen to fetch the dishes, he went to get a warm towel and personally wiped Xiao Yining's hands clean. Xiao Yining looked up at Xiao Chenlie, watching his serious expression even as he wiped her hands, and the corners of her lips lifted along with it. This man, though sometimes quite domineering, was also very attentive and considerate at this moment, seeming quite good at taking care of others. Old General Xiao, who had been quietly observing the young couple's interactions from the side, saw this warm and affectionate scene and grinned from ear to ear. Seeing how sweet the young couple was, it seemed the day he would hold a great-grandchild wasn't far off. Aunt Zhang was quick. 8 dishes and 1 soup filled the entire table. As soon as the lids on the dishes were lifted, an even richer aroma of meat and vegetables rushed straight into Xiao Yining's nostrils. She took a deep breath, feeling her mouth grow even more parched and her cravings stronger. Xiao Yining's eyes sparkled as she stared at the plates of beautifully presented, fragrant, and delicious food on the table. She looked impatiently at old General Xiao, her eyes full of the question, "Can I eat now?" Old General Xiao was amused by her greedy little cat act. He didn't tease her further. Picking up his chopsticks, he smiled and said to Xiao Yining, "Little Ning, dig in." He then said to Xiao Chenlie, "Alai, take care of little Ning and pick some dishes for her." He immediately picked up a piece of bamboo fungus stir-fried with meat for Xiao Yining and patiently introduced it. "Ning, come on, try this bamboo fungus stir-fry. This bamboo fungus is known as the queen of fungi. It's very nutritious, has a strong aroma, and tastes especially fresh. Since ancient times, it's been called one of the 8 treasures of the grasslands. It's quite rare and very popular among food lovers." Xiao Yining picked up a piece of bamboo fungus with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, taking a gentle bite. The next moment, Xiao Yining exclaimed, "Oh my god! How can something taste this good? It's so delicious! So delicious! This flavor is simply indescribable." She wailed inwardly, feeling that her past days on the alien planet, surviving on nutrient fluids every day, had been a waste of life. Xiao Yining picked up 2 more pieces of bamboo fungus and ate them, finding it more and more delicious with each bite. Seeing her eating so happily, Xiao Chenlie and old General Xiao kept picking dishes for her. Having never tasted such delicious food before, the alien big shot Xiao Yining stopped talking altogether, burying her head in her meal and feasting heartily. Old General Xiao and Xiao Chenlie were infected by her hearty and appetizing way of eating, and ended up eating quite a bit themselves. Xiao Yining kept eating until her stomach felt like it couldn't take any more. Only then did she reluctantly put down her chopsticks, rub her belly, and smile sheepishly at old General Xiao and Xiao Chenlie. "Grandpa Xiao, Aunt Zhang's cooking is just too good. I accidentally ate too much, hee hee." Old General Xiao said with a beaming smile, "It's fine. As long as you like it, come back and eat again next time. I'll have Aunt Zhang change up the dishes for you. She knows how to cook so many dishes that even if you came every day, she could make a different menu for a whole month without repeating a single one." Chapter 26, I wish I could marry her today. Xiao Yining was not one to be coy. She smiled generously and said, "All right, I'll come visit again next time." Turning to Zhang Ma, who stood nearby, she added, "Zhang Ma, I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring you a gift. Next time I come, I'll make sure to bring gifts for you, Butler Sue and Guard Sun." Zhang Ma, with her round, fair face and crescent-shaped eyes when she smiled, had a very blessed appearance and looked like a kind and gentle woman. Hearing Xiao Yining's words, she replied warmly, "Miss Ning, you don't need to be so polite. These are all things I should do." Old General Xiao, catching Xiao Yining's remark, teased her deliberately. "Little Ning, they all get gifts, but what about me? Do I get a gift?" Xiao Yining winked at him playfully and said with a clever smile, "Of course you do, sir. You absolutely must." Even if I miss someone else, I can't miss you. Isn't that right, Alai? Old General Xiao burst into laughter, nodding with satisfaction. You're a girl with a conscience. Come on, let's go to the living room and have some tea. After drinking a few more cups of tea with old General Xiao, Xiao Yining took her leave. Grandpa Xiao, it's getting late. We'll head back now. Next time I have time, I'll come and spend more time with you. Old General Xiao looked reluctant to let her go. There are plenty of rooms here. Why don't you and Alai stay here tonight? Xiao Yining shook her head. Grandpa Xiao, it's not the right time to stay here yet. But when the opportunity comes, I'll definitely come and keep you company more often. To be honest, Xiao Yining genuinely liked old General Xiao, who was straightforward, approachable, and never put on airs. Such a kind and lovable elder, she would definitely visit him more often whenever she had time. With that, Xiao Yining stood up and gave old General Xiao a slight bow. Grandpa Xiao will be going now. Her slight bow as she left fully conveyed her respect for old General Xiao, and it also showed him the quality of respect for the elderly in this young woman. Earlier, she had specifically mentioned to Zhang Ma that she would bring gifts next time to thank her, Butler Su, and the others for their cooking and hospitality. Though these gestures might seem like small details, they delighted old General Xiao and reassured him that he had not misjudged her. Only those who pay attention to details can handle interpersonal relationships well. His precious grandson's future was destined to bear the weight of the nation and the Xiao family. If he could find a good and capable partner, old General Xiao would be at ease. So far, Xiao Yining's performance had been commendable. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her speech and demeanor were elegant, graceful, and charming. Her conduct and poise were in no way inferior to any debutante from a prestigious family, and there was no hint that she was a woman of orphaned origins. He believed that with such a beautiful and intelligent wife by his side, his precious grandson's work and life in the future would surely be nothing short of excellent. After meeting her, old General Xiao was finally satisfied and completely at ease, eagerly hoping they would marry soon. After all, Xiao Chenlie was already 28 years old, and it seemed unlikely he would marry this year. In just over 2 months, when the new year came, he would be 29. The young man might not be in a hurry, but as elders, they couldn't help feeling anxious. If Xiao Chenlie knew what his grandfather was thinking, he would immediately retort, "Who says I'm not in a hurry? I wish I could marry her today." Chapter 27. Jealousy. Xiao Chenlie drove Xiao Yining out of the military compound gate and sped toward his courtyard house. Seeing the bustling, neon-lit street outside, Xiao Chenlie turned to Xiao Yining and asked, "Ningning, do you want to go out and take a stroll?" Xiao Yining had too many questions about ancient Earth on her mind and just wanted to get back quickly to chat with Xiao Zhi. She had no interest in shopping, so she shook her head directly and said, "No, I'm a bit tired. Let's just go back and rest." Xiao Chenlie had only asked out of consideration for her wishes. Since she didn't want to go, he naturally wouldn't force her. In fact, going home was better, just the two of them in their own world, which he preferred. As for Cheng Weining, who usually existed like a ghost, he automatically ignored her. Cheng Weining had already returned to the courtyard house earlier and was sitting in the yard, waiting for them to come back. When she saw Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining return, she immediately stood up and respectfully addressed Xiao Chenlie, "Major General, Miss Ningning." When alone with Xiao Yining had told Cheng Weining to just call her Ningning. But in front of Xiao Chenlie, Cheng Weining dared not overstep and obediently called Xiao Yining Miss Ningning, so as not to make Xiao Chenlie think she had no manners. Just as they stepped into the main hall, Xiao Chenlie received a call from another capable subordinate, Leng Zheng. "Boss, Yan Lauer's people sent someone over to try to get that Jia Huan out. Do we let her go?" Xiao Chenlie let out a cold laugh. "No. Tell them I said so." "Understood." Leng Zheng acknowledged and immediately hung up. Meanwhile, Yan Meng, upon learning that Xiao Chenlie was firmly refusing to release the person and that his own people had no chance to invite Xiao Yining over, was so furious that he smashed another cup. His eyes dark and gloomy, he muttered, "Xiao Chenlie, I don't believe you can guard that woman forever. Just wait and see." Xiao Chenlie completely dismissed Yan Lauer as a threat. Xiao Yining had no idea she had been caught in the crossfire, with someone waiting to make a move on her. After the two returned to the courtyard house, Xiao Chenlie told Cheng Weining to go rest. He then took Xiao Yining's hand and led her to his master bedroom. As soon as he closed the door, he pressed Xiao Yining against the wall, cupped her face, and kissed her deeply with hunger. While kissing her fiercely, he gently caressed her graceful body. Xiao Yining was dizzy from his kiss and tried to push him away, but he pinned her limbs firmly. Xiao Chenlie kissed her until she was nearly breathless before finally pulling back slightly and whispering hoarsely, "Ningning, I always feel like we've known each other for lifetimes, like we were meant to be together, like we were born for each other. Do you feel that way?" Hearing his words, Xiao Yining suddenly looked up at him, gently touched his features and murmured softly, "Could you be him? Xiao Chenlie, if only you were him." Xiao Chenlie grabbed her hand and demanded through gritted teeth, "Who is this him you're talking about?" The look in Xiao Yining's eyes was off, as if she were looking through him, longing for someone else. Could it be there was another man in her heart? At the thought of this possibility, a raging fire of jealousy burned fiercely within Xiao Chenlie. Chapter 28. Confessing to him. Xiao Yining met Xiao Chenlie's blazing, fiery eyes, and her wandering mind snapped back in an instant. Yan Jiuxia was like the sacred pure land in her heart, and Xiao Yining did not want to hide his existence. If she concealed Yan Jiuxiao, she would not only betray the deep love he had for her, but also fail to respect the man before her, Xiao Chenlie. Even if they did not love each other now, they should at least show respect for each other's feelings. If Xiao Chenlie, after learning of Yan Jiuxiao's existence, chose to part ways with her, she would be fine with that too. After all, she did not have deep feelings for Xiao Chenlie at this point. Although their souls were now fused, and although this original body was her past life, Xiao Yining felt that the one controlling her will and thoughts was still the strong-willed Xiao Yining from outer space. Thinking this, Xiao Yining directly asked Xiao Chenlie, "Xiao Chenlie, do you believe in the concept of past and present lives?" Xiao Chenlie frowned, recalling the fortune teller in the dragon group who had opened his third eye and could see people's past and present lives. A strange glint quickly flashed in his eyes as he looked at her. "You mean you can know your own past and present lives?" Xiao Yining sighed. "No, I don't know others' past and present lives, but I do know my own present and future." Xiao Chenlie's heart trembled. He stared at her intently, a hint of surprise in his voice. "You can know your own future? Then do you also know the future of this world?" Xiao Yining shook her head and decided to be straightforward with him. "No, my future is not here, but in the distant future of the Interstellar era. Let me put it this way, I am Xiao Yining, the Star Lord of Jiuxiao Cloud Star in the future Interstellar era. I died in a spaceship explosion and was reborn into my past life, which is this current Xiao Yining. My present soul has merged with my future soul. So now I am both the ancient Earth's Xiao Yining and the Xiao Yining from the future. Do you understand?" Even Xiao Chenlie, with his vast knowledge spanning past and present, was stunned by what Xiao Yining had said. Now he finally understood why the previous Xiao Yining had given him a strange, almost amnesiac feeling. Even if her future soul had merged with this life's soul, some memories would still take time to resurface. After a long pause, he came back to his senses and asked her in a low voice, "So you're saying that your soul is actually Xiao Yining from the future interstellar era? Then the him you mentioned, is he the man from your future interstellar life?" When he said the last part, Xiao Chenlie felt a bitter ache in his heart, a pain so intense he wanted to roar, to hit something, to destroy everything. Xiao Yining did not look at him. She just sighed softly and spoke slowly. "His name is Yan Jiuxiao. We grew up together in an orphanage and we worked hard side by side. He was so good to me, holding me in the palm of his hand and protecting me. We bought a planet and built our home together, a planet that belonged only to us, Jiuxiao Cloud Star. With his help, we reached the pinnacle of life as Star Lords. I loved him deeply, and he loved me just as much. But just as we were about to get married, his mental power suddenly went berserk. Before we could react, he died suddenly." Chapter 29. He is Yan Jiuxiao. When she spoke of this man's death, a trace of sorrow and grief appeared on her face, so oppressive that it was painful to witness. Xiao Chenlie felt as if his heart was being squeezed by someone's hand, throbbing with sharp pain. Even though he was now nearly drowning in the surging waves of jealousy within him, he still couldn't bear to see her experience even a hint of unhappiness or sadness. His little Ningning should be the happiest and most joyful person in this world. But he had never been good at comforting others, so he could only silently stay by her side, waiting for her emotions to settle. After a while, Xiao Yining spoke again slowly. "A few years after he left, I gradually pulled myself together. Then, on my way to a Star Lord meeting in the Alien Federation Empire, my spaceship was hit by a meteor shower. My entourage and I were all wiped out. When I woke up again, I was back here. This is my past life. Tell me, isn't that incredible?" Xiao Chenlie watched the fleeting self-mockery on her face, and a sudden flash of insight struck him. He gripped her shoulders tightly and said, "Ningning, since you've returned to your past life, do you think it's possible that I am also Yan Jiuxiao's past life?" Xiao Yining was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, saying, "It can't be that coincidental, can it?" Thinking of the inexplicable familiarity he felt toward her, Xiao Chenlie spoke with a hint of urgency, "I feel like I am Yan Jiuxiao. Otherwise, how would you explain this strange familiarity I have with you? And how I inexplicably decided you were the one? I feel like we are a perfect match, that we are destined to be together, this longing and urgency." Xiao Yining looked at him innocently and said, but right now I don't feel that familiarity with you. I haven't noticed any of Yan Jiuxiao's familiar mannerisms in you, nor have I sensed any familiar soul fluctuations from you. If you were Yan Jiuxiao, logically, it shouldn't be like this. Xiao Yineng's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing Xiao Chenlie's fervent emotions and sinking them. He instinctively rejected the possibility that Yan Jiuxiao could be someone else. He hoped that he was the man Xiao Yining deeply loved. He hoped even more that in the future interstellar era, they were lovers who stayed together, and here, they would also be lovers who stayed together for a lifetime. But how could he find out if he was Yan Jiuxiao? Xiao Chenlie thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered the clairvoyant fortune-teller Yu Xianzhenren from the Dragon Group. Yu Xianzhenren should have a way to see his past and present lives, right? Xiao Chenlie immediately took out his phone, found Yu Xianzhenren's number, and dialed directly. Unfortunately, the annoying reply came from the other end. The number you dialed is powered off. Please try again later. Seeing his bad mood, Xiao Yining spoke gently to comfort him. Don't rush. It's late now and I'm tired. Let's rest first. Xiao Chenlie saw the exhaustion in her eyes, suppressed the frantic urge to know the answer, and said to her in a deep voice, go to the dressing room and get some clothes. I've had new ones prepared for you. I'll go run your bathwater. Xiao Yining softly hummed in response, watched him walk into the bathroom, and then headed toward the dressing room next to the bedroom. His dressing room was very spacious. It used to be just for him, but now half of it had been set aside for her. Chapter 30 Never Let Go. On the left side of the entrance were his men's clothes, while on the right side were all her women's clothes. In the women's section, there were not only the world's most fashionable and latest women's outfits, but also matching bags, shoes, jewelry, and even plenty of intimate apparel. When Xiao Yining picked up these clothes, she could faintly smell a clean lemon fragrance from being washed. She chose a pink long-sleeved silk nightgown and matching underwear. By the time she returned to the bathroom, Xiao Chenlie was leaning against the doorframe, keeping an eye on the bathtub filling with water while lost in thought. Sensing her approach, Xiao Chenlie lifted his eyes to look at her. His gaze was deep and intense, making Xiao Yining feel a bit uneasy, wondering what scheme he was plotting in his mind. Xiao Yining walked up to him and stood still, calmly meeting his gaze, frowning slightly as she asked softly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong?" Xiao Chenlie let out a soft sigh, reached out to pull her into his arms, and murmured lowly, "Ningning, I was just thinking, whether I am Yan Xiaoqian's past life or not, I will never let you go." Never let go. Xiao Yining smiled gently, with a hint of regret and a touch of helplessness, saying, "Do you really think I'm someone who can't see things clearly? To put it bluntly, Yan Xiaoqian has become my memory. He will always be buried deep in my heart, but he can't affect my current life. People have to move forward, don't you think?" Xiao Chenlie nodded in strong agreement, but still asked her again, "That's true, but if I'm not Yan Xiaoqian, would you feel regret?" Xiao Yining looked up at him and said with a light smile, "Regret is inevitable. If you were him, that would be the perfect outcome. But if you're not him, it won't change our current life. We'll still live however we need to." Hearing her words, Xiao Chenlie's heart instantly settled. His little Ningning was always so thoughtful and endearing. Unable to contain the surge of emotion and gratitude, Xiao Chenlie hugged her again and gave her a passionate kiss before letting go to let her go take a bath. Xiao Yining closed the bathroom door and quietly asked Xiao Zhi with her mind, Xiao Zhi, do you think Xiao Chenlie could be Yan Xiaoqian?" Xiao Zhi's soft, sweet voice echoed in her mind, "Star-Lord, I just scanned Xiao Chenlie's spiritual entity. His spiritual entity is indeed a bit unusual, extremely powerful. Among the people of ancient Earth, his mental strength is very special, even reaching a level higher than yours. Based on my assessment, his mental strength level should have surpassed 3S, possibly entering the legendary 4S, or even 5S realm." Xiao Yining was instantly shocked upon hearing this. No way? Is he really that strong? Then she recalled her earlier competition with Xiao Chenlie, where she set up a mental barrier, and he easily broke through it, quickly locking onto her and finding her location. At that time, she already felt that Xiao Chenlie's mental strength was higher than hers. Xiao Zhi continued, "Star-Lord, do you still remember that at that time, 9 Heaven Star-Lord's mental strength was also higher than yours? Now that I think about it, Xiao Chenlie really could very well be 9 Heaven Star-Lord's past life." Xiao Yining immediately asked him, "Do you have any way to quickly confirm if he is Yan Xiaoqian?" Chapter 31. A Deep, Wanton Kiss. Xiao Zhi replied, "Star-Lord, you could try using deep hypnosis regression to see if it can restore his past memories. If that doesn't work, we'll have to wait for Xiao Chenlie to find that fortune-teller, Jade Mystery Master, for a solution." Xiao Yining responded softly, "Then I'll go out and discuss it with him later, to see if he's willing to let me use deep hypnosis regression to hypnotize him." For many people, Opening up their mind and allowing someone else's mental energy to invade it for hypnosis is an extremely dangerous act, especially for someone as powerful and influential as Xiao Chenlie. Unless it's a special circumstance or someone he deeply trusts, he would never let down his mental defenses and allow others to probe into his mind. After finishing her bath, Xiao Yining put on a pink silk nightgown and slowly walked out. Xiao Chenlie, who was sitting on the sofa reviewing documents, instinctively looked up as soon as he saw her emerge. Seeing Xiao Yining with her black hair loose and wearing a pink nightgown, the phrase "rosy beauty" instantly popped into his mind, and his body heated up in an instant. Feeling her cheeks flush under his gaze, she shot him a playful glare and walked toward the bed. Xiao Chenlie rushed into the bathroom impatiently and took a quick, no-frills shower. When he came out, he saw Xiao Yining already lying obediently on his big bed, as if waiting for him to claim her. Xiao Chenlie lifted the covers and got into bed, directly turning over to pin her beneath him, kissing her deeply and wantonly, indulging in passion and intimacy, sinking into endless bliss. Xiao Yining was worn out by him until the middle of the night, her whole body weak and sore, finally falling into a deep sleep under his gentle soothing. The next day, Xiao Yining was woken up by Xiao Zhi. Star Lord, get up quickly. You have an interview at Zhao's media group at 9 o'clock today. Hearing Xiao Zhi's call, Xiao Yining sat up abruptly. She glanced at the side of the bed. Xiao Chenlie had already gotten up and left at some unknown time. On the bedside table, there was another note left behind. Xiao Yining picked it up and read, "Ning, I've gone to work. I'll come back for dinner tonight. Love, your lie." Seeing those last 4 words, Xiao Yining couldn't help but feel a bit tickled. This man actually says such cheesy things? How amazing! Xiao Yining put down the note, quickly got up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and changed into a spirited white dress. Her glossy black hair was tied up into a bun, and she took a diamond-studded hair accessory from her system space to put on. Once she was ready, Xiao Yining walked to the mirror and looked at her elegant, radiant, and captivating reflection, smiling with satisfaction. After her first round of body refinement, her physical and mental state had reached an excellent level. With such outstanding looks and temperament, she was naturally born to shine. If Zhao's media group didn't see her potential, they would truly be blind. Xiao Yining put on a pair of white pointed-toe mid-heel shoes and finally left the room. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Xiao Yining waiting by the door. Hearing Xiao Yining open the door and seeing her fully dressed up, Xiao Yining asked softly, "Ning, are you going out?" Xiao Yining nodded. "I have an interview at Zhao's media group at 9 o'clock. It's already 8:20, so I need to leave now." Xiao Yining frowned. "You haven't had breakfast yet." Xiao Yining waved her hand dismissively. "Skipping one meal is fine. Let's go, I'll eat after the interview." Chapter 32 Interview Turmoil 1. Seeing how little she cared about her own health, Xiao Yining worried she might really starve herself, and then the Major General would hold her accountable. She quickly said to Xiao Yining, "There's cake and milk in the fridge. I'll get them for you, and you can eat in the car." Xiao Yining, touched by Xiao Yining's care, couldn't bear to refuse her kindness. She nodded with a smile and replied, "All right, I'll eat in the car then." "Thank you, sistering." Xiao Yining swiftly went to the fridge in the kitchen, grabbed the cake and milk, packed them in a bag, and handed it to Xiao Yining before heading out to drive. Sitting in the car, Xiao Yining ate her cake while having Xiao Zhi pull up the Xiao Media Group's files for her to review. The Xiao Media Group was a company under the Xiao family, currently managed by Xiao Chenlie's older brother, Xiao Chenlie, who had full authority over all its affairs. Xiao Chenlie had no idea that Xiao Yining was going for an interview at the Xiao Media Group today, and she hadn't told him either. In truth, Xiao Yining didn't care at all whether she got the interview. For her, there were far too many ways to become famous and make money. She was going to the Xiao Media Group interview only because she didn't want to waste the care and goodwill her college teacher had shown toward the original owner. Having just arrived in this world, what she wanted most was to take a good look around and explore it. Once she understood the rules of survival here, she could formulate a better development plan. So, she genuinely didn't care about today's interview outcome. Moreover, she had been a top figure governing an entire planet in outer space, and starting from scratch at such a small entertainment company felt a bit awkward to her. Although the Xiao Media Group was a leading player in China's entertainment industry, in Xiao Yining's eyes, it was still just a small company. Of course, that was how she felt internally, but in reality, she still had to take things step by step. As for where to begin, Xiao Yining would need to observe carefully before making a decision. At 8:50, Xiao Yining parked the car steadily at the main entrance of the Xiao Media Group. She quickly got out and respectfully opened the door for Xiao Yining. Xiao Yining had already tidied up her appearance in the car. After stepping out, she instructed Xiao Yining, "Sistering, wait for me in the car. I'll go up alone." But Xiao Yining said sternly, "I need to stay by your side." Go ahead first. I'll park the car and come find you upstairs. Knowing it was her duty, Xiao Yining didn't insist further. All right then, I'll head up first. The Xiao Media Group had many departments and staff, so people came and went constantly. The moment Xiao Yining stepped out of the car, she became like a spotlight, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Her skin is amazing. That's truly skin as smooth as cream and tender as tofu. With looks like hers, full of spirit and such elegance, if she becomes a star, she's sure to be a huge hit. That's not certain. If she only has looks but no acting skills, it won't work. Exactly, and with all the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, it's hard to say if she'll make it smoothly. Chapter 33. The Interview Turmoil 2. Their whispers didn't escape Xiao Yining's ears. She caught every single word. No matter which world, there are always rules of survival. It's up to you whether to conform to these unspoken rules or stick to your principles and break them. Xiao Yining believed that no matter how cruel, dark, or bloody this world might be, it could hardly compare to the brutality, bloodshed, and darkness of the future interstellar world. In the future interstellar world, humans not only had to face all kinds of powerful mutants, gene-modified humans, and beastmen, but also had to deal with unpredictable and devastating light energy cannons. Even more terrifying were the super-powerful space beasts. These horrifying mutants and space beasts could turn you into dust in an instant. Every year, countless powerful humans and warriors from outer space died carelessly at the hands of these mutants or space beasts. As for these earthlings, not that Xiao Yining looked down on them, their physical abilities were truly weak. If anyone dared to bully her, she could turn them into dust in seconds. Of course, unless she encountered a formidable opponent like Xiao Chenlie. However, Xiao Zhi had already told her that humans as powerful as Xiao Chenlie were extremely rare on ancient Earth. Otherwise, Xiao Chenlie wouldn't have risen to his current position of high authority. In the prominent spot of the first-floor lobby stood a sign that read, "For those interviewing at Xiao Media, please proceed to the HR hall on the 11th floor." Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Yining calmly walked to the elevator and waited with the others for it to arrive. More and more people gathered at the elevator entrance. When the elevator finally reached the first floor, quite a few people couldn't get in. Xiao Yining managed to get inside, but when she saw the elevator was overloaded and a round-faced girl seemed very anxious, she voluntarily stepped out to let the girl take her place. Before the elevator doors closed, she received a look of deep gratitude from that round-faced girl. Xiao Yining noticed there were only 3 minutes left until the 9 o'clock interview, and the other elevator was still on the 10-something floor, not coming down anytime soon. After a moment's thought, she decided to take the nearby stairwell instead. For an ordinary person, walking up to the 11th floor would be a daunting task. But for Xiao Yining, it was just a matter of a whoosh, a single teleportation. When she reached the stairwell, she deliberately used her mental power to block the surveillance cameras, making sure no one was around before she teleported. The next moment, she appeared directly in the stairwell on the 11th floor, calmly opened the door, and quickly walked toward the HR hall. The entire 11th floor was filled with young, handsome men and beautiful women. There were also many relatives accompanying family members, classmates, or friends for interviews, sitting on benches in the hallway waiting. When they saw Xiao Yining approaching, they all stared at her with wide-eyed curiosity, and many had a flash of stunning admiration in their eyes. Xiao Yining was long accustomed to being the center of attention. With only 3 minutes left until the interview, she quickened her pace toward the HR hall in the middle. Just as she was about to step into the HR hall, a woman suddenly rushed out from inside and collided straight into Xiao Yining. The woman stumbled and was about to fall, so Xiao Yining quickly reached out to steady her. Before she could say anything, the woman who had bumped into her began to screech sharply, "Are you blind? Don't you watch where you're going?" Chapter 34. Interview Turmoil 3. Xiao Yining lost all goodwill upon hearing her curses and immediately let go of the woman she had been supporting. The woman had sprained her left ankle in her high heels the moment she collided. She had been relying on Xiao Yining's strength to stay upright. The moment Xiao Yining let go, her foot gave way in pain, and she let out a sharp cry of, "Ouch," as she tumbled awkwardly to the ground. Xiao Yining looked down at her from above, catching the hatred and anger on her heavily made-up face. Instead of reacting, she flashed her a brilliant smile that could infuriate anyone to death, then calmly walked inside. Inside the HR hall, quite a few men and women waiting for interviews sat watching the sudden scene unfold, still processing what had just happened. Seeing Xiao Yining walk away so casually, the woman erupted in fury and shouted, "You bitch! Stop right there! Stop! Stop!" Xiao Yining slowly turned her head, cast a deep glance at her, and a frosty glint flashed in her cold eyes. The next moment, the woman felt her own hand uncontrollably rise and slap her face hard. The heavy slap made tears stream down her face. She tried to use her other hand to stop herself, but she couldn't control it. Another sharp slap landed on her cheek. Xiao Yining watched her terrified expression and listened to the sound of the woman slapping herself, letting out a soft laugh. Then she continued walking in as if nothing had happened, finding an empty seat and sitting down. She was no pushover. She wouldn't be magnanimous enough to let it slide when someone called her a bitch. If someone dared to wrong her, she would wrong them back. Repay grievances with grievances, repay grudges with grudges, that was her nature. Of course, if someone showed her kindness, she would repay it tenfold. Just then, the 3 interviewers from Zhao's media group walked into the HR hall on time. Xiao Yining's eyes flickered, and she immediately released the woman from her mental control. When the 3 interviewers saw the woman lying on the ground, their expressions darkened. One of them, a woman in a sharp business suit, quickly stepped forward and helped the woman up. "Xiaoyi, what happened?" Jin Xiaoyi immediately hugged the woman and burst into tears. "Sis, someone bullied me just now. She pushed me to the ground, twisted my ankle, and even used some kind of sorcery to make me hit myself. Sis, look at my face, you have to get justice for me." Woo-woo. Jin Jingyi looked at her sister's swollen face and red, swollen left ankle, and a trace of coldness flickered in her eyes. But on the surface, she remained composed. Instead, she gently reached out to wipe the tears from her sister's face and said softly, "Xiaoyi, what nonsense are you talking? How could there be such a terrible person in this world? I think you just sprained your ankle by accident. Look at yourself now, how are you going to handle the interview later?" Seeing that her sister didn't believe her, Jin Xiaoyi's eyes reddened in panic, and she shouted, "Sis, I'm telling the truth. There are so many witnesses here, you can ask them if you don't believe me. Sis, look, that bitch who bullied me is sitting right over there." Chapter 35. Interview Turmoil 4. Jin Jingyi followed her sister's gaze. When she saw a classical beauty with an absolutely stunning face sitting there, a flash of jealousy darted through her eyes. A thought instantly crossed her mind. This woman was born with a face like an international superstar's, a seductive face. She absolutely could not let her enter Zhao's media. That was what she thought, but on the surface, she still said to her sister, "Xiaoyi, don't talk nonsense. Go clean yourself up and come back for the interview later." Seeing that her sister was about to speak again, Jin Jingyi secretly pinched her hand and gave Jin Xiaoyi a look. Only then did Jin Xiaoyi reluctantly nod and follow the female assistant Jin Jingyi had called over to the restroom to tidy herself up. Jin Jingyi was a returnee from overseas and the artist department manager of Zhao's media group, holding some power in the company's management. The 2 men beside her were Lu Tianchen, the director of Zhao's media's artist department, and Jiang Kuang, the company's top agent. Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang could be considered the 2 aces of Zhao's media, as well as Xiao Chenlie's right-hand men. Today was Zhao's media's annual recruitment day. Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang wanted to inject some fresh blood into Zhao's media. Since they had just finished their current tasks, they had the time to come and personally select candidates. After Jin Xiaoyi's earlier commotion, not only had Jin Jingyi noticed Xiao Yining, but Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang had also taken note of her. The moment Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang saw Xiao Yining, a glimmer of excitement flashed in both their eyes. It had been a long time since they had seen such a promising talent with such outstanding looks and temperament. Jin Jingyi didn't miss the fleeting surprise on Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang's faces when they saw Xiao Yining. She seethed inwardly. This little vixen hadn't even entered the company yet, and had already caught the attention of Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang. If she got into the company, who knew how these men would fawn over her in the future? No way. She had to find a way to keep her out of the company. Seeing Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang enter the inner office, Jin Jingyi quickly followed them in. Lu Tianchen wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking fair-skinned and refined, but he was stern and unsmiling, exuding an air of restrained, scholarly ruthlessness. Jiang Kuang, true to his name, had sharply defined features and a very rugged appearance. With his tall stature, he looked like a reckless, brawny man. But those who knew him understood that his mind was actually extremely meticulous. He observed people and situations with great attention to detail, able to see through appearances to the essence. No matter how cunning you were, you couldn't fool him. After the 2 men sat down, they directly said to Jin Jingyi, "Let's begin." Jin Jingyi had a stack of application forms in her hand. She started calling people in one by one for interviews. Those who came to interview today had already passed the first round of selection. They were all outstanding candidates in terms of education, expertise, and other aspects. As for who could catch Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang's eye, that depended on their individual abilities. In this era of entertainment to the death and stars making a fortune, countless young boys and girls harbored dreams of becoming celebrities. Similarly, countless young boys and girls would stop at nothing to stand out and gain fame. Chapter 36. Accepting the assessment. But Xiao Yining also believed that among these young boys and girls with dreams of stardom, there were many who truly loved and were passionate about this industry and wanted to devote themselves to it. They would work hard to prove themselves with their own abilities. Prove that even if they didn't take crooked paths, they could still stand tall. Not to mention that there were many different types of people in this industry. Even these media and entertainment companies varied in quality. The company with the best benefits and the best reputation was led by Xiao's media group. They never forced their artists to drink or network, and always gave them the greatest freedom. Currently, half of the top artists in the country belonged to Xiao's media group. As the president, Xiao Chenlie repeatedly advised his artists, Xiao Chenlie, can provide you with the best resources and platform, but you must also maintain your integrity. Don't think about taking shortcuts. And prove yourself with real skill and acting ability to reach the pinnacle of your life. Taking shortcuts might let you taste the joy of quick success for a while, but if something goes wrong, the price you pay could be a lifetime of unbearable pain and regret. With good companies like Xiao's media group, there were naturally some entertainment companies with dirty tactics. This Huaxia media entertainment company was notorious throughout the entertainment industry. All the artists from that company relied on hype, scandals, plagiarism, drinking, and other black and red tactics to climb the ranks. Generally, companies and artists with some standards and would not cooperate with Huaxia media. Xiao Yining waited for nearly 2 hours. While waiting, she used her mind to look through various materials about the global entertainment industry, as well as various forces and famous figures that Xiao Zhi had gathered for her. As she reviewed the materials, she quietly watched the men and women go in for interviews and come out. She walked in calmly, her clear gaze sweeping over Lu Tianchen, Jiang Kuang, and Jin Jingyi. She didn't overlook Jin Jingyi's deep malice toward her, but now was not the time to deal with this woman. Xiao Yining introduced herself gracefully. Hello, interviewers. I am Xiao Yining, 20 years old, a senior in the performance department of the Beijing Film Academy. Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang silently gave her a thumbs up in their minds for her calm and composed demeanor. Jiang Kuang leaned lazily back in his chair and asked her casually, "What are your specialties?" Xiao Yining thought about the skills the original owner had, as well as her own, and then replied, "I am proficient in piano, martial arts, singing, dancing, painting, calligraphy, and so on." Jin Jingyi couldn't help but let out a light scoff at this, sneering sarcastically, "Miss Xiao, I understand your desire to impress us, but don't you think you're exaggerating a bit? Your previous resume didn't mention you had such great abilities." Xiao Yining directly interrupted her, "If you don't believe me, feel free to test me." Jiang Kuang extended his hands and gently clapped twice for Xiao Yining, saying with admiration, "Good. I really appreciate your strong confidence, but as you said, we really do need to test whether you have real skills." Chapter 37. You're the one who's cheap. Jiang Kuang sat up straight, his expression turning serious. He said to Xiao Yining, "Since you claim to be proficient in piano and martial arts, let's test those two first. There's a piano over there. Go play a piece and let us hear it." In truth, Jiang Kuang didn't expect Xiao Yining to have professional-level piano skills based on her claim. In his mind, with Xiao Yining's outstanding looks and temperament, she already showed signs of becoming a huge star. If Xiao Yining also had solid skills like piano and martial arts to back her up, it would mean she could walk an even broader path in the future, representing limitless possibilities for her development. For them, recruiting such a versatile talent like Xiao Yining into the company would undoubtedly be a surefire, profitable deal. Hearing Jiang Kuang's words, Xiao Yining moved gracefully and sat down in front of the piano. She first tested the sound, then retrieved all the piano practice memories of the original owner from her mind, and selected from her own memories a very beautiful and romantic love song that belonged exclusively to her and Yan Jiuxiao. Love's dream fulfilled star. As Xiao Yining's 10 fingers danced lightly, the graceful and cheerful melody flowed continuously from her fingertips, carrying an air of joy and sweetness. Jin Jingyi watched Xiao Yining, who was playing the piano with a serious expression, and then glanced at Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang, who were listening intently. She couldn't help but curl her lips and silently cursed, "That bitch sure has a lot of tricks." When Xiao Yining finished playing, Lu Tianchen asked her with a hint of curiosity, "Miss Xiao, I don't think I've ever heard the piece you played. May I ask who composed it?" Xiao Yining instantly thought of Yan Jiuxiao, and a flash of sadness and grief quickly passed through her eyes. She replied softly, "This piece was composed by me for a friend." In truth, this song was created for her and Yan Jiuxiao's love. At that time, they were in the sweet phase of their passionate romance, planning their grand wedding. Both Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang were sharp as tacks. Although the sadness and grief Xiao Yining revealed vanished in an instant, they still sensed it. They silently added another label to Xiao Yining in their minds. "This is a beauty with a story." Lu Tianchen was also an excellent pianist at a professional level, so he naturally knew how to appreciate and critique piano music. He didn't hold back in praising Xiao Yining's piano piece. Miss Xiao plays the piano very well. Your fundamentals are solid, and your technique is very polished. You must have passed level 10, right? Xiao Yining nodded. Yes, I passed level 10 last year. With her exceptionally strong mental power, even the most difficult piano pieces could be played perfectly. Lu Tianchen nodded in approval. Good, very good. Next, please demonstrate your martial arts. She channeled the energy within her body, then suddenly leaped up, her whole body shooting like an unsheathed arrow, swiftly flying toward the nearby wall. Under the shocked gazes of Lu Tianchen, Jiang Kuang, and Jin Jingyi, she lightly tapped the wall with the tip of her foot and executed a perfect somersault in midair. Chapter 38. It's not your place to interfere. Her posture was very graceful and full of tension. Even Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang, who knew nothing about martial arts, could tell how much skill was required for her jumping power and mid-air somersaults. Given her smooth and natural moves, she must have trained for at least a decade, right? As they gazed at Xiao Yining with stars in their eyes, her body once again shot back like an arrow, landing steadily before the three of them. Seeing their startled expressions, Xiao Yining couldn't help but smile lightly. She playfully cupped her hands in a salute and said, "Please, teachers, guide me well." Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang both stood up uncontrollably and applauded her. Jiang Kuang, seeing such a talented, beautiful, and well-rounded prospect, could no longer contain his excitement. He said loudly to Xiao Yining, "Great. That's fantastic. Miss Xiao, you're incredibly talented. Your martial arts are amazing." Lu Tianchen directly said to her, "Miss Xiao, congratulations. You're accepted. We can sign the contract shortly." Just as Jin Jingyi was gritting her teeth in anger, she suddenly heard Xiao Yining say, "I'm sorry, Director Lu, but I don't want to sign the contract right now. Could you give me a week to think it over?" Jiang Kuang asked her bluntly, "You came for the interview because you wanted to join Zhao's media, right? Now that you've passed, why are you saying you need to think? Is there some difficulty in your life that we can help with?" Xiao Yining smiled gratefully at Jiang Kuang. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The reason I need a week to consider is my own, not the company's. If I were to join any company, Zhao's media would definitely be my first choice. You don't need to doubt that." Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang were both sharp. Hearing Xiao Yining's words, they didn't press further. Jiang Kuang said to her, "All right, I'll wait for your reply. I hope I can be your agent one day." Hearing Jiang Kuang say this, Jin Jingyi felt even more jealous. This woman hadn't even joined the company yet, and Jiang Kuang was already offering to be her agent. What kind of luck was this? Why did all the good things fall into her lap? What infuriated Jin Jingyi the most was that many people would kill for such a great opportunity. Now Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang had handed it to her on a silver platter, and she was still putting on airs. It was infuriating. Unable to contain her resentment, Jin Jingyi sneered, "Miss Xiao, you sure have a lot of attitude. Our Director Lu and top agent Jiang have both come forward, and you're still playing hard to get. Is that the attitude of a newcomer preparing to join the company?" Xiao Yining looked coldly at Jin Jingyi, a faint smirk curling at the corner of her lips. "Miss Jin, Director Lu and Mr. Jiang haven't said there's a problem. What gives you the right to yell at me here? I'm not even an employee of Zhao's media yet, and even if I were, my affairs are none of your business, are they?" Jin Jingyi pointed at her, her face flushed red, unable to speak from anger. Xiao Yining couldn't be bothered to deal with this madwoman any longer. She turned to Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang and said politely, "Director Lu, Mr. Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Lu Tianchen stopped her, pulled out a business card, and handed it to her. "Miss Xiao, this is my card. You're always welcome to join Zhao's media." Chapter 39. Find someone to destroy her. Jiang Kuang quickly took out his business card and handed it to Xiao Yining. "Here's mine." Xiao Yining reached out, accepted the cards from Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang, gave them a slight bow, and said politely with a smile, "Thank you, Director Lu and Mr. Jiang, for your kindness. Give me a week, and I'll give you my answer on time." "Thank you." Lu Tianchen nodded. "All right, take care." Xiao Yining waved at them. "Goodbye." As Xiao Yining's figure disappeared through the door of the interview room, Lu Tianchen's face instantly darkened. He turned to look at Jin Jingyi, who was still glaring hatefully at the door, and said coldly, "Miss Jin, you're fired." Jin Jingyi's eyes shot wide open. She turned to stare at her direct superior in disbelief, her voice trembling as she asked, "Director Lu, what did you say?" "I didn't hear you clearly." Jiang Kuang looked at this woman with disgust, a hint of schadenfreude in his sneer as he said to her, "Director Lu said get the hell out right now." "Got it this time." "No, I'm not leaving." "Director Lu, I was just thinking about the company's best interests earlier. That's why I said those things. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Give me another chance, okay? I'll change. I swear I'll change. Please, I can't lose this job. Director Liu, Director Liu. Jin Jingyi sobbed and begged as she rushed toward Lu Tianchen, trying to grab his arm. But Lu Tianchen stepped back in disgust, his face cold and stern as he barked at her. Jin Jingyi, if you don't leave now, I'll have security escort you out. Seeing Lu Tianchen's ruthless, icy expression, Jin Jingyi immediately thought of those who had been forcibly thrown out. Terrified, she stopped in her tracks, not daring to take another step closer to him. All the effort she had painstakingly built over so many years, because of that bitch, it was all over now. All over. Jin Jingyi wished she could tear Xiao Yining apart with her bare hands, but no matter how deep her hatred, she didn't dare to court death in front of Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang. She cried and pleaded, but seeing that Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang were completely unmoved by her performance, Jin Jingyi's heart died in an instant. Knowing that the situation was beyond salvage, she could only give Lu Tianchen a slight bow, then covered her mouth and ran out crying. She rushed straight into the restroom, sat down on the toilet lid, and cursed Xiao Yining between sobs. She just couldn't understand, why had things turned out like this? She had pulled stunts like this before, but back then, Lu Tianchen and Jiang Kuang had never stood up for any woman or spoken up for one, let alone fired a capable assistant like her over one. Thinking it over, it was all that bitch Xiao Yining's fault. If she hadn't come for the interview, Xiaoyi wouldn't have bumped into her. If Xiaoyi hadn't bumped into her, she wouldn't have seized the chance to attack her, and things wouldn't have escalated to this point. That little bitch, she wasn't going to let her off. No way in hell. She pulled out her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. When the other end picked up, Jin Jingyi gave the order in a low voice. Is this brother Hu? Yeah, I need a favor or deal with someone for me. As long as you can destroy her, name your price. Chapter 40. The Man Who Deserves a Beating One. Brother Hu, whose real name is Piao Zhenghu, was a minor boss of the underground organization Tianji Hui in the imperial capital. On the surface, he was the owner of an ordinary bar in the imperial capital. But behind the scenes, Brother Hu dared to do any dirty or shady deed, as long as you paid enough. Jin Jingyi met Brother Hu through a gathering with friends, and the two quickly got involved. Brother Hu had also helped Jin Jingyi handle a few dirty matters. This time, Brother Hu received a call from Jin Jingyi, knowing that business was coming and he could gain both money and pleasure. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. After Jin Jingyi gave Brother Hu Xiao Yining's information, she immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to him. Once Brother Hu and his men had crippled Xiao Yining, she would transfer another 200,000 yuan to him. Jin Jingyi felt that spending 400,000 yuan to turn Xiao Yining into a cripple, leaving her unable to live or die in peace, was well worth it. After hanging up the phone, Jin Jingyi began imagining the satisfying scene of Xiao Yining being crippled. She even fantasized that at that moment, she would definitely run to Xiao Yining's face, stomp that bitch into the mud, and make her die. Die. Thinking of this, Jin Jingyi couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Two girls who had just entered the restroom to freshen up were startled by Jin Jingyi's sudden, terrifying laughter. They shuddered, exchanged a glance, and fled without even using the restroom. When they ran back to the interview hall and saw more people, the two girls spoke quietly. Mom, that laughter was so terrifying. Who is that? Could it be a lunatic? It sounded a bit like that Miss Jin's voice from earlier. Right, it really seemed like her. Is she crazy? Who knows? Things we shouldn't know, let's pretend we don't, to avoid taking the blame. Xiao Yining had no idea she was once again caught in the crossfire, becoming a target for another group. After her successful interview, she left Zhao's Media Group Corporation. Cheng Weining, who had been waiting for her, quickly drove the car over, opened the door for her, and after she got in, swiftly drove away from the place. Cheng Weining asked Xiao Yining, Ning, straight home? Xiao Yining glanced around and said to Cheng Weining, sistering, let's not go back yet. Drive me around for a bit. We'll find some place to eat lunch casually. Cheng Weining drove Xiao Yining aimlessly around. When their car passed a noodle shop, Xiao Yining asked Cheng Weining to stop. Sistering, let's eat here today. Okay. As long as it didn't endanger her safety, Cheng Weining went along with whatever she said. As soon as the strikingly beautiful Xiao Yining walked into the noodle shop, she drew the attention of countless people. The young men standing behind the order counter greeted her warmly with smiles. Welcome. Miss, what would you like to eat? Xiao Yining scanned the surroundings with her mental energy and quickly ordered the delicious-looking dishes. I'll have pan-fried dumplings, golden cake, char siu buns, lamb skewers, braised pork ribs, cold noodles, cold beef, cold tripe strips, cold seaweed, cold tofu skin, lamb, and vermicelli soup. Cheng Weining quietly tugged at her. Ning, you ordered so much. Can you finish it all? Chapter 41. The One Who Deserves a Slap, too. Xiao Yining answered her very affirmatively. We can definitely finish it all. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yining resigned herself to helping her carry the plates. The table for two couldn't hold all the delicacies Xiao Yining had ordered, so Xiao Yining called the server over to switch them to a larger table. Xiao Yining looked at the table full of food, feeling extremely satisfied, and said to Xiao Yining, sistering, dig in. As she ate, Xiao Yining marveled inwardly at how amazing the food of ancient earth truly was. She chewed vigorously, a deep sense of happiness welling up in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of the Outer Federation Empire and the citizens on her Nine Heavens cloud star, who could only drink nutrient fluids, and she couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for them. Now, she no longer had to drink those monotonous nutrient fluids. If she could share the delicacies here with the Nine Heavens cloud star, letting her brothers and sisters enjoy them too, that would be wonderful. Just as Xiao Yining was thinking this, she heard Xiao Zhi say in her mind, Star-Lord, you could open a food shop on the Star Network and send ancient Earth's delicacies to the Nine Heavens cloud star. I guarantee you'll make a fortune in star coins. Xiao Yining paused with her chopsticks and communicated with Xiao Zhi telepathically. What did you say? Open a food shop on the Star Network to sell Earth's food? Are you sure the food from ancient Earth can be shipped to outer space without being damaged? Xiao Zhi answered her very confidently, I guarantee it won't be damaged. Star-Lord, do you remember I told you before that during the meteor impact, a surge of energy merged with me? I've now upgraded to a top-tier intelligent system. As long as there's enough energy, I can open wormholes and activate interstellar teleportation arrays at any time. Sending things from ancient Earth to the stars is no big deal. As she ate, Xiao Yining asked Xiao Zhi telepathically, do you have enough energy right now? If this cross-stellar food business really takes off, can you ensure your system can handle the entire interstellar delivery? Xiao Zhi replied in an adorable tone, Star-Lord, I feel full of energy right now. I can definitely meet your requirements. Xiao Yining tested him further, then do you have enough energy now for us to return to outer space? Xiao Zhi sighed instantly, no. Star-Lord, I have a vague feeling that we might have to stay on this ancient Earth for a long time before we can return to outer space. Hearing this, Xiao Yining's spirits deflated. Alright, I guess I'll just have to stay here obediently for now. Seeing her mood drop, Xiao Zhi quickly comforted her, Star-Lord, ancient Earth is actually great too. Look, there's so much delicious food here, the environment is nice, and there's plenty of greenery. Now that you've connected with that impressive Major General Xiao, you don't have to worry about being bullied in unfamiliar surroundings. We can live a carefree life here too. After Xiao Yining had polished off the entire table of food, her stomach was truly stuffed. Xiao Yining asked her, Ning, do you want to go anywhere else? Xiao Yining shook her head. No, let's just go back and rest. I'm a bit tired. Xiao Yining and Xiao Yining got into the car. As they drove out of the intersection, a motorcycle suddenly roared toward them, crashing straight into their car with full force. Chapter 42, The Deserving 1-3. Xiao Yining narrowed her eyes, quickly yanked the steering wheel, and slammed on the brakes. But the other party clearly intended to stage a crash with their car. No matter how careful she was, they still collided. After a loud bang, the two people on the motorcycle fell to the ground with practiced skill. The next moment, they took the initiative to start wailing loudly. A car hit someone. A car hit someone. Everyone, come and judge for yourselves. The road where Xiao Yining and Xiao Yining were was already a very busy street. As soon as the two started wailing, people around quickly gathered to watch the commotion. Among the crowd that gathered, several men and women immediately began pounding on Xiao Yining's car. Get out. Get out now. Get out. You've hit someone and still won't come out to handle it? What do you think you're doing? Xiao Yining didn't get out. She first made a phone call, saying to the person on the line, we're at the intersection near the World Trade Mall and someone's trying to scam us with a staged accident. There are a lot of them. Get here immediately. After hanging up, Xiao Yining turned to Xiao Yining in the back seat and said, Ning, stay in the car. I'll go down and check. Xiao Yining nodded. Okay, I won't get out. If she really wanted to deal with those people, even without getting out of the car, she still had ways to ruin them. When the group saw Xiao Yining get out but not their target, Xiao Yining, two men started shoving Xiao Yining, saying, get out of the way. Have your boss come down and talk. Two other men continued pounding on the rear window, get out. Get out. Get out. Seeing these people being unreasonable and even laying hands on Xiao Yining, a flash, with a flick of Xiao Yining's mental power, a fat, tall man suddenly felt his hand uncontrollably rise and slap his own brother hard across the face. A crisp smack rang out, leaving the yellow-haired man stunned. The next moment, the yellow-haired man snapped out of it and cursed loudly, you fat bastard, are you out of your mind? Why are you hitting me? As the yellow-haired man cursed, he also felt his foot uncontrollably lift and kick the fat man hard in the groin. The fat man, who had just slapped the yellow-haired man, hadn't even reacted before he was kicked in the crotch. He immediately clutched his groin and let out a miserable scream, ah. Yellow hair, are you fucking trying to die? Yellow hair suddenly grinned viciously and said, I think you're the ones asking for death. You dare to stage a crash with someone's car and try to extort rich people. I've had enough of you. Since there are so many people here today, I'm going to teach you a lesson, rid the world of you scum, and uphold justice. Yellow hair's group of brothers listened to his high-sounding speech, all dumbfounded. While they were still stunned, they saw Yellow hair actually pull an iron rod from the back rack of the motorcycle and charge at them. At that moment, they snapped out of it and screamed as they scattered in all directions. By the time the people Xiao Yining called arrived, the group had already fled cleanly. Xiao Yining didn't let Xiao Yining or the others chase after them. As they fled, she had already planted a mental curse in their brains. Chapter 43. People who deserve a beating for. She told them to go back and find the one who gave the orders and to treat him exactly as he had ordered them to treat her. Presumably, once these people returned, a good show would unfold. What a pity she didn't get to see it with her own eyes. Xiao Yining watched them leave and said to Xiao Yining, sistering, let's go. Xiao Yining waved at the brothers who had caught up from behind, signaling them to head back on their own. She herself got directly into the car, picked up Xiao Yining, and continued driving toward the courtyard house. Meanwhile, the group of 7, led by Yellow Hair and Fatty, took Xiao Yining's orders and returned to Tiger's base, the Night Moon Bar. When Tiger saw them back so soon, he thought they had quickly completed the task he had assigned. Just as he was about to ask them to confirm the result, he saw Yellow Hair, Fatty, and the other 5 all charging at him fiercely, wielding iron rods and daggers. Tiger was stunned for a moment, then barked sharply, Yellow Hair, Fatty, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you trying to rebel? Yellow Hair and Fatty said nothing, simply raising their iron rods and slamming them hard into Tiger's body. Tiger took the full force of their blows, screaming in pain and nearly bursting with rage. He roared at his nearby men, what the hell are you, dead men? Get on it. Kill these traitors. Kill them. Tiger's men snapped into action, grabbing whatever weapons were at hand and launching into a chaotic brawl with Yellow Hair, Fatty, and their crew. Yellow Hair and the others fought with reckless abandon, as if they had no regard for their own injuries. No matter how many wounds they took, they didn't seem to care, as if they felt no pain. Their minds were fixed on a single goal, to cripple Tiger. His face was slashed with a long gash by one of their daggers, and blood gushed out like a river. Park Jong-hoo now realized something was wrong with Yellow Hair and the others. He quickly ordered his men to hold them off while he bolted for the door, trying to escape. Just as he was about to reach the door, Fatty hurled his iron rod straight at his head, striking him with brutal force. Park Jong-hoo took the hit directly, and a searing pain exploded in his skull. The next moment, everything went black, and he collapsed face-first onto the floor. The moment Park Jong-hoo fell, the mental curse controlling Yellow Hair, Fatty, and the others was instantly lifted. Only then did they feel the full ache of their injuries, and recalling the eerie state where they couldn't control their own bodies, they all trembled in fear. Seeing the brothers they had wounded in the chaos, Yellow Hair and Fatty quickly raised their hands and shouted to the others, stop fighting, stop. Tiger's hurt, get him to the hospital. If Park Jong-hoo died, they'd all be in deep trouble. The higher-ups would never let them off. The Night Moon Bar had been smashed to pieces, the damage incalculable. Luckily, it wasn't business hours, so no customers were around, otherwise, today's big news would have been impossible to cover up. Park Jong-hoo probably never expected to die from that one blow from Fatty's iron rod. All of his men were also sent to the hospital. Chapter 44. The Chief Culprit. Park Jong-hoo's superior was Diao Renjie, the second-in-command of the Tianji Society. Diao Renjie also looked like a monkey, with hardly any flesh on his bones, very thin and very tall, but his skills were exceptional, hailing from the ancient martial sect Tianji sect. When he received a call from his subordinate saying that the group under Park Jong-hoo at the Night Moon Bar were slaughtering each other, with Park Jong-hoo dead and many of his men injured, Diao Renjie cursed outright, a bunch of useless trash. But no matter how furious Diao Renjie was, he still had to take his men and rush to the night bar to handle the aftermath. When Diao Renjie arrived at the night bar, seeing the chaotic interior and Park Jong-hoo lying dead on the floor, his face darkened even further. Diao Renjie's trusted subordinate wisely found him a sofa stool to sit on and quickly called someone over to ask about the situation. Through careful investigation, Diao Renjie soon figured out what had happened and traced it back to Jin Jingyi. Diao Renjie immediately sent people to capture Jin Jingyi and bring her over. When Jin Jingyi was brought to the night bar, she saw Park Jong-hoo lying dead in a pool of blood as soon as she entered, and she was so terrified that her face turned ashen and her whole body trembled. She had been at home, smugly imagining Xiao Yining's miserable fate at Park Jong-hoo's hands, never expecting that the one who died this time was not Xiao Yining, but Park Jong-hoo. Two of Diao Renjie's men showed no mercy, grabbing Jin Jingyi by the arms and forcing her to kneel before Diao Renjie. Jean Jingy looked up at Diao Renjia, her eyes full of fear and panic, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. Diao Renjia stared coldly at her, took a deep drag of his cigarette, leaned close to her face and blew the smoke directly into it, making her cough violently. Seeing her cough until tears streamed down her face, Diao Renjia finally asked calmly, "I heard you told Park Jong-ho to go after someone named Xiao Yining?" His voice was light and flat, betraying no emotion. But to Jean Jingy's ears, it sounded as terrifying as a death warrant. It was me. I gave Brother Park 200,000 first, just to have him cripple that woman, with another 200,000 afterward. I didn't think. She tried desperately to steady her voice, even attempting to flirt with this underworld's second-in-command, to say some nice words and beg him to let her off the hook. But her body wouldn't stop shaking, and her voice came out as harsh as a broken gong. Forget about seducing this man. She'd be lucky if he didn't kick her out. Just then, a man walked in and whispered a few words in Diao Renjia's ear. He stubbed out his cigarette, suddenly grabbed Jean Jingy's chin, and said through gritted teeth, "Miss Jean, this matter really isn't entirely your fault, but you didn't check the other party's background before having us make a move. So, you're the chief culprit here. With so many of my people injured, tell me, how should I deal with you?" Hearing Diao Renjia's words, Jean Jingy was so frightened that she threw her arms around him, crying pitifully, "Big brother, please let me go. If you let me go, I'll do anything you want. Big brother, I beg you. Chapter 45. Just accept your fate. If it were an ordinary person, faced with a woman throwing herself into his arms and crying pitifully for mercy, they might have softened. Unfortunately, Jean Jingy had run into the ruthless and woman-indifferent Diao Renjia. Thinking of the new information his men had just uncovered, Diao Renjia roughly pushed Jean Jingy away. Jean Jingy let out a scream, stumbling and falling to the ground in disgrace, staring at Diao Renjia in disbelief. She had set aside her pride and stooped to such a lowly level, yet this ugly man still refused to let her off. It infuriated her. Diao Renjia's eyes glinted with a cold, snake-like light as he stared at her and said, "Miss Jean, this Xiao Yining you want to go after, she rides in luxury cars and has bodyguards. How could such a woman be a simple orphan? Even if her background is indeed that of a small orphan, she must have a powerful man backing her. And you dare to incite our people to provoke her? This time, just accept your fate." After saying this to her, Diao Renjia directly ordered his men, "Send her to country tea." As soon as Jean Jingy heard that Diao Renjia was sending her to country tea, she burst into loud, terrified sobs. "No, big brother, I don't want to go to country tea. I don't want to go to country tea. What you're doing is illegal. I don't want to go to country tea." His men immediately walked up to Jean Jingy and struck her on the back with a knife hand blow. Her cries abruptly stopped, and she collapsed limply to the ground. A man like Diao Renjia, who could navigate the gray areas of a place like the imperial capital, was hardly simple. Adapting to circumstances and reading people were his most basic skills. With his meticulousness and caution, he could also infer the whole from a single detail, a clear sign of his acumen. Over the years, it was precisely this meticulousness and caution that had allowed him to sit securely in the position of second-in-command of the Tianji society, holding that spot to this day. Though there was a big brother above him keeping him in check, his power within the Tianji society still commanded half the territory, giving him a significant say. Although he hadn't yet found out who the man behind Xiao Yining was, Diao Renjia had an instinctive and very bad premonition. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it wouldn't just bring disaster upon himself, but could also endanger the entire Tianji society. That was why he quickly dealt with Jean Jingy, the root cause. When Xiao Chenlie later learned of this incident, without a second word, he directly ordered the Tianji society to be shut down. As for the Tianji sect backing the Tianji society, upon learning that the order to shut it down came from Xiao Chenlie, they fell silent. Though they resented Xiao Chenlie's ruthlessness in cutting off one of their revenue streams, they dared not come out to oppose him, fearing that even the Tianji sect might be wiped out by Xiao Chenlie in an instant. Back at the courtyard house near the imperial city walls, Xiao Yining naturally had no idea that her affairs had sparked so many subsequent events. At that moment, she was comfortably lying in bed, studying with Xiao Zhi how to open a food shop on the Star Network and get rich quickly. The Star Network of the Alien Federation Empire featured fully simulated 3D lifelike storefronts. After discussing it, they settled on a design plan with an ancient Chinese classical and rustic charm, and Xiao Zhi took the initiative to take over the work of designing the store. Just as Xiao Yining breathed a sigh of relief, she saw Xiao Chenlie open the door and stride toward her. Chapter 46. I will take responsibility for you. Xiao Yining's eyes lit up. You're back. He quickly walked over and sat down beside her, gently stroking her head as he asked in a deep voice, I heard you ran into trouble on the way back. Are you alright? Xiao Yining smiled and shook her head. What could happen to me? Xiao Chenlie added another reminder, if anything happens in the future, remember to call me. Xiao Yining let out a soft laugh. Even for something as small as today, I should call you? Seeing her dismissive expression, Xiao Chenlie frowned in dissatisfaction, reached out to pinch her soft cheek, and scolded her in a low voice. Who said this was a small matter? If you hadn't handled it well today, and if you were just an ordinary person, falling into their hands, do you think you'd have ended up well? If she had been nothing more than a powerless ordinary person today, things might not have ended peacefully. Seeing the worry on Xiao Chenlie's face, Xiao Yining relented and said obediently, all right. I understand. If something happens again that I can't handle, I'll call you right away and let you be the hero saving the damsel in distress, okay? Xiao Chenlie gave her a helpless look. You just rely on me spoiling you, don't you? Xiao Yining blinked at him and said without shame, you know it. After saying that, Xiao Yining suddenly remembered the earlier idea of using hypnotic regression to confirm whether he was Yan Jiuxiao, and quickly asked him, by the way, did you find Jade Voidmaster? Xiao Chenlie shook his head. Jade Voidmaster has been missing lately. His phone's been unreachable, and even the people who know him haven't been able to find him. Why did you suddenly ask about this? Xiao Yining looked at him and said, we were trying to confirm whether you're Yan Jiuxiao, remember? Since we can't find Jade Voidmaster, I've come up with another method that might be able to trigger your deeper memories. Do you want to try it? Xiao Yining replied, deep hypnotic regression. She then explained the dangers of deep hypnotic regression in detail. I'll perform this deep hypnotic regression, but it requires you to open your mental domain to me, allowing my mental energy to freely enter your mental domain and stimulate your brain's memory area. This process also requires our full cooperation. If we're not careful, it could damage your brain and cause harm. With this risk, do you still want to try? Xiao Chenlie took her hand and asked softly, if I open my mental domain to you, how confident are you? Xiao Yining replied, as long as you cooperate, I won't let you get hurt. But whether you're Yan Jiuxiao or not will depend on the results after the procedure. Xiao Chenlie suddenly flashed her a grin, laughed, and ruffled her hair. All right, I agree. Xiao Yining looked at his bright smile and felt a warmth in her heart from being trusted by him. She said softly to him, don't worry. If anything really happens to you, I will definitely take responsibility for you. Hearing her last words, Xiao Chenlie felt as if he had drunk alcohol. His blood boiled, his mind went hot, and he directly pinned her down, sealing her lips with his fervor. Chapter 47, Spoiling His Girlfriend to the Heavens. Xiao Yining was flustered by his kiss, and somehow, the image of her embracing and kissing Yan Jiuxiao surfaced in her mind. Startled, Xiao Yining immediately pushed Xiao Chenlie away. Xiao Chenlie, who had been deeply immersed in the kiss, was abruptly shoved back to reality. He raised his sharp, eagle-like eyes and stared at her, asking, Ning, what's wrong? Xiao Yining felt her reaction was a bit excessive and felt sorry for him. I'm sorry. I just suddenly thought of him. Xiao Chenlie knew exactly who this him referred to, Yan Jiuxiao, and instantly felt displeased. His most beloved woman, while being intimate with him, had her mind on another man. Which man could tolerate that? Seeing Xiao Chenlie's expression darken, Xiao Yining didn't know how to comfort him. If it turned out he was indeed Yan Jiuxiao's past life, it would be fine. But if the final results showed he wasn't, then their relationship might face something far from pleasant. The atmosphere between them suddenly grew heavy and oppressive. Just as Xiao Yining was feeling awkward, Cheng Weiniang's voice came from outside the door. Ning, come down for dinner. Xiao Yining immediately jumped up, as if she had heard a divine sound of relief. Coming. Watching Xiao Yining flee, Xiao Chenlie slowly stood up, his handsome face stern as he walked toward the dining room. As soon as Xiao Yining saw the delicious food on the table, she instantly forgot the awkwardness between them. Xiao Chenlie was annoyed that she was ignoring him so thoroughly, but he didn't know what to do with her, so he just sat aside, stewing in jealousy and sulking. Cheng Weiniang glanced at the Major General, feeling the chill emanating from him, then looked at Xiao Yining, who was carefree, eyes fixed only on the food, about to pick up her chopsticks and eat. Cheng Weiniang couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for their Major General. His path to winning his wife's heart was probably not going to be easy. After a few bites of the delicious food, Xiao Yining seemed to remember that Xiao Chenlie was still beside her. She smiled at him. Alai, you eat too. These dishes are really good. He had intended to keep a straight face and ignore her for a while, but the moment he saw her curved, smiling eyes, his heart could no longer harden and softened completely. Forget it. He was a man, so he should be magnanimous and let this little woman have her way. Xiao Chenlie picked up his chopsticks too. Seeing her eating happily, he couldn't help but want to take care of her, constantly adding food to her plate. Occasionally, when he noticed sauce on the corner of her mouth, he would pick up a napkin and wipe it for her. That gentle demeanor left Xiao Yining utterly stunned. Was this warm, doting man who spoiled his girlfriend to the heavens really their cold, stern, unsmiling Major General from the Dragon Group? Xiao Yining, on the other hand, didn't find anything unusual about being taken care of by Xiao Chenlie. Back when she was with Yan Jiuxiao, he had taken care of her with the same meticulous attention. Now, their warm and sweet interaction made Xiao Yining feel as if she had returned to those days. After finishing the meal, Xiao Yining instructed Xiao Yining, "Jia, tonight the Major General and I will be in seclusion for cultivation. Please keep an eye on things and make sure no one disturbs us. No matter who comes, we won't see anyone." With that, Xiao Yining took Xiao Chenlie's hand, led him into the master bedroom, closed the door, and locked it. Chapter 48, Deep Hypnosis Regression Technique 1. Xiao Yining had Xiao Chenlie lie flat on the bed and said to him, "Lie, close your eyes and empty your mind. In a moment, my mental energy will enter your brain. You can slowly feel my presence, but absolutely do not try to resist. If your mental energy clashes with mine, it could trigger a mental storm and damage your brain. Do you understand?" Xiao Chenlie looked at her with bright eyes and replied softly, "I understand. Go ahead. I will fully cooperate with you. Ning, I am entrusting my life to you." Xiao Yining reached out and gently stroked his face, emphasizing to him once again with a serious expression, "I told you, if anything happens to you, I will take responsibility for you. Just rest assured." Xiao Chenlie smiled slightly after saying this and closed his eyes. Xiao Yining smiled and said to him, "Are you ready?" "I'm starting now." Xiao Yining first set up a mental barrier in the room. Even with Xiao Yining standing guard outside, she was still not completely at ease. Setting up another mental barrier to completely block out external noise and interference was the only way she could feel fully reassured. After setting up the mental barrier, Xiao Yining lay flat beside Xiao Chenlie. She slowly extended her mental energy, gradually infiltrating Xiao Chenlie's brain. When Xiao Chenlie sensed Xiao Yining's mental energy entering his brain, his own mental energy became excited and instinctively tried to wrap around hers. Sensing his restlessness, Xiao Yining quickly stopped him with her thoughts, "Lie, don't move." Remembering her earlier instructions, Xiao Chenlie suppressed his impulse and obediently stayed still, allowing Xiao Yining to do as she pleased within his brain domain. Xiao Yining then said to him through her thoughts, "I'm going to enter the depths of your brain now." Only those who understood the deep hypnosis regression technique could find the place deep within everyone's brain where memories of past lives were sealed. Only by finding this place and breaking the seal could one regain their past life memories. With her powerful mental energy and Xiao Chenlie's full cooperation, Xiao Yining quickly located this memory seal. Looking at the small sphere wrapped in a membrane before her, Xiao Yining said to Xiao Chenlie through her thoughts, "I'm going to unlock your memory seal now. You might experience a headache, but you must endure it, understand?" Xiao Yining tried to transform her mental energy into a thin blade and gently cut into the membrane on the small sphere. Xiao Chenlie felt a tingling, stabbing pain in his brain, extremely uncomfortable. But remembering Xiao Yining's instructions, he could only endure the agonizing, numbing pain. Seeing that the first cut did not break the membrane, Xiao Yining made another cut. Xiao Chenlie groaned in pain, and the small sphere instinctively tried to escape Xiao Yining's control. Xiao Yining quickly separated a strand of mental energy to bind the small sphere and said to Xiao Chenlie again, "Lie, don't move. It's almost done, don't move anymore." Seeing the small sphere calm down, the tense Xiao Yining made a third cut at the same spot. Chapter 49, Deep Hypnotic Regression Technique 2. The membrane enveloping the small sphere was finally cut open. Clusters of memories belonging to Xiao Chenlie surged out from that small sphere. Both Xiao Yining's mental energy and Xiao Chenlie's mental energy simultaneously witnessed these clusters of memories from the future interstellar Yan Jiuxiao. In childhood, Yan Jiuxiao and Xiao Yining were in an orphanage, innocent and dependent on each other, together resisting the older orphans who bullied them. During their school years, Yan Jiuxiao and Xiao Yining advanced hand in hand, both being outstanding students at the Interstellar school. Yan Jiuxiao's reputation as a genius had accompanied him since elementary school. As they grew up, Yan Jiuxiao still always stayed by Xiao Yining's side, accompanying her as she roamed the stars. There was hardship, there was exhaustion, but even more sweetness. Through countless days spent together, they experienced suffering, pain, and the oppression of those forces, but the two of them bore it all together. They had carved each other's figures into their hearts, eyes, and bones, never to be forgotten. Those familiar scenes, one after another, made Xiao Yining's face instantly stream with tears. This beautiful outcome made her so joyful she almost cheered out loud, and her mental energy stirred with excitement, shaking Xiao Chenlie's brain domain along with it. Xiao Yining heard Xiao Chenlie let out a pained grunt, and she quickly withdrew her mental energy, asking him anxiously, "Lie, are you all right?" Xiao Chenlie slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Xiao Yining with infatuation, then slowly raised a smile tinged with relief and satisfaction, gently saying to her, "Yining, we're together again. We truly have to thank the gods for their blessing." Xiao Yining, overcome with excitement and joy, threw herself onto him, took the initiative to cup his face, and kissed him with devotion. After kissing him deeply, she choked up with tears in her eyes and responded to him in a sobbing voice, "Yes, thank the gods for their blessing, allowing us to be together again. You have no idea how I got through those days after you left." Xiao Chenlie held her, gently stroking her back, but let her cry freely, "I understand, I understand." If it had been her leaving him first, he too would have been utterly devastated and wished he were dead. The two of them held each other tightly, unwilling to let go again, their bodies and limbs entwined wantonly, using the most primal movements to profoundly interpret the endless love and sweetness between them. Only when their strength was completely exhausted did the two hold each other and fall into a deep sleep. Before Xiao Yining even opened her eyes, she felt herself still nestled in Xiao Chenlie's broad, warm embrace. This regained sweetness and happiness made her reluctant to leave, made her want to stay like this forever, leaning on him, loving him, and being together forever. Xiao Chenlie sensed that Xiao Yining was awake and gently kissed her forehead. "Yining, awake?" Xiao Chenlie adored her current lazy, charming appearance and couldn't help kissing her again. His morning vigor stirred, giving him the urge to love her. He rubbed against her, kissing her while calling her name in a low, pleasant voice, "Yining, Yining." After recovering Yan Jiuxiao's memories, Xiao Chenlie particularly liked using the old name Yining to call her. Every time he called her Yining, he felt a lingering love from past and present lives entwining around his heart, filling him with happiness and joy. Chapter 50. Preparing to start a business. 1. Xiao Yining was caught by him again and thoroughly teased. Only then was he satisfied as he carried her into the bathroom, treating her like fragile porcelain as he carefully cleaned her up. By the time they changed clothes and opened the door to step out, it was already 10 in the morning. Cheng Weining, who had been waiting outside the whole time, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them finally emerge. "Major, Miss Ningning, have you come out of seclusion?" Xiao Yining knew Cheng Weining had been keeping watch outside all night, so she quickly said to her, "Sistering, please grab something to eat and then rest. I'll be staying home today and won't go out." Xiao Chenlie nodded at her as well, and she replied with an "okay" before turning around to prepare some food. Xiao Yining suddenly remembered that today didn't seem to be a weekend, so she turned to Xiao Chenlie and asked, "Alai, don't you have to go to work today?" Xiao Chenlie smiled. "Our unit is a special operations force. We're usually quite free and don't have to clock in like regular staff. But when there's a mission, we have to be on call and can't delay." Xiao Yining let out a soft "oh" and then recalled her application to Zhao's media group. She brought it up with him. When Xiao Chenlie heard she wanted to get into acting, he inwardly disapproved of her entering this industry. Although Zhao's media group was their family's company, this circle was full of messy and unsavory things, and he worried she might be influenced if she stayed in it too long. Thinking about this, Xiao Chenlie became even more reluctant to let her go. He asked in a deep voice, "Yining, do you really have to enter the entertainment industry?" Xiao Yining looked up at him. "Do you have any better suggestions?" Xiao Chenlie replied, "With your mental strength and other abilities, even within our dragon group, you'd be among the top elite talents. You could join the dragon group and fight alongside me." Xiao Yining shook her head. "Alai, I really want to fight alongside you, but back in the Interstellar era, I grew a bit tired of that kind of life. Now I want to try a different way of living. The entertainment industry might be complicated, but there's probably no one who can bully me, so rest assured." Xiao Chenlie thought about it and realized she was right. With her abilities, no one could really bully her. "Since you want to go ahead, then go ahead. I respect your decision. But if anything happens, you must tell me. Remember, I will always be your strongest support." Xiao Yining nodded firmly and gave him a happy smile. "I know you'll protect me." Even if she could handle those troubles on her own without relying on his power, just with a bit more effort, his care and love made her feel the warmth and happiness of being cherished and treasured by him. After they finished their brunch, they returned to the room. Xiao Zhi was originally created by Yan Jiuxiao, and Xiao Yining told him that Xiao Zhi was still with her. She also mentioned that Xiao Zhi had merged with a burst of energy, upgraded, and could now communicate with extraterrestrials. When Xiao Chenlie heard that Xiao Zhi could now contact aliens, he was also astonished. "So now, Xiao Zhi is beyond my control?" Xiao Yining nodded. "Xiao Zhi's power is immense now. We're planning to open a food shop on the Star Network, supplying Chinese cuisine from here to the Jiuxiao Cloud Star, so the citizens there can enjoy Chinese food too. What do you think?" Chapter 51. Preparing to start a business too. Xiao Chenlie reached out and gently stroked her head, saying with a smile, "I can already foresee that your initiative to promote Chinese cuisine will absolutely whip up a crazy food storm on the alien planets." Xiao Yining thought about how she herself had zero resistance when faced with these Chinese dishes, and those alien citizens who, like her past self, could only drink nutrient fluids would surely be conquered by these foods as well. What's more, all these Chinese dishes contained energy needed by the human body, even surpassing the value of the low-grade nutrient fluids consumed by ordinary alien citizens. Xiao Yining also thought of another point. Many of the alien space beasts also harbored immense energy that could enhance the human body. But the aliens didn't understand cooking techniques. They only knew how to mechanically extract the nutrients from these beast meats and turn them into high-grade nutrient fluids for the upper class. If little Zhi's system transport wasn't an issue, she could totally purchase those alien space beasts, use the cooking techniques here, and turn them into delicious food to sell. She brought this up with Xiao Chenlie as well. If she wanted to start a new venture in this new place, she naturally needed to leverage Xiao Chenlie's connections to achieve twice the results with half the effort. If she relied solely on her own hard work, as she'd said before, it wasn't impossible, but it would require more effort and more detours to reach success. Moreover, the secret about little Zhi required someone to help cover for her. And Xiao Chenlie, who was used to handling these special matters and was also little Zhi's creator, was the best candidate. When Xiao Yining thought of this, she couldn't help but once again devoutly thank the heavens for allowing her and Xiao Chenlie to reunite here, so they could be happy together again. Having experienced loss, Xiao Yining deeply felt that having the person she loved most by her side was the greatest happiness. Xiao Yining realized that if she wanted to open a food shop on the Star Network, she would also need to find a chef to cook the dishes. She had no connections to find a reliable and trustworthy chef, so she had to ask Xiao Chenlie for help again. A lie, if I'm going to open a food shop on the Star Network, I'll need a chef. Can you find me a reliable one to come work? Xiao Chenlie chuckled softly and said, I was already thinking of finding someone to cook for you, and I've asked around. I expect to hear back in a day or two, so don't worry. That's great. Thank you. Xiao Yining happily threw herself at him and kissed him, making Xiao Chenlie beam with joy. Whether on the alien planet or here on ancient Earth, her dear boyfriend was always the most supportive. Xiao Yining had also considered ordering takeout directly from outside restaurants and then selling it in the Star Network food shop. But she felt that having her own chef would be more convenient, and she could enjoy the food herself anytime. For now, she would just have to take it step by step and make fine adjustments later if anything went wrong. That afternoon, the decisive Xiao Yining ordered a lot of takeout from outside restaurants, planning to start a food live stream on the Star Network to test just how enthusiastic the alien people would be about Chinese cuisine. Chapter 52. The Alien Food Hurricane Sweeps in One. For tonight's live stream, Xiao Yining's main dishes included braised prawns, fried lotus root sandwiches, cumin roasted meat, crispy fried fish pieces, grilled chicken wings, grilled chicken legs, roast duck, and spicy beef. In addition, she also prepared 5 exquisite desserts: milk pudding, honey cake, coconut sago, donuts, and fried ice cream. Of course, after the most precise comparison by the Xiao Zhi system, the raw ingredients for all these dishes could be found with similar substitutes in the alien world. Only then did Xiao Yining dare to confidently present these foods for her live stream. However, to uphold the reputation of these dishes, Xiao Yining created 3D animated images showing the true appearance of these earth ingredients and a simplified cooking process. As for the origin of these ingredients, she claimed they were newly cultivated food materials. After the live stream, she planned to place these dishes in her Star Network food shop for customers to sample. If diners enjoyed the flavors and wanted to purchase them, they could place orders directly through the shop, and she would use Xiao Zhi's system to deliver them. Although the Star Network food shop was not a physical store, everything on the Star Network was holographic, offering nearly identical tactile, olfactory, and taste sensations to real-life shopping and dining experiences. While the food couldn't actually be eaten, it could still be fully experienced through taste and sight. Worried that Xiao Zhi's system might malfunction during delivery, Xiao Yining specially prepared an extra portion of grilled skewers and milk pudding. She had Xiao Zhi send them to her most trusted deputy, General Tai Han Han, who was diligently guarding her domain on the 9 Heavens Cloud Star. Tai Han Han had once been pursued by enemies, and Xiao Yining and Yan Jiuxiao saved him. Since then, he had remained loyal to Xiao Yining and Yan Jiuxiao, serving them faithfully. When Yan Jiuxiao passed away, the 9 Heavens Cloud Star experienced a period of turmoil. It was Tai Han Han who steadfastly led a group of military officers to help Xiao Yining quickly stabilize the situation. This time, when Xiao Yining's spaceship unexpectedly crashed, the 9 Heavens Cloud Star once again faced unrest. During Xiao Yining's reign, the management of the 9 Heavens Cloud Star was virtually unbreachable. But after her death, certain members of the management began to harbor ulterior motives. This was precisely why Xiao Yining, upon discovering that Xiao Zhi's system could connect to the alien star network and the entire heavenly network of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star, chose not to immediately contact the management. She wanted to see who would step forward to seize her position after her accidental death. Over the past few days, Xiao Zhi had been gathering evidence of these individuals' rebellious plans. Those people likely had no idea that their disgraceful attempts to usurp power, every move they made, had long been under Xiao Zhi's surveillance, fully exposed to both Xiao Zhi and Xiao Yining. Through Xiao Zhi's system, Xiao Yining also learned that, amid such turmoil, it was still Tai Han leading her military officers to stabilize the situation. Moreover, Tai Han and her officers firmly believed that Xiao Yining would return. Some people made Xiao Yining feel cold and disheartened. But there were also loyal officers like Tai Han who brought her warmth and gratitude. Nine Heavens Cloud Star, Main City, Star Lord's Mansion, General's Villa. After a long day's work, Tai Han had just returned home. His newlywed wife, Lin Hanxiang, greeted him with a smile and said, Han, you're back? I just received a package for you. No name was left. Take a look and see what it is. Chapter 53, The Alien Food Hurricane Sweeping the World 2. Tai Han let out a soft went back to his room to change into casual clothes, and then came out to open the package. When he saw the special Star Lord mark on the package, his eyes narrowed instantly, and a flash of ecstasy quickly crossed his face. Tai Han was so excited his eyes turned red. With trembling hands, he slowly unwrapped the packaging of the delivery box. Lin Hanxiang, seeing the usually stern Tai Han now looking so thrilled and overjoyed, asked curiously, Han, who sent this? What could make you this excited? Tai Han waved her off, signaling her not to ask for now. When the delivery box was opened, Tai Han and Lin Hanxiang saw 2 food containers inside. These containers were alien products with preservation functions that Xiao Zhi had bought from the Alien System Mall. Food stored inside could stay fresh for at least 10 days. Thanks to technologies like space jumps in the alien world, even cross-planet deliveries could arrive within 2 days at most. With these preservation containers, as long as Xiao Zhi shipped them promptly, the food inside wouldn't lose its freshness. The package Xiao Zhi sent to Tai Han took only 10 minutes to arrive. Even Xiao Zhi, who prided itself on being the most awesome system, couldn't figure out why this was possible. He had a vague feeling that the energy enabling him to upgrade seemed to be an incredibly invincible existence. It could turn all impossibilities into possibilities in an instant. When Tai Han and his wife Lin Hanxiang opened the food container, they were instantly captivated by the rich aroma of the cumin grilled meat skewers inside. Lin Hanxiang's eyes lit up as she stared at the contents, swallowing her saliva. It smells so good. What is this? Is it edible? He immediately opened it and saw the familiar intelligent terminal number he had been worrying about. Tai Han got excited again. Looking at the message above, it read, "This is the most wonderful food in the world. I want to share something good with you. Stay steady, wait for my news." There was no signature, but Tai Han knew it was a message from Xiao Yining. Her intelligent terminal number was unique and impossible to steal. Only she could use that number in this world. He trusted the Star Lord. Since she wasn't showing up now, there must be a reason for it. Tai Han closed his intelligent terminal and said with a smile to his wife Lin Hanxiang, "A friend sent this to me. She said it's the most wonderful food. Hanxiang, come on, let's try it together and see if it's good." The couple each picked up a skewer of meat threaded on toothpicks and took a bite together. The various aromas of cumin, sesame, and 5-spice powder, along with the crispy and savory taste of the meat, exploded in their mouths instantly. The next moment, they both let out a praise in unison, "So delicious. What ingredients were used to make this? Oh my god. It's absolutely unheard of and unseen." In the blink of an eye, the entire large container of grilled meat was devoured. The couple stared at the empty container, utterly shocked. How is it already gone? Chapter 54, The Alien Food Hurricane Sweeps in 3. Just as the couple was feeling regretful, they suddenly noticed another food box beside them. Both of their eyes lit up at the same time, and with tacit understanding, they reached for the box together. Finally, working together, they opened it. Inside were 2 soft, white, heart-shaped milk puddings, each topped with a bright red cherry, looking incredibly appetizing. A sweet, rich milky aroma instantly burst from the box, rushing into their nostrils and once again stirring their wild cravings. Lin Hanxiang picked up a milk pudding, brought it to her nose, and took a deep breath. After her exclamation, she looked at Tai Han with sparkling eyes and said coquettishly, Han, I want to eat." Tai Han reached out and gently stroked his little wife's face, looking at her greedy, cat-like expression full of longing, and said with affection, "Go ahead. This one's for you too." He pushed the other milk pudding toward her. But Lin Hanxiang pushed it back, smiling at him. Good things should be shared with the one you love. It tastes even better that way. Let's eat together. She picked up the matching small spoon, scooped up a bite, and brought it to Tai Hanhan's lips. Come on, try it. Tai Hanhan pushed it back again. You eat first. Whatever you can't finish, I'll have. Lin Hanxiang muttered, something this delicious. How could there be leftovers? Even so, she took a bite first. After savoring the sweet, fragrant taste in her mouth, she quickly fed Tai Hanzan a bite, letting him experience that same delightful flavor. After the couple finished the 2 milk puddings, Tai Hanhan opened his smart brain and sent a reply to Xiao Yining, truly the most wonderful food in the world, so delicious. Thank you for sharing, I'm deeply grateful. We are all waiting for your return. When Xiao Yining saw it, she replied, it's not yet time for me to show myself. After confirming that there would be no issues with the delivery on the 9 Heavens Cloud Star, and seeing that the time had reached 6:50 p.m., Xiao Yining opened the most popular live stream site on the Star Network, one belonging to their 9 Heavens Cloud Star, Star Soul Livestream. She sent another message to Tai Hanhan, I'm on Star Soul Livestream now, about to broadcast these Chinese delicacies. Help me get the Chinese delicacies, livestream room pinned to the top of the headlines. When Tai Hanhan saw Xiao Yining's message, he was a bit incredulous, unable to guess what their Star Lord was planning. But he still replied with a single word, yes. 1 minute later, Xiao Yining saw that her Chinese delicacies livestream room had been pinned to the top of the Star Soul Livestream website. Star Soul Livestream was the highest traffic livestream site on the entire Star Network, with daily traffic reaching billions. And for a livestream room to be pinned at the top, the number of viewers it would attract was unimaginable, absolutely staggering. For an ordinary Interstellar streamer to get on the headlines or be pinned, unless they were a super popular host, they would have to pay a massive advertising fee to secure that top spot. That was why Xiao Yining's sudden new account, the Chinese Delicacies live stream room, immediately drew the attention of countless people the moment it appeared. And since her live stream room took the #1 spot, it naturally pushed others down. As a result, before the Chinese Delicacies live stream had even started, it was already standing at the center of a storm. Chapter 55, The Alien Food Storm 4. Many brainless fans from other live streams began flooding the comments section of Chinese cuisine with discontented rants. WTF. Where did this parachuter come from? So damn impressive, huh? Actually pushing my girl's live stream down. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. 3 consecutive bold, enlarged, and reddened I don't accept it fully conveyed this person's confusion and anger. This comment was quickly upvoted by countless netizens to the top of the list. Behind it, countless others chimed in with curses. If you've got the guts, open your live stream and let us see what ugly freak is messing around here. Must be an ugly freak too scared to show their face. If you're an ugly freak, then don't come out here grossing people out. Before even starting, the Chinese cuisine live stream was already gaining a notorious buzz. Seeing how viciously they were cursing, Xiao Yining finally had Xiao Zhi turn on her camera. At this moment, Xiao Yining had her jet black hair pinned up. On her exquisitely beautiful face, she wore a golden butterfly mask, covering everything above her nose, leaving only a pair of pitch black, luminous eyes that shone like stars in the night sky. She was dressed in a mysterious, noble light purple qipao, her long, fair legs subtly revealed through the slit, half hidden, half exposed, more captivating than full exposure. She sat quietly before a rosewood tea table, gracefully brewing tea. Her serene, flowing movements made people's hearts seem to calm down as well. The trolls and haters who had been shouting for a while rushed in wildly the moment they saw Chinese cuisine go live. When they saw a stunning beauty sitting there brewing fragrant tea, catching the faint tea aroma, they fell silent instantly. All the curses they had ready stuck in their throats when faced with Xiao Yining's elegant demeanor and queenly aura, they couldn't bring themselves to spew them. Xiao Yining looked at the frozen live stream, smiled slightly, and spoke in a clear, pleasant voice. Welcome, star citizens, to the Chinese cuisine live stream. I'm your host, Jojo. The moment Xiao Yining's voice rang out, the trolls and haters, stunned by her entrance, snapped back to reality. They instantly felt ashamed for being intimidated by her and wanted to turn the tables, to trample her underfoot so she could never recover. Thus, the once clean comment section began flooding with frantic insults. Where's this ugly freak too scared to show her real face? Get the hell out of Star Soul Livestream. Seeing you put on airs makes me want to puke. Get out of Star Soul Livestream now. Some people are just pathetic and shameless, daring to steal my goddess's top spot. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Get lost now. Get lost. Or I'll dox your ancestors back 18 generations. Seeing so many mindless trolls and haters popping up, some viewers couldn't stand it and started fighting back. Where did all these rabid dogs come from, barking like crazy? Get the hell out. If you don't like this live stream, get lost. Don't pollute our eyes here. Chapter 56. The alien food hurricane sweeps in 5. Xiao Yining gave them a faint smile and said softly, "Thank you all for your support. Before I start the food live stream, let me make one thing clear. Those netizens who insulted me earlier will from now on be blacklisted by Chinese cuisine and permanently banned from purchasing any products of Chinese cuisine." Host 99, well done. Keep it up. I support you. Host 99, start the live stream already. I can't wait. Those mindless trolls and haters, upon hearing Xiao Yining's words, were even more furious and started cursing again. Who do you think you are? You think we want to buy your stuff? Exactly. Who knows what kind of garbage it is, and you dare to spout nonsense here? How shameless. Xiao Yining ignored them and simply said, "Admin, if anyone dares to speak rudely or curse again, permanently mute them and add them to Chinese cuisine's blacklist, never to be unbanned." At that moment, those trolls and haters, along with the netizens on the Star Network, had no idea what Xiao Yining's words truly meant. Later, when everyone understood the significance of her statement, the trolls and haters would all regret it, while other Star citizens would laugh with schadenfreude. Now everyone has a chance to taste Chinese cuisine, except you trolls. Are you feeling sour now, you haters? Ha ha. Once the screen was clear of trolls, Xiao Yining officially began today's food live stream. What I'm live streaming today is Chinese cuisine from an ancient Earth. Someone immediately sent a bullet comment asking, "Ancient Earth? Chinese cuisine? What are those?" Xiao Yining smiled faintly and replied in a gentle, melodious voice, "China is one of the countries on ancient Earth. This country has an incredibly rich variety of food resources, and its people are hardworking and brave, capable of making countless unforgettable, top-tier delicacies that linger in your memory after just one bite." Her voice was naturally pleasant, and as she spoke softly, the interstellar netizens gradually learned about ancient Earth and the origins of Chinese cuisine. Someone immediately sent another bullet comment, "Where is this ancient Earth? And where is China? I want to ask too, does this ancient Earth have star coordinates? Can we take a spaceship there?" Xiao Yining replied with a smile, "This ancient Earth is very, very far from our 9-cloud star, probably millions of light years away. I'm afraid we could spend our entire lives and never reach that place." Someone immediately asked, Host 99, "Then how do you know about ancient Earth and Chinese cuisine?" Xiao Yining said softly, "I was fortunate enough to learn about ancient Earth and taste the wonderful Chinese cuisine by chance. As for how I obtained this inheritance, please forgive me for not being able to say. Let me keep a little mystery, okay?" She said these words in a joking tone, which made the live stream atmosphere even more harmonious and lively. The netizens eagerly sent bullet comments expressing their anticipation for Chinese cuisine. Some couldn't wait and sent comments urging her, "Host 99, show us quickly, what exactly is this Chinese cuisine? Is it really as delicious as you say?" Chapter 57. The alien food hurricane sweeps through 6. Xiao Yining spoke, then reached over and picked up a prepared food box, taking out a plate of pan-fried dumplings arranged on a blue and white porcelain dish. The dumplings were plump like gold ingots, all fried to a golden color, arranged in a beautiful flower shape, with a few florets of cauliflower and small purple flowers on the side. Just from the appearance, it already looked very appealing and appetizing. The Star Soul live streaming platform also used the holographic imaging technology popular across the galaxy. The Star citizens watching the live broadcast could not only see everything in the studio with their eyes, but could also smell the tea fragrance that Xiao Yining had brewed, as well as the flower and meat aromas brought by the dumplings. Host Jojo, what is this thing? Is this what they call Chinese cuisine? Xiao Yining smiled and introduced it to them. This dish is called pan-fried dumplings. Its ingredients are made from wheat flour, along with a filling of animal meat and vegetables, carefully prepared. This food was also a staple and a festive dish for people in northern China on ancient Earth. Its meaning is, ringing out the old and ushering in the new, reunion and blessings. There are many different flavors of dumplings. Today, you can try this flavor first and see if you like it. Xiao Yining placed this plate of pan-fried dumplings on the tasting platform. This tasting was not eating in the literal sense. Instead, through the holographic imagery, the smell and texture of the food were simulated, allowing the netizens on the Star Network to use their 5 senses and 6 faculties to experience the sensory delight brought by the food. The netizens asked her one after another, "Host Jojo, how do we eat this?" Xiao Yining picked up the chopsticks and the small blue and white porcelain bowl placed nearby, demonstrating as she introduced, "These are chopsticks. Chopsticks are used to pick up food. Watch my movements. This is generally how you use them. Then use the chopsticks to pick up this dumpling, put it in the bowl or directly into your mouth, just like this. You all try it too." After watching Xiao Yining's demonstration, the netizens eagerly began grabbing the chopsticks, trying to pick up the dumplings and eat them. The props in this holographic imagery, like props in a game, didn't require Xiao Yining to prepare many. Just one set could be reused. A minute later, the live stream's comment section exploded. Oh my god, is this what food tastes like? It's really, really, really delicious. Compared to that bitter and hard-to-drink nutrient solution, this taste is a million times better. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Thumbs up. Super thumbs up. Food like this deserves to be called food. The nutrient solutions we usually drink are at best just energy liquids that sustain our lives. After tasting these foods, probably not many people will want to drink that nutrient solution anymore. At least I don't want to. I want to eat delicious food too, not drink nutrient solution. Host Jiao, can these foods be sold on the Star Network? Xiao Yining immediately replied, all the foods that have been live-streamed in our Chinese cuisine broadcast will be sold at the Chinese cuisine store on the Star Network. Everyone can place orders there, and delivery will start tomorrow. Xiao Yining also had Xiao Zhi pin this message at the top of the live stream so everyone could see it. As soon as the netizens saw this information, they all cheered excitedly, great. I'm going to place an order there right now. Chapter 58, The Alien Food Hurricane Sweeping Through, 7. While netizens were rushing to the Chinese food stores on the Star Network with excited cries, Xiao Zhi's surprised voice echoed in Xiao Yining's mind. Star Lord, my system has a new function again. Xiao Yining quickly said to the netizens, everyone, take a short break and watch some ads first. I'll be back in 5 minutes. After saying this, Xiao Yining switched the live stream to ad mode, playing the dishes she would be cooking next. Those netizens who hadn't switched to the Star Network to order dumplings were about to complain when they saw the annoying ads. But as they watched the ads showcasing the delicious-looking food, they couldn't tear their eyes away. They kept sending barrage messages asking, Host 99, what dish is this? It looks even better than the pan-fried dumplings just now. I really, really want to eat it. Host 99, what's that other dish? I want to eat it too. Host 99, did you fall into the bathroom? Why aren't you out yet? Activating the ultimate summoning spell, summoning our great Host 99. Come out, come out, come out. At that moment, Xiao Yining was discussing the earlier topic with Xiao Zhi. Xiao Zhi, you said the system has a new function. What is it? Xiao Zhi immediately opened the main page of the virtual screen and pointed to the top right corner for her to see. Star Lord, look here. Suddenly, a merit value and faith value appeared. Xiao Yining glanced at it and noticed that the faith value data was climbing rapidly. As for the merit value, it was still at 0 and hadn't moved at all. She asked Xiao Zhi again, Xiao Zhi, how do these merit and faith values come about? And what are their uses? Star Lord, I've discovered that the faith value comes from the star citizens who like and admire you, collected just now. As for the merit value, I haven't figured it out yet. Xiao Zhi's childish voice was very pleasant, soft and sweet, making anyone who heard it feel their heart soften. Then he suddenly let out an oh dear, and excitedly said to her, Star Lord, I see the explanation now. The merit value means you get 1 point for saving a life. The faith value means you get 1 point for every person who admires or likes you. When the merit value reaches 100 points, or the faith value reaches 1 million points, you can exchange it for one-time space travel. Star Lord, you need to work hard. Once you earn enough merit and faith values, we can return to the 9 heavens cloud star. Yay, yay, yay! Xiao Yining was infected by his excitement and laughed happily too. But then she said softly, although having a numerical standard to exchange for a time-space travel opportunity sounds good, requiring me to save 100 people to get 100 merit points for 1 travel chance, Xiao Zhi, don't you think the system's standard is set too high? Xiao Zhi quickly flattered her with a smile. Star Lord, having a goal set there gives us something to strive for. It's better than not knowing when we can return to the 9 heavens cloud star. Xiao Yining sighed lightly. You're right. At least now we have a direction and a goal to work toward. Alright, let's work hard together and charge toward this goal. Xiao Zhi grinned at her and reminded her, Star Lord, the 5-minute break is over. You need to continue the live stream. When Xiao Yining turned on the screen, she saw it filled with barrage messages from Interstellar netizens enthusiastically summoning her to come back. Chapter 59, The Alien Food Hurricane Sweeps in 8. Jiao streamer, come out already, I miss you so much. Jiao streamer, have you seen my starry eyes waiting for you to explain the food? Come out soon, Jiao streamer, I want to confess to you, I love you. Did you hear my grand summoning spell? Jiao streamer, from today on, I've decided to make you my #1 goddess. I want to be your knight, following you forever. Jiao streamer's blind fan tips 100,000 star coins. Jiao streamer is my goddess tips 100,000 star coins. Xiao Yining looked at those passionate confessions and the stream of tips, and she couldn't help smiling as she cupped her hands in thanks to the star citizens in front of the screen. Thank you, dear star citizens, for your love and support for Jiao, and thank you for your tips. Friends who tip over 50,000 star coins at once will receive a special food gift from Jiao. Please look forward to it. Wow, tips come with food gifts? I want a tip too. Then came another stream of tips. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, and even a huge tip of 500,000 and 1 million. Xiao Zhi shouted in her mind, Star Lord, we're rich. Ha. In just this short time, the tip amount is nearly 10 million star coins. Ha. The consumption level of the alien Federal Empire was more than 10 times higher than that of modern Earth, with the average monthly income of star citizens reaching 200,000 star coins. And Nine Cloud Star, being one of the best-treated planets, had an average monthly income as high as 300,000 star coins. Hearing Xiao Zhi's cheers, Xiao Yining smiled too. Nine Cloud Star was built by her and Yan Jiaoxiao bit by bit. Now, the netizens in her livestream room were, frankly, mostly her subjects. Xiao Yining also had a special feeling for these passionate star citizens. If she wanted to livestream, she naturally chose her own Star Soul livestream website. If she wanted to promote and sell food, she naturally chose her Nine Cloud Star first. Her subjects all believed that she, their Star Lord, would definitely return. And she would not let them down. One day, she would definitely bring Yan Jiaoxiao back with her. Next, Xiao Yining introduced them to cumin grilled lamb skewers, spicy beef, cold noodles, and lamb vermicelli soup. By the time she finished introducing these last 4 items, she realized it was already 10 p.m. As for the other dishes she had prepared, it seemed there was no time to explain them today. Xiao Yining saw the netizens still sending endless bullet comments, constantly marveling at the food she had presented, one after another, enough to conquer their taste buds. But she still said to the reluctant viewers, Dear Star citizens, see you next time. Exactly, Jiao streamer, how often do you stream? Tell us. I'll definitely wait for you. Unfortunately, Xiao Yining had already gone offline and didn't see their questions, so she didn't reply. And after Xiao Yining went offline, all the major forums and news headlines on the StarNet were dominated by the newly emerged Chinese food live stream room and Chinese food store. The sales orders for the Chinese food store on the StarNet had also reached an incredibly terrifying level. Chapter 60, a massive order. Xiao Yining also called the person in charge of Jifu Lu restaurant overnight, asking them to prepare 10,000 portions each of pan-fried dumplings, cumin lamb skewers, spicy beef, cold noodles, and lamb vermicelli soup. At first, when the person in charge of Jifu Lu restaurant, Wang Jingjing, heard the number of orders Xiao Yining mentioned, she thought she had misheard. After the shock, she cautiously asked again, I'm sorry, Miss Xiao, how many portions did you say you wanted to order? I didn't hear clearly. Xiao Yining chuckled and said to her in a very firm tone, Miss Wan, you didn't mishear. I said 10,000 portions of each item. 10,000 portions. Did you hear that clearly this time? Jifu Lu restaurant was considered a mid-range establishment, with dish prices ranging from tens to hundreds of yuan. Wang Jingjing thought about the quantity of dishes Xiao Yining had ordered. Even with a 20% discount, the total would still be over 1 million yuan. This could be considered a huge sum of money. Wang Jingjing cautiously said to Xiao Yining again, Miss Xiao, for these 5 items, I can give you the lowest discount of 20% off. The price after the discount is 1.6 million Chinese yuan. If you confirm you want to place this order, you'll need to pay a 30% deposit first, which is 480,000 Chinese yuan. The other half will be paid upon delivery. Do you have any issues with that? To put their minds at ease, Xiao Yining simply said directly, as long as you can complete the order with guaranteed quality and quantity, I can pay half the deposit up front. The other half, I can pay immediately upon delivery. Send me your account number and I'll transfer half the deposit to you right away. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingjing was overjoyed. Thank you so much for your generous support, Miss Xiao. I'll send you the account number shortly. Once we receive your deposit, we'll start preparations immediately. Xiao Yining added, all right, I'll send our packaging boxes over shortly. You can use our packaging to pack the items. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., I'll come to pick up the first batch. Then, every 2 hours, we'll come to pick up another batch. Any problems? Wang Jingjing immediately replied, no problem, absolutely no problem. Money makes the world go round. For such a large order, even if there were problems, she would make sure there weren't any. Xiao Yining also laughed and said, Miss Wan, if we cooperate smoothly this time, I'll have another massive order like this to take care of you next time. Wang Jingjing was so happy she kept thanking her. Thank you for your patronage, Miss Xiao. Thank you. Let's leave it at that for now. Send me the account number quickly. Okay, I'll send it right away. After Wang Jingjing hung up the phone, Xiao Yining received the account number she sent shortly after. Xiao Zhi, however, pulled a long face and said to Xiao Yining, Star Lord, on ancient Earth, you're broke. There's only 999.5 yuan left in your ancient Earth account. You'd better think of a solution quickly. As the Star Lord of Jiao Xiaoyun Star, Xiao Yining hadn't experienced the feeling of being poor in years. Her main account always had hundreds of billions of star coins waiting for her to spend. Even her shopping account on the Star Network had over 10 billion star coins ready for her. But now, she didn't even have 1,000 yuan. Xiao Yining originally had about 20 to 30,000 yuan, but she had spent it all when she treated her entire class to a birthday party. Chapter 61. My money is yours to spend. As the supremely wealthy master of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star, Xiao Yining had long forgotten the feeling of being poor. Her main account always had hundreds of billions of star coins waiting for her to spend. Even her small shopping account on the Star Network held over 10 billion star coins. Yet now, she was so broke she didn't even have 1,000 Chinese yuan. How pathetic was this original owner's situation? Xiao Yining had originally had tens of thousands in her account, but after hosting a birthday banquet for the entire class, she had drained her savings. Even if she hadn't spent it all, her meager tens of thousands would have been far from enough to pay for the food she had ordered today. Xiao Chenlie had been by Xiao Yining's side the whole time, not interfering with her work. Seeing her troubled expression, he stepped forward, wrapped an arm around her waist, rubbed his cheek against hers, and asked softly, "Yining, are you in some kind of trouble? Tell me about it." Xiao Yining turned to look at him, recalling his identity and wealth on ancient Earth. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately hugged him, saying, "Ali, can I discuss something with you?" A hint of amusement flickered in Xiao Chenlie's eyes as he kissed her forehead. "Go ahead, what is it?" Xiao Yining quickly had Xiao Zhi purchase 10 bottles of body tempering from the system mall and place them before Xiao Chenlie. "You know what this body tempering is, right?" Xiao Chenlie frowned slightly. "Of course I do. Why are you bringing these out?" Xiao Yining smiled at him, her eyes curving. "How about I trade these with you for some money?" At that moment, her smiling, crescent-shaped eyes made her look like a sly, calculating little fox in his eyes. Xiao Chenlie chuckled softly and tapped her delicate nose. "Silly girl, even if you didn't bring these out, my money is yours to spend. There's no need for you to trade anything for it." With that, Xiao Chenlie pulled out his wallet and took out all his cards, placing them before her. "Here, take all these cards. Use them however you like, swipe them however you want. The password is your Interstellar birthday, 300000909. If it's not enough, just tell me." Xiao Yining picked up the cards, casting him a playful glance, and said with a smile, "All right, I'll take these cards for now. You take these body temperings and help me sell them. Now that I have the alien system mall, I can buy as many as I want. If I don't make good use of it, I'd be letting down this incredible golden opportunity heaven has given me." Hearing her words, Xiao Chenlie looked down at the 10 bottles of body tempering, thinking of his dragon group subordinates. They truly needed this to enhance their strength. Xiao Chenlie didn't refuse her anymore. He simply patted her head and said, "All right. I'll personally negotiate this body tempering with the higher-ups, so you can openly trade with our military in the future. Once this body tempering deal succeeds, and we're sure it won't cause us any trouble, we can also introduce those alien anti-cancer and cancer treatments to benefit the people." When Xiao Yining heard his last two sentences, she immediately thought of the merit points Xiao Zhi had mentioned earlier. Wasn't this cancer treatment a life-saving one? If she saved 100 people, she could return to the Nine Heavens Cloud Star once. Chapter 62. An extraterrestrial achievement that overturns the medical world. On this ancient Earth, there are approximately 7 to 8 billion humans. According to data released by the World Health Organization in this world, nearly 9 million people die from various cancers each year, and there are 15 million new cancer patients annually. Moreover, as the global climate and environment worsen, this number will continue to rise. To date, this ancient Earth has no vaccines that can successfully prevent cancer, nor any medical technology capable of curing it. Countless cancer patients around the world can only wait in despair for death. But these problems, which are super difficult challenges for ancient Earth, were already solved centuries ago in the star calendar by the Alien Federation Empire. Alien genetic medical technologies have now reached the pinnacle of advancement. Humans in the Alien Federation rarely fall ill. Even ordinary citizens have an average lifespan of around 280 years. And those evolved superhumans, genetically modified humans, beastmen, and others live even longer. All the diseases that plague ancient Earth are trivial matters in the alien world, like a common cold, cured with a single dose of medicine. For example, body tempering agents can stimulate human potential and physique. While tempering the body, they also purge impurities and disease cells, evolving the body to its optimal state. The aliens also have anti-cancer agents, body repair agents, healing agents, and more. For ancient Earth's medical technology, these are absolutely revolutionary achievements that would overturn their understanding. Even if she took just one of these items and mass-produce it, it would be enough to make Xiao Yining a billionaire. But with good things, you also need to be alive to enjoy them and strong enough to protect them. Given Xiao Yining's current status, revealing these items would inevitably attract the attention of countless forces. At first, those forces would try to win her over. But if they failed, they would absolutely resort to seizing her possessions by force and killing her without mercy. That is why Xiao Yining handed these things over to Xiao Chenlie to handle. Only someone with his current powerful and prominent status could protect her possessions and her. Although she herself is highly capable, one person against a nation, even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, would eventually fall into their hands. During their struggles in the alien world, Xiao Yining and Yan Jiuxiao had dealt with countless forces. From being orphans to becoming the lords of Jiuxiao Cloud Star, they alone knew how much hardship and suffering they had endured along the way. Although the average combat power of ancient Earth's humans is far lower than that of aliens, a swarm of ants can still kill an elephant. Starting over here, they still needed to be cautious and careful. With that thought, Xiao Yining snapped back to reality and, following the account number sent by Wang Jingjing, transferred half of the deposit, 800,000 yuan. With the 2 great protectors Xiao Zhi and Xiao Chenlie around, she had no fear that Wang Jingjing would cheat her out of her money. On the other end, Wang Jingjing, upon receiving the 800,000 yuan transfer from Xiao Yining, called her back. Miss Xiao, thank you for your trust and support. I'll mobilize people immediately to prepare your goods and ensure everything is ready in the shortest time possible. Chapter 63. The Major General proposes again. Xiao Yining smiled and responded, all right, I'll have someone send the packaging boxes over shortly. Miss Wan, please ensure both quality and quantity. Wang Jingjing immediately replied, please rest assured, our Jiufu Lu restaurant is an established establishment. Our reputation and credibility are absolutely reliable. Good, I trust you. That's all for now. Goodbye. After hanging up, Wang Jingjing jumped up in excitement, clenched her fist, and let out a triumphant yell, yes. Today's massive order from Miss Xiao truly felt like a pie falling from the sky, filling her with happiness. At first, she had suspected Miss Xiao might be a fraud. Asking for a 1/3 deposit was just a test to see if she was genuine. Who would have thought she'd be so generous as to pay half up front? Now, even if Miss Xiao backed out after the food was prepared, they wouldn't have to worry about losses. And if she did take delivery, Jiufu Lu restaurant would make a substantial profit. Most importantly, the restaurant, which had been run by the Wan family for 3 generations, might finally flourish under her leadership. The more Wang Jingjing thought about it, the happier she became. She immediately called all the restaurant staff back and had them work overtime to prepare the dishes. She also promised her employees, if you can finish these 50,000 portions before midnight tomorrow, I'll distribute 10% of the profits from this order as bonuses. That 10% bonus amounted to around 80,000 yuan, meaning each person would get at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, equivalent to a month's salary. Motivated by the bonus, the staff at Jiufu Lu worked with all their might. On Xiao Yining's end, she had Xiao Zhi purchase 60,000 packaging boxes. She also had Xiao Chenlie arrange for a refrigerated truck specifically for transporting food. She sent 50,000 boxes to Jiufu Lu and instructed the driver to pick up the goods there at 8 the next morning. By the time all this was done, it was nearly midnight. Xiao Chenlie pulled her inside to sleep. After their passionate moment, Xiao Chenlie held Xiao Yining and asked her again, Yining, let's get married. Xiao Yining looked up at him with a smile. Is it that urgent? Xiao Chenlie kissed her gently and let out a low sigh. Back in outer space, I wanted to give you the most grand and perfect wedding in the entire galaxy. But until my death, I couldn't make it happen. That became the greatest regret of my life. In this life, we're fortunate to meet again here. I'm afraid that if I don't seize the moment, I might leave another regret behind. I want to hold on to this happiness now and not miss it again. Yining, can you understand how I feel right now? Xiao Yining nodded firmly and hugged him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. I understand. I understand. I feel the same way. Not marrying you in our past life wasn't just a regret, it was the greatest regret in my heart too. In the countless nights after you left, I kept telling myself that if I ever had another chance, I would definitely marry you. Marry you right away. Xiao Chenlie tilted his head back slightly, blinking hard to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. Then, he cupped her face, pressed his forehead against hers, and asked softly, Yining, shall I start preparing the wedding right away? Chapter 64. Love Without Doubt. Xiao Yining lifted her beautiful eyes and blinked. Her long eyelashes, like little fans, fluttered one after another, fluttering straight into his heart, making it tremble along with them. Major General Xiao, who was always in control of everything, became even more nervous. At this moment, he was actually afraid to hear her answer of rejection. His entire body tensed up from the nervousness, and the hands holding Xiao Yining's face tightened slightly. His nervousness, his unease, his fear, all of it was conveyed to Xiao Yining through his body language. Xiao Yining chuckled inwardly, but didn't want to let him off the hook so easily, deliberately delaying her answer. She could clearly see that in his eyes, brimming with deep affection, only her reflection was focused upon. She also saw the profound longing and desire at the bottom of his eyes. Thinking of his deep love for her and the endless regrets they had in outer space, Xiao Yining's heart ached slightly. In the end, she couldn't bear to torment him any longer and softly responded, okay. As soon as Xiao Chenlie heard her agree, he was so overjoyed that he pressed her down beneath him and began kissing her wildly and passionately. While kissing her, he said excitedly, Yining, thank you for agreeing to marry me. Xiao Yining wrapped her arms around his neck, entwining with him in a fervent kiss. Both of them seemed determined to use this lifetime to make up for the regrets of the past. Perhaps it was because they had once lost and suffered that they now cherished each other all the more, wanting to bind each other tightly by their side, to guard and treasure one another, to rely on each other, and spend this life together. Two young hearts were tightly intertwined, as if they never wanted to be separated again. Xiao Yining was woken up by Xiao Zhi. Star Lord, get up quickly. You agreed to meet the shop owner at 8 o'clock. It's already past 7 now. Hurry up and get ready. Xiao Yining opened her sleepy eyes. Feeling a sharp sting in her eyes, she closed them again, wanting to go back to sleep. She simply said to Xiao Zhi, give me a bottle of body repair fluid. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhi immediately took a bottle of body repair fluid from the system warehouse and handed it to her. A single bottle of body repair fluid restored Xiao Yining's energy and stamina to their peak state. Just as Xiao Yining was about to get up, she felt the arm wrapped around her waist tighten, preventing her from rising. She turned her head to look at Xiao Chenlie, who was still pretending to sleep with his eyes closed. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch his nose, laughing as she said, Ali, get up quickly. I still need to go to the Jifu Lu restaurant later. Are you coming with me? Xiao Chenlie immediately opened his eyes and looked at her eagerly, saying, I'll go with you. After you're done, we'll go order our wedding rings. How about that? Xiao Yining smiled and nodded. All right, then get up quickly. Don't waste time. Xiao Chenlie suddenly saluted her with a military gesture. Yes, ma'am. Xiao Yining shot him a helpless, amused glance, then pulled him along into the bathroom to wash their faces and brush their teeth before coming out to change clothes. Back in space, they had already lived together, long accustomed to each other like an old married couple, free and easy without fussing over trivialities. But when Xiao Chenlie saw Xiao Yining's perfectly curvaceous figure as she changed clothes, it still made his mouth go dry. Unable to resist, he wrapped his arms around her again, holding her tightly in his embrace and kissing her endlessly. Chapter 65. The Major General is too clingy. Xiao Yining finally managed to push him away, shooting him a helpless, reproachful glare before coaxing him like a child. Ali, I still have things to do. Be good, okay? Xiao Chenlie held her, unwilling to let go. Hearing her words, he rubbed his face against hers and whispered in a slightly whiny tone by her ear, Yining, I don't want to be apart from you. Xiao Yining noticed that Xiao Chenlie now had a clingier streak than before. She let out a helpless sigh. We're not separating. Aren't you coming with me to work? If you keep this up, I'll ignore you. Xiao Chenlie caught the warning in her tone and finally released her. But his hand still tightly gripped hers, as if afraid she'd disappear the moment he let go, leaving Xiao Yining feeling both helpless and amused, with a hint of sympathy for him. Xiao Yining held his hand back, turned her head to look at him, and gave him a gentle smile. Ali, rest assured, in this life, unless I die, I will never be apart from you again. Hearing this, Xiao Chenlie suddenly pulled her into another tight embrace, his voice choked and slightly hoarse. Little Ningning, saying something so sentimental, are you trying to move me to tears? Xiao Yining giggled, playing along with his words. Yeah, I want to move you so much that you die, so I can inherit your fortune, ha ha ha. Xiao Chenlie laughed along with her cheerful laughter. Inherit my fortune? Dream on. In this life, I definitely won't go before you. I'll live well, long and lasting. As his voice trailed off, it grew softer, but his hand holding Xiao Yining's tightened even more. Xiao Yining's heart ached a little too, but she still smiled. We'll both live long and lasting, not like in the Interstellar days, when we were gone too soon. Xiao Chenlie pulled her into his arms. Not in this life. Little Gigi, who had been force-fed a belly full of dog food by these two since early morning, finally couldn't hold back and spoke up again. Star-Lord, it's 20 minutes to 8. Are you sure you want to keep flirting? Xiao Yining suddenly remembered there was business to attend to and quickly dragged Xiao Chenlie out the door. Let's go. Drive me to Jifu restaurant. Xiao Chenlie didn't hesitate, steering his flashy, imposing battle car and opening the passenger door for Xiao Yining to get in. Cheng Weining followed them out, but Xiao Chenlie didn't want her disturbing his time alone with Xiao Yining, so he told her to stay home. Cheng Weining naturally understood his intentions and obeyed, staying behind. Xiao Chenlie turned the wheel and sped off toward Jufu restaurant. Jufu restaurant wasn't far from them, just a 10-minute walk or a 5-minute drive. If it weren't so close, Xiao Yining wouldn't have ordered takeout from there, and she wouldn't have discovered how good their food tasted. When Xiao Yining and Xiao Chenlie arrived at Jufu restaurant, the refrigerated truck Xiao Chenlie had called was already parked in the lot at the entrance. Wang Jingjing was directing her staff as they counted and loaded the goods. As soon as she... Chapter 66, The Alien Captivated by Delicious Food 1. Wang Jingjing smiled and extended her hand slightly. Please, go ahead. Xiao Yining randomly checked a few boxes of pan-fried dumplings and found that they were all freshly made and very fresh. She nodded approvingly at Wang Jingjing. Not bad. What about the other dishes? How are they coming along? Wang Jingjing replied with a smile. We're currently working on the cumin roasted lamb skewers. 3,000 skewers are ready, and another 7,000 are in progress. Additionally, the ingredients for spicy beef, cold noodles, and lamb vermicelli soup are all prepared, and we're speeding up to finish before midnight tonight. Xiao Yining immediately said to her, I'll take all the finished ones first. Then, as previously agreed, I'll have the driver pick up the goods every 2 hours. Wang Jingjing nodded in agreement. No problem, Miss Xiao. Loading will take about half an hour. Would you like to sit inside for a while and have some tea first? Xiao Yining thought about how she and Xiao Chenlie had woken up late and left in a hurry without having breakfast, so she nodded. All right. Wang Jingjing had her staff continue loading the goods, while she personally led Xiao Yining and Xiao Chenlie into a private room at the Jufu Lu restaurant. She also ordered a variety of delicious breakfast items for them before heading out to continue her work. By the time they finished breakfast and came out, the 10,000 portions of pan-fried dumplings and 3,000 portions of cumin roasted lamb skewers had all been loaded onto the truck. Xiao Yining instructed the driver, Li Bin, to follow them and deliver the food to the courtyard house. Back at the courtyard house, Xiao Yining had Li Bin park the truck at the entrance and told him to go inside and rest, reminding him to pick up the next batch of goods from Jufu Lu at 10 o'clock. Li Bin was someone Xiao Chenlie had hired. He was also a former soldier. Even if he had questions about certain matters, having worked with Xiao Chenlie for a long time, he would never speak of them. Once Li Bin left, Xiao Yining jumped directly into the truck bed and ordered Xiao Zhi to store all the packaged food inside the system. She then instructed Xiao Zhi to ship the orders directly according to the online purchases. Half an hour later, the first batch of customers on the 9 Cloud Star who had placed orders received the food delivered by Xiao Zhi. The first customer to receive the delivery was an interstellar travel enthusiast with the online alias, Interstellar Wanderer, whose real name was Iris. Iris was 28 years old and came from the AI family, the top family of the Alien Federation Empire. The family was extremely wealthy and controlled the major interstellar businesses of spacecraft and mechs. As the leading family in the interstellar world, the AI family naturally had their own cultivation research institute, producing nutrient solutions, vegetables, and fruits. However, when it came to culinary arts, like all interstellar people, they were completely lacking. Last night, while browsing the Star Network, Iris stumbled upon Xiao Yining's live stream. He immediately placed orders for 20 portions of each type of food. For him, the money spent on these food orders was trivial. As long as the food tasted good, it would be money well spent. Iris, who had been waiting at home for the food to arrive, eagerly opened the food containers upon receiving 20 portions of pan-fried dumplings and 20 portions of cumin roasted lamb skewers. To his surprise, the dumplings and skewers inside the containers were as fresh as if they had just been cooked, with an enticing aroma that made his mouth water. He quickly picked up a skewer of cumin roasted lamb and took a bite. The smoky, tender flavor of the roasted meat, combined with the salty, spicy, and aromatic taste, instantly exploded in his mouth. Chapter 67, The Alien Captured by Delicious Food 2. Aries' eyes widened in shock at the incredible taste of the food in his mouth. Oh my god, this is so delicious, truly a rare delicacy in the world. Streamer 99 didn't lie to me. So good, so good, so good. Under the temptation of the food, Aries completely forgot about elegance and grace, burying his head and eating. Just as Aries was enjoying his meal, his younger brother Aster and younger sister Avis, who had been sleeping in, were awakened by the aroma. They quickly got out of bed and followed the scent to find him. When they saw their older brother eating with his head down, and the smell seemed to be coming from his food, Aster and Avis immediately pounced on him, asking urgently, "Brother, what are you eating?" Aries quickly gathered the food boxes into his arms, looking at his siblings warily. "This is mine. Don't you dare take it." His sister Avis, only 13 and a minor protected by interstellar law, pouted in dissatisfaction at her brother's protective behavior. "Brother, you have something good and won't even share it with us. And you call yourself a good brother? I don't like you anymore." Feeling a bit ashamed at his little sister's reproach, Aries reluctantly parted with a box of pancakes and a box of cumin grilled meat skewers, handing them over. Here, this is for you. Once it's gone, there's no more. Don't say I'm not a good brother anymore. Avis winked at her second brother Aster, quickly taking the food their eldest brother had given them, and started eating. As they ate, the two siblings also began to exclaim, "So good, it's really so good." Fighting over it, the box of pan-fried dumplings and the box of cumin grilled meat skewers were gone in an instant. The siblings pounced on Aries again, grabbing for his food. Brother, I want more. Brother, I want more too. Give me another piece of meat, please, brother. Meanwhile, other star citizens who had received the food were just like the three Aries siblings, completely captivated by the cuisine, each one frantically eating nonstop. Food posts with pictures kept appearing on various websites, introducing more star citizens to the existence of Chinese cuisine. Even more star citizens flooded into the Chinese cuisine shop on the Star Network, hoping to order more food to eat. Unfortunately, every product listed was still sold out. The star citizens kept rushing to the Chinese cuisine live stream to post messages, begging Xiao Yining to start streaming and sell food quickly. Xiao Yining hadn't expected that her spur-of-the-moment idea would actually succeed in promoting these cuisines across the entire interstellar realm. She never imagined that these Chinese dishes would make a name for themselves across the galaxy in just one day. After the first batch of goods was shipped, Xiao Yining was pulled into a car by Xiao Chenlie and driven to the Xiao family's flagship jewelry store, Xiao's jewelry headquarters, to pick out and order their wedding rings. As soon as the manager of Xiao's jewelry headquarters, Liang Qixin, heard that the young master of the Xiao family had arrived, he quickly came out to greet him, bowing and smiling obsequiously. "Young master, why did you come in person? If you need anything, just give me a call and I'll come to you." Xiao Chenlie said with a serious face, "Bring out your best diamonds for me to see. I want to order wedding rings." Chapter 68, The Wedding Ring Storm, Part 1. After his initial shock, Liang Qixin immediately asked, "Young master, are you getting married?" His gaze quickly shifted to Xiao Yining, who was standing beside Xiao Chenlie, and a flash of admiration crossed his eyes. She was stunning, no wonder she had caught the young master's eye. Xiao Chenlie cast him a cold sidelong glance. "I'm getting married. Do you have a problem with that?" Liang Qixin shuddered at his icy tone and quickly shook his head. No, of course not. Young master, please, come in. Xiao Chenlie gave a cold snort, then took Xiao Yining's hand and led her into the elevator, heading straight to the 5th floor. The first floor of this jewelry headquarters was the retail store, while the second and third floors were for receiving VIP guests. The higher the floor, the more prestigious the clients they hosted. The 5th floor was reserved as an office for the Xiao family's own use. Liang Qixin eagerly escorted them to the 5th floor, brewed them tea, and then brought out the catalog of Xiao's jewelry headquarters for Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining to browse. "Young master, take your time looking. Let me know which one you like. I'll step out for a moment." Xiao Chenlie waved him off, and Liang Qixin quickly exited. He went to a secluded stairwell, pulled out his phone, and immediately called Xiao Chenlie's father, Xiao Yuandong. "Hello, Chairman. I have something here I'd like to report to you." With a hint of flattery, Liang Qixin continued, "It's like this. Just now, the young master brought a young lady here, saying he wants to order wedding rings. I was wondering if you were aware of this." Xiao Yuandong shot up from his seat. "What did you say? They want to order wedding rings? This is outrageous. Outrageous." Hearing Xiao Yuandong's tone, Liang Qixin realized that the young master and the chairman likely hadn't communicated about this yet. Fortunately, he had made this call. Otherwise, if he had actually processed the wedding ring order for the young master, he would have been the one taking the blame. Liang Qixin cautiously asked, "Chairman, what should I do now?" Xiao Yuandong snorted coldly. "I'm on my way over now." Liang Qixin replied with a fawning smile, Yes, of course. I'll wait for you to handle it." After hanging up, Xiao Yuandong said to his secretary, "Gao Yang, have the driver prepare the car. I need to go to the jewelry headquarters." When Xiao Yuandong took the elevator down and reached the building's entrance, his driver, Leda, had already prepared his private car. Xiao Yuandong got in and directly instructed him to the jewelry headquarters. Xiao Yuandong was currently the chairman of the Xiao Group. Apart from the Xiao Media Group, which he had already handed over to his eldest son, Xiao Chenlie, most of the other Xiao family businesses were still under his control. Of course, his role as chairman was merely nominal. He was not the one holding the majority of Xiao Group shares. Although Xiao Yuandong had moral failings and had done things that greatly displeased old Master Xiao and the brothers Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Chenlie, he was still passable in his work and did not mix personal matters with business. Old Master Xiao had thus allowed Xiao Yuandong to remain in the chairman's position without removing him. Xiao Yuandong was also a clever man. He knew that insisting on marrying Han Xiaoyu had angered the old master, so over the past year, he had been behaving obediently in front of him, agreeing with whatever the old master said. He was simply afraid that one day the old master would find him displeasing and remove him from his position. Chapter 69. The Wedding Ring Storm 2. But he could play the obedient son in front of his old man, yet he couldn't stand being so thoroughly ignored by his own son, not even a word about something as major as getting married. It was just too much. Xiao Yuandong, arriving with a belly full of anger, saw Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining with their heads together picking out rings, and the rage in his heart burned even more uncontrollably. He lashed out directly, "Xiao Chenlie, do you still have any regard for me as your father?" Hearing Xiao Yuandong's furious shout, Xiao Chenlie lifted his eyes to look at him, as if just noticing his arrival, and said with a mocking smile, "Oh, Dad, so it's you who's come. Have a seat, have a seat." Xiao Yuandong was half dead with anger at his indifferent, careless, and dismissive tone. Seeing Xiao Yining sitting beside Xiao Chenlie, Xiao Yuandong asked him directly, "Are you planning to get married?" Xiao Chenlie replied flatly, "Since we're here to pick wedding rings, it must mean we're preparing to get married. Does father have any objections?" Xiao Yuandong's face darkened as he scolded, "You still know I'm your father? Why didn't you say a word to us about something as big as marriage?" Xiao Chenlie let out a light scoff. "I thought you'd be busy enough taking care of your second wife and new daughter. There's no need for you to trouble yourself with our affairs." But on this matter, he was indeed somewhat in the wrong, and facing his two sons, he lacked confidence. He could only bring out the old man to pressure Xiao Chenlie. "Fine, you don't take me, your father, seriously. What about your grandfather?" Xiao Chenlie smiled faintly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Don't worry about grandfather either. I've already taken Ningning to see him, and he's given his consent to our marriage." Xiao Yuandong's face turned even darker. "And if I firmly oppose your marriage, will you still go through with it?" Xiao Chenlie's expression also hardened. "Father, please get one thing straight. The one marrying a wife is me, not you. At most, you can offer an opinion, but whether I listen is my business. I'm set on marrying A Ning, so you might as well go back where you came from." Seeing Xiao Yuandong's face turn green with rage, Xiao Chenlie felt a sense of satisfaction instead. He jabbed at Xiao Yuandong again, "If you really have extra energy, then take good care of your second wife. She's quite a bit younger than you. If you don't manage well, who knows, a green hat might end up on your head someday, ha ha ha." Xiao Yuandong grabbed the teapot from the side table and hurled it viciously at Xiao Chenlie. The teapot flew toward Xiao Chenlie, but seemed to be held back by an invisible force, slowly descending back onto the table and settling steadily in place. Seeing this, Xiao Yuandong's eyes narrowed instantly. When he looked up at Xiao Chenlie again, there was a new trace of fear in his gaze. This little brat's abilities were growing greater and greater, and he was becoming more and more disobedient. Unable to do anything about Xiao Chenlie, Xiao Yuandong turned his attention to Xiao Yining. Looking at her exquisitely perfect and beautiful face, Xiao Yuandong automatically categorized her as the type of woman who relied on her looks and figure to climb up. His gaze toward Xiao Yining naturally carried a hint of contempt and disgust. "Miss, do you think, with your background, you're worthy of our Chenlie?" Chapter 70. The Wedding Ring Storm 3. Xiao Yining did not answer him. Instead, she turned her head to look at Xiao Chenlie and asked with a faint smile, "Alai, tell me, am I worthy of you?" Xiao Chenlie kissed her and said with a smile, "If you're not worthy of me, then no woman in this world would be." Xiao Yining then looked at Xiao Yuandong, whose face was dark and grim, and said calmly, "Mr. Xiao, you heard Alai's answer, didn't you? Are you satisfied now?" Just as Xiao Yuandong was thinking about how to scold Xiao Yining away, he suddenly met Xiao Chenlie's sinister eyes, and was so frightened that he swallowed his words. Xiao Yuandong was both angry and resentful, but he could do nothing about Xiao Chenlie. Then, recalling Xiao Chenlie's terrifying abilities, Xiao Yuandong no longer dared to oppose this demonic son. He could only rise in fury, let out a heavy snort at Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining, and storm off with a flick of his sleeves. No matter what, he absolutely would not allow his son to marry a woman of such lowly birth. He had already chosen a target for his son long ago. He could not let this woman become a roadblock and ruin his important plans. Now that his foolish son was shielding her, he could not deal with this woman. After he returned, he would think of a way, whether to make her leave willingly or simply make her disappear. Xiao Chenlie watched Xiao Yuandong walk out the door, a cold, dark glint flashing in his eyes. He hoped that his father, who grew more muddle-headed with age, would not do anything out of line. Otherwise, even if he were his own father, he would not show him any courtesy. Seeing his grim expression, Xiao Yining reached out with both hands, cupped his face, and gently kissed his lips. She said with a light smile, "What's wrong? Still angry? Is it worth it? Instead of wasting time being angry, why not finalize the design of the ring? I still have to go back to receive the goods later." Xiao Chenlie cast a helpless, sidelong glance at her. Is that little business of yours really more important than our wedding? Xiao Yining replied seriously, don't underestimate my business. The benefits it brings are more than just money. Besides, we're only ordering the wedding ring now. It's not like we're actually getting married yet. In the end, Xiao Yining chose a wedding ring set with 52 diamonds and a heart-shaped pigeon's blood ruby in the center. Together, the numbers formed the meaning of 520 I love you. It was very beautiful and, of course, extremely expensive, priced at 9.99 million Chinese yuan, one of the flagship treasures of the Xiao family's jewelry headquarters. When Xiao Chenlie asked to take the ring, Liang Qixin looked troubled and said to him, Big young master, the chairman just said that you are not allowed to take any ring worth more than 1 million yuan. You see. Xiao Yining immediately put down the ring, stood up, and said coldly to Xiao Chenlie, since we can't buy what we want here, let's go somewhere else. Xiao Chenlie grabbed her arm. Don't rush. Let me make a call. With that, Xiao Chenlie took out his phone and directly dialed Old Master Xiao. Grandpa, I brought Ning to the jewelry headquarters today to buy a ring, but my foolish father won't let me. What do you say we do about this? When Old Master Xiao heard that his foolish son was causing trouble again, he was so angry he jumped up. A lie, don't worry. I'll go teach him a lesson right now. Your father is getting more clueless as he ages, he's driving me crazy. Chapter 71. The Wedding Ring Storm 4. After Old Master Xiao hung up on Xiao Chenlie, he immediately called Xiao Yuandong. As soon as Xiao Yuandong saw it was his father calling, his eyes flickered, and he immediately wondered if that little brat had tattled to the old man. He quickly picked up and asked cautiously, Dad, you're looking for me? Is something the matter? Old Master Xiao let out a heavy snort and launched into a furious tirade at Xiao Yuandong over the phone. Xiao Yuandong, you idiot. Do you have any idea how much I want to see Ali get married? He's finally found a woman he likes, and I'm satisfied with her too. Why are you butting in to stop it? Are you so bored that you have nothing better to do? If you really have nothing to do, go to Africa and dig mines for me. Because the Xiao family ran a jewelry business and owned several diamond mines in Africa, Old Master Zhao's remark about sending Xiao Yuandong to dig mines wasn't entirely baseless. Hearing this, Xiao Yuandong realized that Old Master Xiao was indeed calling to scold him about Xiao Chenlie's matter. He felt both angry and frustrated, but he didn't dare to confront his father. Instead, he softened his tone and said, Dad, don't get upset first. Let me explain slowly, all right? Old Master Xiao snorted again. Fine, let's hear what kind of bullshit excuse you have to spout. Listening to his father curse at him over the phone, Xiao Yuandong was both furious and helpless. He wondered what sins he had committed in his past life to end up with such a father, and such an unreliable son in this one. But he never stopped to think that without his prominent father, he might have been rotting away in some corner, let alone living such a glorious life. Unfortunately, there are many people like Xiao Yuandong in reality, people who only know how to take from their loved ones without ever understanding gratitude or giving back. In truth, Xiao Yuandong hadn't always been this way. After Xiao Chenlie's mother died in a car accident, he seemed to change, becoming more and more muddled in his actions. Of course, when it came to being selfish or shrewd, he hadn't changed at all. Even when it came to his current beloved second wife, Han Xiaoyu, it was the same. He could give her money to spend and buy her things, but if Han Xiaoyu wanted more, Xiao Yuandong would never satisfy her. Han Xiaoyu was also troubled by his cautiousness and stinginess, but had no way to deal with it. At that moment, Xiao Yuandong was patiently explaining his reasoning to Old Master Xiao. Dad, do you still remember President's third daughter, Hualing, who studied in the US? Old Master Xiao paused for a moment before asking, what does she have to do with Ali's marriage? Xiao Yuandong replied in an exaggerated tone, of course, it matters. Hualing's father is the president. A few days ago, Hualing returned to the country and has already been recruited by the National Research Institute. She's not only talented and beautiful but also comes from an excellent family background. More importantly, she has been devoted to our Ali for over 20 years without wavering. She even said she only loves our Ali and won't marry anyone else. Old Master Xiao snorted again. So what if she's loved our Ali for 100 years? Has our Ali ever said he likes her? What kind of matchmaking nonsense are you up to? You're messing up Ali's marriage. I think you've lived over 50 years in vain. You're nothing but a troublemaker. Chapter 72. The Old Master is Mighty and Majestic One. Xiao Yuandong, I'm warning you for the last time. Don't you dare meddle with Ali's marriage again, or I'll directly remove you from your position. After dropping those harsh words, Old Master Xiao hung up the phone, leaving Xiao Yuandong on the other end so furious that he smashed his own phone. The old man then promptly looked up the number of Liang Qixin, the head of the Xiao family jewelry headquarters, and called him. The moment Liang Qixin saw it was Old Master Xiao calling, Old Master Xiao understood his predicament and softened his tone slightly. All right, you don't need to explain further. I see you're not young anymore, retire early. The company will compensate you with a severance package. Liang Qixin's face instantly turned ashen, and he shouted frantically, "Old master! Old master! Old master!" Meanwhile, the old man had already dialed his eldest grandson, Xiao Chenlie's number. As soon as Xiao Chenlie saw it was his grandfather calling, he quickly answered. "Grandfather, are you looking for me?" Faced with his sensible and capable eldest grandson, old master Zhao's heart softened. He chuckled and teased Xiao Chenlie, "You brat, can I call you if there's nothing going on?" Xiao Chenlie laughed too. "That's not what I meant. I just thought you usually can't be bothered to call us when there's nothing. Grandfather, whatever it is, please tell me quickly, I have a meeting to get to soon." Old Master Xiao snorted in displeasure. "What kind of lousy meeting is that? Is it more important than talking to me?" Chapter 73. The Old Master is mighty and majestic too. Seeing the old man upset, he quickly comforted him. "Grandpa, please don't be sad. You still have me and a lie, don't you? If you think Dad isn't doing a good job, just let him retire early and enjoy his life. He's already this old, why do you still have to worry so much about him?" Old Master Xiao chuckled at Xiao Chenlie's blunt words and said, "All right, I'll take you up on that. I'll call a board meeting soon. Get ready, I'll transfer the management of the other key family businesses to you." Xiao Chenlie found it both helpless and amusing. "Grandpa, are you joking? I didn't say all that because I wanted to take over the family businesses." Old Master Xiao let out a proud snort. "Do you think I'm senile? I'm not joking. Chenlie, to be honest, I've had this idea ever since your father insisted on marrying Han Xiaoyu. Back then, I considered that he had managed the group for years, no great achievements, but no small contributions either, and since nothing major had gone wrong, I let him continue. But now he's getting more and more muddled. I have a bad feeling that if the Xiao group stays under his control, who knows what chaos will follow. I need to prevent trouble before it happens. I can't let the Xiao group collapse on my watch. Do you understand?" Xiao Chenlie replied, "Grandpa, I understand what you mean. But if we do this, what about my father?" Old Master Zhao's mood soured at the mention of Xiao Yuandong. "I'll handle him. You don't need to worry. If he has anything to say, tell him to come to me." Hearing this, Xiao Chenlie agreed. "All right, I'll follow your arrangements, Grandpa." Only then did Old Master Xiao smile in satisfaction. "Good. Now send someone to take over from Liang Qixin at the main jewelry bank. I've already spoken to him, let him retire and give him a severance package. Handle that too." "Got it. I'll take some people over now." As the phone beeped with the call ending, Xiao Chenlie sat frozen on his chair for a long moment, a faint, mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. He hadn't expected the old man to force his father to hand over power so quickly. To be honest, he was capable enough. He had already built a considerable business of his own. He truly didn't care about the Xiao Group's assets. If he wanted to, he could build something just as big on his own. But even if he didn't care, he didn't want to see his father strutting around the Xiao Group with such arrogance, nor did he want to see him using the money the Xiao Group earned to support that Han Xiaoyu. He would never forget the horrific scene 2 years ago, when his mother and his wife died in that car accident. Though he and Alai had never found evidence to prove it was murder, he had an instinctive feeling that someone had deliberately targeted the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. He just didn't know, was the ultimate goal just those 2 women? Or was there a bigger target, like the Xiao Group, or the Xiao family itself? Thinking of the old man's instructions, Xiao Chenlie snapped back to reality, stood up, and called his secretary. "I need to go to the main jewelry bank immediately. Cancel the meeting for now. Also, have the financial director and lawyer Chen come with me." Chapter 74. The Old Man is Majestic and Mighty 3. Xiao Chenlie soon received a call from his brother, Xiao Chenlie. "Alai, Grandpa just called and said to let me take over Zhao's jewelry. You and your wife wait for me at the jewelry store. I'll bring people over now." Xiao Chenlie responded with an okay, and then hung up. The bond between the 2 brothers was very strong, and it was destined that their future paths would differ. His elder brother, Xiao Chenlie, was fated to take over the family business. As for him, he was destined to walk the path of military service, protecting the country, the people, and the family. Xiao Yining, with her sharp hearing, also caught Xiao Chenlie's words. Thinking of old Master Zhao's protective behavior, she couldn't help but laugh. The old man's move of cutting off all retreat is really something. If your father finds out, he'll probably be furious. Xiao Chenlie let out a light scoff. He should have known this would happen. Ever since my mother passed away 2 years ago, he started acting strange. This day was bound to come sooner or later. Xiao Yining furrowed her brows slightly and asked softly, "Do you think it's possible that your father changed so much because someone drugged him or cast a spell on him?" Xiao Chenlie turned his head to look at her and said with a faint smile, "Have you forgotten what I do? The moment my father showed signs of abnormality, I investigated, but I couldn't find out what was wrong with him. That's what worries us the most." A hint of gravity crept into Xiao Chenlie's expression. I feel like there's an invisible hand slowly closing in on us from the shadows. We can sense it, but we can't find where it is or know where to start fighting it. This feeling is terrible. Xiao Yining understood his feelings, but could only gently reassure him. No matter how cunning the fox, it will eventually show its tail. We just need to be cautious. Xiao Chenlie hummed softly in agreement and patted her hand, signaling her not to worry. Xiao Chenlie arrived quickly, bringing his people in less than 20 minutes. As soon as the brothers met, they instinctively reached out and bumped fists. A lie. Xiao Yining had already seen photos of Xiao Chenlie in the materials provided by Xiao Zhi. Xiao Chenlie's appearance wasn't as rugged or aggressive as Xiao Chenlie's. He had a refined and handsome look, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Perhaps due to years of office work, his skin was much fairer than Xiao Chenlie's, and he exuded an elegant, noble, and scholarly businessman's aura. The last time Xiao Yining went with Xiao Chenlie to the Xiao residence for dinner, only old Master Xiao was home. She had only heard of the other members of the Xiao family by name, but had never met them. Both Xiao Yining and Xiao Chenlie possessed exceptionally high mental strength. They could instantly detect whether others harbored malice or goodwill toward them, leaving no room for anyone to exploit. As Xiao Yining observed Xiao Chenlie, he was also subtly sizing her up. His first impression of Xiao Yining was that this sister-in-law was breathtakingly beautiful, with an extraordinary aura that set her apart from ordinary people. No wonder his brother, who had always been indifferent and distant from women, had fallen head over heels for her. It was also no surprise that the always particular old man at home had immediately approved of their marriage. Chapter 75. The Old Master is Majestic and Mighty 4. Xiao Chenlie smiled and shook hands with Xiao Yining. Sister-in-law, hello. Xiao Chenlie exchanged a few more pleasantries with Xiao Chenlie, agreeing to have dinner together at home another day. He then picked up the pair of ruby wedding rings he had selected, took Xiao Yining by the hand, and bid farewell. Xiao Chenlie, along with Chief Financial Officer He Yoxin and lawyer Qin Jincheng, proceeded to handle the retirement and resignation handover procedures with Liang Qixin. Although Liang Qixin had a premonition that his position wouldn't last long, he truly hadn't expected Old Master Xiao to act with such swift and decisive force. Unwilling to leave his post so easily, Liang Qixin secretly took a moment to call Xiao Dongdong. At that time, Xiao Dongdong was already burning with rage. Liang Qixin's call only fueled his fury further, and he directly cursed at Liang Qixin. Since the old man told you to get lost, then get lost. Do you think our Xiao family would shortchange your pension? When Liang Qixin tried calling again, he found his number had been blocked by Xiao Dongdong and could no longer get through. He finally came to truly understand Old Master Zhao's authority, a single command, and no one dared to disobey. Even Xiao Dongdong, the chairman, didn't dare to say a word. For someone as insignificant as him, being offered a sum of money to leave with dignity was already considered generous. With Liang Qixin, the manager, gone, it was utterly insignificant for a business titan like the Xiao Group. Among the reserve management personnel of the Xiao Group, there were always plenty of elites, perhaps even more outstanding than him, eagerly waiting to step up. Decision-makers like Xiao Chenlie only needed to steer the company's overall direction. By the time the two of them returned to the courtyard house, it was already 11 in the morning. The batch of food from 10 o'clock had already been delivered by driver Li Bin, with the refrigerated truck parked at the entrance of the courtyard. Li Bin hadn't gone inside to rest. Instead, he leaned back in the driver's seat, closing his eyes to relax. As soon as he heard the familiar engine roar of Xiao Chenlie's vehicle, he knew they were back and quickly jumped out to greet them. Brother Lai, sister-in-law. Xiao Yining nodded at him and said with a smile, Li Bin, you've worked hard. Li Bin replied with a simple grin, sister-in-law, it's no trouble. Xiao Yining then said to him, open the freezer and go inside to rest. With that, she followed Xiao Chenlie into the courtyard to have tea. Xiao Yining then entered the freezer, stored all the food inside into the system, and urged Xiao Zhi to ship it out immediately. At that moment, on all the forums of the Interstellar Star Network, Chinese cuisine had taken over every board. Almost every post carried the words, Chinese cuisine. This is the most magical and wonderful cuisine in the world, Chinese cuisine. Chinese cuisine, a shocking discovery. Shocking. Chinese cuisine actually has functions comparable to nutrient fluids. Awesome. Chinese cuisine satisfies my cravings and provides nutrition. No more drinking those awful, expensive nutrient fluids. Arg, why hasn't the food I ordered arrived yet? Why? Why? Everyone, take a guess. Can delicious Chinese cuisine possibly beat out the awful nutrient fluids? Chapter 76. The Battle of Chinese Cuisine 1. This last post was sharp and clearly intended to put Chinese cuisine in the spotlight, and as more people replied, it quickly gained traction, drawing the attention and contemplation of several major powers. Stellar citizens who had already tasted Chinese cuisine unanimously replied below, saying that the delicious and delightful Chinese cuisine could absolutely defeat the unpleasant and expensive nutrient fluids. If they truly had a choice, they would definitely choose Chinese cuisine and never buy nutrient fluids again. Some stellar citizens even gleefully commented, if Chinese cuisine really gets promoted and produced across the galaxy, those nutrient fluid suppliers are going to cry their eyes out. Others seemed either genuinely worried about Chinese cuisine or deliberately stirring up trouble. Those suppliers are all big families. Will they come out to boycott our 99 streamer and stop her from selling Chinese cuisine? From what you're saying, if Chinese cuisine affects nutrient fluid sales, it might really pressure the Star Soul live streaming site to ban 99's broadcasts. If the poster's goal was to catch the attention of those big nutrient fluid supplier families, then congratulations to her, she succeeded. The Carlo family and the Owen family were the top two families in the Alien Federation Empire for manufacturing nutrient fluids. The sudden emergence of Chinese cuisine not only caught their attention immediately, but also prompted them to snap up the first batch of best-selling Chinese cuisine items. What made them feel threatened was that Chinese cuisine not only had an incredibly delightful taste, but also boasted the same nutritional value as nutrient fluids. If Xiao Yining had no intention of promoting Chinese cuisine, then the Carlo and Owen families would certainly not care about such a small live streaming room or a tiny online store. But what they feared now was that Xiao Yining would promote Chinese cuisine across the entire galaxy, thereby snatching away their nutrient fluid business that dominated the galaxy. To prevent this from happening, the Carlo and Owen families immediately investigated 99, the streamer, and her Chinese cuisine store on the StarNet. What shocked both the Carlo and Owen families was that, even with all the means at their disposal as major families, they could not uncover Xiao Yining's background. With Xiao Zhi, the super invincible system that dominated the galaxy, even if they deployed the most skilled hackers, they could not shake Xiao Zhi in the slightest, nor could they breach the most formidable firewall Xiao Zhi had set up, let alone dig up any information on Xiao Yining. This unexpected and surprising result made the heads of these two families deeply realize that the mastermind behind Chinese cuisine was likely no ordinary opponent. Those who came with ill intent were not to be taken lightly. Since they could not dig up any information on Xiao Yining, the mastermind, the Carlo and Owen families simultaneously thought of pressuring the Star Soul live streaming site and the StarNet to shut down Xiao Yining's live streaming room and close her Chinese cuisine store on the StarNet. What shocked them was that both the Star Soul live streaming site and the StarNet rejected their requests outright. Even when the two families offered heavy bribes, the Star Soul live streaming site and the StarNet remained unmoved. Were these two major families simply supposed to sit back and watch Chinese cuisine invade the galaxy and completely devour the nutrient fluid market they controlled? Chapter 77, The Battle of Chinese Cuisine 2. While the Carlo and Owen families attempted to suppress Chinese cuisine and prevent its rise, Chinese cuisine also caught the attention of the Alien Federal Empire's government, military, and several other families. They too managed to purchase the Chinese cuisine sold by Xiao Yining at the first opportunity. They also immediately took these Chinese dishes for research and analysis. The final analysis results showed that Chinese cuisine not only satisfies people's appetites, but also provides the energy the human body needs, allowing the body to absorb the energy from the food more perfectly and harmoniously. The Research Institute report obtained by the Alien Federal Empire's military and government recommended, if possible, it is strongly advised to include Chinese cuisine in the military and government's food energy procurement list, replacing the purchase of nutrient fluids. After seeing this strong recommendation from the Research Institute, the Alien Federal Empire's military and government immediately sent people to contact the Chinese cuisine shop to discuss national and military procurement matters. At the same time, someone promptly informed the leaders of the Carlo and Owen families about the contents of this heavyweight report from the Alien Federal Empire's Research Institute. The leaders of these two families felt even more terrified and fearful. They could already foresee that once Chinese cuisine was fully distributed across the entire star system, their two families would directly face bankruptcy. With no other options, they had to hire the top-ranked hacker in the star system, paying a heavy price to hack into the Chinese cuisine shop and Jiao's livestream. After receiving their attack, Xiao Zhi swiftly counterattacked, sending the hacker fleeing in panic. In the end, Xiao Zhi directly crashed the top hacker's expensive smart brain, causing the hacker heavy losses and leaving them utterly devastated. The top hacker's crushing defeat also deterred other hackers from ever accepting orders from the Carlo and Owen families again. Xiao Zhi reported all these swirling rumors on the Star Network to Xiao Yining without missing a single detail. This included the suppression of Chinese cuisine by the Carlo and Owen families, the large procurement orders from the Alien Federal Empire's military and government, and the willingness of other families to negotiate and discuss procurement. Star-Lord, these are all big orders. Should we accept them? Xiao Yining shook her head. We don't have enough manpower or supply capacity right now. For the time being, we won't accept orders, but first help me reply to them. Ask them to leave their contact information, and once our production volume increases in the future, we can prioritize discussing cooperation and supply matters with them. Xiao Yining and the jeweler restaurant team worked non-stop for an entire day, until midnight, finally sending out the last batch of dishes. She also ordered another batch of dishes from jeweler restaurant that were not available in the Chinese cuisine shop and, as previously promised, sent them to the big spending customers who had tipped. After everything was settled, she settled the payment for this batch of goods with Wang Jingjing. On the phone, Wang Jingjing repeatedly thanked her for her support. She also said that if Xiao Yining wanted to place another order next time, she would definitely offer her a more favorable price. Seeing countless star citizens crying out for Chinese cuisine in the comments on her Star Network shop and her live stream, she thought it over and once again opened up 10,000 subscriptions for each of the several dishes in the Chinese cuisine shop. In her Chinese cuisine shop and live stream, countless star citizens were constantly waiting, endlessly refreshing her shop's ordering page and live stream. Chapter 78, The Battle of Chinese Cuisine 3. They simply wanted to be the first to know the news about Chinese cuisine. But when they suddenly saw Xiao Yining open up orders, they thought they had been browsing the StarNet for too long and were seeing things due to eye strain. After confirming that Xiao Yining had indeed opened orders, the waiting citizens were overjoyed, feeling that their patience and wait had not been in vain. Everyone knew how sought-after Chinese cuisine was, and they understood that the quick would get it while the slow would miss out. The moment the word purchase lit up, all the citizens reacted instantly and scrambled to place their orders. Within less than 5 minutes, all orders were fully subscribed, the speed of which even surprised Xiao Yining. Seeing how popular and explosive Chinese cuisine sales were on other planets, Xiao Yining was also delighted, feeling that as a foodie, she had suddenly gained a large group of like-minded allies. Xiao Yining quickly called Wang Jingjing to place an order. Wang Jingjing was especially happy to receive her call. When she heard that Xiao Yining wanted to place another large order with their Jifu restaurant, just like last time, Wang Jingjing was so thrilled she almost jumped for joy. The previous order from Xiao Yining had earned her a net profit of 600,000 yuan. Now, with another order of this magnitude, their Jifu restaurant could make another big profit. Wang Jingjing was very clever. This time, she proactively offered a discounted price, supplying Xiao Yining at 70% of the original price. Xiao Yining was very satisfied with her intelligence and tact, and generously, just like last time, directly transferred half of the deposit to Wang Jingjing, asking their Jifu restaurant to prepare the supply immediately and deliver the first batch on time at 8 a.m. the next morning. From the first batch of goods, Xiao Yining also earned 5 million star coins. Her cooperation with Wang Jingjing was a win-win situation, but while the money was earned, she also felt a bit tired. After placing the order for the second batch of goods, Xiao Yining logged off the StarNet. She did not bother with the massive waves her reopening of orders had caused on other planets, nor the immense love and enthusiasm the citizens had for Chinese cuisine. She was also unaware that the people from the Carlo and Owen families were going crazy trying to find her. But even if they had dug 3 feet into the ground, they could not find a trace of her, leaving both family heads fuming and stamping their feet in frustration. Xiao Yining stayed at home that day and rested well for a full day. Replenished with energy, she spent the night under Xiao Chenlie's deliberate enticement, sharing several rounds of intimacy with him before falling into a deep sleep in his arms. Xiao Chenlie had to go to work. Seeing Xiao Yining still asleep, he leaned over to her, kissed her lips, and softly called her name, Yining, Yining. Xiao Yining let out a soft murmur, slowly opened her eyes, glanced at him, then closed them again. Her sleepy, charming, and languid appearance made Xiao Chenlie's heart soften even more. He rubbed his face against hers and whispered to her, Yining, I'm going to work. Today, I'll discuss the body tempering potion with the president. Wait for me at home, and I'll tell you the good news when I get back. Xiao Yining responded with a light hum, then waved her hand slightly at him, signaling that he could leave. Now that she had his card in hand, she was not particularly anxious about whether this deal would succeed. As long as she left matters to him, he would always give her the most perfect answer. Seeing her carefree demeanor, Xiao Chenlie shook his head helplessly, filled with deep reluctance, and got up to leave. Chapter 79, The Battle of Chinese Cuisine 4. After Xiao Chenlie left for work, Xiao Yining lazed in bed a bit longer before finally getting up. Once she had freshened up and finished breakfast, the driver Li Bin had already gone to Jifu Lu restaurant and brought back the first batch of goods for the day. She went straight to the truck, stored the food in the system, and told Xiao Zhi to ship them out quickly. Before each item of food was sent, Xiao Zhi would use the system to scan and inspect it again, ensuring there were no quality issues. Only then would Xiao Zhi use his extraordinary system's Interstellar point-to-point delivery to send it to each customer's hands. The star citizens who received the food, after tasting it, one by one began posting and sharing pictures on the Star network. One netizen who received spicy beef posted, "I grabbed this food the moment it went live yesterday, and it arrived early this morning. It's fragrant, spicy, salty, and numbing. TSK. Words can't describe how wonderful it tastes. I bought 10 portions, but my family snatched 9 away. I feel like I didn't even get to enjoy it before it was gone. Whoa, next time I'm definitely grabbing 100 portions." Her words, paired with several vibrant pictures of the spicy beef, made mouths water just looking at them. Another netizen who received cumin grilled skewers also shared, "These are the cumin grilled skewers I got. They arrived early this morning too. The logistic speed is awesome. When I took a bite, I felt like I was ascending. The flavor was just too amazing. Indescribably wonderful. After finishing, I'm going to keep waiting to snatch more." Posts similar to these two kept popping up, while those star citizens who hadn't managed to grab any food posted online, wailing and crying. After crying, they went to Xiao Yining's live stream and the food shop on the Star network, continuing to urge her, "Shop owner, hurry up and enable purchases. Xiao streamer, hurry up and go live again. So many of us are waiting for you. Xiao streamer, have you heard our call? Come out quickly. Xiao streamer, if you come out now, I'll immediately tip you 1 million star coins. Xiao streamer, if you come out right now, I'll also immediately tip you 1 million star coins." Seeing more and more star citizens wailing and clamoring for food, Xiao Yining, as someone who had crossed over from another world and tasted Chinese cuisine, truly understood their desperate longing for delicious food. She also realized that Jufu Lu restaurant's supply capacity was limited. It seemed she would need to go out and find a few more food suppliers to provide goods for her. With that in mind, Xiao Yining went out to call Li Bin and Cheng Weining, instructing them, "Li Bin, stay here for now. When the time comes, go pick up the goods from Jufu Luing Jie, and I are going out for a bit, about 2 hours. Call me if anything comes up." Xiao Yining then called Cheng Weining, asking her to drive and accompany her to look for food suppliers. Having lived in the imperial capital for so many years, Cheng Weining knew exactly where to find good food and drink. Under her guidance, Xiao Yining quickly found several suppliers offering imperial capital specialties at very reasonable prices. One of them was a long-established roast duck shop called Dong Data Roast Duck Shop. The flavor of their roast duck, crispy, crunchy, and fragrant skin, tender meat, paired with their secret sauce, was not greasy at all. Even Xiao Yining couldn't stop praising it as she ate. According to Cheng Weining, the taste here was absolutely no worse than the famous roast duck shops in the imperial capital, but the price was much more affordable. She and her dragon group comrades used to love coming here for roast duck. Chapter 80. The boss's wife is really beautiful one. As the two of them were talking, Cheng Weining saw 2 familiar tall figures walk in. The 2 young men in civilian clothes exuded a very strong aura, with crew cuts and a military uprightness and rigidity in their gait. Their faces were cold and resolute, making it clear at a glance that they were military men. Their sharp eyes swept across the roast duck restaurant and immediately spotted Cheng Weining. Their eyes lit up, and they walked straight toward Cheng Weining, calling out in unison, "Sistering." Cheng Weining stood up with a smile and greeted them, "Xiao Dong, Xiao Yi, what a coincidence. You're here to eat too? Come, sit with us." Xiao Yining also stood up and smiled gently at them. "Hello." When Xiao Dong and Yi Guoqiao saw Xiao Yining's delicate and beautiful face, a flash of admiration flickered in their eyes. They immediately looked at Cheng Weining. "Sistering, who is this?" Cheng Weining's expression remained calm, but there was an unusual tenderness in her eyes as she looked at her former comrades who had faced life and death together. She also noticed their admiration for Xiao Yining and, with a hint of playfulness, said with a slight smile, "This is the wife of our boss, Major General Xiao. You can call her sister-in-law." When Xiao Dong and Yi Guoqiao heard that she was Major General Zhao's wife, and thought of the fleeting interest they had just felt toward this beauty, they couldn't help but shudder. Their expressions immediately became extremely respectful, and they bowed slightly to Xiao Yining in unison. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Xiao Dong." Xiao Yining smiled at them again. "I'm Xiao Yining. Hello. Please have a seat." The two responded in perfect sync, "Yes, thank you, sister-in-law." After Xiao Dong and Yi Guoqiao sat down, they stole a couple of glances at Xiao Yining. They marveled inwardly at how lucky the boss was finding such a stunning beauty. He must treasure her like a precious gem, right? If they could marry such a beautiful wife, they would surely hold her in the palm of their hands and cherish her too. Xiao Yining could feel Xiao Dong and Yi Guoqiao quietly observing her, but with her fair skin and striking looks, she was long accustomed to such attention and pretended not to notice. She waved over the waiter and ordered 2 more roast ducks, along with 3 additional signature dishes. Then she asked Xiaodong and Yiguichao, would you like some drinks? Xiaodong and Yiguichao were pleasantly surprised that Xiao Yining had taken the initiative to order more food for them and had asked so kindly if they wanted drinks. Their impression of her improved even more. They were a little flattered. No need, sister-in-law. Thank you. Xiao Yining smiled. You're welcome. If you don't mind, feel free to eat with Sistering and me first. They quickly replied, of course we don't mind. Not at all. Cheng Weining, seeing how Xiaodong and Yiguichao, who never flinched even in the face of terrorists, were acting like shy young boys in front of Xiao Yining, couldn't help but laugh. She said to them, all right, don't be so formal with your sister-in-law. Just eat up. Xiaodong and Yiguichao had originally come to enjoy some roast duck and have a few drinks together, but they never expected to run into Cheng Weining, let alone meet the boss's future wife. When they got back to the dragon group, they'd have plenty to brag about in front of the brothers. Haha. Chapter 81. The boss's wife is truly beautiful too. Xiaodong noticed that Xiao Yining was outgoing, cheerful, approachable, and didn't seem petty, so he wanted to ask about her love story with the Major General, how they met, and how they fell in love. As soon as he asked, Yiguichao and Cheng Weining also perked up their ears, eager to hear Xiao Yining's answer. Cheng Weining had been secretly protecting her for years and knew the development of her feelings for Xiao Chenlie better than anyone, but she too wanted to know how Xiao Yining viewed this relationship with the Major General. Xiao Yining smiled lightly. Me? You could say I was raised by your Major General. Xiaodong and Yiguichao were both taken aback. Xiaodong quickly pressed, sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Thinking of Xiao Chenlie, Xiao Yining felt a warmth flowing in her heart. I'm an orphan. Alai and I met very early on. That year I was only 6 and Alai was 14. He went with Mrs. Xiao to an orphanage for charity, and that's how we met. Later, Alai kept supporting me, caring for me, all the way until now. I'm almost done with college and Alai proposed that we start a relationship and asked me to marry him. I agreed. Xiaodong, Yiguichao, and Cheng Weining looked at Xiao Yining. As she spoke of Xiao Chenlie, her beautiful face wore a sweet, happy smile and they couldn't help but silently express their deep respect for their Major General. The Major General's strategy of raising his own wife was truly masterful. It was absolutely admirable. After the meal, Xiaodong tentatively said to Xiao Yining, sister-in-law, could the three of us take a photo with you as a souvenir? Xiao Yining smiled at him, seemingly aware of his real intention behind the photo request, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she nodded understandingly. Sure. Seeing her agree, Xiaodong happily pulled out his phone, called Yiguichao over, and stood together with Cheng Weining and Xiao Yining. The four of them took a photo. Not satisfied with just one, he changed angles and took several more, finally smiling contentedly. Sister-in-law, thanks for your cooperation. Xiaodong gloated inwardly now, when he got back, he'd have proof and bragging rights in front of the guys. Haha. Cheng Weining saw the smugness in Xiaodong's eyes, but silently lit a candle for him in her heart. This reckless guy, if he really dared to flaunt Ningning's photos everywhere, the Major General would never let him off. After finishing their meal, Xiaodong and Yiguichao stood up to take their leave from Xiao Yining and Cheng Weining, also inviting Xiao Yining to have Xiao Chenlie bring her to the dragon group sometime. Once they left, Xiao Yining asked the server to call over Boss Dong of the roast duck restaurant, saying she had a big business deal to discuss with him. His smile was very warm. Glancing at the strikingly beautiful Xiao Yining and the dashing Cheng Weining, he asked them amiably, I hear you two lovely ladies have a big business deal to discuss with me. What might it be? You must be Boss Dong? Please have a seat. Xiao Yining replied as she sized him up. Boss Dong was around 30 years old, slightly plump, with a round face that looked fortunate, smiling like a Maitreya Buddha, giving off a very festive and approachable vibe. Chapter 82. A huge opportunity one. He was dressed in a spotless white chef's uniform, with a white chef's hat on his head, exuding the aura of a master chef. After he sat down, Xiao Yining smiled and asked him, Boss Dong, your restaurant's roast duck tastes excellent. I've heard that this roast duck shop has been passed down through your family for generations. Speaking of the roast duck shop, Boss Dong was full of pride and confidence. That's right. Our roast duck shop is a century-old establishment passed down through 5 generations of my family. The flavor of our roast duck, I'm not boasting, is absolutely no worse than any other roast duck shop out there. Xiao Yining nodded in agreement. I also think your roast duck tastes very good, and the price is reasonable. I'd like to discuss a big business deal with you, but I'm not sure if your family is interested. Hearing it was a big deal, Boss Dong didn't show excitement or enthusiasm. Instead, he asked cautiously, may I ask what this big deal is? Could you elaborate? Xiao Yining smiled calmly and said, it's like this, I need to purchase about 11,000 whole roast ducks daily. Additionally, I'll need 11,000 portions each of your signature dishes: fire-touched duck hearts, salted duck liver, braised and fried duck gizzards, spicy duck intestines, salt and pepper duck tongues, and 3 flavored duck feet. Can you handle this big order? When Boss Dong heard the quantities Xiao Yining mentioned, his eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, "Miss, how many portions did you say for each item?" Xiao Yining added with a smile, 11,000 portions of each. I can pay half the deposit up front, and the other half after all the goods are delivered. Any problem? Still incredulous, Boss Dong asked again, "Miss, are you really ordering 11,000 portions of each? Do you know how much all these dishes will cost?" Boss Dong took out his phone, quickly tapped on the calculator, and ran the numbers for Xiao Yining. Finally, he said to her, "Miss, even if I give you a 30% discount on all these dishes, you'd still have to pay me 3.89 million Chinese yuan." He expected Xiao Yining to be taken aback by the price. But Xiao Yining remained composed and said with a smile, "Boss Dong, since I came to you for business and told you from the start it's a big deal, that proves I'm aware of the cost. Now I'm just asking you, can you take on this big order? If things go smoothly, I might need to order this much every day." Boss Dong's mind was shaken, and he looked at Xiao Yining with a hint of doubt and confusion, his thoughts churning with several questions. As if reading his mind, Xiao Yining said to him, "Boss Dong, just tell me, can you take this order or not? If not, we'll have to leave." Boss Dong took another careful look at Xiao Yining, noting her refined and noble demeanor, and then glanced at Cheng Weining, who seemed to be her bodyguard. He thought to himself that this beautiful woman didn't seem like an ordinary person and probably wasn't trying to fool him. If this massive order were really secured, it would be a huge opportunity for their roast duck shop. With that in mind, Boss Dong nodded firmly at Xiao Yining. "I'll take this order, but you'll need to pay half the payment up front." Chapter 83, a huge opportunity too. Xiao Yining nodded. "That's not a problem. I can transfer the money to you right now." Boss Dong asked her politely, "May I ask when you need the goods?" Xiao Yining tested him. "Can you deliver before midnight tomorrow night?" Boss Dong estimated the time needed to prepare all these dishes. He shook his head. "I'm afraid it won't be possible before midnight tomorrow night, because I still need to source the ingredients first. The earliest we can finish, while ensuring quality and quantity, would be noon the day after tomorrow." As long as they guaranteed quality, Xiao Yining wasn't too strict about the delivery time, since she hadn't started live streaming or listing the products yet. She said directly to Boss Dong, "Then let's set it for noon the day after tomorrow." "No problem, right?" Seeing that Xiao Yining agreed to postpone the delivery to noon the day after tomorrow, Boss Dong immediately nodded. "No problem, no problem." Xiao Yining then said to him, "Give me your account number. I'll transfer half the payment to you now, and after the delivery the day after tomorrow, I'll transfer the remaining balance." Boss Dong quickly took out his phone, pulled up the online banking QR code payment page, entered half the amount, and handed the phone to Xiao Yining. "Miss, please scan this." Xiao Yining immediately transferred nearly 1.95 million yuan to him. Seeing the payment confirmation, Boss Dong felt as if he were dreaming. Had he just made such a huge deal so effortlessly? Was this what they meant by luck coming so strong that nothing could stop it? Snapping back to reality, he immediately thanked Xiao Yining. "Thank you so much, miss, for favoring our business." He then took out 2 business cards and handed one each to Xiao Yining and Cheng Weining. "This is my card. If anything comes up, you can call me directly. May I ask how to address you 2 ladies?" Boss Dong's full name was Dong Chengquan, and his title read, General Manager of Dong Data Roast Duck Restaurant. Xiao Yining smiled apologetically at Boss Dong. "Sorry, I don't have a business card. My name is Xiao Yining, and this is Ms. Cheng Weining." Boss Dong nodded at Cheng Weining, then said to Xiao Yining, "Miss Xiao, could you leave me your phone number? That way, I can contact you if anything comes up." "Sure, I'll call you now. Save the number." Xiao Yining took out her phone, dialed Boss Dong's number from the card, let it ring once, and then hung up. Boss Dong quickly saved her number. After leaving Dong Data Roast Duck Restaurant, Cheng Weining led Xiao Yining to one of the most famous snack shops in the southern part of the city. There, she ordered 11,000 portions each of various well-known Beijing snacks: jiaochuan, honey twists, sweet rolls, pea cake, coconut cake, bean flour cake, dunner bobo, date rolls, sugar ears, ludegun, and more. She also went to a dessert shop called Happiness and placed a large order for various desserts. Every shop owner who saw Xiao Yining off treated her with the same reverence as a god of wealth, wishing they could keep such a benefactor in their store forever. After finishing this round, Xiao Yining realized they had already spent most of the day outside. Remembering that Li Bin was waiting for her to return and receive the goods, she asked Cheng Weining to drive straight back to the courtyard house. He had left early in the morning, first attending a meeting with his team at the Dragon Group, then picking up his marriage report and heading straight to the presidential palace. Chapter 84, Marriage Report. His marriage report, of course, had to be submitted to the highest leader, the president, for approval. By the time Xiao Chenlie arrived at the presidential palace, the president had already cleared his schedule to receive him. Looking at Xiao Chenlie, who was imposing and majestic in his military uniform, with an air of valor and striking handsomeness, the president sighed inwardly. No wonder his third daughter liked him so much. As a father who deeply cherished his youngest daughter, the president naturally had his own selfish motives. Xiao Chenlie was also his most trusted and capable subordinate. The shrewd president certainly did not want to provoke his displeasure and risk a falling out. But if he simply signed off on Xiao Chenlie's marriage and let him wed smoothly, the president, who doted on his daughter, felt somewhat dissatisfied. After much deliberation, he finally came up with a plan to remove the key support and cut off the source. With a scheme in mind, the president looked at Xiao Chenlie and put on a warm smile. "Ali, have a seat, have a seat." Xiao Chenlie sat down calmly on the sofa beside the president and presented his marriage report with both hands. "Uncle Hua, this is my marriage report. Please approve it for me." The president smiled amiably at Xiao Chenlie and asked, "Getting married, this is a big deal. Have your grandfather and father been informed? Do they both agree?" Xiao Chenlie replied calmly, "My grandfather has already agreed. He is also very fond of my girlfriend." Hearing this, the president was somewhat surprised. As far as he knew, Xiao Chenlie's girlfriend came from a very humble background. Had old Master Xiao really agreed so easily? The president asked again, "And what about your father? He mentioned not long ago that he wanted to invite me for a drink to discuss matters between our two families." Xiao Chenlie caught the implication in the president's words and, recalling his father's despicable intentions, felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. His expression darkened, turning even colder, and his tone became icy. "Uncle Hua, I am the one getting married, not my father. Even if he disagrees, I will still marry the girl I love. I will never compromise myself or her for any power or individual." If this matter did not involve his beloved youngest daughter, the president would have admired Xiao Chenlie's character, persistence, and principles. But this matter happened to involve his precious daughter. And that precious daughter had declared that she would marry no one but Xiao Chenlie. The president, who doted on his daughter and wanted to help fulfill her wish, now found himself troubled by Xiao Chenlie's unwillingness to compromise. After thinking it over, he still put on a smile and said to Xiao Chenlie, "Ali, your status is extraordinary. Leave your marriage report with me for now. Once the review is completed and it passes, I will sign it for you." Xiao Chenlie was about to speak, but the president waved him off. "Ali, set aside your personal matters for now. Let's first discuss official business. I've received a very important message from our foreign intelligence team. Recently, a group of foreign terrorists is planning to infiltrate our country and execute an inhumane death plan. This is urgent. You are to return immediately, assemble your team, and lead the mission. You must wipe out these foreign terrorists completely and thwart this death plan." Chapter 85. If you want to play, play big. Xiao Chenlie's sharp eyes locked onto the president. The president, that old fox, met his gaze calmly. With a solemn and imposing expression, he said to Xiao Chenlie, "Ali, you are the guardian of our Huaxia nation. The safety of our entire country and its people now rests on your shoulders. I entrust this mission to you." At the end of his speech, the president even stood up and bowed deeply to Xiao Chenlie. Xiao Chenlie quickly rose and stepped aside, silently cursing the old fox for being too cunning. However, if that old fox thought that by sending him away, they could deal with Yining, then he could only say they were being far too naive and optimistic. They had better pray they didn't provoke him, or else, just wait and see. With an expressionless face, Xiao Chenlie took the mission documents handed to him by the president and saluted. "I accept the order. I guarantee the mission will be completed." With that, he turned swiftly and strode out with firm, resolute steps. The president watched Xiao Chenlie's unyielding back and let out a heavy sigh. Hopefully this time, his plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain and cut off the fuel supply would succeed. After all, the wrath of the Dragon Group's major general was not something just anyone could withstand. Even he, as the president, had to tread carefully around him. Leaving the presidential palace, Xiao Chenlie did not return directly to the Dragon Group. Instead, he headed to the Xiao family's old residence. Old Master Xiao was walking his bird in the back garden. Seeing Xiao Chenlie suddenly return, he didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, he chuckled teasingly. "What? Didn't go well with the marriage report today." Xiao Chenlie glanced at his grandfather, who seemed to be enjoying his misfortune, and said helplessly, "Grandfather, do you really want to see your grandson make a fool of himself that badly?" Old Master Xiao let out a light snort. "I'm not mocking you. I'm mocking those who like to think they're clever, only to bring trouble upon themselves. They have a perfectly comfortable life, yet they act as if they're tired of living well." Xiao Chenlie's eyes lit up. Grandfather, do you mean, since they want to lure the tiger away and cut off the fuel supply, we should turn their trick against them and lure them into the trap? Old Master Xiao looked at his grandson with satisfaction. Exactly. Since they want to play, you should play along properly. Remember, if you want to play, play big. Make sure they remember this lesson well, so they won't come looking for trouble every few days. Xiao Chenlie pondered for a moment, then said earnestly to Old Master Xiao, Grandfather, this time I might be away for a while. Please take care of Yining for me, so she won't be bullied. Old Master Xiao looked at him meaningfully and smiled. That girl Yining doesn't seem easy to bully, does she? Xiao Chenlie grinned. Even though she can protect herself, I still hope that I, and the Xiao family, have the ability to keep her safe. Old Master Xiao gave him an approving look. Well said. Don't worry. I'll have someone protect her. No one will bully her. Xiao Chenlie looked at his grandfather gratefully. With your word, I can rest easy. Grandfather, I'll take my leave now. When I return, Yining and I will come home to have dinner with you. Old Master Xiao waved him off. Go on, go on. Stay safe. Leaving the Xiao family's old residence, Xiao Chenlie headed straight for the Dragon Group. As soon as he stepped through the Dragon Group's gates, he saw all the members crowded in the courtyard, staring at something, shouting excitedly, wow, the sister-in-law is really beautiful. Chapter 86. Executing the Mission. Wow, sister-in-law is truly flawless from every angle, a goddess-level beauty. If I could marry a wife as beautiful as sister-in-law, I'd be willing to die for her. You? Forget it? A beauty like sister-in-law can only be matched by the boss. Xiao Chenlie didn't pay much attention at first, hearing them passionately discussing some beautiful woman. But as he listened further, something felt off. When he heard the words the boss come out of their mouths, Xiao Chenlie finally realized. So these little brats were gossiping about him and his wife? Xiao Chenlie silently approached them, reached out, and snatched the phone they were looking at. When he saw the group photo of Xiao Dong, Yi Guoqiao, Xiao Yining, and Xiao Yining on the phone, he finally understood what these little brats were so amazed about. Xiao Dong, Yi Guoqiao, and the other Dragon Group brothers, who had been talking excitedly, spotted Xiao Chenlie's arrival and his dark, grim expression. They all trembled in fear, immediately stood up, and shouted in unison, Greetings, Major General Xiao. Xiao Chenlie glanced at them disdainfully, then leisurely forwarded the photo to his own phone. After forwarding it, he directly deleted the photo from Xiao Dong's phone with one click, then handed the phone back to Xiao Dong. Seeing the photo deleted, Xiao Dong's face fell, and he said pitifully, Boss, we finally had a meal with sister-in-law. Can you leave me a souvenir? Xiao Chenlie gave him a cold glare and barked loudly, Everyone here, listen up. Except for those I name who will prepare for action, the rest of you will immediately go to the training ground and run 100 laps as punishment. Hearing this punishment, everyone instantly wailed, ah. Xiao Chenlie ignored them and began reading out names, Yuan Jigua, Pei Feng, Wu Wei, Guan Jigang, Yan Qing, Leng Heng, Ming Tianyu, you seven go prepare immediately. We'll assemble and depart from the helipad in half an hour. They immediately sprinted toward their dormitories. Xiao Dong and Yi Guoqiao watched longingly. When they didn't hear their names, Xiao Dong took the lead and asked Xiao Chenlie, Boss, what about us? Xiao Chenlie gave them a cold smile. You? Huh, aren't you going to run 100 laps? Or do you think 100 laps isn't enough and want to run 200? Xiao Dong, Yi Guoqiao, and the others looked at Xiao Chenlie as ruthless, cold face, and quickly shook their heads, saying, No, we'll go run now, we'll go run now. Watching them all scatter in an instant, Xiao Chenlie took out his phone to call Xiao Yining and inform her of his itinerary, so she wouldn't worry about him. After Xiao Yining and Xiao Yining returned, they quickly stored the goods Li Bin had brought back into the system and had Xiao Zhi promptly send them out to the customers. Just as they finished and sat down, Xiao Chenlie's call came through. Xiao Yining smiled, pressed the answer button, and asked softly, Alai, what's up? Hearing her gentle, tender voice and thinking about going out on a mission where he wouldn't see her for at least several days, Xiao Chenlie felt a deep reluctance in his heart. Chapter 87. Reluctant to part. Huh? You have a mission? Why so sudden? Xiao Yining felt a deep reluctance at the thought of him leaving. Xiao Chenlie immediately explained to her, I just received this urgent mission when I was at the presidential palace earlier. I'll have to set off soon, and it'll take at least a few days. Yining, after I leave, some people might come looking for trouble with you. You need to be careful at home. I've already asked Grandpa to send people to protect you in secret. Hearing Xiao Chenlie's, Xiao Yining instead comforted him, You don't need to worry about me. Just go ahead and carry out your mission with peace of mind. If anyone really dares to come looking for trouble with me, I won't be polite to them. You should know I have countless ways to silently finish them off. Xiao Chenlie didn't think her words were an exaggeration at all. He knew she had such abilities. He didn't say much more, only adding one more reminder, All right, I have to go. See you later. Xiao Yining also urged him, Take care of yourself too. Don't let yourself get hurt. Xiao Chenlie smiled and said, I know. I'll definitely come back in one piece. The two fell silent for a moment before simultaneously pressing the end call button. Xiao Yining sat on the sofa, stunned for a long time before coming back to her senses. With Xiao Chenlie gone, she was left alone to face everything. Although she had lived such days for several years on the alien planet, now that she had re-experienced the joy and happiness of having him by her side after losing and regaining him, the days of separation felt especially hard to endure. But Xiao Yining also understood that Xiao Chenlie's work was inherently special. There would likely be many more such days of separation in the future, and she needed to adapt in advance. When Xiao Chenlie and his men took off from Huaxia in a helicopter, those who had been monitoring his movements received the news immediately. The president made a phone call and said to the person on the other end, prepare to act. Be careful not to leave any evidence. On the other side, Xiao Yuandong immediately said to his later wife, Han Xiaoyu, this task is yours. If you can successfully persuade Xiao Yining to leave a lie, I'll reward you with 10 million right away. Han Xiaoyu leaned against him and said in a coquettish voice, honey, you're so generous. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to make her leave. Xiao Yuandong smiled contentedly, stroked her face, and said cheerfully, then I'll wait for your good news. As long as that little bitch is gone, a lie can marry Hualing. Then I'll get the president's full support. Just thinking about it makes me happy, ha ha ha. Han Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, but she still smiled sweetly and congratulated him. Then I'll wish you all your wishes come true and everything goes smoothly, honey. Xiao Yining had no idea that so many people were plotting against her behind her back. To those in the top echelons of the imperial capital's high society, Xiao Yining, an orphan, was absolutely unworthy of marrying Xiao Chenlie, the most outstanding young talent. If she didn't know her place and refused to leave Xiao Chenlie aside, they had plenty of ways to teach her how to behave. Xiao Yining took a nap, received another batch of goods brought back by Li Bin, and then stayed home watching variety shows. She wanted to enter the entertainment industry to earn faith points, so she needed to quickly understand the rules of this world's entertainment world in order to rise as soon as possible. Just as she was getting into it, she heard the doorbell of the courtyard house ring. Chapter 88, Face-slapping the abusive scum one. When she saw that the people standing outside the door were Han Xiaoyu and her daughter Han Jingxue, she didn't directly invite them in. Instead, she asked them outright, I wonder what brings Miss Han here today? Han Xiaoyu replied with a fake smile, I'm here to see Miss Xiao Yining. Please announce me. Xiao Yining glanced at her, said, wait a moment, and then slammed the door shut with a bang. This infuriated Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue, their faces turning pale as they cursed under their breath outside. Xiao Yining had already extended her mental energy and seen that the visitors were Han Xiaoyu and her daughter. When Xiao Yining came in to tell her, she said with a faint smile, let them in. I'm bored anyway, so let's see what monkey show these mother and daughter are putting on. Xiao Yining almost burst out laughing at her words. She also thought that since she was there to protect Xiao Yining, and given the two women's combat ability, they likely posed no threat to Xiao Yining's safety. So she went out again and led Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue inside. When Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue entered, Xiao Yining remained seated on the sofa without getting up. She only gave them a casual glance and said, have a seat. What do you want from me? Seeing Xiao Yining's rudeness and lack of manners, Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue felt as if they were being looked down upon and insulted. Han Xiaoyu immediately darkened her face and scolded Xiao Yining, since you want to marry a lie, and I am at least the wife of a lie's father, showing such disrespect to an elder like me, aren't you afraid you won't be allowed into the Xiao family? Xiao Yining let out a light, scornful laugh. You think you can stop me from marrying into the Xiao family? Miss Han, you think too highly of yourself. Stop wasting time and state your purpose. I don't have time to waste on you. Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue were both so angered by Xiao Yining's tough and unyielding attitude that they felt like vomiting blood. Why was this little wretch's reaction completely different from what they had imagined when they came? If she wanted to marry into the Xiao family, shouldn't she be bowing and scraping to them, the mother and daughter who were already part of the Xiao family, trying to win them over? Why wasn't this little wretch playing by the rules? Thinking of the purpose of her visit today, Han Xiaoyu suppressed her inner anger and said to Xiao Yining with a forced smile, Miss Xiao, to be honest, I'm here today to give you money. Xiao Yining raised an eyebrow slightly. Give me money? You're not my mother, so why would you be so kind? Seeing that Xiao Yining was unyielding to both soft and hard approaches, and had a way of speaking that infuriated people, Han Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to say anything nice anymore. She darkened her face directly, took out another check for 10 million yuan that Xiao Dongfang had given her, and placed it in front of Xiao Yining. With a hint of smugness and condescension, she said arrogantly to Xiao Yining, Miss Xiao, as long as you leave a lie, this 10 million yuan is yours. Xiao Yining and Xiao Weining exchanged a glance and both burst out laughing. Han Xiaoyu was so angry she gritted her teeth, and Han Jingxue couldn't help but curse. What are you laughing at? So ill-mannered. Hearing Han Jingshue's insult and seeing Han Xiaoyu's smug, petty triumph, Xiao Yining suddenly felt playful. She directly cast a mental control over Han Jingxue. She manipulated Han Jingshue's hands to slap Han Xiaoyu's face repeatedly, smack, smack, smack. In an instant, Han Xiaoyu's meticulously made-up face became swollen, red, and bruised, so much so that even her makeup couldn't hide her ugliness. Chapter 89. Punishing the Mistress and Slapping Faces 2. Han Xiaoyu was also thrown into confusion by her daughter's sudden attack, completely stunned. When she came to her senses, she grabbed Han Jingshue's hands and shouted angrily, Han Jingxue, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me? Han Jingxue suddenly let out a sinister laugh and blurted out, I'm hitting you, you shameless bitch. Han Xiaoyu, being scolded and hit by her own biological daughter like this, was instantly filled with rage. She lunged at her fiercely and began slapping Han Jingshue's face hard. You little idiot, I'm your mother and you dare hit me? I'll beat you to death. The repeated sounds of smack, smack, smack brought great satisfaction to Xiao Yining and Xiao Weining. A lie was a man. He couldn't stoop to dealing with this mistress, so she would take it upon herself to vent his anger thoroughly. Han Jingxue tried to resist, but Xiao Yining used her mental control to immobilize her limbs. Han Xiaoyu, caught up in her fury, beat Han Jingxue until her lips split and bled, her face swollen beyond recognition, completely losing the pitiable, delicate look of a little white flower that once invited sympathy. After the mother and daughter had finished brawling, Xiao Yining finally lifted her mental control over them. She then implanted a command of roll out into the minds of Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue. The mother and daughter immediately stood up and began rolling from the entrance of the hall, all the way to the front gate. Only then did Xiao Yining let them stand up. Xiao Weining opened the gate of the courtyard house and let the mother-daughter pair walk out. She then closed the courtyard gate again. Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue heard the sound of the courtyard gate closing, a loud bang, which jolted them back from their dazed state. Looking at each other's faces, swollen and bruised like clowns, the two women finally realized what had happened. Enduring the stinging pain on her face, Han Jingxue tearfully complained to Han Xiaoyu, Mom, we were set up by that little bitch. I didn't want to hit you just now, but I felt like my body was out of control. That little bitch must have used some kind of evil trick on us. Although Han Xiaoyu was still angry that Han Jingxue had hit and scolded her earlier, seeing the horrific injuries on Han Jingshue's face and hearing her explanation, she suddenly understood. No wonder she had also felt like she was out of control. It turned out that little bitch had cast some evil spell on both of them. Han Xiaoyu's face twisted with rage as she gnashed her teeth and cursed incessantly, I must find someone to deal with her. I'll make sure she's dead. I'll slash her face into a mess. Let's see how she can still be so arrogant then. Han Jingxue noticed people around them pointing and whispering, so she quickly tugged at Han Xiaoyu. Mom, so many people are watching. Don't say anymore. Let's go back first and talk later. Han Xiaoyu looked around and indeed saw many people laughing at their plight, which only deepened her hatred for Xiao Yining. At that moment, she truly wanted to drink Xiao Yining's blood, eat her flesh, and then chop her into minced meat to feed the dogs. Han Yuandong knew that Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue were going to see Xiao Yining today. He had even stayed home specially to wait for them, hoping to hear good news from them as soon as possible. Chapter 90. Abusing the Scum and Slapping Faces 3. Yet he saw Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue returning in a disheveled state, their faces bruised, swollen, and purple from being beaten. Xiao Yuandong's face instantly darkened. He looked at Han Xiaoyu and barked sternly, What is this? Who beat you like this? Han Xiaoyu, eyes red, threw herself into Xiao Yuandong's arms, hugging him and crying loudly, Husband, it's all that little bitch Xiao Yining's fault. She knows some kind of sorcery. She can control my and Xiaoshua's bodies and minds. She can make us beat each other. Husband, you have to get revenge for me and Xiaoshua boohoo. Xiao Yuandong looked at these two women who were more trouble than they were worth, cursing them as useless in his mind for failing even such a simple task. Listening to their sobbing, he felt even more irritated and headachy. Suppressing the anger about to erupt inside him, he shouted at them, Enough. Stop crying. Come sit down and tell me properly, what exactly happened? How did that Xiao Yining control you? Seeing Xiao Yuandong's dark expression, Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue dared not put on a pitiful act any longer. The mother and daughter quickly sat on the sofa, embellishing their story to paint Xiao Yining as a vile, vicious, shameless, and brazen little bitch. Although Xiao Yuandong was muddled about some things, he wasn't stupid. He knew that Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue hated Xiao Yining to the bone now, so they slandered her in every way possible. Even as blind as he was, he could see they wished Xiao Yining dead immediately. But one point they mentioned caught Xiao Yuandong's attention. They said Xiao Yining had the ability to control people's thoughts and actions. The injuries on their faces were caused by Xiao Yining controlling them to make the mother and daughter beat each other. If everything they said was true, then this Xiao Yining should not be underestimated. No wonder that little brat insisted on marrying this woman. It seemed she had hidden her depths quite well. To break them apart, he would have to think of other methods. Xiao Yuandong thought for a moment, then said to Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue, "You two go back to your rooms and rest. Don't worry about this matter. I'll find a way to get justice for you." Han Xiaoyu made another suggestion. "Husband, why don't we discuss this with the president?" Xiao Yuandong gave her a disdainful look and said impatiently, "Enough, enough. I have this under control. You two go back to your rooms and rest." His words almost implied that the mother and daughter's current faces were so ugly they made him lose his appetite. Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue caught the strong disdain in Xiao Yuandong's words and dared not provoke him further, quickly heading upstairs to rest. As soon as they went upstairs, Xiao Yuandong went to the study, took out a dedicated phone, and dialed the president's number. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Yuandong's tone changed from the arrogance he showed toward Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue to one of humility and flattery. "Mr. President, hello. This is Xiao Yuandong." The president on the other end was busy, but still chuckled upon hearing Xiao Yuandong's voice. "Oh, it's Yuandong. What brings you to call me today?" Xiao Yuandong flattered with a smile. "Mr. President, I'd love to chat and have tea with you every day, but I'm afraid you're too busy with important matters, so I dare not disturb you often. Today I'm calling because I have something important to report to you." Chapter 91. Abusing the Scum and Slapping Faces 4. The president chuckled lightly and deliberately teased him, saying, "What matter is so important that you need to come and report to me in person?" Xiao Yuandong said to the president in a deep voice, "It's about Xiao Yining." Upon hearing that it was about Xiao Yining, the president's expression darkened as well. "What is it? Speak." Xiao Yuandong then recounted in detail to the president what had happened today, how he had sent Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue to find Xiao Yining, intending to use money to force her to leave, only for Xiao Yining to use mental control to teach Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue a lesson. Finally, he respectfully asked the president, "Mr. President, what do you think we should do with this woman now?" A chilling gleam flashed in the president's eyes. That woman actually knew the art of mental control? Was she really that formidable? Coming back to his senses, he said to Xiao Yuandong with a smile, "Yuandong, don't worry. Let me think about how to handle this first. Once I come up with a plan, I'll let you know, all right? I still have some matters to attend to here, so let's leave it at that for today." Xiao Yuandong, reading the situation, replied, all right, Mr. President. You're busy. After hanging up on Xiao Yuandong, the president quickly made another call. "Xiao Yuandong just called me. He said that Xiao Yining has the ability of mental control. When you make your move, bring a few people with special abilities to test her skills. If she really has this ability, find a way to restrain her and send her to Dr. A for examination." The other party said nothing more, only coldly responded with "understood," and hung up the phone. A black van quietly stopped at the intersection of the courtyard house. 6 men, who looked so ordinary they were hard to remember, got out of the van and quickly dispersed in different directions, silently surrounding the courtyard house where Xiao Yining was staying. Ever since Xiao Yining moved into the courtyard house, she had set up a mental barrier all around it. These people thought they were skilled enough to sneak into the courtyard house unnoticed and capture Xiao Yining. What they didn't know was that the moment they touched the mental barrier Xiao Yining had set up, she was already aware of their presence. Xiao Yining used telepathic communication to wake up Cheng Weining in the next room. "Sistering, 6 people are coming." Cheng Weining immediately jumped up, rushed into Xiao Yining's room, and said to her with a serious expression, "Ningning, go hide in the basement. I'll deal with them." Xiao Yining shook her head with a smile. "No need. I've been waiting for them to come in so I can shut the door and beat the dogs." Cheng Weining looked at Xiao Yining, who was calm and confident, and suddenly felt as if she had never truly known her. The current Xiao Yining seemed vastly different from the one before. Now, she was more confident, more assertive, and less inclined to hide herself. When Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue had come, Xiao Yining had dealt with them quietly and without a fuss, and Cheng Weining had already sensed Xiao Yining's mystery and abnormality. And now, facing the impending attack of 6 people, she could still say so calmly that she was waiting for them to come so she could shut the door and beat the dogs. With many doubts and questions in her heart, Cheng Weining couldn't help but confirm with Xiao Yining once more. "Yining, there are 6 of them. Are you sure you can handle them?" Chapter 92. Shutting the door to beat the dog. Xiao Yining smiled calmly at her and said, "Don't worry. Since I dared to let them in, I naturally have the means to deal with them." Seeing her so confident, Xiao Yining could only trust her for now and set aside her concerns for the moment. The 6 men had barely jumped into the courtyard when they were struck by lightning that appeared out of nowhere, each of them turning into charred human forms lying on the ground, gasping for breath with only a sliver of life left. After this night's events, Xiao Yining no longer had any doubt about Xiao Yining's abilities. She also stopped wondering where Xiao Yining's powers came from. The Major General was so formidable, and Xiao Yining was equally powerful. The two of them were a perfect match. Once the 6 men lay on the ground, Xiao Yining teleported in front of them, easily read the memories of all 6, and uncovered the mastermind hiding behind them. The esteemed president, under the banner of a father's love for his daughter, would stoop to bother with a little woman like her, and even wanted to send her to Dr. A. How ridiculous. Fine. She would go and see for herself just how terrifying that place really was. From the minds of these 6 men, Xiao Yining not only learned that the president was the one who wanted her dead, but she also uncovered a great deal of the president's dark secrets, as well as the location where he stored all his incriminating evidence. Among the 6 men was one named South China Tiger, a collateral member of the Hua family. He specialized in secretly eliminating various obstacles for the president and took orders only from him. Lying on the ground, South China Tiger's mind churned with a storm of shock. He had always been proud, believing himself exceptionally capable, with few who could match him. But he never imagined that today he would fall at the hands of a little woman, utterly powerless to resist, lying on the ground at her mercy. This woman was so strong, yet they had received no warning at all. She must have watched them like fools, gleefully jumping into her trap, before directly striking them down with lightning, leaving them completely defenseless and unable to fight back. Hadn't the president said she was a psychic ability user? But now it seems she was also a lightning-type ability user. Still in shock, South China Tiger suddenly felt his body lose all weight. The next moment, he opened his eyes and found himself in a strange space. Just as he was filled with terror, a cold female voice rang out mercilessly. After Xiao Yining had taken South China Tiger and the others into the system, she directly instructed Xiao Zhi, turn these people into biochemical humans and implant control systems. These scum had wanted his master's life, so he would turn them into first, making them spend the rest of their lives unable to live or die, existing only as forever serving his master. For Xiao Yining, since they wanted her life and intended to send her to a research institute as a lab rat, if she still treated them with courtesy, wouldn't that make her a saint? Sorry. When it came to scum, she truly had no saintly, all-loving compassion. Chapter 93. Destroy the Research Institute 1. The South China Tiger and the other 5 people lying on the ground, upon hearing what Xiao Yining said to Xiao Zhi, trembled all over in fear. In their eyes, she was 10,000 times more terrifying than Dr. A. The people Dr. A experimented on were opponents, criminals, or homeless individuals that they had captured for him. But they never expected that one day, they too would become experimental subjects in someone else's hands. If Xiao Yining had heard their question, she would have answered them very affirmatively. Yes, this is your retribution. It was only after reading their memories and seeing all the evil deeds they had committed that she used this tactic of repaying them in their own coin to punish them. Then, Xiao Yining summoned an invisible aircraft from her system warehouse. Xiao Yining stared in shock at the aircraft that appeared out of nowhere, almost blending into the night, until Xiao Yining called her to board. It had full autopilot capabilities, as well as fully automatic navigation, full stealth, full anti-radar, full defense, full attack, and other powerful functions. It was a high-end aircraft that only planet owners or super-rich individuals could afford. This kind of extraterrestrial aircraft technology was at least several hundred years ahead of ancient Earth's technology. Xiao Yining sat in the cockpit and directly instructed Xiao Zhi with her mind to copy the most advanced navigation system from ancient Earth onto her aircraft. Xiao Yining sat in the passenger seat, dazedly watching Xiao Yining input the navigation address. Xiao Yining pressed the seatbelt display button. Xiao Yining instantly felt herself securely strapped into the seat. Then, Xiao Yining directly pressed the start button. The aircraft let out a whoosh and rapidly ascended from the courtyard into the sky. This sensation of rapid ascent and suspension made Xiao Yining's heart race, her feet feel cold, and all the hairs on her body stand on end. She tensed her body tightly and gripped the armrests of the seat firmly. Seeing her nervous yet forced composure, Xiao Yining couldn't help but laugh. Sistering, are you scared by me? Xiao Yining let out a long breath she had been holding in her chest, looked at Xiao Yining's calm and composed face, and asked helplessly, are you just trying to see me make a fool of myself? Xiao Yining laughed heartily. No, absolutely not. I thought since you were once in the dragon group, a little scene like this shouldn't scare you. Xiao Yining shot her a reproachful glare. Don't forget, that was years ago. These past few years by your side, my tolerance has weakened. But can I ask, is this thing some kind of aircraft or something? Xiao Yining nodded. That's right. This is the most advanced aircraft, something not even available internationally. Only I have it. Xiao Yining glanced at Cheng Weining again and said with a faint smile, Sistering, we'll be bringing out even more good things in the future. You should be mentally prepared. Cheng Weining understood the implication of Xiao Yining's words and immediately replied seriously, Don't worry, I'll be prepared and will do what a qualified subordinate should do. I will never overstep my bounds. They were both smart people. Some things didn't need to be said too clearly, just a hint was enough. Chapter 94. Destroy the Research Institute 2. At that moment, the aircraft's navigation prompt sounded, 200 meters ahead, destination approaching. Please prepare to disembark. From the South China Tiger's memories, Xiao Yining saw that the private research institute established by the Hua family was located in a mountainous area next to a national ecological park in a small town south of the imperial capital. In such a scenic location, no one would ever imagine that it concealed such an evil, inhumane underground research institute. The Hua family was an unassuming, low-key, and extremely discreet clan. They hadn't even secured a place among the 6 major families of the imperial capital, merely trailing behind them, barely ranking within the top 10 families. The Hua family's most renowned pillar industry was pharmaceuticals and medical resources. This was also the most important reason why they had established a private research institute. Every new pharmaceutical research that was unveiled allowed the Hua family to rake in massive profits. It was precisely because of the enormous benefits involved that the Hua family, having tasted the sweetness, grew bolder and bolder. On the surface, this private research institute existed under the guise of a pharmaceutical company researching drugs. Although some vague, unfavorable rumors had leaked out, their tight security and excellent confidentiality measures meant that no one had yet managed to catch them red-handed. Before reaching the airspace above the underground research institute, Xiao Yining controlled the aircraft to stop. Xiao Yining then instructed Xiao Zhi to quickly scan the underground research institute and determine how many people were inside. There are 55 researchers, 60 security personnel, including 12 ability users and 48 ordinary guards, 35 human experimental subjects, and 8 beast man experimental subjects, totaling 158 people. Additionally, there are 25 large fierce beasts and 30 small animals. Xiao Yining further instructed him, Xiao Zhi, sneak in first, copy all the videos and research experiment data inside, and then help me locate the data repository. Xiao Zhi responded with a yes and immediately began to act. The originally heavily guarded network of the Underground Research Institute stood no chance against the incredibly capable Xiao Zhi. He infiltrated it silently, copying out one piece of research data after another that, if released, would shock the entire world. After he finished this, he erased all traces left behind. Only then did Xiao Zhi report back to Xiao Yining, Star-Lord, it's done. He also sent Xiao Yining the location of the data repository and details of the protective forces around it. Xiao Yining then taught Cheng Weining how to operate the aircraft and instructed her, Sistering, I'm going down now to retrieve their evidence. If you hear me tell you to leave later, get out of here immediately, understand? Cheng Weining looked at her with some concern. Ning, let me go with you. Xiao Yining shook her head, no need. If you come, I'll have to look after you instead. Just wait for me here. Rest assured, I'll definitely be fine. Trust me, okay? Her eyes were filled with confidence, determination, courage, and fearlessness. At that moment, Xiao Yining was like a great warrior about to head into battle, leaving Cheng Weining's heart filled with shock and emotion, making her eyes burn and her nose sting. Looking at Xiao Yining, she couldn't utter a single word to stop her. Chapter 95. Destroy the Research Institute 3. Xiao Yining understood the complex emotions Cheng Weining was feeling now. All along, Cheng Weining had seen herself as Xiao Yining's protector and had acted as such. But now she had suddenly changed, becoming stronger, more mysterious, and seemingly all-powerful. Cheng Weining felt as if she had suddenly lost her purpose, her value for existence. Right now, for instance, Xiao Yining was about to enter the Research Institute to carry out her mission, yet Cheng Weining could not help her at all and might even hold her back. She felt at a loss, unsure of what she should do next. For now, all she could do was listen to Xiao Yining and wait obediently here. Even though she knew Xiao Yining was now very powerful and possessed extraordinary abilities, Cheng Weining still feared that something might happen to her. If anything did happen to Xiao Yining, even just a minor injury, she wouldn't know how to explain it to the Major General. Compared to Xiao Yining and the Major General, she was still far too weak. Xiao Yining also noticed the unease and self-blame in Cheng Weining's eyes. She reached out and gently patted Cheng Weining's shoulder, speaking softly to her, Sistering, after this is done, I can help you improve your strength. But would you be willing to accept that? Cheng Weining nodded firmly. Of course I would. Ning, thank you. Xiao Yining smiled at her. Between us, there's no need for thanks. You've been so good to me, like a sister, so of course I want to be good to you too. Xiao Yining was so moved that she wiped her eyes and said solemnly once more, thank you. Xiao Yining said gently to her, I'm leaving now. Wait for my news. Xiao Yining added another reminder, Ningning, be careful. After responding to that, Xiao Yining directly teleported into the Research Institute's archive room. Xiao Yining stared blankly at the empty space in front of her, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Xiao Yining's abilities had once again shattered her understanding. She marveled inwardly, just how many skills did this Ningning possess? When would she ever be able to have such incredible abilities herself? When Xiao Yining teleported into the archive room, she had chosen the timing well, there was no one inside. She extended her psychic power, monitoring the entire Underground Research Institute's movements while quickly packing up all the documents and tossing them into the system's storage. A minute later, all the evidence was collected. Through her psychic power, Xiao Yining also saw a group of people heading this way. Among them was a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, whose appearance closely resembled that of the president, clearly a member of the Hua family. Xiao Yining used the system to scan the man's face, and his information instantly appeared in her mind. She had guessed correctly, this man was the president's younger brother, Huaxia. Despite wearing glasses and having a refined, gentle appearance, Huaxia was a typical beast in human clothing. His actions were so cruel and twisted that they were utterly appalling. This Underground Research Institute had been built by him personally 10 years ago. Over the past decade, countless people had disappeared within these walls. Yet he and the Hua family had never faced the retribution they deserved. But today, Xiao Yining had arrived, and the time of reckoning for him and the Hua family had finally come. Chapter 96, Destroying the Research Institute 4. Her mental power instantly spread like a tide throughout the entire Underground Research Institute. Whether it was Huaxia, the researchers, or the ability-empowered guards, they all collapsed to the ground one after another, unconscious. For Huaxia and several main leaders of the Underground Research Institute, Xiao Yining directly destroyed their brain domains with a mental attack, turning them into idiots. As for the others, Xiao Yining temporarily spared their lives, intending to use them later as the best human witnesses to testify against the Hua family. On alien planets, Xiao Yining was a being that even cosmic beasts feared. This Underground Research Institute, which for ordinary people was as impenetrable as a fortress, was as easy for her to handle as cutting tofu with a knife. After subduing everyone there, Xiao Yining took out her phone and called Old Master Xiao late that night. She called Old Master Zhao's dedicated satellite phone. Xiao Yining initially thought that Old Master Xiao would have gone to bed by this hour. But to her surprise, when she called, he answered immediately, asking urgently, Hello, is that Yining? Are you alright? Old Master Xiao had promised Xiao Chenlie that he would send people to protect Xiao Yining. He wasn't just paying lip service, he had indeed dispatched shadow guards to secretly protect her. The news of someone attacking Xiao Yining that night had already been reported to Old Master Xiao. He was worrying about her at that very moment, so when he saw her call, he answered right away. Xiao Yining quickly replied, Grandpa Xiao, it's me. I'm fine. It's like this, I've discovered the Hua family's Underground Research Institute. I've already taken control of the area and gathered all the evidence and witnesses. Could you send someone reliable to take over? A flicker of shock crossed Old Master Zhao's face. You actually took down the Hua family's Underground Research Institute? Then he burst into hearty laughter and praised Xiao Yining loudly, well done. Yining, you're truly amazing. This is something we've always wanted to do but never succeeded at. I never thought you'd crack it today. Good. Well done. Well done. Grandpa is very pleased. Xiao Yining could hear the joy in Old Master Zhao's voice and smiled as she replied, it was just a small effort. Grandpa, no need to be so polite. Please send someone over quickly for the handover. As for the evidence I've collected, I'll deliver it to you in person tomorrow morning. Is that all right? Old Master Xiao nodded repeatedly. All right. Let's leave it at that. I'll send people over right now. Wait a moment, Yining. Make sure you stay safe. Xiao Yining responded, Grandpa Xiao, I know. I won't let anything happen to me. Don't worry. She then gave Old Master Xiao the address of the Underground Research Institute. Old Master Xiao replied in succession, Good. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Old Master Xiao immediately made another call. Take your people and head to the Hua family's private research institute right now. Yining has already handled things there. Just go and take over from her. Yes, once you're done, come straight home. We'll discuss the aftermath then. The Hua family's private research institute had long been under surveillance by the higher-ups. Originally, Old Master Xiao hadn't planned to move against the Hua family just yet, but plans changed unexpectedly. Thanks to Yining's involvement in this countermeasure of turning the tables and luring the enemy in, the outcome far exceeded what the two of them had imagined by 1,000-fold. Chapter 97, 100 million merit points. Xiao Yining waited about half an hour at the Hua family's underground research facility before she saw Xiao Yuanxi, the second son of old Master Xiao and Xiao Chenlie's own second uncle, personally arriving with his men. This second uncle, Xiao Yuanxi, was the current commander of the Imperial Capital Military District and also the vice president of the military. For generations, the Xiao family had always remembered their duty to protect the nation and its people. Whenever matters threatened the nation or its people, they considered it their unshirkable responsibility. They led countless brave soldiers, daring to confront any nation's evil forces, shielding the country and its people under a safe umbrella, ensuring ordinary citizens were never disturbed. When Xiao Yining saw that the person who had arrived was Xiao Yuanxi, she felt relieved. As soon as Xiao Yuanxi and the soldiers beside him saw Xiao Yining suddenly appear out of thin air, they nervously drew their guns and shouted at her, "Stop!" Xiao Yuanxi quickly waved his hand at the people around him. "She's one of us. Put your guns down." He then extended both hands toward Xiao Yining and said with a smile, "Yining, your second uncle has heard so much about you. Finally, today I get to meet you." Xiao Yining smiled slightly and replied, "Second uncle, you flatter me. It was rude of me, your junior, not to have come with a lie to pay my respects to you and second aunt. I had originally planned to ask grandfather to gather everyone for a meeting and a meal over the weekend, but then a lie was sent on a mission, so this matter kept getting delayed. I hope you, second uncle and second aunt, and all our relatives will be understanding." Xiao Yuanxi laughed heartily. It's fine. We understand. Once this business is settled, we'll have a good gathering." Xiao Yining nodded in agreement. Then, she briefed Xiao Yuanxi on the situation at the underground research facility. "Second uncle, I've already taken care of the personnel and some of the mechanical equipment inside the research facility. You can just send people in to handle the aftermath. I'll organize the documents first thing tomorrow morning and personally deliver them to grandfather." Xiao Yuanxi nodded and then saluted Xiao Yining, speaking to her with a serious and solemn expression. "Yining, on behalf of the nation and its people, I thank you." Xiao Yining quickly smiled and said, "Second uncle, you're too kind. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." Xiao Yuanxi immediately asked, "Then shall I send someone to escort you back?" Xiao Yining shook her head. "No need. It's faster for me to go back on my own. Second uncle, I'm off. Goodbye." Xiao Yuanxi waved at her. "All right, goodbye. Take care on the way." With that, Xiao Yining directly teleported into the invisible flying vehicle hovering in the air. Cheng Weiniang, who had been waiting anxiously, finally let out a long sigh of relief when she saw Xiao Yining appear. "Yining, you're finally back. I was so worried about you." Xiao Yining grinned at her. "I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? I told you not to worry about me, so why are you still fretting over nothing?" Cheng Weiniang shot her a playful glare. "That's what you say, but I still worry." Xiao Yining waved her hand grandly. "Come on, let's go home. I'll treat you to a good meal and drink, and all your worries and troubles will disappear." Cheng Weiniang laughed and teased her. "You glutton." Just as Xiao Yining started the vehicle and left the place, she suddenly received a grant of 100 million merit points from the heavens. Seeing the 100 million merit points displayed on her system, Xiao Yining was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long time. Chapter 98. The Deranged Plan W. This meant that from now on, she could freely travel back and forth between alien planets and ancient Earth. This unexpected gift from the heavens came so suddenly that it completely caught her off guard. Xiao Zhi's ecstatic voice also rang out in Xiao Yining's mind. "Wow, Star-Lord, you're amazing. Amazing. You earned so many merit points in one go. Haha, we can go back to the alien planet. We can go back to the alien planet." When Xiao Yining heard Xiao Zhi cheering and laughing, she snapped back to reality and laughed along. "Yes, Xiao Zhi, when I have time, I'll take you back for a visit. But I still prefer it here. There are so many delicious foods waiting for me to enjoy." Xiao Zhi sighed helplessly and teased her, "You foodie. All you know is eating, eating, eating." After the initial excitement and thrill, Xiao Yining began to ponder another question in her mind. This system's evaluation gave her 1 merit point for every person she saved. Yet, for destroying the Hua family's underground research institute, the heavens had granted her 100 million merit points. Did this mean that if she hadn't destroyed the Hua family's underground research institute, it would have endangered the lives of 100 million people? Regardless, she had done a good deed by obliterating that terrifying underground research institute. And Xiao Yining's speculation was soon confirmed. After returning home and having a meal with Cheng Weiniang, she and Xiao Zhi began sorting through and organizing the various materials and copied data they had retrieved from the underground research institute. When Xiao Yining saw the detailed contents of one project, Plan W, she immediately understood just how utterly deranged the Hua family's money-grabbing scheme truly was. They had developed a plague toxin, and the antidote for this plague was still in the testing phase. They planned to release the plague in several locations a month later, and then announced that the Hua family pharmaceutical group had developed the antidote. At that point, the Hua family pharmaceutical group would seize the opportunity to make a fortune off this black-hearted scheme. When Xiao Yining saw this vicious Plan W, she was so furious that she wanted to destroy the Hua family immediately. A family so malicious and harmful to the nation, and its people did not deserve to exist in this world. If it hadn't been for the president's murderous intent toward her, wanting to send her to that underground research institute as a lab rat, once this disaster was unleashed, the impact on this country and its people would have been an unprecedented catastrophe. Although she had only arrived on ancient Earth not long ago, the countless cultures, cuisines, environments, and kind people like Alai, Grandpa Xiao, and Xiao Yining in this ancient civilization made her, an alien, feel immense fondness and attachment. She wanted to stay here with Alai for now, temporarily treating Jiuxiao Cloud Star as her home base, as a resource hub for developing ancient Earth, occasionally returning for visits and stays. Later, when ancient Earth had developed and no longer needed them, she could take Alai back to Jiuxiao Cloud Star. But for now, she loved ancient Earth. If anyone dared to destroy this ancient Earth, harm this country, or hurt its people, Xiao Yining would be the first to refuse. Chapter 99, Turbulent Storms 1. After finishing organizing the materials from the Hua family's underground research institute, the sky outside was already growing light. Xiao Yining thought about how she would be heading to the Xiao family soon, and she no longer felt like sleeping. She drank a vial of stamina recovery and began sitting cross-legged in meditation, cultivating her mental energy. The mental and physical strength she had expended the previous night had now returned to their peak state. Xiao Yining was already awake, exercising in the courtyard. When she saw Xiao Yining walking out dressed in a full suit, she stopped her movements and asked Xiao Yining with concern, "Ning, are you going out now?" Xiao Yining nodded. "I'm going to the Xiao family. You stay here. The roast duck shop will deliver goods today. When they arrive, check them in. If the quantity and quality are fine, send me a message and I'll transfer the remaining payment to them." Xiao Yining frowned slightly. "I'd rather go with you to the Xiao family. Li Bin will be here soon. Let him stay and handle things." Xiao Yining smiled at her. "You saw what I'm capable of yesterday. Even if I go to the Xiao family alone, nothing will happen. Don't worry about me." Seeing Xiao Yining's firm expression, Xiao Yining had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'll stay. Drive yourself there and be careful on the road." Xiao Yining nodded with a smile. "I know. I'm off." Xiao Yining drove and arrived at the entrance of the military compound in about 10 minutes. She had called Old Master Xiao on the way, and by the time she arrived, his guard, Sun Jieshi, was already waiting at the gate. He got into her car and personally guided her inside. When she reached the Xiao family home, it was not yet 7:30. As soon as Old Master Xiao saw Xiao Yining, he said to her, "Girl, come have breakfast with us. We'll talk after we eat." Xiao Yuanxi also smiled and nodded in greeting to Xiao Yining. Xiao Yining politely replied, "Grandpa Xiao, second uncle, I've already had breakfast. Please take your time eating. I'll wait in the living room for a bit." She wasn't being polite to Old Master Xiao. After her cultivation, she truly wasn't hungry. She didn't wait long before Old Master Xiao and Xiao Yuanxi finished their meal and called her to join them in the study. Once inside the study, Xiao Yining directly retrieved all the evidence from the Hua family's underground research institute from her system space and placed it before Old Master Xiao and Xiao Yuanxi. With a serious expression, she said to them, "Grandpa Xiao, second uncle, this is all the evidence from the Hua family's underground research institute. It's all on this USB drive. Inside, there's also a horrifying Plan W. Thank goodness we destroyed it in time. If Plan W had been carried out, our entire country and its people would have suffered devastating, catastrophic damage. The Hua family is utterly insane. Please take a look at these materials first." Old Master Xiao and Xiao Yuanxi picked up the USB drive, inserted it into a laptop, and began reviewing the files together. As they saw the countless inhumane, depraved human experiments conducted in the Hua family's underground research institute, a blazing fury ignited in both their hearts. When they then saw the terrifying Plan W, they were equally shocked by the Hua family's sheer madness. They had never imagined that such a large family would, for the sake of money, tread a dark, bloody, and utterly inhuman path that sought to destroy the nation and its people. Such a corrupt family, these soulless scum, even dying 10,000 times would not be enough to atone for their crimes. Chapter 100, Turbulent Storms 2. After they finished reading the materials, Grandpa Xiao suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly ordered Xiao Yuanxi, second son, take elite troops immediately to seal off the Hua family. Not a single one of the Hua family members involved in this case is to be missed. Arrest them all and bring them back for strict interrogation. Also, notify all border checkpoints to prohibit any Hua family member from leaving the country. Xiao Yuanxi immediately stood up and saluted Grandpa Xiao. Yes, sir. I'll get on it right away. He then said to Xiao Yining, I need to go handle this. Stay and chat with Grandpa a bit longer. Xiao Yining waved him off. Go ahead, second uncle. Watching Xiao Yuanxi leave, Grandpa Xiao let out a long sigh. Yining, we really owe you this time. If you hadn't destroyed the Hua family's underground research facility, I can't even imagine the dire situation our country and people would face once the W plan was set in motion. Xiao Yining gave Grandpa Xiao a gentle smile. Grandpa Xiao, as the saying goes, every man has a duty to his country. Though I'm just a woman, my love for our country and people is the same as yours, Uncle Li's and second uncle's. Grandpa Xiao looked at her with admiration. Good child, you're truly remarkable. For Lai to have you by his side is his blessing, and it's a blessing for our Xiao family as well. Xiao Yining replied playfully, being with Lai is also my blessing. Grandpa Xiao then spoke to her in a warm tone. Yining, I still have many matters to attend to here. You should head back first. Understanding that Grandpa Xiao was essentially the highest decision-maker at this moment, Xiao Yining immediately stood up and said, Grandpa Xiao, go ahead with your work. I'll head back now. If anything comes up, just call me, I'll be on standby. Grandpa Xiao nodded with a smile. All right, I'll reach out if needed. Let Xiao Sun see you out. Xiao Yining shook her head. I can see myself out. No need for Xiao Sun to escort me. Leaving the military compound, Xiao Yining didn't concern herself with the aftermath. She trusted that Grandpa Xiao and Xiao Yuanxi would handle the cleanup properly. By the time she returned to her courtyard home near the Imperial City, it was only 8:30. She noticed a large truck parked at the entrance, with several young men in white chef apprentice uniforms unloading goods. Boss Dong of Dong's Big Head Roast Duck Shop was standing with Cheng Weining, counting the items. When Cheng Weining saw Xiao Yining driving back, she quickly reminded Boss Dong, my boss is back. Xiao Yining parked the car and walked over to them. She shook hands with Boss Dong, who greeted her warmly. Miss Xiao, hello. Hello. You're out and about so early. Xiao Yining smiled back. Hello, Boss Dong. You're right on time. Boss Dong laughed heartily. You've honored us with such a big order, it's only right that we deliver on time. This is the first batch. Once it's unloaded, we'll bring the second truck over. We'll make sure everything is delivered before noon. Xiao Yining gave him a thumbs up. Great, I really enjoy doing business with straightforward people like you, Boss Dong. Boss Dong replied politely, I'm also very grateful for your patronage and kindness. Coincidentally, we've just launched a few new dishes. I brought a sample for you to try, Miss Xiao. If you like them, you're welcome to visit us again. Chapter 101, Storm and Turmoil 3. Boss Dong lifted a large food container from his car and handed it to Xiao Yining. Xiao Yining didn't stand on ceremony with him. She reached out and took it, saying with a smile, all right, I'll first taste how this is. If it's good, I'll definitely place a big order with you. Hearing Xiao Yining say that if the taste was good, she would place a large order, the smile on Boss Dong's face grew even warmer. This was his main purpose in bringing the new dish to Xiao Yining. But he still politely said to Xiao Yining, I hope you'll be satisfied. If there's anything not quite right, you're welcome to offer suggestions so we can improve. All right, I'll be sure to give you feedback then. Boss Dong, come in and have some tea first. They probably won't be done just yet. Hearing Xiao Yining's invitation, Boss Dong quickly flattered her with a smile and said, then I'll take you up on that. Li Bin, who was standing guard at the entrance of the courtyard house, saw Xiao Yining carrying the large food container and leading Boss Dong over. He quickly stepped forward to help her take the container and carried it inside. Xiao Yining said to Li Bin, put these dishes in the dining room first, then bring the teapot out to the table in the yard. In the front yard, there were many rare and beautiful flowers, plants, and trees, along with a large grape trellis. Beneath the trellis was an antique-looking rattan sofa and table. When the weather was nice, sitting in the yard to enjoy tea and chat while taking in the scenery was a wonderful thing. Xiao Yining and Boss Dong sipped tea and chatted, also sharing some interesting anecdotes about the food industry in the imperial capital. Before they knew it, the first batch of goods had been collected. Cheng Weining came in to report the numbers to Xiao Yining. After confirming everything was correct, Boss Dong tactfully took his leave. Once they had all left, Xiao Yining set up a mental barrier to block the view of everyone around her, then had Xiao Zhi store all the delicious roast ducks into the system. Before putting these roast ducks on the shelves, Xiao Yining also opened the live stream for Chinese cuisine. The star citizens who had been waiting in the Chinese cuisine live stream cheered and screamed with joy the moment they saw Xiao Yining appear. One after another, tips came flying toward her. My dear host 99, you're finally streaming. Do you know how much I've missed you? 99 host, I love you, heart. 99 host, what are you streaming today? Is it still food? 99 host, When will the Chinese cuisine shop restock? I'm so craving it. I still haven't managed to grab any food, and I'm about to cry from sadness. 99 host is my goddess tipped 1 million star coins. 99 host's die-hard fan tipped 1 million star coins. As soon as Xiao Yining saw these two familiar IDs, she knew who they were. Last time, these two had also tipped her a lot of money, so she had Xiao Zhi check their IDs and addresses. It turned out that the ID 99 host's die-hard fan belonged to General Tai Han Han. And the ID 99 host is my goddess belonged to his wife, Lin Hanxiang. Xiao Yining was both touched and amused by how enthusiastically this couple supported her. Seeing them both show up again today with huge tips as soon as she started streaming, she could only shake her head with a wry smile. As Xiao Yining began live streaming to the star citizens how to eat the delicious roast duck, the imperial capital also started to stir with great upheaval. Chapter 102. The new president takes office. Of course, this upheaval was conducted in the shadows, never surfacing and certainly not allowing the common people to know the inner workings and cause panic. The sudden collapse of the Hua family shocked and surprised many in the upper echelons, but recalling some rumors about the Hua family in the past year or two, they felt that their downfall was only a matter of time. The top circles of the imperial capital also began a new round of reshuffling and replacement. The national official media released a major news story. While working today, the president suddenly suffered a cerebral infarction, fell into a coma, and lost consciousness. After a democratic vote by the national parliament, the current vice president, Xiao Yining, was elected with a high number of votes to succeed the presidency. He will officially assume the position on National Day, half a month from now. At that time, the new president will celebrate with the nation and rejoice with the people. As soon as this headline broke, the whole country was in an uproar and buzzing with discussion, but under the control of the national authorities, the transition period passed smoothly. On the evening of the news release, Xiao Chenlie, who should have been out on a mission, returned to the courtyard house near the imperial city. As soon as he saw her, he happily lifted her up, kissed her vigorously a few times, and then said with a bright smile, "Yining, I was able to come back so quickly this time, and I have to thank you. You either don't act, or when you do, you make a stunning impression." Grandpa and second uncle both said they want to give you a big reward. They asked me to find out what reward you want. Tell me quickly. Xiao Yining looked surprised. I get a reward too? And I get to choose what I want? Does that mean I can have whatever I ask for? Xiao Chenlie laughed. As long as it's reasonable and legal, they will definitely fulfill it. Xiao Yining thought for a moment, then said to him, "What I want most right now is to open a big food processing factory. Can you make that happen for me?" Xiao Chenlie looked at her helplessly. "Is that all the ambition you have? Just a food processing factory and you're satisfied?" Xiao Yining smiled. "That's what I want most right now. As for other things, is there anything else you think I'd care about?" Xiao Chenlie gently pinched her cheek, his eyes full of affection. "You're too easily satisfied now. All right, I'll get you the food processing factory you want. On top of that, I'll also get you the status of a special-level scientist at the National Research Institute and a special consultant for the Dragon Group. With these two identities, you'll be able to explain your things and your abilities in the future." Xiao Yining wrapped her arms around his waist, rubbing her delicate cheek against his chest. "Ali, I knew you'd be the best to me. No matter where you are, you always go all out to take care of me and protect me." Xiao Chenlie held her tightly and said in a deep, magnetic voice, "Silly girl, if I don't cherish you, who else would I cherish? You're my life, don't you know that?" Xiao Yining's heart tightened, and then she stood on her tiptoes, pressing her lips firmly against his. This man always moved her so deeply. He was truly worth loving with her whole life. Her initiative stirred Xiao Chenlie even more, and he kissed her with increasing passion. As they kissed, they moved to the bed, entwining intimately. Xiao Chenlie also told Xiao Yining about another great piece of news. Chapter 103. Getting the marriage certificate 1. Ning, our marriage report has been approved." Xiao Yining looked at his face, radiant with joy, and was infected by his happy mood, smiling along with him. She then asked, "Did Uncle Xiao approve it?" Xiao Chenlie smiled and nodded. "Yes, otherwise it wouldn't have been this easy." Ning, let's go get our marriage certificate first thing tomorrow morning, shall we?" Xiao Yining cast him a playful, reproachful glance and reminded him, tomorrow is Saturday. The Civil Affairs Bureau isn't open. But Xiao Chenlie said with a proud, arrogant air, "I, Xiao Chenlie, am getting married. Would they dare not handle it for me? If I just let the word out, I bet they'd all be begging to process our marriage certificate. Don't you believe me? Tomorrow, I'll take you there, and I guarantee the head of the Civil Affairs Bureau will be waiting there in person to handle our paperwork. This is a golden opportunity for them to witness our marriage and even go down in history." Xiao Yining lightly scolded him, "Stop showing off." But she knew that what Xiao Chenlie said was the plain truth. Given the current power of the Xiao family and his own capabilities, who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? Someone had once joked that in the capital, if you threw a brick at random, you might hit a minister-level official. An official like the head of the Civil Affairs Bureau in the capital was considered a minor one. Such a minor official would normally never have a chance to meet Xiao Chenlie. Now that Xiao Chenlie was finally getting married, this might be the only opportunity in that official's lifetime to do something for him. What did it matter if these people had to give up a weekend day? Being able to latch onto the golden thigh of the eldest young master of the Xiao family was what truly mattered. That was why Xiao Chenlie was so confident that once he spread the word, countless people would be willing to run this errand for him. Xiao Chenlie laughed again and kissed her cheek, saying foolishly, Yining, I'm so happy today, so happy. Can you tell? Xiao Yining looked at his silly grin, showing a mouthful of big white teeth, and found it a bit hard on the eyes. Right now, he was just a big, goofy guy. Wasn't it just getting a marriage certificate tomorrow? How could it make him this ecstatic? It was truly unbearable to watch. Though she teased him in her mind, she was actually quite happy too. Xiao Yining felt that silly grins were contagious. She didn't need to look in a mirror to know that the smile on her face right now was probably just as foolish and goofy. Curled up in his warm, broad embrace, and having just been active, drowsiness crept over her, and she couldn't help but yawn. Xiao Chenlie bent down and gently kissed her forehead, murmuring softly, Yining, go to sleep. Xiao Yining quickly fell asleep, but Xiao Chenlie felt as if he still had boundless energy. In the outer reaches of the galaxy, he had always wanted to prepare the most grand and perfect wedding for Yining, but he never expected to die suddenly from a mental breakdown, leaving endless pain and regret for both of them. In this life, he was determined to fulfill that dream and wish, to give her the most grand and perfect wedding of the century. He racked his brains, thinking about how to make their wedding perfect. He kept at it until dawn, when a rough outline of a grand wedding finally took shape in his mind. Chapter 104. Getting the marriage certificate too. Seeing Xiao Yining still sleeping soundly, Xiao Chenlie bent down and kissed her forehead, then got up to prepare breakfast for her. Although he was a noble son from a prestigious family, he had always served in the military, enduring much hardship and training, and had even practiced cooking. Even if he couldn't compare to a five-star chef, at least his cooking wouldn't taste too bad. He checked the refrigerator at home and found lean meat, mushrooms, eggs, and more. So he made mushroom and lean meat congee, fried a few sunny-side-up eggs, and boiled a small pot of sweet milk. Xiao Yining heard the commotion in the kitchen and got up to look. To her surprise, she saw the Major General wearing an apron and cooking breakfast. Her eyes widened instantly. The Major General, whom everyone revered and whose hands they believed were only meant for holding guns and killing enemies, had gotten up so early and was gently preparing breakfast for the woman he loved. Xiao Yining felt that her worldview and understanding had been thoroughly reshaped by the Major General once again. Just as she stood there stunned, Xiao Chenlie noticed her presence and, in an unusually good mood, said to her with a smile, Sistering, I made some for you too. You'll eat with us in a bit. Xiao Yining nodded. Yes, thank you, Major General. Seeing her somewhat restrained demeanor, Xiao Chenlie said to her, Sistering, help me take this congee and fried eggs out first, and also bring out this pot of milk. I'll stir-fry some greens, and then we can eat. Having him assign her tasks made her happier than standing there awkwardly watching the Major General cook breakfast for them. Xiao Chenlie quickly finished stir-frying the last batch of greens. He untied his apron and said to Xiao Yining, Sistering, I'll go in and call Ning out. You set the bowls and chopsticks first. Xiao Chenlie returned to the room, but found his large bed empty. He immediately turned his head toward the bathroom and, sure enough, heard sounds coming from there. He walked over and knocked on the door. Yining, you're up? Xiao Yining was washing her face inside. Hearing Xiao Chenlie's question, she opened the door for him. I just got up. Why are you up so early? Xiao Chenlie smiled at her. I got up early today to make breakfast. After we eat, we'll head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate. I've already arranged it with them. Xiao Yining nodded and said to him, You go eat breakfast first. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. Xiao Yining went along with his wishes, quickly washed her face, and came out to change clothes. At Xiao Chenlie's suggestion, she put on a light purple-fitted knee-length dress, paired with her smooth, long hair, fair skin, and dark eyes. She looked truly noble and captivating. Even Xiao Chenlie was stunned, murmuring to himself, My wife is so beautiful. Xiao Yining noticed he was still in casual clothes and shot him a playful glare. Hurry up and change. Xiao Chenlie quickly jumped up and rushed to the dressing room, picking out a black suit. Just as he was about to put it on, he suddenly wanted to ask Xiao Yining's opinion. Wife, do you think I look better in a suit or in a military uniform? Xiao Yining walked over, took out his impeccably pressed military uniform without a single wrinkle, and said to him with a smile, "Although you look handsome in a suit, I still love seeing you in a military uniform the most. It gives off a feeling that's both handsome, cool, and restrained." Chapter 105, Getting the Marriage Certificate 3. Xiao Chenlie immediately puffed out his chest upon hearing her words and said, "Then I'll listen to my wife. I'll wear the military uniform today." After Xiao Chenlie changed into his military uniform, he wrapped his arm around Xiao Yining and led her to the floor-length mirror. Xiao Chenlie grinned at Xiao Yining in the mirror, looking satisfied and smug as he asked her, "Yining, don't you think we're a perfect match?" Xiao Yining smiled softly. "Yes, we're a match made in heaven, a pair forged on earth, the perfect couple." Xiao Chenlie laughed heartily. "Haha, my wife sure knows how to talk. Come here, give me a kiss." With that, he planted a loud smooch on her cheek. Xiao Yining looked at him with a helpless smile. "All right, stop messing around. Let's go out for breakfast." Xiao Chenlie held her hand tightly as they left the room together. Xiao Yining had been sitting there waiting for a while, wondering if they were up to something in the room. When she saw them finally emerge, properly dressed, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly urged them, "Major General, Ningning, come eat quickly. The greens and poached eggs have gone cold. I'll heat them up." Xiao Yining still wasn't used to Xiao Yining calling her Miss Ningning. Under Xiao Yining's insistence, and in front of Xiao Chenlie, she had forced Xiao Yining to change the way she addressed her. Xiao Yining only agreed after seeing that Xiao Chenlie had no objections. Xiao Yining actually admired Xiao Yining's persistence and principles. Xiao Yining's military traits were deeply ingrained in her very being. She was steadfast, principled, and professional. She excelled in every aspect. Xiao Yining liked her very much and trusted her completely. It was precisely because she trusted Xiao Yining that Xiao Yining dared to do certain things openly in front of her, without fear of her leaking anything. After the three of them finished breakfast, Xiao Yining drove Xiao Chenlie's exclusive battle vehicle, carrying Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining toward the Beijing Civil Affairs Bureau. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they found not only the bureau director and his staff waiting there, but also the director of the Civil Affairs Department, the deputy director, and even the higher-ranking Minister of Civil Affairs, Wang Wenjie, standing at the entrance awaiting their arrival. The moment they saw Xiao Chenlie's exclusive battle vehicle approaching, everyone immediately perked up, straightened their clothes, and quickly rushed forward. The Civil Affairs Bureau Director and the Civil Affairs Department Director, who had initially wanted to step forward and show off in front of Xiao Chenlie, were pushed aside by Minister Wang Wenjie, who warmly and smilingly opened the car door for Xiao Chenlie, even carefully placing his hand over the top to prevent him from bumping his head. The Civil Affairs Bureau Director and the Civil Affairs Department Director exchanged helpless glances. If they had known the minister would come to suck up to Major General Xiao, they would have kept it a secret and not reported it. Even if they got scolded afterward, it would have been better than missing the chance to be in the spotlight now. Xiao Chenlie got out of the car first, nodded to the crowd, then gently extended his hand to help Xiao Yining out of the vehicle. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xiao Chenlie's hand. They wanted to see just how beautiful this soon-to-emerge beauty was to have captured the heart of the illustrious crown prince of the Xiao family. The first thing to emerge from the car was a long, perfectly sculpted leg. Chapter 106, Getting the Marriage Certificate 4. The first thing to emerge from the car was a long, perfectly sculpted leg. Immediately after, everyone saw a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a light purple-fitted knee-length dress, being carefully and tenderly helped out by the young master of the Xiao family, as if she were a precious treasure. They also heard the young Major General Xiao say to her gently, "Yining, be careful." When Xiao Yining's exquisite beauty was fully revealed before the crowd, everyone present, men and women alike, marveled inwardly, "What a beautiful person." Her appearance was breathtakingly lovely, her temperament ethereal, as if she were a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. The crowd silently sighed again. With looks like hers, it's no wonder she caught the eye of the Xiao family's heir. Xiao Chenlie held Xiao Yining's hand tightly and said to the crowd, "Thank you all for your hard work today. Let's go inside." Minister of Civil Affairs Wang Wenjie personally led the way, guiding Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining to the fifth-floor director's office, where he respectfully invited them to sit on the sofa. Xiao Chenlie glanced around the room. The entire director's office was packed with people, each face wearing a fawning smile. Frowning slightly, Xiao Chenlie said directly to Minister Wang Wenjie, "Minister Wang, keep the staff handling the procedures. Have everyone else leave first." Minister Wang quickly replied, Yes, I'll have them leave right away." With that, Minister Wang waved his hand at the crowd. Those of lower rank, no matter how much they wanted to show their faces, had no choice but to obediently withdraw. However, the director of the Civil Affairs Department Li Zhijian, Deputy Director Bu Guochun, and the director of the Municipal Civil Affairs Bureau Miao Yong shamelessly stayed behind, pretending to be part of the processing staff. Seeing the name badges pinned to their chests, Xiao Chenlie gave them face and didn't order them out. But Minister Wang Wenjie was somewhat displeased. He would have preferred to be the only one serving Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining. Only then could he, as Minister of Civil Affairs, leave a lasting impression on the young master of the Xiao family. Everyone knew that this renowned young Major General Xiao was currently the heir of the Xiao family, and in the future, there was an 80% chance he would succeed Xiao Yuanqi as the next president. This was a key reason why Minister Wang Wenjie was so eager to perform in front of Xiao Chenlie. Wang Wenjie understood this well, and so did the other directors, deputy directors, and bureau chiefs. Xiao Yining watched the civil affairs officials exchanging glances and subtle jabs at each other, unable to suppress a soft smile. Xiao Chenlie naturally noticed their silent maneuvering, yet no one stepped forward to handle the procedures. His face darkened, and he barked angrily, "Should I have you play rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to process our paperwork?" Minister Wang Wenjie immediately said, I'll do it. By this time in 2028, marriage certificates were entirely electronic. The couple took their wedding photo on the spot, then entered their fingerprints and relevant information. After the couple confirmed the details, the data was submitted to the Civil Affairs database, which directly generated an electronic marriage certificate and sent it to both of their phones for safekeeping. Chapter 107. Happy Newlywed Life. Minister Wang sent the electronic marriage certificate to their phones, then immediately beamed and clasped his hands in congratulations, warmly saying, "Congratulations, Major General Xiao. Congratulations, Mrs. Xiao. I wish you a harmonious union, a child soon, and a happy newlywed life." The other department heads and bureau chiefs also stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Xiao Chenlie, hearing their heartfelt wishes, felt his mood lift and said to Minister Wang and the others, "Thank you, Minister Wang and everyone. If you have time, please come and join us at our wedding feast." Upon hearing this, the civil affairs officials present all beamed with joy, eagerly chiming in, "We'll definitely come. We'll definitely come." The century wedding of the Xiao family's heir, what a grand occasion it was. In ancient terms, this was akin to a royal wedding. For such a monumental event, who could attend and who could not was strictly regulated. Among these civil affairs officials, only Minister Wang Wenjie, at the ministerial level, was qualified to attend Xiao Chenlie's wedding. The others were not eligible. But now, with Xiao Chenlie's words, they had effectively obtained a ticket to his wedding, a promise money couldn't buy. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Xiao Chenlie then had Xiao Yining distribute the prepared wedding candies to them. Only after being seen off by the group did they step out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Once in the car, Xiao Chenlie said to Xiao Yining, "Yining, I'll take you out for some good food." Hearing about delicious food, Xiao Yining's eyes lit up. "Where are we going?" Seeing her like a little foodie, Xiao Chenlie's heart softened. He couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek and said with a smile, "I'll take you to the National Guest House. They serve the most authentic imperial court cuisine, it's delicious, and the ambience is great." Xiao Yining hugged his arm and nuzzled against it. "I trust your choice. If you say it's good, then it must be good." Xiao Chenlie reached out and patted her head. "Good girl." In his eyes, no matter how strong she was, she would always be the little girl who needed his care and affection. His habit of doting on her remained unchanged. Whatever she liked, he gave her. He always wanted to place everything she loved before her to win her favor. As long as she smiled, everything he did was worth it. Xiao Yining, too, was used to being cherished, loved, and carefully protected by him. That was why, in the alien world, losing him had been so unbearably painful for her. She was certain that in no world would anyone treat her as well as he did. After deciding on the dining spot, Xiao Chenlie took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Duanjing, the person in charge of the guest house. On the other end, Shen Duanjing heard the message alert and opened his phone to find a message from the Xiao family's heir, saying he was bringing 2 people for a meal and asking him to arrange a private room. Shen Duanjing didn't dare delay. He immediately called the head of the catering department and instructed him to prepare the best private room to welcome the Xiao heir's arrival. Shen Duanjing, 51 years old, came from an esteemed background. He was the eldest son of the Shen family, ranked 6th among the 6 major families in the imperial capital. By the time Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining arrived at the guest house, Shen Duanjing was already waiting at the entrance of the catering department with several subordinates. Chapter 108. Ning's Background 1. Seeing Xiao Chenlie's iconic war vehicle approaching, Shen Duanjing immediately smiled and stepped forward. "Major General Xiao, hello. Hello. Welcome, and thank you for gracing us with your guidance." Although Shen Duanjing was merely the head of the guest house, his other identity was the eldest son of the Shen family, one of the 6 great clans. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was also the future leader of the Shin family. Xiao Chenlie did not dare to underestimate him either. After getting out of the vehicle, he first shook hands with Shin Duanjing and said politely, "Director Shin, I'm sorry to trouble you." Shin Duanjing laughed warmly and heartily. "No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Guests as distinguished as you are ones I'd invite, but never managed to secure. Please come inside." Xiao Chenlie extended his hand and led Xiao Yining out. Seeing how Xiao Chenlie treated Xiao Yining as carefully as if she were his most precious treasure, Shin Duanjing immediately regarded her with heightened seriousness. But when he clearly saw Xiao Yining's delicate features, he froze on the spot, as if someone had struck his pressure points. Shin Duanjing's unusual reaction did not escape the notice of others. Xiao Chenlie frowned slightly in displeasure and let out a heavy snort, instantly snapping Shin Duanjing back from his nearly wandering soul. Xiao Yining also raised her bright eyes and looked at him calmly and clearly. Gazing at Xiao Yining's familiar face and thinking of his long-missing second sister, Shin Duanjing couldn't help but feel his eyes sting and redden. He also sensed Xiao Chenlie's disapproving stare, so he blinked hard to hold back the hot tears threatening to surge forth. After studying his emotions, he smiled apologetically at Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining. "Major General Xiao, my apologies. This young lady looks so much like a relative of mine who has been missing for years. I lost my composure. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Seeing that the nostalgia and sorrow flickering in Shin Duanjing's eyes seemed genuine, Xiao Yining said to Xiao Chenlie, "Let's go inside and talk first." Xiao Chenlie nodded and said to Shin Duanjing, "Director Shin, after you." Shin Duanjing quickly pulled himself together and gestured slightly with his hand. "Major General Xiao, please." He then looked at Xiao Yining and asked cautiously, "May I ask for this young lady's esteemed name?" Xiao Yining was about to answer, but Xiao Chenlie spoke faster. "Director Shin, this is my wife. Her surname is Xiao and her given name is Yining. I hope you'll look after her in the future, Director Shin." Shin Duanjing and those around him were all startled upon hearing Xiao Chenlie's introduction. They had all assumed Xiao Yining was at most the Crown Prince Xiao's girlfriend or something similar. They never expected she was the wife of the Xiao family's heir, meaning she was the legitimate crown princess. Shin Duanjing smiled apologetically at Xiao Yining again. "So you're the young madam of the Xiao family. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner." Xiao Yining returned his smile. "You're too kind." Xiao Yining looked at Shin Duanjing, feeling as though she had never known this person before. But his earlier comment, that she looked very much like a missing relative of his, what did that mean? Xiao Yining immediately used her mind to notify Xiao Zhi. "Xiao Zhi, quickly check Shin Duanjing's interpersonal relationships for me. See if there's anyone in his network of relatives who looks like me." Xiao Yining liked to keep everything under her control and disliked any unexpected variables she couldn't manage. Xiao Zhi replied at once, "I'll check right away." Chapter 109. Yining's background, too. Xiao Zhi immediately replied, "I'll check right away." Shin Duanjing led them to a separate small courtyard. The environment was elegant and tranquil, and the furnishings inside were all antique-style wooden furniture. The calligraphy and paintings on the walls were also collectibles from the Qingming period. This top-tier private room was reserved only for the most distinguished guests or foreign dignitaries visiting China. If it weren't for Xiao Chenlie's arrival today, Shin Duanjing wouldn't have opened it for anyone else. After they sat down, Shin Duanjing personally took 3 menus and handed them to Xiao Chenlie, Xiao Yining, and Cheng Weining. Although Xiao Chenlie hadn't introduced Cheng Weining's identity, Shin Duanjing noticed that she was allowed to sit and eat with them, which meant she was special to Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining. He had to treat her equally and not show any neglect. Xiao Chenlie looked up at Xiao Yining and asked softly, "Ning, what would you like to drink?" Xiao Yining recalled the smooth, sweet taste of the green tea she had drunk at the courtyard house and the comforting sensation it brought her body, so she said directly, "Let's have the same green tea as at home." Xiao Chenlie responded with a sure, then said to Shin Duanjing, "President Shin, bring us a pot of the best cloud tea." Shin Duanjing immediately recorded the order on the ordering device and sent a message for the head waiter to brew the tea right away. He continued waiting nearby to serve them. While standing to the side, Shin Duanjing couldn't help stealing glances at Xiao Yining. The more he looked, the more she resembled his missing second sister. It was as if they had been stamped from the same mold. He couldn't believe there was no connection between Xiao Yining and his sister. Xiao Chenlie looked up and noticed Shin Duanjing staring at Xiao Yining, lost in thought. His expression darkened, and he said directly to Shin Duanjing, "President Shin, we don't need you to personally attend to us here. We'll use the self-service ordering system. Please step out for now, thank you." Hearing Xiao Chenlie's words, Shin Duanjing realized that his focused attention on Xiao Yining had displeased the young master. He thought to himself that no matter how anxious he was, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything today. Whether Xiao Yining was related to his second sister could be investigated later, and the truth would eventually come to light. But for now, he had upset Xiao Chenlie, who had essentially given him the boot. He needed to know when to back off. Shen Duanjing immediately smiled and said, "All right, I'll step out then. If you need anything, feel free to call me anytime, young Master Xiao." Xiao Chenlie gave a faint in response and ignored him after that. Seeing Shen Duanjing leave, Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining both turned to look at Xiao Yining. Sensing their gazes, Xiao Yining looked up and smiled. "What are you staring at me for? Let's order. I'm hungry." "Alai, what good dishes do they have here? You two go ahead and order." Following her taste preferences, Xiao Chenlie said, "The sweet and sour cod is good, and so are the pipa shrimp, dragon boat mandarin fish, first-class tofu, spiced rabbit meat, spicy tripe, and numbing spicy tendon. Oh, and the Buddha jumps over the wall, we have to have that." Xiao Yining chuckled. "Let's order those then. Sistering, you pick a couple too." Xiao Yining closed the menu. "There are only 3 of us. The ones the young major ordered are enough. I'm afraid we won't even finish them." Xiao Yining smiled. "That's fine. If we can't finish, we'll pack them up and take them home." She didn't push Xiao Yining further and said to Xiao Chenlie, "Let's go with those then." Just then, Xiao Zhi's surprised voice echoed in Xiao Yining's mind. Chapter 110. Yining's Background 3. "Oh my god, Star-Lord, that Shen Duanjing's second sister, Shen Duanyan, really looks so much like you. Take a look at her photo. If I didn't look closely, I'd really think it was you." Xiao Yining entered the system with her mind and saw that this missing Shen Duanyan truly looked like her identical twin. They were so alike. Based on their resemblance alone, even without a paternity test, Xiao Yining dared to be certain that they must be blood relatives. No wonder Shen Duanjing had been so flustered and excited when he saw her earlier. If she had seen someone who looked so much like a relative who had been missing for years, she would have been unable to contain her excitement too, wouldn't she? If she really was connected to that Shen Duanyan, then this Shen Duanjing would truly be her family. Xiao Chenlie scanned the self-service ordering QR code with his phone, selected the dishes above, and directly pressed confirm to place the order. Shen Duanjing, who had been keeping an eye on the activity in their private room, immediately notified the kitchen to start cooking as soon as he saw Xiao Chenlie place the order, aiming to serve the crown prince's selected dishes as quickly as possible. After Xiao Chenlie finished ordering, he looked at Xiao Yining and found her staring blankly into space. When Xiao Yining came back to her senses and looked at him, he asked her, "Yining, what are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought." Xiao Yining let out a soft sigh at him. "I was thinking about what President Shen said earlier, that I look a lot like his missing second sister. Do you think there's a chance she and I could be related?" Xiao Chenlie furrowed his brows slightly. "Let's eat first. We'll talk about this when we get back." Xiao Yining hummed softly in agreement and dropped the topic, instead shifting to another subject. "By the way, Eli, I'm planning to sign with Xiao Media. What do you think?" Xiao Chenlie reached out and touched her face, chuckling softly. "It's our family's company anyway. No one will dare to bully you. If you want to join, go ahead." Xiao Yining knew he would support her unconditionally, but hearing him say it still made her very happy. She asked him in a coquettish tone, "Then will you come with me when I sign and report for duty on the 18th? Xiao Chenlie reached out and pinched her nose, speaking with affection, "Of course. I'll definitely come. I need to back up my wife and leave my mark on you, so no one will dare to mess with you in the future." Xiao Yining leaned in and kissed him. "Then thank you, Brother Eli." Xiao Chenlie's gaze darkened, and he lowered his voice to whisper in her ear, "Wife, don't tease me like this outside, or I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back." Xiao Yining's face instantly flushed bright red. She shot him a shy, reproachful glare and scolded lightly, "You're always letting your mind wander." These two were spreading dog food so enthusiastically that they had probably forgotten about her, the big light bulb. Just as Xiao Yining was thinking about stepping away for a bit to let the couple have some time alone, the dishes began to arrive. Golden fried cod fillets, paired with red and green bell peppers, drizzled with a bright red sweet and sour sauce, and served on an exquisite plate, the sight alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Xiao Yining smelled the tangy sweet aroma and couldn't help but swallow. Chapter 111. Yining's Background 4. Xiao Yining looked at Xiao Chenlie eagerly. "Eli, shall we start eating?" Xiao Chenlie picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of fish in her bowl. "Eat up. If it's good, have more." Xiao Yining nodded firmly, then called out to Xiao Yining, "Sistering, you eat too. Don't be shy." With that, she picked up the sweet and sour cod and took a gentle bite. The next moment, her eyes lit up instantly. It was really delicious. The cod was crispy on the outside, yet tender and smooth on the inside, tangy and sweet with a hint of spiciness, and completely boneless. It was absolutely amazing. After finishing one piece, Xiao Yining noticed that Xiao Chenlie was just watching her eat with a smile, without taking a single bite himself. She immediately placed a piece in his bowl. "Eli, you eat too. It's really good." Xiao Chenlie put the fish back into Xiao Yining's bowl and said softly, "If you like it, eat more. I have these dishes often. It doesn't matter if I skip them today. But you haven't had them before, so eat plenty today. Finish my share too. Xiao Yining laughed. Then won't I turn into a big fatty? Xiao Chenlie's lips curled slightly. No, you won't. No matter how much you eat, a night of cultivation will burn it all off. Besides, there's still so much food coming. Don't worry, I won't go hungry. Hearing this, Xiao Yining nodded. Alright then, I'll finish this whole plate for you. Haha, this really is a wonderful world, with such incredible food and you by my side. A lie, I feel so happy right now. He felt the same happiness as she did now. Even doing nothing, just watching her eat like a greedy little squirrel, so joyful, so content, so happy, that alone brought him joy and happiness. The fried pipa shrimp, crispy and fragrant, sweet and delicious, also left Xiao Yining completely satisfied. Every dish that followed made Xiao Yining feel like she was broadening her horizons and indulging her palate. The final dish was a very famous one, Buddha jumps over the wall. The preparation process for Buddha jumps over the wall was extremely complex, requiring over a dozen raw ingredients. The main ones included sea cucumber, abalone, king oyster mushroom, cuttlefish, shiitake mushrooms, konpoi, and so on. The chef had to cook each of these ingredients separately into a dish, then put them all together into a jar, add broth and Shaoxing wine, and simmer over low heat for over 10 hours until the flavors became rich and mellow before it was ready. Anyone who had tasted this dish was full of praise. As an alien foodie, Xiao Yining got hooked instantly. After finishing, she asked Xiao Chenlie to order 10 more jars of Buddha jumps over the wall to take home, so she could enjoy it to her heart's content. When Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining were full and ready to leave, Shen Duanjing appeared again. He handed his business card to Xiao Yining and asked cautiously with a smile, Mrs. Xiao, could you leave me a contact number? If anything comes up, I can reach you. Xiao Yining thought Shen Duanjing was a decent person and considered the possibility that he might be a relative, so she gave him her phone number. Additionally, she silently instructed Xiao Zhi to secretly pluck a few strands of Shen Duanjing's hair and use the super system to run a DNA comparison. Chapter 112. Yining's Background 5. With the all-powerful Xiao Zhi on the case, Xiao Yining quickly obtained the DNA comparison results. She and Shen Duanjing were indeed blood relatives. This proved that Shen Duanjing's missing second sister, Shen Duanyan, was very likely her biological mother. If that were true, where was her mother now? Why had she ended up growing up in an orphanage since childhood? Over so many years, why had no one ever come to the orphanage to look for her? Earlier, from what Shen Duanjing had implied, his second sister Shen Duanyan was still missing and had never been found. Could it be that Shen Duanyan had met with an accident? One question after another swirled endlessly in Xiao Yining's mind. Just as Xiao Yining was pondering these issues, Shen Duanjing, who had just seen off Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining, immediately returned to his office, closed the door, took out his phone, and dialed his fourth brother Shen Duanyang's number. Shen Duanyang was now a deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He had just finished a meeting and had barely sat down in his office when he saw his third brother's call. He quickly answered, "Hello, third brother, is something up?" Under normal circumstances, at this time of day, his third brother, as the head of the National Guest House, should be at his busiest. If he was calling at this hour, it must be something urgent. Shen Duanjing's voice was very serious. "Duanyang, I do have something urgent. Is it convenient for you to talk right now?" Shen Duanyang glanced around. "It's convenient, third brother. Whatever it is, go ahead." Shen Duanjing briefly recounted the day's events to him. "It's like this. Today, the crown prince of the Xiao family brought a woman to my place for a meal. According to the crown prince, she is his wife." Hearing this, Shen Duanyang was also startled. I hadn't heard that the Xiao family's crown prince got married. When did the wedding happen? Shen Duanjing replied, "I don't know that either. But since the Xiao crown prince introduced her that way, it must be legal. Otherwise, given his status, he wouldn't say something like that casually." Shen Duanyang nodded in agreement. Exactly. If he hadn't passed old Master Zhao's approval, he wouldn't say that lightly. "Third brother, do you really not know who the lucky woman who landed the position of crown princess is?" Shen Duanjing sighed softly. "What I need to tell you is about this crown princess. Do you know that she looks exactly like our missing second sister?" Shen Duanyang was so shocked he immediately jumped up from his seat. He quickly suppressed his inner shock and asked in a low voice, "Third brother, this involves the Xiao crown prince and crown princess. This is no joke. If we handle it poorly, we could bring trouble upon ourselves." Shen Duanjing sighed again. "Of course I know this is no small matter. That's why I called to discuss it with you. Fourth brother, what do you think we should do next?" Shen Duanyang asked further, "Third brother, what's the girl's name? Did you find out anything about her background and origins? People can look alike, and things can be similar. Could it be that she just resembles second sister without any real connection?" But Shen Duanjing said with certainty, "Her name is Xiao Yining. Fourth brother, you haven't seen her. If you did, you'd feel the same way I do. I have a strong intuition that she and second sister are blood related. Absolutely. Chapter 113, Yining's background 6. Duanyang, you don't understand, she looks far too much like second sister. This girl is practically her spitting image. I've never seen anyone who resembles her so closely, except for twins. Hearing Shen Duanjing say this, Shen Duanyang had no choice but to believe him. After a moment of thought, he suggested to Shen Duanjing, third brother, since this crown princess looks so much like our second sister, let's first look into her background and origins. Then, depending on the situation, we can try to make contact with her and see if she's willing to do a DNA comparison with someone from our family. What do you think? Shen Duanjing couldn't think of any better plan, so he nodded and said, I suppose that's the only way. The crown princess seems like an easy person to get along with. When I asked for her phone number today, the crown prince looked quite displeased, but she still wrote it down for me. I'll try to find an opportunity to reach out to her and see how she responds. Shen Duanyang hummed softly in agreement and added, then you make contact with her first. I'll look into her information on my end and I'll call you later. Shen Duanjing nodded. Alright, let's do that. We'll stay in touch by phone if anything comes up. The Shen brothers were busy investigating Xiao Yining's identity, hoping that through her, they might find clues about their second sister's whereabouts. For now, they were only conducting a private investigation, not daring to inform their elderly parents, who had been longing for their second sister all these years. They were afraid that if they spoke too soon, it would only lead to another disappointment. Shen Duanyang, as the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, could easily access someone's records. Although some of Xiao Yining's key information had been classified as confidential by Xiao Chenlie, Shen Duanyang still had the authority to review most of her files. When he saw Xiao Yining's background and records, he was stunned. Shen Duanyang had originally assumed that his second sister's disappearance was because she had insisted on leaving with Morong Hanlin back then. Their parents had threatened to disown her, forcing her to leave the capital and never return for over 20 years. He had thought that Xiao Yining's appearance would be an opportunity for them to reunite with their second sister. But he never expected that Xiao Yining was an orphan, one who had grown up in an orphanage since childhood. What had happened between her and Morong Hanlin? Why was this girl, who bore such a striking resemblance to his second sister, raised in an orphanage? Knowing his second sister's pure and kind nature, if Xiao Yining were truly her child, she would rather starve than abandon her in an orphanage, let alone ignore her for so many years. Now, Shen Duanyang was worried. Was his second sister even still alive? He quickly relayed his findings to his third brother, Shen Duanjing. After learning the truth, Shen Duanjing shared the same concern. In the end, the two brothers decided that after work, they would visit Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining to ask about the situation in person. As for Xiao Yining, although she already knew through Xiao Zhi and the system that she was biologically related to the Shen family, she would not act rashly until she understood their background and intentions. In this world, the only person she truly cared about and loved was Xiao Chenlie. As long as he was by her side, she had nothing to fear. Chapter 114, Yining's background 7. Whether in the outer reaches or on this earth, she was an orphan. She had always had weak family ties, never experienced familial affection, and never enjoyed the love of relatives, so naturally, she had no expectations of so-called family. Having family or not made no difference to her. After returning to the courtyard house, Xiao Chenlie pulled Xiao Yining into the room. The two of them enjoyed a sweet afternoon nap together. They slept until just after 4 in the afternoon, when Xiao Yining finally pulled Xiao Chenlie up to cook dinner. They had only been up for a little while when Cheng Weining came in to announce, Ningning, general manager Shen of the guest hotel, and his younger brother, deputy minister Shen, have arrived together. They said they came specifically to visit you and to deliver the 10 jars of Buddha jumps over the wall. She hadn't expected them to move so quickly. They hadn't even waited a full day before showing up at their door. Xiao Yining said to Cheng Weining, sistering, please invite them in. Xiao Yining and Xiao Chenlie quickly returned to their room and changed into formal attire before coming out. Just as they emerged, they saw Cheng Weining leading the two men to the outside of the living room, asking them to wait briefly while she announced their arrival before letting them in. Xiao Chenlie called out directly, sistering, please invite General Manager Shen and Deputy Minister Shen in. After a moment, Cheng Weining led Shen Duanjing and Shen Duanyang around the living room screen and inside. Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining stood up and shook hands with Shen Duanjing and Shen Duanyang respectively. Xiao Chenlie said politely to them, welcome, General Manager Shen and Deputy Minister Shen, to our humble home. Please have a seat. Xiao Yining also nodded and smiled at them in greeting. Hello to you both. When Shen Duanyang saw Xiao Yining, he was momentarily stunned. Earlier, when his third brother said that Xiao Yining looked so much like their second sister, he hadn't quite believed it. But now, seeing Xiao Yining in person, she really was incredibly similar to their second sister. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he truly wouldn't have believed that someone in this world could look so identical, not just in appearance, but even in expressions and mannerisms. It was truly astonishing. No wonder his third brother said that, even without a DNA comparison, he was convinced she was their second sister's child. Once the Shin brothers sat down, Xiao Chenlie got straight to the point and asked, "General Manager Shin, Deputy Minister Shin, I believe you wouldn't come to our home today without a reason, right?" Shin Duanjing smiled and said respectfully to Xiao Chenlie, "Major General Xiao, it's like this. I have a second sister named Shin Duanyan. Have you heard of her?" Xiao Chenlie shook his head. "Sorry, I haven't paid attention to that." Shin Duanjing thought that since Xiao Chenlie was from a generation above them, it was normal for him not to know about his second sister. He continued, "Back then, my second sister fell in love with her boyfriend and wanted to get married, but our parents strongly opposed it. At the time, they threatened to cut ties with her if she continued seeing him. However, my second sister resolutely chose her boyfriend and left the capital with him. Our parents never expected that she would actually leave the capital. They were both hurt and angry at her choice, but they also regretted saying such harsh words to her, so they asked us to investigate her whereabouts. But no matter what methods we used, we couldn't find any trace of my second sister or her boyfriend, Morong Hanlin. It was as if the two of them had vanished from this world." Chapter 115, Ning's Background, 8. Later, we kept searching for them, but we never found any trace of them. Shin Duanjing said this, then took out a few photos from his bag and handed them to Xiao Yining with both hands. "Miss Xiao, take a look at my second sister's photos. The two of you look really alike. We're now suspecting that you might be my second sister's child." Xiao Yining took the photos from his hands and looked at them. These photos included group shots of Shin Duanyan with her family, as well as solo pictures of her. But whether they were group photos or solo shots, they looked as if Xiao Yining had been photographed together with others. Even Xiao Yining felt a strange sensation when she looked at these photos. After she finished looking, she handed the photos to Xiao Chenlie for him to see as well. After Xiao Chenlie looked at them, he also found it somewhat unbelievable. But since both he and Xiao Yining already knew the results of Xiao Zhi's DNA comparison, they didn't show any expression on their faces. Xiao Yining lifted her beautiful eyes, a hint of inquiry in her clear gaze, and looked softly at Shin Duanjing and Shin Duanyang. She asked in a gentle voice, "President Shin, what do you plan to do now?" The way Shin Duanjing looked at Xiao Yining now was like looking at a younger generation, his smile warm and kind. "Miss Xiao, I would like to take the liberty of asking if you could do a DNA paternity test with us. We really want to know if you're related to us by blood. We want to know if you're my second sister's child." Xiao Yining was about to pull out some hair, but Xiao Chenlie immediately grabbed her hand. "Ning, don't rush. I want to talk with the two Mr. Shins first." Xiao Yining knew that whatever Xiao Chenlie did, it was definitely for her own good. She nodded and was about to stand up. "All right, you go ahead and talk. I'll step out for a moment." Xiao Chenlie pulled her back. "You don't need to leave. Stay seated." Xiao Chenlie then looked calmly at Shin Duanjing and Shin Duanyang and asked in a deep voice, "I would like to ask the Shin family this. If it is confirmed that our Ning is indeed the biological daughter of your second sister, do you intend to acknowledge the kinship with the Ning?" They were a bit uncertain why Xiao Chenlie was asking this. Shin Duanjing thought for a moment and felt that in front of someone as shrewd and formidable as Xiao Chenlie, it was better to be straightforward. "If Miss Xiao really is my second sister's biological daughter, of course we would hope to acknowledge her. After all, my parents have been worried and distressed for over 20 years because of my second sister's disappearance. If we can bring some comfort to the elderly in their later years, we children should do our best to make it happen. Of course, the most important thing in this matter is Miss Xiao's attitude. We fully respect Miss Xiao's choice. We will not interfere, nor will we force her, and we will certainly not use moral coercion to pressure Miss Xiao into acknowledging the kinship. Please rest assured on this point, Major General Xiao and Miss Xiao." Shin Duanyang added from the side, "My third brother is right. We just want to confirm whether Miss Xiao is related to my second sister by blood. As for acknowledging the kinship, we fully respect Miss Xiao's opinion and will not force her. To be honest, given Xiao Yining's current status, they wouldn't dare to force her either." Hearing Shin Duanjing and Shin Duanyang's answers, Xiao Chenlie's expression softened slightly. The Shin family had relatively good values, otherwise, they wouldn't have had 2 generations of father and son holding key positions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Chapter 116, The Xiao Family Gathering 1. Although the Shin family had a good reputation, Xiao Chenlie still felt that some unpleasant truths had to be stated up front. After all, he and Yining were not ordinary people, and he feared that some might try every means to cling to them for personal gain. If anyone dared to do so and tarnish their reputation, he would not hesitate to place righteousness above family loyalty. Only after receiving assurances from the Shin brothers did Xiao Chenlie say to Xiao Yining, "Yining, then give them a few strands of your hair for the DNA test." "All right. Xiao Yining readily handed over a few strands of her hair. Shen Duanjing carefully placed Xiao Yining's hair into a plastic-sealed bag he had prepared. Having obtained what they wanted, Shen Duanjing and Shen Duanyang, under Xiao Chenlie's sharp gaze, did not dare to linger and tactfully took their leave. Before leaving, Shen Duanjing said to Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining, "Major General Xiao, Miss Xiao, once the test results are out, I will deliver them to you immediately." Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining both nodded and personally saw the two brothers to the door. Returning to the living room, Xiao Chenlie said to Xiao Yining, "Yining, tomorrow is Sunday. Grandpa said we should head back to the Xiao family in the morning. Since we've already gotten our marriage certificate, but many family members haven't met you yet, we'll hold a gathering so everyone can get to know you." Xiao Yining nodded. "All right. Then help me think about what gifts to prepare for them. By the way, last time I went to your house, I promised to bring gifts for Butler Sue, Aunt Zhang, and Guard Sunday. But when I went to deliver documents to Grandpa a few days ago, I was in a hurry and left in a rush, so I didn't get around to it. This time, I want to make good on that promise." Xiao Chenlie smiled. "Our family members aren't short on money. As long as your intentions are sincere, they'll be happy." Xiao Yining shot him a playful glare. "Even if my intentions are sincere, I still need to give them something that hits the mark for them to like it. If I just give something random that they don't need or don't like, and they toss it aside, wouldn't that waste my good intentions?" Hearing this, Xiao Chenlie thought carefully about the preferences of his relatives, and then said to Xiao Yining, "Grandpa likes tea and wine. How about this? We'll buy some good wine and mix in recovery agents or body-tempering liquid, making it a medicinal wine for Grandpa. If he drinks it and his health improves, he'll definitely love it." Xiao Yining thought this was a great idea and nodded directly. "All right, then Grandpa's gift will be this specially blended medicinal wine." Xiao Chenlie chuckled. "You can give this kind of medicinal wine to all the men in our family. They lack nothing now except good health. For us, health is the most important thing." Xiao Yining cast him a sidelong glance and teased him lightly, "Listen to you, as if others don't value their health." But Xiao Chenlie replied seriously and solemnly, "That's not necessarily true. Many ordinary people struggling on the poverty line, some of them, even knowing that working overtime will severely damage their health, still trade their lives for money. By the time they've earned enough, their lives are already gone." Xiao Yining was no naive fairy unaware of the real world. She understood everything Xiao Chenlie said. Chapter 117, The Xiao Family Gathering, Part 2. In a lifetime, one often cannot do whatever one pleases. If you want to gain something, you must first give before you can reap rewards. For those trapped in poverty, rising up is even more fraught with difficulty. The mental and physical effort they must expend is certainly far greater than that of wealthy scions born with silver spoons in their mouths. Yet some things, knowing they cannot be done, must still be attempted. In the end, it is all for the sake of living a better life. Only for powerful families like the Xiao family, who have reached such a level and stratum, are the worries of daily life long gone. What they now pursue is a higher spiritual realm. What do those with wealth and power seek? Naturally, it is physical health and an infinitely extended lifespan. Who does not desire immortality? Even ancient emperors could not resist this temptation, let alone ordinary mortals like us. In the end, Xiao Yining followed Xiao Chenlie's advice and prepared gifts for old Master Xiao and the others. Xiao Chenlie directly had the person in charge of the Imperial Capital National Liquor send over 100 cases of the national liquor. Then he ordered his subordinate Lang Zheng to immediately find someone to deliver 1,000 bottles of various sizes, all exquisitely crafted and beautifully designed. Whatever Xiao Chenlie wanted, it was now a matter of a single word. 2 hours later, everything he requested was delivered to his courtyard house. There was too much to handle in the next couple of days, so he had no time to entertain these brothers for now. After tomorrow's family gathering was over, he would find time to bring Yining along to meet with them. Seeing that everything she needed had arrived, Xiao Yining took out the recovery potions and body-tempering potions from the system and called Cheng Weining over as well. Under Xiao Yining's guidance, the three of them worked together, mixing these medicinal liquors according to the proportions. Xiao Chenlie teased Xiao Yining, "Ning, if you were willing to sell these remarkably effective medicinal liquors, people would go crazy trying to buy them." Xiao Yining's eyes lit up. This was another great way to make money. She tested the waters. "How about we open another medicinal liquor factory? Then we could supply it directly to the higher-ups and the military. It would benefit everyone too." Xiao Chenlie shook his head helplessly, reached out, and pinched Xiao Yining's nose, saying with a doting smile, Whenever it comes to making money, you're like a money grubber, unwilling to let any opportunity slip by. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself?" Xiao Yining smiled lightly. "This little bit of effort now is nothing compared to what we did before." Xiao Chenlie thought about it and agreed. Back on the Nine Heavens Cloud Star, they had been the planet lords of an entire planet. Everything on that planet belonged to them. That was a truly massive enterprise. That was a true commercial empire. Compared to the industries on the nine heavens cloud star, what Yining wanted to do now was merely small-scale play. Thinking of this, he said to her, do whatever you want. I'll fully support you, as long as you're happy. Xiao Yining pulled his neck down and kissed him firmly on the lips. Thank you. Xiao Yining, busy working nearby, was nearly stuffed to death by the dog food these two fed her every day. She could only pretend not to see or hear, letting them continue showing off their affection. The next day, Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining got up early to exercise. After breakfast, when the time seemed right, Xiao Chenlie told Xiao Yining to rest at home. He drove the battle vehicle himself, taking his wife with him, speeding toward the direction of the Xiao family's old residence. Chapter 118, The Xiao Family Gathering 3. Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining arrived relatively early. It was not yet 10 o'clock when they reached the Xiao family's old residence. Old Master Xiao had been looking forward to their arrival all morning. When he saw them enter, he was overjoyed, his aged face beaming with delight. He warmly greeted Xiao Yining. Yining, you're finally here. Come in and sit down, come in and sit down. Xiao Chenlie deliberately leaned in and teased the old man with a smile. Grandpa, now you only have eyes for Yining. What about your precious grandson? Old Master Xiao shot him a disdainful look. Shoo, go stand aside. Don't disturb my conversation with my granddaughter-in-law. Seeing the playful exchange between grandfather and grandson, Xiao Yining couldn't help but laugh. Once their banter had subsided, Xiao Yining said to Old Master Xiao, Grandpa, I've brought something good for everyone this time. Come in and take a look. Hearing there was something good, Old Master Xiao's eyes lit up. What good thing? Let me see it quickly. If Yining is offering it, it must be extraordinary. Xiao Yining and Old Master Xiao entered the hall. After they sat down on the sofa, Xiao Yining opened the gift bag she was carrying. She first took out a gourd-shaped 5-gene liquor bottle. Inside was a medicinal liquor she had blended using a recovery agent. She had given it a simple name, Recovery Medicinal Liquor. As soon as Old Master Xiao saw the bottle, his eyes were glued to it. He eagerly asked Xiao Yining, what kind of liquor is this? Xiao Yining smiled at him. This medicinal liquor is a recovery tonic I personally blended. Whether for the elderly or the young, drinking it is very beneficial to health. It can prolong life, restore vitality, and for those like you with old injuries, drinking this recovery liquor will gradually help your body heal. Old Master Zhao's eyes widened, and he asked urgently, is it really that effective? Xiao Yining nodded firmly. It really is that effective. If you don't believe me, how about I pour you a couple of glasses to try? Old Master Xiao laughed heartily. All right. Old Su, bring me 2 clean wine glasses. Steward Su was just helping Xiao Chenlie carry the medicinal liquor inside. Hearing Old Master Zhao's call, he quickly set down his work, washed his hands in the kitchen, and then brought 2 glasses to Old Master Xiao. Master, here you are. Xiao Yining uncorked the bottle, and a rich aroma of liquor wafted out. Old Master Xiao took a deep sniff, then turned to Xiao Yining and asked, Yining, this liquor smells a bit like national liquor? Xiao Yining replied with a smile, that's right. I used national liquor as the base and just added my own formula to create this recovery medicinal liquor. Here, have a taste. Xiao Yining poured 2 glasses and handed one to Old Master Xiao. She then offered the other glass to Steward Su, saying with a smile, Uncle Su, you should have a taste too. Steward Su politely declined. Young madam, I don't need to. Old Master Xiao shot him a glare. If the young madam says drink, then drink. This is Yining's kind gesture. Why are you making excuses, you old fellow? Hearing Old Master Zhao's scolding, Steward Su finally accepted the glass of medicinal liquor from Xiao Yining with ease and said solemnly, Thank you, young madam. By then, Old Master Xiao had already taken a sip of the medicinal liquor. As it reached his stomach, he immediately felt a comforting warmth spreading from there to his limbs and throughout his body. Chapter 119, Yining's Generous Gift 1. Old Master Xiao closed his eyes, slowly savoring the warm and comfortable sensation spreading through his body. Once the warmth from that sip of wine faded, Old Master Zhao's eyes snapped open, and he took another drink. After downing 3 mouthfuls of the medicinal wine, he finally turned to Xiao Yining, his gaze burning with fiery intensity. Yining, this wine is truly excellent. Wonderful. Can this medicinal wine be mass-produced? Xiao Yining smiled and asked the old man, Grandfather, after drinking this medicinal wine, did you think of the soldiers in the military again? Old Master Xiao nodded, his expression filled with emotion. You don't know how hard it is for the soldiers stationed in the snowy mountains and along the coast. Many of them have developed severe rheumatism in their legs. Some with stronger constitutions might not feel it when they're young, but as they age like us, the pain becomes constant day and night. Sometimes it hurts so much they wish they could just cut their legs off. Xiao Yining gently patted his hand and said softly, Grandfather, I understand. I know the hardships of the officers and soldiers. When I get back, I'll discuss with Eli how best to handle this. Please don't worry, alright? Old Master Xiao looked at her with great satisfaction. Good, good, good. I trust you. Yining is so clever, I'm sure you'll come up with a good solution, won't you? Xiao Yining knew Old Master Xiao was deliberately praising her to ensure she took the matter seriously. She had no intention of shirking the responsibility, so she smiled and said, You're absolutely right, grandfather. I'll give this serious thought. Even if I have to overcome every obstacle, I'll do my best to make it happen. Old Master Xiao laughed heartily. Ha ha, Yining is truly my wonderful granddaughter-in-law. Good, very good. I grow more satisfied with you by the day. Come, come, pour me another cup. Xiao Yining refilled his cup, but also reminded him gently, Grandfather, no more after this cup, alright? There are still many relatives coming to visit later, and you're the one who needs to keep everything in order. If you get drunk, we won't be able to hold things together. This time, Old Master Xiao didn't insist on drinking more. Instead, he obediently replied, alright, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say. After Old Master Xiao finished his second cup, Xiao Yining took out another gift and handed it to him. Grandfather, this is a space ring I recently developed. It's for you. It has 100 square meters of space and can hold quite a lot. Old Master Xiao was stunned. What? Did you say this is a space ring? In outer space, space folding, wormholes, and interstellar travel had long been mastered. Among the more affluent people in the interstellar realm, owning a space ring was common. Xiao Yining smiled and nodded, taking the silver-white space ring out of its red velvet gift box. She patiently explained to Old Master Xiao, Grandfather, look. Press this button lightly and a fine needle will pop out. Prick your finger with it, and it will automatically absorb a drop of blood. This is blood recognition. After that, you can use your mind to store and retrieve items. Old Master Xiao said excitedly, let me try. Following Xiao Yining's instructions, he pressed the button, the fine needle popped out, and he pricked his finger. Chapter 120, Yining's Generous Gift 2. Once the fine needle absorbed a drop of blood, the originally silver-white ring quickly turned into a faintly reddish one. Old Master Xiao exclaimed in amazement, truly miraculous. Xiao Yining reminded him with a smile, Grandfather, now that the blood recognition is successful, you can try using your mind to put things in and take them out. Old Master Xiao grew excited again. He picked up the tea canister on the table and said in his mind, go in. Xiao Yining then said to him, Grandfather, now use your mind to probe inside the space ring. Your thoughts will let you see what's in there. Following Xiao Yining's instructions, Old Master Xiao tried to look at the ring with his mind. Just as Yining had said, he saw the space inside the ring, truly 100 square meters in size. In that vast space, only the tea canister sat alone on the ground. This time, Old Master Xiao didn't need Xiao Yining's guidance. He tried to control the tea canister with his mind, saying, come out. The next moment, the tea canister reappeared in his hand. Old Master Xiao felt his worldview and understanding being completely reshaped by this item. He murmured, truly miraculous. Truly miraculous. Steward Su, who had been watching from the side, also wore a look of shock. After his exclamations, Old Master Xiao turned to Xiao Yining and tentatively asked her, Yining, is this thing very expensive? Xiao Yining replied calmly with a smile, if we go by market price, it's probably worth about 10 million. Most importantly, this item is currently in short supply. Even with money, you might not be able to buy it. Xiao Chenlie chimed in with a laugh, Grandfather, if we sold this kind of space ring to our dragon group, even at a price of 50 million, those sect disciples would probably scramble to buy it. Xiao Chenlie's words not only amazed Old Master Xiao and Steward Su, but also gave Xiao Yining another idea for making money, selling space rings in the future. That would bring in quick cash. These space rings were rare on ancient Earth. But on other planets, they were as common as everyday items. The price of a space ring depended on its size. The larger the space, the higher the cost. A smaller space ring could be bought for a few million star coins. If it were just a few square meters in size, it could be purchased for hundreds of thousands of star coins. Once Old Master Xiao had finished rejoicing, Xiao Yining picked up another red gift box and handed it to him. Grandfather, take a look at this too. Old Master Zhao's eyes lit up again. There's more? Yining, you're really being generous today, giving so many good things to your grandfather. I feel almost unworthy of it. Xiao Yining laughed. Grandfather, you're being too formal with that kind of talk. I'm your granddaughter-in-law. Isn't it only right that I share good things with you first? Hearing her words, Old Master Xiao felt completely at ease. He laughed heartily and said, good child. You treat me so well and care so much. I won't let you down either. Xiao Yining nodded with a smile. I know, grandfather loves a lie and me the most. Old Master Xiao opened the last gift box and saw a men's bracelet with an antique pattern inside. He looked at Xiao Yining with confusion and curiosity, asking her, Yining, what magical function does this bracelet have? Chapter 121, Yining's Generous Gift 3. Xiao Yining patiently explained to old Master Xiao, this is a defensive bracelet. When you wear it, if you come under attack, its protective shield will automatically activate to keep you safe and prevent you from getting hurt. Old Master Xiao was once again shocked. Ning, these are legendary items. Where did you get them? Xiao Yining gave him a playful smile. What if I said I designed all of these? Would you believe me, Grandpa? Old Master Xiao looked at Xiao Yining, whose features were as delicate as a painting and who wore a gentle smile. Then he too laughed. You little girl, you really do surprise me. You're so capable, 100 times more capable than I ever imagined. Xiao Yining smiled lightly. Grandpa, you're flattering me. Old Master Xiao then asked her, Ning, how much attack power can this defensive bracelet withstand? Xiao Yining replied, things like being crushed by a large truck or hit by a rocket launcher are no problem. Hearing this, Old Master Xiao let out continuous exclamations of amazement. Impressive, truly impressive. If equipment this powerful could be issued to our soldiers fighting on the front lines, then our nation's troops would be unstoppable and invincible in every battle. Xiao Yining and Xiao Chenlie exchanged a glance and both smiled without saying a word. Old Master Xiao had loved his country, his military, and his people his entire life. Whenever something good appeared, his first thought was always for the nation and the army. His belief was this, without the soldiers bearing the heavy burdens on the battlefield, there would be no peaceful life for the people back home. When Old Master Xiao didn't hear a response from Xiao Yining, he turned his head to look at her. Ning, how much does one of these defensive bracelets cost? Old Master Xiao let out a long sigh. I know that something this good definitely won't be cheap. How much is it? Just tell your grandpa, so I can have a rough idea in mind. Xiao Yining replied softly, the defensive bracelet on your wrist, Grandpa, is the top-tier model. It can withstand 10 attacks similar to a rocket launcher, so its price is 100 million. Old Master Zhao's eyes twitched slightly, but after a moment of thought, he realized that this defensive bracelet could withstand 10 attacks, meaning the wearer effectively gained 10 extra lives. Once he understood that, he added, and then, that's acceptable. Xiao Yining continued, this top-tier model is also the hardest to produce. In addition, there are defensive bracelets that can withstand 5 attacks, 3 attacks, and 1 attack, priced at 50 million, 30 million, and 10 million respectively. Old Master Zhao's eyes lit up. The latter ones are good. They could be considered for equipping some key national figures and special military units. Ning, after I discuss this with your second uncle, I'll come back and talk with you more thoroughly. Now that second uncle Xiao had become president, Old Master Xiao, who had previously stepped back from affairs, had started worrying again. Seeing how Old Master Xiao wanted to dedicate every good thing to the nation and the military, Xiao Yining felt both moved and full of admiration. Inspired by Old Master Zhao's patriotic spirit, she also wanted to contribute to the country and the army, so she said to him, Grandpa, if the nation truly needs to procure this equipment in the future, I can offer you the most favorable price. Chapter 122, Ning's generous gift for. Upon hearing this, Old Master Xiao immediately clapped his hands in delight. Oh really? That's wonderful. Xiao Yining then had Steward Su summon Aunt Zhang and the guard Sun Jianxi. The gifts she gave to the three of them were also a bottle of restorative medicinal liquor and a small space ring with a few square meters of space inside. Aunt Zhang was especially delighted to receive the space ring and said, this space ring is fantastic. I can carry it with me and store a lot of things. From now on, when I go grocery shopping, I won't have to worry about carrying heavy loads. Young madam, thank you. It's so kind of you to still remember us. Steward Su and Sun Jianxi were also overjoyed and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Why was Xiao Yining so generous to Steward Su, Aunt Zhang, and Guard Sun, directly giving them small-capacity space rings worth hundreds of thousands? Xiao Yining had always believed that no one should be underestimated, no matter how low their current status might be, because everyone's future holds infinite possibilities. Beyond that, Steward Su, Aunt Zhang, and Guard Sun had been taking care of Old Master all along. His health, in many ways, was inseparable from their attentive care. Since they devoted themselves to looking after Old Master, it was only right for her and Alai, as the younger generation, to express their gratitude. This amount of money meant little to her now. What she valued was the care and affection shared between them. Hearts are made of flesh, and for most people, if you treat them well, they will treat you well in return. Of course, if one encounters an ungrateful wretch, it can only be said that they misjudge the person. While everyone was still rejoicing, the doorbell rang again. Soon, Xiao Yuandong, Han Xiaoyu, and Han Jingxue were ushered inside. When Old Master Xiao saw them, his face, which had been beaming like a flower, immediately darkened, returning to its usual stern and imposing demeanor. Xiao Yuandong, Han Xiaoyu, and Han Jingxue knew they had offended Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining, which had displeased Old Master Xiao. They had planned to arrive early to appeal to Old Master Zhao's emotions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yining and Xiao Chenlie had arrived even earlier than they had, rendering their plans futile. Xiao Yuanong and Han Xiaoyu glanced at Xiao Chenlie, a flicker of disgust flashing in their eyes. In their view, Xiao Chenlie was nothing but a living debt collector, someone sent specifically to oppose and torment them. But no matter how much they loathed Xiao Chenlie in their hearts, they still had to put on a facade of being a good father and a good stepmother in front of old Master Xiao. Xiao Yuanong and Han Xiaoyu stepped forward respectfully and greeted, "Dad." Han Jingxue, dressed in a princess gown, obediently followed suit and said, "Hello, Grandpa." Xiao Yuandong then took out the gift he had specially chosen and presented it to old Master Xiao. "Dad, I specially found this Junshan Injin tea for you. Please try it and see if it's to your liking. If it is, I'll find more for you next time." Old Master Xiao didn't even glance at it and simply said to Steward Su, "Old Su, take these things away and put them in storage." Steward Su immediately stepped forward and quickly removed the gifts placed on the table. Seeing that old Master Xiao paid no regard to him, his eldest son, Xiao Yuandong felt a mix of grievance, resentment, and even more anger and unwillingness. Chapter 123, The Xiao Family Turmoil 1. Why must he only manage the family business while the second son gets to sit in the president's seat? Even if it's just managing the family business, the old man now wants him to hand over power to that rebellious eldest son of his. Why? Why is the old man being so cruel to him? All these years, he has worked diligently in the Xiao Corporation, creating countless wealth for the family business. If not for merit, at least he has no faults, right? Whenever he came across something good, his first thought was not to enjoy it himself, but to send it to the old man's doorstep, letting him enjoy it first. All he wanted in return was just a word of praise from the old man. He had already groveled and humbled himself so much to please the old man, so why couldn't he see his good qualities? Why did he always think he was no good here and no good there? Why? The more Xiao Yuandong thought about it, the more hatred he felt. It was as if a ferocious beast inside him was wildly roaring, desperately trying to break out. The next moment, he lunged fiercely at old Master Xiao, shouting viciously, "You old bastard, I'll kill you. Kill you. Go to hell." Xiao Yining and Xiao Chenlie both possessed strong mental strength. The moment they sensed a burst of intense murderous intent erupting from Xiao Yuandong as he charged at old Master Xiao, they both stepped in front of the old man to shield him. Xiao Chenlie kicked Xiao Yuandong straight in the abdomen, sending him flying backward. He crashed to the ground, unconscious, with blood gushing from his mouth. Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue were both terrified when they saw Xiao Yuandong suddenly attack old Master Xiao. Now, seeing Xiao Yuandong kicked flying by Xiao Chenlie, they were scared out of their wits and let out loud screams, "Ah!" Their shrill, fear-filled cries made the president and his entourage, who had just arrived accompanied by the National Guard, jump in fright. The next moment, President Xiao Yuanxi sprinted toward the house. His personal bodyguards immediately drew their guns, securing his surroundings. Other accompanying guards quickly set up defense and around the Xiao family estate. Meanwhile, the president's wife, Yi Lan, and their son, Xiao Chenlie, who had come with Xiao Yuanxi for the family gathering, were tightly protected by the guards. The guard captain advised them to wait outside until it was confirmed that there was no danger inside. After entering, Xiao Yuanxi saw his eldest brother lying on the ground, spitting blood. His elderly father sat on the sofa, his face ashen, his chest heaving violently, looking utterly enraged. The woman Xiao Yuandong had married later and her stepdaughter, who had just been screaming, were now both lying on the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining stood guard on either side of the old man, their expressions equally grim. Xiao Yuanxi knew the character of his eldest brother, his second wife, and his stepdaughter well. Even though they were all lying on the ground, he didn't spare them a glance. Instead, he rushed straight to old Master Xiao and asked with deep concern, "Dad, are you all right?" Old Master Xiao's eyes were slightly bloodshot. He pounded his chest with his hand, speaking with pain and reproach. "Yuanxi, tell me, what sin did I commit in a past life to give birth to a monster like your eldest brother, to make him do such an evil thing as trying to kill his own father? I just can't understand. Was our parenting too much of a failure?" Chapter 124, The Xiao Family Turmoil 2. Seeing the old man so heartbroken and distressed, everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts, along with a pang of pain and sorrow. Xiao Yuanxi also found it hard to believe that his eldest brother would try to kill their father. "Big brother actually wanted to kill you? How's that possible?" Seeing that Xiao Yuanxi seemed skeptical, old Master Xiao couldn't help but slam the table. "How is it impossible? So many people here saw it with their own eyes. Do you think I would make something like this up?" Seeing that the old man was angry, Xiao Yuanxi quickly tried to calm him down. "Dad, please don't be angry. It's not that I don't believe you, I'm just too shocked. Please let me explain, all right?" Xiao Yuanxi attempted to reason with the old man. "Dad, think about it. With big brother's usually weak temperament, he has always listened to you the most and has always been filial. How could he have the audacity to do something so vicious and rebellious? Don't you think there might be some misunderstanding or conspiracy behind this? At that moment, Xiao Chenlie, who had been silent all along, spoke up. If we want to know whether my father was instigated or threatened, we can ask Yining to perform a deep hypnosis on him. That will reveal the truth. Old Master Xiao and Xiao Yuanxi both turned to look at Xiao Ningning. Xiao Ningning nodded at them and said, I do know deep hypnosis. I can give it a try. Old Master Xiao immediately waved his hand. Then let's try it. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. Old Su, Xiao Sun, carried the eldest to the guest room bed. The two men immediately lifted Xiao Yuandong and carried him up to the guest room on the second floor, laying him flat on the bed. Old Master Xiao then had Xiao Yuanxi, Xiao Chenlie, and Xiao Ningning follow him upstairs. He also ordered that Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue be watched closely, and that they were not to leave the hall without his permission. Finally, Old Master Xiao coldly swept his gaze across everyone in the room and issued a stern command. What happened here today? You will all keep your mouths shut. If anyone leaks a word, they will be charged with treason and dealt with under military law. Only then did Old Master Xiao call for Xiao Yuanxi, Xiao Chenlie, and Xiao Ningning to go upstairs together. After the four of them entered the guest room, Xiao Ningning briefly explained to the old man and Xiao Yuanxi what she was about to do. Once they were mentally prepared, she began to prepare for the deep hypnosis of Xiao Yuandong. To ensure that no problems arose during the hypnosis, Xiao Ningning first used her mental energy to examine Xiao Yuandong's body. Xiao Chenlie had also been careful with his kicks enough to render Xiao Yuandong incapable of attacking and temporarily unable to stand, but not enough to cause serious injury. After confirming that Xiao Yuandong's body could withstand her deep hypnosis, Xiao Ningning finally extended her mental energy into Xiao Yuandong's brain domain. Xiao Yuandong's mental energy seemed to sense the intrusion and instinctively resisted, trying to expel her mental energy. But compared to Xiao Ningning's mental energy, his was like an ant facing an elephant, utterly powerless. Xiao Ningning easily suppressed his mental energy, plunging him into a deep sleep. She then located Xiao Yuandong's memory core and quietly slipped inside. Soon enough, she found the useful information she was looking for. Chapter 125, The Xiao Family Turmoil 3. In Xiao Yuandong's memories, Xiao Yining discovered that he had been controlled by a master. What surprised Xiao Yining was that this master of his was extremely cautious and never showed himself, only communicating with Xiao Yuandong over the phone. From the phone conversations between Xiao Yuandong and his master, Xiao Yining found that it was he who had ordered Xiao Yuandong to contact the former president and propose a marriage alliance between the two families, attempting to stir up conflict and provoke a decisive battle between the Xiao and Hua families, leaving both sides weakened so they could reap the benefits. But this master of his had not anticipated that Xiao Yining's unintentional interference would completely ruin his plan. He had also underestimated the overall strength of the Xiao family. The fall of the Hua family had instead propelled the Xiao family further forward. At today's family gathering, Xiao Yuandong had been remotely controlled by this master again, leading him to commit such an evil act as killing his own father. After reading all this, Xiao Yining recalled that Xiao Chenlie had always suspected that his mother and sister-in-law's car accident was also orchestrated by someone, but he could not find evidence. She then continued to look into Xiao Yuandong's earlier memories. She saw Xiao Yuandong rushing to the scene after receiving a call from the traffic police. When he discovered his wife and daughter-in-law had died horribly in the car accident, the grief and pain on his face did not seem fake. Xiao Yining thought to herself, could he still have been innocent at that time? Not yet under someone's control? Xiao Yining looked further back, but the master did not appear, and she found nothing else of significance. Not long after Mrs. Zhao's car accident, Han Xiaoyu found an opportunity to get to know Xiao Yuandong. From then on, Xiao Yuandong seemed bewitched, almost always obeying Han Xiaoyu, and insisted on marrying her despite his father and two sons' opposition. After Han Xiaoyu entered the household, Xiao Yuandong would occasionally act confused and do several foolish things that embarrassed the Xiao family. For example, suddenly scattering money on the street, making everyone think the Xiao family had so much money they were worse than nouveau riche, inviting attacks from others. Another example, secretly giving the old man Zhao's collectibles to a beggar, making the beggar rich overnight. People thought the Xiao family's eldest son was too stupid, and they also suspected that the Xiao family's money and collectibles were not from legitimate sources. In short, the foolish things he did caused countless troubles for the Xiao family, yet Xiao Yuandong seemed to enjoy it, each time infuriating old man Xiao to the point of vomiting blood. Just as Xiao Yining wanted to continue looking, Xiao Yuandong's mental energy suddenly erupted in chaos. She tried to use her own mental strength to calm his, but found it had no effect at all. Sensing something was wrong, Xiao Yining realized that if she stayed any longer, even her own mental energy might be affected, so she quickly withdrew her mental strength. The moment her mental energy pulled out, Xiao Yuandong's head burst with a dull bang, like a watermelon exploding, sending blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Xiao Yining, who was closest to him, was caught off guard and sprayed with blood and flesh all over her face. Seeing Xiao Yuandong's shattered brain and feeling the bloody smell filling her nostrils, her stomach suddenly churned violently, as if something was rising from her stomach, about to burst out of her throat. She abruptly stood up, covered her mouth, and rushed to the bathroom, vomiting everything in her stomach. Chapter 126. The Xiao Family Turmoil 4. Xiao Chenlie glanced at his deceased father, then saw Xiao Yining's pale face and her nauseated, pained expression. Fearing something might happen to her, he quickly chased after her. Yining. Seeing Xiao Yining vomiting until her face turned pale, with bits of blood and flesh still on her cheeks, Xiao Chenlie's heart ached unbearably. He hurriedly fetched a handkerchief and carefully wiped her face over and over again. Xiao Yining watched him wipe her with earnest attention, from her head, to her face, to her neck, and even her body, each part cleaned multiple times. When he seemed about to continue, Xiao Yining quickly said to him, "A lie, that's enough." Only then did Xiao Chenlie wash the handkerchief and hang it on a hook nearby. Inside the room, old Master Xiao, witnessing Xiao Yuandong's sudden head explosion, felt a sharp pang in his heart, even though he had never been fond of this son. His vision darkened, and his body swayed, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Xiao Yuanxi, standing beside him, reacted swiftly and steadied him. "Dad, are you all right? Let me help you outside to rest for a while." Old Master Xiao closed his eyes tightly, waved his hand at Xiao Yuanxi, and slowly swallowed the blood rising in his throat. Once he felt his breathing gradually calm, he said to Xiao Yuanxi, "I can hold on. Wait for Yining to return and ask her what happened." Xiao Yuanxi, looking at his suddenly and tragically deceased elder brother, also felt a sour ache in his heart, his eyes burning and swelling. But they all trusted Xiao Yining and did not suspect her of being the one who killed Xiao Yuandong. Confronted once again with this gruesome, bloody scene, Xiao Yining still felt some discomfort in her stomach. Thinking back, when she was in outer space, she had fought countless star beasts without fear or hesitation, witnessing scenes far more brutal than this. Logically, seeing such a sight again should not have affected her much. So why was her reaction so strong today? Could it be that her recent days of comfort had made her soft? As Xiao Yining was pondering this, she heard old Master Xiao ask her in a deep voice, "Yining, what exactly is going on here?" When they had entered and exited, they had closed the doors, as old Master Xiao had earlier instructed the guards below not to disturb them unless summoned. So far, no one had noticed anything unusual here. Xiao Yining replied softly, "Grandfather, I found something in Dad's memories. Please take a look, you and second uncle." With that, Xiao Yining used mental transmission to send the images she had extracted from Xiao Yuandong's memories directly into the minds of old Master Xiao, Xiao Yuanxi, and Xiao Chenlie. After old Master Xiao finished viewing the images Xiao Yining had extracted, he could not help but weep with grief. The eldest died tragically. Second son, a lie, it seems someone is targeting our Xiao family. You must find the mastermind behind this and avenge the eldest. Xiao Yuanxi comforted the old man, saying, "Dad, ever since the car accident that took sister-in-law and little Yu's wife, a lie, and I have never stopped investigating. We've remained vigilant. Rest assured, one day we will catch these criminals and avenge Big Brother." Xiao Chenlie's eyes were also filled with icy killing intent. Their opponent this time was too cunning, leaving not even a trace of evidence. Their methods were truly sophisticated. As the group fell into silent contemplation, Xiao Yining suddenly spoke to them. "A lie, after the car accident that killed mom and sister-in-law back then, Han Xiaoyu coincidentally got close to Dad and changed his personality drastically. She and her adopted daughter should also be suspicious. Have you investigated them?" Chapter 127. The Xiao Family Turmoil 5. Xiao Chenlie replied in a deep voice, "We've definitely looked into them. We've been keeping an eye on the mother and daughter, but aside from the timing of how they met my father being a bit suspicious, and their love for spending money on shopping, as well as their vain and showy behavior, we haven't found anything unusual about them." Xiao Yining thought for a moment, and then said to Xiao Chenlie, "How about we try deep hypnosis on them too? I have a feeling there's something off about the mother and daughter." A flicker of dark light passed through Xiao Chenlie's eyes. "Yeah, everyone feels they're suspicious, yet we just can't find any evidence to prove it. That's what's truly frightening. I'll have someone move them to another guest room. You can hypnotize them there, and I'll handle things here." Once Xiao Chenlie had made the arrangements, he came to call Xiao Yining over. Xiao Yining glanced at the grief-stricken old master and Xiao Yuanxi. "Grandfather, second uncle, I'll go ahead." Xiao Yuanxi nodded slightly. Go ahead. Be careful too. Xiao Yining followed Xiao Chenlie to the adjacent guest room, where Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue, who had been knocked unconscious by Xiao Chenlie's psychic power earlier, were still lying unconscious on the bed, mother and daughter together. Xiao Yining said to Xiao Chenlie, "Alai, keep watch for me. I'll start by hypnotizing Han Xiaoyu." Xiao Chenlie reached out and gently stroked her face, offering a concerned reminder, "Ning, this matter should have been handled by me, but now I'm asking for your help. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it works, good. If not, we'll find another way." Xiao Yining lifted her eyes and looked at him seriously. "I'll do my best." With that, she pulled up a stool, sat down beside Han Xiaoyu's bed, and released her psychic power, quietly infiltrating Han Xiaoyu's brain domain. Xiao Yining skillfully located Han Xiaoyu's memory area and began sifting through her memories, trying to see if she could extract any useful information. After going through Han Xiaoyu's entire life memories, Xiao Yining suddenly felt a bit speechless. It turned out that Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue weren't biological mother and daughter at all. They were a pair of partners who specialized in conning men for a living. They even belonged to a sect called the Love Pavilion, which used women to gather intelligence. The women of the Love Pavilion were all fairly attractive, and after special training in seduction techniques, mind control arts, bedroom skills, and the like, they became highly skilled. Many disciples, like Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue, had successfully climbed the social ladder, married into wealthy families, and provided the Love Pavilion with plenty of valuable intelligence. Han Xiaoyu had also extracted quite a few of the Xiao family's private matters, all of which she reported back. She had even been commended by the Love Pavilion's leader, Li Shuiying, for her efforts. It was a good thing that old Master Xiao had driven them out of the main estate and made them live elsewhere. Otherwise, Han Xiaoyu might have gotten even more information about the Xiao family. The Love Pavilion's headquarters was located at a place called Love Manor on Jing Mountain. Before Han Xiaoyu married Xiao Yuandong, old Master Xiao had naturally ordered a background check on her. But since this was their line of work, they had perfected their identities to the point where nothing suspicious could be found, allowing her to successfully enter the Xiao family. Han Xiaoyu had used seduction and mind control techniques on Xiao Yuandong, causing him to do many bizarre things. She had also recently received orders from above to find an opportunity to target old Master Xiao. Chapter 128, The Xiao Family Turmoil 6. Old Master Xiao was the pillar of the Xiao family. Once he fell, it would be an absolutely devastating blow to the family. Unfortunately, old Master Yao's surroundings were always heavily guarded, and he was especially wary of them, mother and daughter, never allowing them to get close. For the time being, they had no opportunity to strike. Originally, they had planned to make a move against old Master Xiao today as well. But they never expected that Xiao Yuandong, as his son, would strike first to assassinate old Master Xiao, leaving them no chance to act. As for Xiao Yuandong's sudden death by a gunshot to the head, it truly was not their doing. They did not possess such an ability to control someone from a distance. Xiao Yining extracted all the useful parts from Han Xiaoyu's memory. As soon as Xiao Chenlie saw her open her eyes, he urgently asked, "Yining, how is it?" Xiao Yining replied softly, "I'll transfer her memory to you. Take a look first." After Xiao Chenlie finished reviewing the memory Xiao Yining had transferred, his gaze toward Han Xiaoyu turned as cold and murderous as if he were looking at a dead person. He was in charge of the Dragon Group, overseeing and monitoring all special organizations and sects across the country. Of course, he knew about the Qingge Pavilion. He had originally thought it was just a small organization that wouldn't cause much harm. But he never imagined that the Qingge Pavilion would extend its black hand to his family, threatening the reputation and standing of the Xiao family. Xiao Yining used the same method to infiltrate Han Jingxue's mind and read her memory. Han Xiaoyu had once been married to a man back in her hometown. That man was a gambling, alcoholic brute who frequently abused her. One time, after being beaten until her head was bloody, Han Xiaoyu waited until the man was asleep, then cut off his manhood, slashed his face, took the pitiful amount of money left in the house, and quickly fled her hometown. She had heard that the imperial capital was a good place to find work, and with her looks, it would be easy to get a job. Han Xiaoyu tried various jobs and eventually worked as a waitress in a bar, where she caught the eye of a boss and became his mistress for a few years. Later, the boss's wife found out and beat her half to death, leaving her unconscious on the street. It was then that she was rescued by Li Shuiying, the master of the Qingge Pavilion, who took her into the organization. With no way out, Han Xiaoyu was deeply grateful to Li Shuiying for taking her in and teaching her skills. She agreed to become a disciple of the Qingge Pavilion and undergo its special training. A year later, the talented Han Xiaoyu emerged and began moving among various men, gathering intelligence for the Qingge Pavilion. In her loneliness, she once got drunk and collapsed by the roadside, feeling that life was meaningless. Just then, Han Jingxue sat quietly beside her without saying a word, silently accompanying her for most of the day. Han Xiaoyu thought this little girl was nice, and after learning that she was a poor orphan whose parents had both died, she adopted her. Han Jingxue was also good-looking. When Han Xiaoyu brought her back to the Qingde Pavilion, Li Shuiying took an immediate liking to her and had her join the organization as a disciple. Han Xiaoyu successfully married Xiao Yuandong, earning high praise from Li Shuiying. Li Shuiying then instructed Han Xiaoyu to bring Han Jingxue along when she married into the family, and to find an opportunity for Han Jingxue to marry Xiao Chenlie. Chapter 129, The Xiao Family Turmoil 7. If Xiao Chenlie was not an option, marrying the widowed eldest son Xiao Chenlie would also work. But Li Shuiying underestimated old Master Xiao, and she also underestimated the love Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Chenlie had for their mother. Even more, she underestimated the disgust the three of them, grandfather and grandsons, felt toward Han Xiaoyu, a woman who had climbed into power out of nowhere. When Li Shuiying saw that soft tactics were not working and was thinking of another plan, while also cursing Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue for being useless, she received an order from her superior. During the Xiao family gathering, Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue were to find a way to kill old Master Xiao. Even if Xiao Yuandong's death was not their doing, they were not innocent either. Xiao Yining then also transmitted Han Jingxue's memories to Xiao Chenlie. Right now, Xiao Chenlie truly wanted to take out his gun and blow both women's heads off. Fearing that walls had ears, he immediately used telepathic communication to say to her, "Yining, I'm going to take people to wipe out the Qingqing Pavilion right now. I'll have someone watch Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue for now. You stay at home and keep the old man company." Xiao Yining nodded. "Go ahead. Be careful." Xiao Chenlie nodded. "I will be careful." After saying this, he hugged her again and kissed her forehead before striding downstairs. A little while later, two guards came up, bound Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue, stuffed small towels into their mouths, and locked them in the guest room. Xiao Yining understood Xiao Chenlie's plan. If they were taken out now, the eyes constantly watching the Xiao family would immediately report it. If the Qingqing Pavilion got word that Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue had been captured, they might evacuate at once. By then, it would not be easy for Xiao Chenlie to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Before leaving, Xiao Chenlie went to inform old Master Xiao and Xiao Yuanxi about Han Xiaoyu and Han Jingxue. He also told Xiao Yuanxi that he was going to take people to arrest Li Shuiying, the master of the Qingqing Pavilion, and her disciples. Only by capturing Li Shuiying could they find out who was behind her and see who exactly was targeting their Xiao family. When Xiao Chenlie left, he also used his psychic power to set up a barrier and directly used psychic energy to fly, leaving no trace as he departed the military compound. The eyes watching the Xiao family still thought he was inside the Xiao mansion. Xiao Yining returned to old Master Xiao and Xiao Yuanxi. She noticed there was a middle-aged man in the room who bore some resemblance to Xiao Yuandong. Xiao Yining immediately found the answer from the Xiao family connections chart that Xiao Zhi had provided her earlier. This middle-aged man was Xiao Chenlie's third uncle, Xiao Yuanan. Xiao Yuanan was the director of the National Military Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute, holding the rank of Major General. His wife, Leon Min, was also a department head at the same institute. The couple had known each other since university, entered the Aerospace Research Institute together, and had worked their way up side by side, supporting and accompanying each other for over 20 years of loving marriage. They had two sons. The eldest, Xiao Chifeng, was 20 and a graduate student in computer science at the National Defense University. The second son, Xiao Chenlie, was 18 and a sophomore in the command department at the same university. The family of four usually lived in the staff dormitories near the Aerospace Research Institute. Given Xiao Yuanan's rank of Major General and Lei Anmin's position as department head, the couple had been allocated a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Chapter 130, The Xiao Family Turmoil 8. Usually, the couple was very busy and rarely returned to the old residence, mostly taking time to call the old man to check on him. Today, it was only after receiving orders from old Master Xiao that the family of four came back for the gathering. But they hadn't even stepped through the door when they heard that something major had happened at home. As one of old Master Zhao's 3 sons, Xiao Yuanan was summoned upstairs after the guard reported in. Leon Min and her 2 sons sat in the main hall, sitting together with her second sister-in-law, also the First Lady Yulan, speaking in low voices. Old Master Zhao's spirit seemed severely shaken by the tragedy of the older generation burying the younger, and he appeared somewhat listless. But when he saw Xiao Yining enter, he still introduced her to Xiao Yuanan, third son. This is Eli's wife. Her full name is Xiao Yining. Just call her Ningning or a Ning like we do. Xiao Yuanan nodded amiably at Xiao Yining. A Ning, hello. Xiao Yining also respectfully addressed him. Hello, third uncle. Xiao Yining then looked at Xiao Yuandong's remains and saw that they were already covered with a white sheet, which made it less unsettling than before. At some point, a few stools and a small round table had been brought into the room, with a pot of tea already brewed on the table. Old Master Xiao pointed to an empty stool and said to Xiao Yining, Ning, sit down and talk. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiao Yining obediently sat down. Xiao Yuanan was somewhat surprised. He glanced at his father and his second brother, the president, and noticed that they allowed Xiao Yining to sit on equal footing with them. This immediately stirred a sense of respect for Xiao Yining in his heart. His father and brother were no ordinary men, and for Xiao Yining to be so highly regarded by them, she must be no ordinary person either. His father and second brother must see her as a core and important member of the family to grant her such high treatment. Old Master Xiao glanced at his eldest son's remains and suddenly asked Xiao Yining again, Ning, do you know what caused your father-in-law's sudden brain explosion that led to his death? Although Xiao Yining had some conjectures, she wasn't 100% certain, so she had already asked Xiao Zhi about this question. After Xiao Zhi's systematic collection of information online, he provided several answers, including the one Xiao Yining had guessed. But the answers Xiao Zhi gathered were clearly more systematic and complete. So Xiao Yining relayed the answers Xiao Zhi had given to Old Master Xiao, Xiao Yuanxi, and Xiao Yuanan. A sudden brain explosion generally has the following causes. The first is a psychic ability user whose mental energy is more active than ordinary people's. Once their mental energy goes into chaos, it could lead to a brain explosion and death. The second cause is a cultivator who goes into chi deviation, which can also cause a brain explosion and death. The third cause is curse magic and head-shrinking spells, both of which require highly skilled sorcerers to perform. Xiao Yining finally concluded, excluding the possibility that Dad was neither a psychic ability user nor a cultivator. I believe his death was due to the third cause. He was cursed or had a head-shrinking spell cast on him by a highly skilled sorcerer, which caused his brain to suddenly explode and kill him. Old Master Xiao exchanged glances with Xiao Yuanxi and Xiao Yuanan. Xiao Yining then suggested to them, Grandpa, second uncle, third uncle, let Alai investigate this matter. Start by looking into the highly skilled sorcerers who appeared in the capital over the past 2 to 3 years, before Mom and sister-in-law's car accident. Chapter 131. Alai has married a good wife 1. If it's not in the capital, we can expand the investigation to the surrounding areas. For a spell that remotely controls others, no matter how powerful his magic is, he must set up an array near the target and activate it to succeed. Old Master Xiao listened to Xiao Yining's analysis and nodded in agreement. He turned to Xiao Yuanxi and said, Second son, let Alai handle this investigation. Xiao Yuanxi also said, Alai is in charge of the dragon group, and since this matter involves sorcerers, he's the most suitable person to look into it. Thinking about the sudden attack from his eldest son today, and then about Xiao Yuanxi, now the president, and Xiao Yuanan, the director of the National Military Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute, Old Master Xiao realized that these two brothers held extraordinary positions. Their safety was tied to the interests of the entire nation. He didn't want to see any more of his sons end up in such a tragic state as his eldest. Old Master Xiao then asked Xiao Yining, Ning, that defensive bracelet you gave me before, can you give one to your second uncle and third uncle too? Xiao Yining smiled slightly. Grandfather, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I've already prepared defensive jade tokens for the whole family. However, the ones for second uncle and third uncle are like yours, with 10 layers of defensive function. For other relatives, the tokens have only 3 layers of defensive function. Hearing that Ning had prepared defensive jade tokens for all their family members, Old Master Xiao looked deeply gratified and said, Ning, thank you for thinking of the whole family's safety. Don't worry, Grandfather knows it's not easy for you to make these things, and I won't let you be shortchanged. Xiao Yining pretended to be upset. Grandfather, we're family. Can you stop being so formal? Hearing this, Old Master Xiao felt even happier, and some of his grief and sorrow eased. He said to Xiao Yuanxi and Xiao Yuanan with emotion, Alai has married a good wife. Xiao Yuanan, listening to the exchange between Old Master Xiao and Xiao Yining, looked confused and asked, Dad, what are you talking about? What defensive jade token? Old Master Xiao immediately raised his hand to show the brothers the defensive bracelet on his wrist. See this bracelet? It's a new defensive bracelet Ning developed. Wearing it can block attacks like rocket launchers, effective for 10 times. Xiao Yuanxi and Xiao Yuannan's eyes widened simultaneously. They both stared at Xiao Yining in shock. Knowing that their father never lied, they still couldn't believe it and asked Xiao Yining for confirmation again. Ning, is this true? Is it really that effective? Xiao Yining smiled calmly. If second uncle and third uncle don't believe me, after I give you the gifts later, you can find a place to test their effectiveness. As the director of the Military Aerospace Science and Technology Research Institute, Xiao Yining was a researcher and understood better than anyone the significance of what Xiao Yining had just presented. He looked at Xiao Yining as if he had discovered a massive treasure. He asked Xiao Yining eagerly, "Yining, it's not that we don't believe you, we're just utterly shocked. This defensive technology of yours is incredibly important. May I ask, could this defensive technology be sold to the National Research Institute? Or we could collaborate on research and you take the majority share of the results." As the president, Xiao Yining naturally hoped to see the nation grow stronger during his term. He also joined in persuading Xiao Yining. "Yining, your third uncle's proposal is also mine. As president, I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of the nation. As long as you agree to either cooperation plan, the terms are yours to set." Chapter 132. Ali has married a good wife too. Xiao Yining looked at Old Master Xiao, Xiao Yining, and Xiao Yining, the three of them all staring eagerly at her, waiting for her answer. Finally, she nodded with a smile and said, "All right, I'll sell this patent technology exclusively to the country. As for the price, second uncle, you can decide as you see fit." Xiao Yining's expression was somewhat excited. He thought for a moment, then spoke to Xiao Yining in a gentle tone. "Yining, on behalf of the country, I sincerely thank you. Thank you for your strong support and trust in the nation. I'll take the lead on this defense patent technology and purchase it for 100 billion Chinese yuan." Having said that, Xiao Yining added apologetically, "I know the buyout fee the country is offering for this patent is a bit low. Yining, consider it as supporting the country's development and also helping your second uncle with his work. Is that okay?" Xiao Yining smiled faintly and replied, "Second uncle, this price is very reasonable. I'm quite satisfied." Of course, Xiao Yining fully understood the value of this cutting-edge patent technology, which was decades ahead of its time, in the context of ancient Earth. For example, a foreign anti-cholesterol drug generates up to hundreds of billions of yuan in value from its patent each year, and over its 20-year patent term, the total value reaches trillions of yuan. Another world-renowned phone company collects over 10 billion Chinese yuan annually in software patent licensing fees. When Xiao Yining said the 100 billion yuan buyout fee was a bit low, comparing it to the value of her defense patent technology against those foreign companies, it was indeed quite low. However, Xiao Yining possessed too many extraterrestrial technologies, so she wasn't too concerned about it. Back when she was in the Alien Federation Empire, the technologies she and Yan Jiuxiu had researched and created together were not only numerous, but also broke countless interstellar records. Every technology she mastered, if brought to ancient Earth, would be at least centuries ahead of its time. If she were willing to sell, she could become the world's richest person in the blink of an eye. She was willing to sell these technologies first because she still needed money. Second, she also considered herself a part of the Xiao family now. Selling these patent technologies to the country would not only help advance the nation's technological development, but also solidify Xiao Yining's current position as president. Hearing Xiao Yining say she was satisfied with the price, Xiao Yining was deeply moved and thanked her again. "Yining, thank you. Thank you." Xiao Yining smiled slightly and said, "Second uncle, please don't be so polite. We're family." Seeing that this matter was settled, Old Master Zhao's face broke into a slight smile. He then turned to Xiao Yining and tentatively asked, "Yining, what about the technology for your space ring? Can that also be sold to the country?" Xiao Yining glanced playfully at Xiao Yining and replied, "It's possible, but I wonder if second uncle still wants to buy the space ring technology for the country?" Xiao Yining looked somewhat puzzled at Old Master Xiao and Xiao Yining, then asked curiously and with surprise, "Space ring? You mean the kind of space ring from fantasy novels that can store items?" When Xiao Yining and Xiao Yining heard it was this legendary item, both of their eyes lit up simultaneously, and they answered excitedly in unison, "Of course we do. We absolutely must have this kind of game-changing technology." Xiao Yining asked Xiao Yining with excitement, "Yining, how much do you plan to sell the space ring technology for?" Having already taken advantage of Yining once before under the guise of national interest, he felt too embarrassed to do so again. So, he left the initiative on pricing to Xiao Yining. Chapter 133. Ali married a good wife 3. Xiao Yining said generously, "Let's just settle it at 100 billion Chinese yuan for a full buyout." Aside from helping the country develop and solidifying Xiao Yining's and the Xiao family's position, there was another very important reason. If she kept these technologies to herself, using them personally would draw too much attention. But if she sold these technologies to the state, letting the state develop and popularize them, then as the inventor, she wouldn't stand out too much, nor would she attract resentment from others, or even from other countries. Thinking of this, Xiao Yining said to Xiao Yining, "Second uncle, I have one more request." By now, Xiao Yining was willing to grant almost anything Xiao Yining asked, treating her with the same reverence as a savior. Xiao Yining looked at him seriously and said, I hope my identity can be kept confidential. After I sell these two technologies outright to the state, you can tell the outside world that they were invented by the National Research Institute. Xiao Yuanxi laughed. Is that all? Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have set your file to the highest classification level, ensuring no one or any country can trace your background. Yining, the state and I take your personal safety very seriously. For top-tier talents like you, the state has corresponding protective measures in place. We're also planning to assign you security personnel. Will you accept that? Xiao Yining shook her head. Security personnel won't be necessary. To be honest with Grandpa, second uncle, and third uncle, my abilities are decent. So far, I've only found that a lie is stronger than me. No one else is a match. Old Master Xiao, Xiao Yuanxi, and Xiao Yuan and all exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing the three of them looking so shocked, Xiao Yining nodded very firmly. Really? Xiao Yuanxi suddenly thought of something else and said to Xiao Yining, Yining, you destroyed that underground research institute before and made a great contribution. The state said it would reward you with a food processing plant. The relevant procedures and documents should be ready by tomorrow. Additionally, your credentials as a special grade scientist at the National Research Institute and as a special consultant for the Dragon Group will also be completed. I'll have someone deliver them to you then. Xiao Yining respectfully thanked him. Thank you, second uncle. I appreciate your efforts. Xiao Yuanxi then asked Xiao Yining, should I have the legal team come over now to sign the contract? While waiting for news from Xiao Chenlie, Xiao Yuanxi immediately called the legal team to come over and draft the contract for both parties to sign. They were relatives, and precisely because of that, the relevant procedures had to be handled clearly and transparently to prevent anyone from later using this matter as leverage against them. Moreover, in this transaction involving the two patented technologies, Yining was clearly the one voluntarily conceding profits. He couldn't let her suffer any hidden losses later. He had to eliminate all potential risks in advance, leaving no one with any leverage or grounds for complaint. After quietly returning to the Dragon Group, he immediately assembled an elite Dragon Group team and sped toward Yushan's Yuqing Villa. Yuqing Villa was located in a scenic valley within Yushan. On the surface, it was a resort integrating accommodation, dining, leisure, and entertainment. In secret, however, it was the headquarters and training ground of the Yuqing Pavilion. Chapter 134, The Infamous God of Slaughter in the Imperial Capital. Yuqing Manor adopted a classical Chinese garden design, with pavilions, towers, rockeries, lotus ponds, babbling mountain springs, and several plum blossoms in full bloom by the stream, making one feel as if they had stepped into a beautiful paradise. Li Shuiying, the master of Yuqing Pavilion, was standing on the top floor of the main building of Yuqing Manor at this moment. She was wearing a dark red cheongsam that hugged her perfect, exquisite curves, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, swirling it gently. Her fox-like eyes emitted a deep, dark glow as she stared intently through the transparent glass window at the entrance of Yuqing Manor, as if waiting for someone's arrival. What came instead was the infamous god of slaughter of the imperial capital, Xiao Chenlie. Under Xiao Chenlie's command, the dragon team's convoy quickly surrounded the entire Yuqing Manor. When Li Shuiying saw Xiao Chenlie step out of the car, her heart and gall trembled with fear. Without a second thought, she immediately took out her phone and made a call. The other party's phone rang 3 times before picking up. What's the matter? Li Shuiying reported to him in a panicked tone, Young Master Yan, Xiao Chenlie has surrounded the manor with his men. What should we do now? Yan Meng, who had been lounging lazily on the sofa, abruptly sat up straight upon hearing this and barked, What else can you do? Get out of there immediately. If you can't escape, you know what to do, don't you? Li Shuiying, Li Tianying, and the others were all death warriors raised by the Yan family. Once their exposure threatened the Yan family's safety, these death warriors had to willingly and actively die. A layer of mist formed over Li Shuiying's eyes, carrying an indescribable sorrow deep within. Her voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a pre-destructive decadence and grief. I know what to do, young Master Yan. Take care of yourself. Burning with rage, he smashed everything around him into pieces. As he smashed, he cursed furiously, Xiao Chenlie, you bastard. How dare you destroy my foundation? I swear I'll never rest until you're dead. Just you wait. 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 Yan Ming's subordinates, seeing his terrifying appearance with bloodshot eyes, were so frightened that they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. But even as they shrank back, they still incurred Yan Ming's wrath. He pointed at them and roared, I've been raising useless trash like you. I sent you to bring that woman Xiao Chenlie here, and you still haven't managed to get her. You idiots, you wastes, get the hell out of here, out. Hearing his roar, his subordinates quickly fled. In truth, they had sent people to invite Xiao Ning, but before they could even get close to her, they had already been driven away. The opponent was too strong. Could they really be blamed for their incompetence? But they dared not say such things in front of Yan Meng, as doing so would only get them beaten even worse. Back at Yuqing Manor, after Li Shuiying heard Yan Meng hang up the phone, her expression turned bleak and lifeless. Inside this inner chamber were stored the lists of all Yuqing Pavilion disciples, the names of those who had traded with them, and the intelligence materials accumulated over the years. The implication of Yan Meng's words just now was that she should destroy all the materials here before committing suicide, leaving no clues for Xiao Chenlie to trace back to him. Chapter 135. She would never accept defeat, even in death. Li Shuiying picked up the lighter, but just as she was about to light it, the ruthless and heartless nature of the Yan men suddenly flashed through her mind. Why should she die just because they wanted her to? Why should those who gave their lives for them perish, while these heartless Yan men continued to live well? If this was fate then, she refused to accept it. Thinking of Xiao Chenlie, the infamous god of slaughter in the capital, Li Shuiying let out a cold sneer and tossed the lighter aside. She leisurely poured herself a glass of the most expensive red wine. This bottle of the finest wine was the Yan family's final gift to their loyal warriors, before their deaths. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corners of Li Shuiying's lips. Through the glass of blood-red wine, her gaze seemed to drift back to a winter over a decade ago. She had slaved for her ex-husband, serving him meticulously, dressing him like a nobleman, only for him to turn around and seduce a wealthy heiress, then kick her out to make room for that woman. Dazed and wandering on the street, she was knocked down by a luxury car. That was how Yan Feihu, Yan Meng's father, saved her. Yan Feihu was tall and fierce, giving her a strong sense of security at the time. After learning of her situation, he didn't hesitate. He avenged her with a single staged car accident, effortlessly wiping out that faithless man and the heiress. Under Yan Feihu's iron-fisted tenderness, she fell, willingly becoming a pawn in his hands. For over a decade, she trained countless women for him, infiltrating the sons of wealthy and powerful families. Using this army of seductresses, she had earned the Yan family countless merits. Year after year, she aged in waiting and anticipation, yet never achieved the day she could enter the Yan family as a legitimate member. Now, she was ordered by his son to die for the Yan family. If she had to die, she would drag the Yan family down to hell with her. Li Shuiying sat in the master's seat, which she had never dared to occupy before, then raised the poisoned wine and drained it in one gulp. In her eyes, there was ruthlessness, despair, and mockery. By the time Xiao Chenlie and his men reached the top floor, Li Shuiying had already breathed her last. But before her death, she had opened the door to the secret chamber. Xiao Chenlie and his team easily found all the stored intelligence and the list of disciples of the Qingqing Pavilion. When Xiao Chenlie emerged from the inner room, he looked at Li Shuiying, whose 7 orifices were bleeding and whose eyes were wide open in death, unwilling to close. He said solemnly to his subordinates, "After this case is closed, buy her a grave and bury her." Consider it his thanks for leaving him all this information. The news of the Qingqing Manor being sealed off, all related personnel being detained, and Qingqing Pavilion's master Li Shuiying committing suicide by poison quickly reached Yan Meng and Yan Feihu's ears. But the fact that Xiao Chenlie had obtained all the Qingqing Pavilion's intelligence was kept under a strict gag order. Not a single word was leaked. When Yan Feihu asked about the Qingqing Manor incident, Yan Meng swore confidently to his father, "Dad, I guarantee our family will be fine. Just rest assured." Chapter 136. This is a life-or-death battle. The Yan father and son had no idea that when Xiao Chenlie uprooted the Love Manor and submitted all the investigation materials to the president, the fate of their Yan family was already doomed to an irreversible path of decline. But the Yan family was also a tough nut to crack. The downfall of Love Manor and Love Pavilion this time marked the official start of the confrontation between the Xiao and Yan families. When Xiao Chenlie returned to the Xiao family's old mansion, his older brother Xiao Chenlie also came back with his 3-year-old son, Xiao Bufan. As soon as Xiao Chenlie arrived, old Master Xiao had the guards take him upstairs. Xiao Chenlie asked his second aunt and third aunt to take care of his son, Xiao Bufan, and then followed upstairs. Although old Master Xiao had not yet revealed what was wrong with the family, the solemn and oppressive atmosphere made every member of the Xiao family anxious, and they had a premonition that something major had happened. The Xiao family members sitting in the first-floor hall dared not speak loudly, only whispering quietly among themselves. After Xiao Chenlie returned, old Master Xiao discussed things with a few people for a while before leading Xiao Yuanqi, Xiao Yuanan, Xiao Chenlie, and Xiao Yining downstairs. All 3 generations of the Xiao family had gathered. Old Master Xiao sat at the head, with his sons Xiao Yuanqi and Xiao Yuanan on his left and right. The others sat down in order of seniority and position. Old Master Xiao, with a serious expression, looked around at everyone and said with grief and pain, "Today, I have to announce a piece of bad news." My eldest son, Xiao Yuandong, was cursed with black magic and passed away around 10:30 this morning. The Xiao family members who had just heard this bad news all widened their eyes, stunned into silence, feeling their hearts tighten and race. They wanted to speak, to ask what had happened. But under old Master Zhao's authority, they dared not make a sound. They could only look at him, waiting for him to continue and see what arrangements he would make next. For a century-old aristocratic family like theirs, the death of any important family member had enormous repercussions. In the face of such a drastic change, the head of the family would immediately respond and come up with the best countermeasures with the core family members to calm everyone's emotions. The rest of the family members only needed to follow old Master Zhao's orders. Old Master Xiao naturally saw the shock and disbelief on everyone's faces. He steadied his emotions and continued, "The investigation into the eldest son's murder will be handled solely by a lie. He will get to the bottom of it and must catch the hidden hand behind this and bring him to justice. As for the position of president of the Xiao Group Corporation, which was originally held by the eldest son, I announce that, effective immediately, Xiao Chenlie will take over." Old Master Xiao looked at the second and third branches of the family and asked, "Do any of you have objections?" Yilan, the wife of the second branch and the first lady, and Lei Anmin, the wife of the third branch, replied in unison, "Father, we have no objections." Among the third generation of the Xiao family, the most outstanding were indeed the two brothers, Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Chenlie. One served in the military, the other in business, and no matter what they did, they worked together seamlessly. Chapter 137. When trouble comes, we shoulder it together. The conduct of these two brothers had always earned the approval of the second and third branches of the family. As for Xiao Chenlie from the second branch, and Xiao Chifeng and Xiao Chenlie from the third branch, they were all still in school. The fields they were studying did not conflict with those of Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Chenlie. On the contrary, they complemented each other, allowing the Xiao family to play a greater role in more areas. Moreover, under the management of old Master Xiao, the family atmosphere was excellent. Everyone was very united, able to stand together against outsiders without internal strife. Xiao Yuandong used to be a decent person too. If he hadn't been seduced by Han Xiaoyu's charm techniques in the past 2 years and fallen under someone else's control, he wouldn't have turned out the way he did, nor would he have ended up in such a miserable state today. Old Master Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that none of them had any objections. He loved seeing the family together in harmony. Every time he heard about another family's internal conflicts, old Master Xiao felt particularly disgusted. If a family isn't united at heart, how can it thrive? And if the family doesn't thrive, how can its descendants, thrive? Yet many people are blinded by immediate gains. They don't think about the long term. They only want to satisfy their selfish desires. To get what they want, they stop at nothing, using any means necessary and doing whatever they please. It was precisely because there were so many examples of families ruined by internal strife that old Master Xiao constantly reminded his children, remember, harmony in the family leads to prosperity in everything. He also declared to the family's younger generation, anyone who dares to harm their own kin will be kicked out of the Xiao family. After arranging the family matters, old Master Xiao turned to Xiao Yining with an apologetic expression. "Yining, I'm really sorry. Today was supposed to be your first gathering with our family, and it ended up being disrupted like this. Grandpa wants to apologize to you here." Xiao Yining quickly replied, "Grandpa, please don't say that. We're family. We shared joy together, and when trouble comes, we naturally shoulder it together. If you're this polite, you're treating me like an outsider." Old Master Xiao smiled at her. All right. Well said. We shared joy together, and when trouble comes, we shoulder it together. Ali, introduce the family members here to Yining." Xiao Chenlie started with Yilan and introduced everyone to Xiao Yining one by one. "Yining, this is second aunt. Second aunt's full name is Yilan." Xiao Yining took out the gift she had prepared for Yilan from among the presents she brought and handed it to her with a smile. "Hello, second aunt. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Yilan reached out and took the gift box, saying with a smile, "Thank you, Yining." Yilan had taken excellent care of herself. Though she was over 40, she still looked like she was in her 30s, elegant and charming, with a gentle and composed air of a refined lady, which immediately made a good impression. She also took out a red gift box from her bag and gave it to Yining in return. "Yining, this is a gift for you. I hope you like it." Xiao Yining smiled back and said, "Thank you, second aunt." Xiao Chenlie then introduced third aunt Lei Anmin. "This is third aunt. Third aunt's full name is Lei Anmin." Xiao Yining also took out the prepared gift and handed it to her, saying with respect and a smile, "Hello, third aunt. This is a gift for you. I hope you like it." Chapter 138. The Xiao men are all handsome. Lei Anmin was a woman with a very bold and generous personality. Her facial features were also very striking, with a pair of bright, piercing eyes. Today, she was dressed in a military uniform, which made her look even more spirited and radiant. Although she was in her 40s, she exuded the youthful energy and vitality of a 20-year-old woman, showing no signs of aging at all. She took the gift from Xiao Yining with both hands and said with a hearty laugh, "Thank you, Yining." After carefully putting away Yining's gift, she also took out a gift from her bag and gave it to Xiao Yining in return. "Yining, this is a welcome gift from your third uncle and me. We didn't know what you liked, so we just picked out a piece of jewelry. We hope you don't mind." Xiao Yining accepted the gift with both hands and said with a slight smile, "Thank you, third uncle and third aunt. No matter what you give me, I will like it." Lei Anming's first impression of Xiao Yining was also very good. In her eyes, Xiao Yining was not only beautiful but also spoke well and carried herself with grace and poise, without any hint of pettiness. No wonder she could win over an outstanding man like Lei, and even the old man at home liked her so much. Moreover, seeing that she could go upstairs to discuss matters with these men, she must have some skills they didn't know about. A woman so beautiful, capable, and with such a good nature deserved everyone's respect and admiration. Next, Xiao Chenlie introduced Xiao Yining to his second uncle's cousin, Xiao Chenlie. Xiao Chenlie was 22 years old and was pursuing a master's degree at the National Defense University in the capital. The eldest cousin from the third uncle's family, Xiao Chenlie, was 20 years old and also studying for a master's degree at the National Defense University. However, Xiao Chenlie was about to graduate, while Xiao Chenlie had just been admitted to the graduate program. The younger cousin from the third uncle's family, Xiao Chenlie, was 18 years old and had been a genius since childhood. He was now a junior at the National Defense University. These three cousins all bore the distinctive features of the Xiao family. Dressed in military uniforms, they were tall, handsome, and radiant, enough to captivate a crowd of young girls. When Xiao Chenlie introduced Xiao Yining to them, they blushed nervously at the sight of her fair skin, beautiful face, and sweet smile. One by one, they stood up, saluted Xiao Yining as if meeting a superior, and said, "Hello, sister-in-law." Xiao Yining was amused inwardly, but maintained a gentle smile on the surface. "Hello to you all." Next to them sat an adorable little boy. Seeing that the three young uncles had all received gifts while he hadn't, the little boy blinked his big eyes at Xiao Yining and said in a baby voice, little aunt, what about me? What about me? I want a gift too." Xiao Yining deliberately teased him with a smile, "And who are you?" Xiao Bufan blinked his eyes again, trying to charm Xiao Yining, and introduced himself in his soft, sweet voice, "My name is Xiao Bufan. I'm 3 years old. My dad is Xiao Chenlie, and my uncle is Xiao Chenlie. I know you're my little aunt." Xiao Yining reached out and patted his head, saying with a smile, "So you're the adorable little Fan. All right, little aunt will give you a gift too." Xiao Yining had actually prepared a gift for little Fan as well, a protective jade pendant. She personally took it out, helped him put it around his neck, and carefully reminded him, "Little Fan, you must always wear this jade pendant from now on. Don't take it off even when you're bathing. It can protect your life, understand?" Chapter 139, Little Aunt Has the Scent of Mom. Xiao Bufan blinked his big, jet-black eyes and replied obediently and sensibly, "Little aunt, I know." "Thank you, little aunt." After speaking, he grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth, looking absolutely adorable. His soft and cute appearance instantly melted Xiao Yining's heart, softening it completely, making her want to hug this cute little bun and give him a few big kisses. Xiao Yining reached out her hands toward Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, let little aunt give you a hug, okay?" Xiao Fan nodded vigorously and replied in a milky voice, "Okay." Xiao Yining immediately picked him up and sat down on a stool next to Xiao Chenlie. Just then, Zhang Ma came over and said to Old Master Xiao, "Master, the meal is ready. Shall we serve it now?" Old Master Xiao glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the afternoon, and nodded to Zhang Ma. "Serve the meal now." This lunch was supposed to be a joyful family reunion. But because of Xiao Yuandong's accident, everyone could only finish the meal quickly. After eating, everyone changed into black clothes and together escorted Xiao Yuandong's remains to the funeral home at Babayashan. As for the memorial service and cremation time, they would have to be arranged later, with an auspicious date chosen. When Old Master Xiao came out of the funeral home, it seemed as if half of his spirit had been drained away. Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Chenlie both wore cold, stern expressions, exuding a chilling aura that made others shiver. Xiao Yining, holding Xiao Fan in her arms, walked beside Xiao Chenlie. Xiao Fan was very close to his little aunt, Xiao Yining. Ever since she gave him the gift, he had clung to her and refused to let anyone else hold him. Fortunately, after Xiao Yining's physical training, her stamina was far beyond ordinary. Carrying Xiao Fan the whole way, she didn't feel too tired. Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Chenlie saw that she could manage, but still reminded her to speak up if she got tired. After the Xiao family left the funeral home, they went straight back to the Xiao family's old residence. They sat for a while, drank a cup of tea, and then everyone stood up to bid farewell to old Master Xiao, each heading off to their own tasks. Xiao Yuanxi, Xiao Yuanan, Xiao Chenlie, and Xiao Chenlie were all extremely busy people. They had taken time out of their schedules just to attend the gathering. Now, with Xiao Yuandong's accident, they had even more to handle. Especially Xiao Chenlie, who had to take over as chairman of the Xiao group. Taking on such a large corporation on short notice meant he would be busy for a long time, sorting out the people and affairs. Xiao Chenlie's tasks were even more critical. First, his mother and sister-in-law had died under unclear circumstances. Now, his father had died just as inexplicably. And behind it all, there were hidden hands that he had to uncover. He was determined to investigate these matters thoroughly and would not rest until he got to the bottom of them. As for Xiao Yuanxi, the president, he had even more areas to oversee and had to balance the various political forces. Now that the Xiao family and the Yan family were openly clashing, the capital was bound to be swept up in a storm. He felt fortunate that the members of the Xiao family were all capable and could support him greatly, allowing him to remain firmly in his position, working for the good of the country, society, and the people. Xiao Chenlie, Xiao Yining, Xiao Chenlie, and Xiao Fanfan bid farewell to old Master Xiao, who seemed reluctant to let them go, and left the Xiao family's old residence together. But Xiao Fanfan clung to Xiao Yining and refused to let go, whining to his father, "Dad, I want to go home with little aunt. I want to sleep with little aunt. Little aunt has the scent of mom." Chapter 140, I Love You. Hearing Xiao Fanfan's innocent words and realizing that this child had lost his dearest mother when he was just 1 year old, the three adults felt a pang of bitterness and pain in their hearts. Xiao Yining's heart softened, and she said to Xiao Chenlie, "Big brother, since Xiao Fan wants to come with us, let him come along. Don't worry, we'll take good care of him." Xiao Chenlie wanted to argue, but seeing his little nephew's eager, hopeful eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say the words to send him home with his father. Xiao Chenlie, who always doted on his son, found it even harder to refuse his son's request. Still, he cautioned his son, "You can go home with your little aunt, but you must listen to her and your uncle, okay? If you're disobedient, next time Daddy won't let you go to her house." Hearing his father agree, Xiao Fanfan immediately beamed with joy, nodding his little head vigorously and promising in his babyish voice, "Daddy, I'll be good. I'll listen to little aunt and little uncle. Don't worry." Seeing his soft, adorable demeanor, the three adults couldn't help but smile. Xiao Chenlie reached out and ruffled his son's hair, then said earnestly to Xiao Yining, "Yining, then I'll leave Xiao Fan in your hands. I'll have someone send his things over to your place later. Sorry for the trouble." Xiao Yining smiled gently at Xiao Chenlie. "Big brother, no need to be polite. By the way, tomorrow morning we'll take Xiao Fan to kindergarten directly, and then I'll go to Zhao's media to sign the contract. Could you please let Director Liu and Agent Jiang know?" Xiao Chenlie replied, "Alai already told me about this. I've informed them. Just go directly to them tomorrow. I should have been there, but as you know, Dad passed away suddenly today. Tomorrow, Grandpa and I have to attend the shareholders' meeting at the headquarters, so I'll have to apologize." Xiao Yining then said to Xiao Fanfan, "Say goodbye to your daddy. We're going to take the car back to little aunt's house." Xiao Fanfan immediately waved his chubby little hand at his father and said sweetly, "Bye-bye, Daddy. Don't miss me too much. I love you." With that, the little guy blew his father a kiss. Xiao Chenlie looked at his gentle, adorable son, and his steely heart instantly melted like water. "Daddy loves you too." Xiao Chenlie watched as his younger brother and sister-in-law carried his son into the car and drove off quickly. He then got into his own car but sat there for a long time without starting the engine. Today, his son had mentioned his mother, and he, too, had thought of her. Every time he thought of her, Xiao Chenlie was filled with deep guilt, feeling that he had failed to protect her, leading to the great disaster that befell her. What made him feel even more guilty was that, despite the family's full efforts investigating for 2 years, they still hadn't uncovered who was behind it all. At one point, he fell into deep self-doubt. Were they just too incompetent? He had even raised this question to his younger brother. But his brother, who was in charge of the dragon group, said to him, "Brother, although we think we're quite powerful, there are truly many reclusive masters and extraordinary individuals in this world. The forces I currently control are just a fraction of them. If just one of those reclusive masters were to cause chaos, it could shake the entire nation." Chapter 141, The Shin family comes to claim kinship 1. If they want to create an accident without anyone noticing, it's far too easy for them. Xiao Chenlie could be considered a young king in the business world, but in this realm of cultivation and supernatural abilities, he knew very little. After hearing what Xiao Chenlie said, he also furrowed his brows slightly. Are these people really that formidable? Xiao Chenlie nodded seriously. They really are that formidable. So, regarding mom and sister-in-law's matter, although we've been investigating, the other party's methods were far too clean. They left absolutely no trace at all. I've thought of every possible way, but I still haven't been able to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Even though this outcome is unsatisfactory, we can't just doubt ourselves like this, can we? Some things take time to prove, but there will always be a day when the truth comes to light. Xiao Chenlie then thought back to his father's recent accident. This time, based on what his grandfather said, it was because of Yining's involvement that the matter had made new progress. Now, all the evidence pointed directly to the Yan family. He wondered which expert the Yan family had invited to take charge. After sitting in a daze for a long time, Xiao Chenlie remembered that he still had a mountain of work to deal with. He quickly pulled himself together, started the car, and returned to the head office, where he urgently convened a meeting with his capable subordinates. Meanwhile, Xiao Chenlie drove Xiao Yining and little Fanfan back to the courtyard house. Before they even got out of the car, they saw Shen Duanjing and Shen Duanyang waiting at the entrance, along with an elderly couple. As soon as Shen Duanjing saw Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining return, he excitedly approached them. Major General Xiao, Miss Xiao, I'm sorry to bother you again by coming here. Xiao Yining got straight to the point. Have the DNA test results come in? Shen Duanjing looked at Xiao Yining with intense eagerness and said excitedly, Miss Xiao, after DNA testing and comparison, we do indeed share a blood relation. You should be my second sister's biological daughter. At that moment, the elderly couple also walked up to Xiao Yining with great emotion. The old lady, tears streaming down her face, looked at her. Her hands trembled as if she wanted to touch her but didn't dare. Her voice was choked with sobs. Child, you are my INS daughter, a child of our Shen family. We've searched for Ian for so many years and still have no news of her. Seeing you now brings some comfort to our hearts. Xiao Chenlie glanced around, reached out to the electronic sensor to open the gate, and said to Xiao Yining, Old Master Shen and Old Madam Shen, Yining, please invite Old Master Shen and Old Madam Shen inside to talk. Xiao Yining looked at the emotional Shen family members and said, Old Master Shen, Old Madam Shen, and you two gentlemen Shen, please come in. Old Master Shen, the head of the family, was a former vice-national level minister of foreign affairs, now retired at home. He was proficient in 4 languages and had served as a diplomatic ambassador in E country, Y country, F country, and R country in his youth, making countless contributions to the nation. Old Madam Shen had once been the president of the Imperial Capital University, equally brilliant, and with students all over the world. Among the 6 major noble families of the Imperial Capital, only the Shen family was a scholarly clan, noble in character, with disciples spread across the nation. Their connections in military and political circles might not match those of the other major families, but their reputation and prestige in academia and education far surpassed the others. Chapter 142. The Shen family comes to claim kinship too. An old master like Shen, who had seen the world's splendor and witnessed all of life's ups and downs, felt his heart skip a beat when he noticed Xiao Yining's somewhat cold and distant attitude toward them. This child, it seemed, was not very keen on acknowledging their family ties. After all, in the first 20 years of her life, when she needed the care and love of these relatives, they had never once appeared before her. And now that they had finally shown up, she had already risen like a soaring phoenix, no longer in need of their affection. To her, these relatives had become dispensable. Old Master Shen held his wife's hand, his steps heavy as he followed Xiao Yining into the courtyard house. Xiao Chenlie had originally planned to return to the Dragon Group to handle a case after sending Xiao Yining and little Fanfan home, but now that the Shen family had arrived, he could only stay by Xiao Yining's side to face them together. Whether she acknowledged this kinship or not, he would fully support her. His Yining could do whatever she wanted, without ever having to force herself to accommodate others. Cheng Weining, who had been watching the house, hurried out to greet them when she saw them return. Major General, Ningning, you're back. Seeing that guests had arrived, Cheng Weining took the initiative to brew tea and serve them. Xiao Yining led them into the living room and politely addressed them, Old Master Shen, Madam Shen, Messer Shen, please have a seat. The Shen family felt a pang of discomfort at Xiao Yining's unfamiliar and courteous form of address. When Shen Duanjing saw the sorrow and pain in his parents' eyes, he said to Xiao Yining, Yining, may I call you that? Xiao Yining thought it over. Though they had never been in contact, they were still blood relatives. And from what Ali had said, the Shen family had good values and conduct. She nodded. You may. Shen Duanjing continued, Yining, as I mentioned before, my parents are getting old. They've been regretting what happened with second sister all these years, always wanting to find her and make up for their past mistakes. But second sister remains missing without a trace. Since you grew up in an orphanage, I assume you haven't been in contact with her either, right? Xiao Yining nodded in reply. No. If Mr. Shen hadn't come to find me, I still wouldn't know who my biological mother is. In my memory, there has never been such a person. Xiao Chenlie's heart tightened at her words, and he reached out to hold her hand firmly. Little Fan Fan, nestled in her arms, hugged her tightly, as if trying to pass all the warmth from his small body to her. Moved by the warmth from the big and little ones beside her, Xiao Yining squeezed Ali's hand back, kissed little Fan Fan's cheek, and gave them a gentle smile. But old Master Shen, Shen Duanjing, and Shen Duanyang felt a pang of bitterness, sorrow, and heartache at her words. Madame Shen, in particular, was in tears, sobbing as she said to her, "Child, it's our fault for letting you and your mother suffer so much. We're so sorry." Seeing Madame Shen crying so hard she could barely breathe, Xiao Yining quickly urged her, afraid the elderly woman might harm herself. "Madam, please don't cry. I think I'm doing quite well now. Let the past be the past. Dwelling on it won't help. Please take good care of yourself." Chapter 143. The Shen family comes to claim kinship 3. Old Master Shen saw his wife crying bitterly, reached out to gently pat her back, and let out a long sigh. He pleaded with Xiao Yining, "Yining, I know we made wrong decisions back then, which caused your mother to suddenly leave the capital and led to your later hardships. We don't dare ask for forgiveness, but we hope you can give us a chance to make up for the debt we owe to you and your mother." Xiao Yining shook her head. "No, you're wrong there, old master. While your and Madame's opposition was one of the reasons, I believe it was definitely not the main cause that drove my mother to leave resolutely. Also, my mother has been gone from you for over 20 years. If she were still alive, why hasn't she sent any word to you until now? Was she really such an unfilial child? Do you think that's possible?" Xiao Yining's words struck like a sharp steel needle, piercing deep into the hearts of old Master Shen and Madame Shen, hitting the mark precisely. Shen Duanjing and Shen Duanyang, the two brothers, also wore expressions of sorrow. Old Master Shen wiped his eyes with his hand and nodded at Xiao Yining. "You're right. Your mother had a gentle temperament and was usually filial and obedient. If she were still alive, even if we disagreed back then, she wouldn't have cut off contact with us for over 20 years after giving birth to you. We just didn't dare face this cruel reality. We've been clinging to a hope that she's still alive, that one day she might reappear before us, that we might hear her call us Dad, Mom again." Xiao Yining saw the four of them all teary-eyed and felt a pang of sadness herself, unsure how to comfort them. Just then, Shen Duanjing took a file folder from his black briefcase and handed it to Xiao Yining. "Yining, the old master and madam have already divided everything under their names among us 4 siblings. These contents were meant for your mother, but since there's no news of her, they should go to you as her inheritance." Xiao Yining didn't even glance at the contents and pushed it back. "I don't need this. I really don't. But I appreciate your kind intentions." The 4 members of the Shen family all looked hurt and saddened by her refusal. Xiao Yining continued, "To be honest, over these past 20 years, I've gotten used to being an orphan. Having so many relatives suddenly appear out of nowhere is hard for me to accept emotionally. I'm really not used to it. My suggestion is, if you insist on acknowledging me, please give me some time to adjust. We can start by interacting as acquaintances, and if we get along well, then we can talk about formally claiming kinship. Is that okay?" Old Master Shen immediately agreed. "All right, Yining, I understand your thinking. Let's just interact as relatives for now. As for the formal acknowledgement, we'll wait until you agree before making it public." Xiao Yining smiled in satisfaction. "Thank you for understanding, old master." Old Master Shen then cautiously requested, "Yining, even if we don't announce our relationship yet, could you at least address us by our blood ties? We really long to hear you call us Grandpa and Grandma. Is that possible?" Chapter 144. The Shen family comes to claim kinship 4. Xiao Yining looked at the 4 members of the Shen family, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation, and let out a soft sigh inwardly. Those with exceptionally strong mental power also possessed heightened perception. She could clearly sense the goodwill the Shen family was extending to her, especially the kindness radiating from old Master Shen and old Madame Shen, which was particularly evident. Faced with the goodwill of the 2 elders, she no longer held back and naturally changed her address: grandfather, grandmother, 3rd uncle, 4th uncle. Old Master Shen and old Madame Shen had 4 children, and her mother, Shen Duanyan, was the 2nd. Above her was an elder sister named Shen Duanzhuang, who had not come today because something had come up at her home. The 3rd and 4th were Shen Duanjing and Shen Duanyang. Upon hearing that Xiao Yining had finally agreed to change how she addressed them, old Master Shen, old Madame Shen, along with Shen Duanjing and Shen Duanyang, all happily responded, yes. They each took out the prepared meeting gifts and gave them to Xiao Yining. Little Fanfan, who had been obediently staying in Xiao Yining's arms, saw that little aunt and little uncle both received gifts, but he did not, and couldn't help pouting, putting on an unhappy expression. Seeing this, old Master Shin quickly smiled and said to little Fanfan, "Little treasure, grandfather and grandmother came in a hurry today and didn't have time to prepare a gift for you. Next time, grandfather and grandmother will bring you a gift, okay?" Upon hearing this, little Fanfan smiled again, nodding adorably and saying, "Okay." Old Master Shin then asked Xiao Chenlie, "Is this your elder brother's son?" Xiao Chenlie nodded, "Yes, my brother's son. His full name is Xiao Bufan, and his nickname is Fanfan." They all knew that the eldest son of the Xiao family had this child, but none of them had ever seen him. When they saw Xiao Yining holding little Fanfan as she returned, they did not suspect he was her child, because the information they had investigated showed that Xiao Yining had only just received her marriage certificate with Xiao Chenlie, so it was unlikely she would have a child so soon. Seeing that it was already late, Xiao Yining said to old Master Shin, "Old Madam Shin, and the others, grandfather, grandmother, we only moved into this house a few days ago, and we haven't fully prepared the staff and supplies yet. Let's go out to eat, and next time we'll invite you to eat at home." Xiao Yining herself was a foodie, and she had already decided to have Xiao Zhi find her more cooking videos so she could learn culinary skills herself. With her superior mental power, she would definitely be much better than ordinary people at controlling heat and details, so it shouldn't be too difficult to learn. Once she learned how to cook, she could invite grandfather and grandmother over to eat then. At that moment, old Madam Shin said instead, "Why not come to our house to eat? The auntie at our house is an excellent cook." A Ning can also take the opportunity to recognize the door to grandfather and grandmother's house. How about that? Xiao Chenlie immediately said, "Grandfather, grandmother, we won't go over today. My father just passed away today, so it's not convenient to visit you. After my father's funeral matters are settled, Ning and I will formally visit your home." Upon hearing that Xiao Chenlie's father had passed away that day, old Master Shin, old Madam Shin, and the two Shin brothers were all shocked. "How could this be? Why did your father leave so suddenly?" Xiao Chenlie replied calmly, "You are all Ning's closest relatives, so I won't hide it from you. My father died at the hands of others. I am currently investigating this matter." Chapter 145. The Yan family sets their sights on Xiao Yining. Upon hearing that Xiao Yuandong had died at someone else's hands, old Master Shin and his family were even more shocked, and their faces immediately showed guilt. Old Master Shin directly apologized, saying, "Alai, I'm truly sorry. You're so busy and we've taken up so much of your time today. Let's skip the meal for now. Once you two have finished your work, we'll find another time to gather together. Is that all right?" Xiao Chenlie, who indeed had matters to attend to, took the opportunity to say, "All right, grandfather, grandmother, and both uncles, please accept our apologies for today." As they were leaving, old Master Shin asked again, "Alai, has the date for your father's funeral been set?" Xiao Chenlie shook his head. "Not yet." Old Master Shin sighed softly. "Then once the date is set, let us know. We'll come to see your father off as well. You should also accept my condolences and take care of yourself." Xiao Chenlie nodded. "I will. Thank you, grandfather." When a key member of families like theirs passes away, it is customary to notify friends, relatives, and other prominent families to come and pay their respects. However, if the relationship between families is not close, they usually only send a representative. The Shin family would naturally receive such routine notifications as well. Old Master Shin's special emphasis was meant to tell Xiao Chenlie to treat them as a Ning's maternal family. The etiquette between relatives is naturally different from routine formalities. Xiao Chenlie could sense the sincerity of old Master Shin and his family, and he had agreed. Xiao Chenlie and Xiao Yining saw the family of four out the door, watched them get into the car, and only turned back inside after the car drove onto the road. Xiao Chenlie then said to Xiao Yining, "Ning, I still need to return to the dragon group. You and Fanfan eat first, and after eating, get some rest early." Xiao Yining grabbed his arm. "Eat something before you go." Xiao Chenlie shook his head. "No, time is tight now. I can't delay any longer. By the way, Ning, can you teach me that method of reading memories with mental power?" Xiao Yining smiled at him. "Silly, of course I can. This memory reading method, I learned it from an ancient Interstellar text. I'll pass it on to you now." Xiao Yining had little Fanfan sit on the sofa to watch TV, asked Cheng Weining to bring him some snacks and keep him company, then led Xiao Chenlie back to the room to teach him the memory reading method. After Xiao Chenlie mastered this special technique, he immediately rushed to the dragon group. The people at the dragon group were interrogating the female disciples of the Yuqing Pavilion separately. From their mouths, they had unearthed quite a bit of dirt on the sons of prominent families in the imperial capital. And the news that the eldest Xiao brother had died at someone else's hands spread throughout the imperial capital within a single day. With old Master Zhao's approval, this news quickly became the headline on major news media outlets. The Yan family, firmly seated in the position of the second most prominent family in the imperial capital, naturally had an extensive network of connections. As soon as Xiao Chenlie began investigating their family, someone quickly reported it secretly to Yan Feihu. Yan Feihu and Yan Meng felt the intensity of Xiao Chenlie's approach, and only then did they seem to sense the danger. Like cornered beasts, the Yan family naturally would not just sit idly by and wait to be captured. They were racking their brains to find ways to counterattack the Xiao family. Through extensive inquiries, they discovered that the Xiao family now placed special importance on Xiao Yining. And since Xiao Yining lived outside with Xiao Chenlie, compared to old Master Xiao and Xiao Yuanxi, who were heavily guarded, Xiao Yining was clearly easier to deal with. So the Yan family once again set their sights on Xiao Yining, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 146. Even jealous of a child. After seeing off Xiao Chenlie, Xiao Yining paid no mind to the upheavals in the capital. She stayed home with little Fan Fan, had dinner, and then played some educational games with him. When little Fan Fan grew tired, she helped him bathe, changed him into the pajamas his father Xiao Chenlie had specially sent over, and softly sang to lull him to sleep. By the time Xiao Chenlie returned from work, it was already past 2 in the morning. As soon as he entered the room and saw the little guy nestled snugly in his wife's arms, fast asleep, he felt an urge to pick him up and toss him into the next room to sleep. And in fact, he did just that, though not by grabbing him, but by lifting him up. Sensing he was about to take little Fan Fan out, Xiao Yining asked softly, "Alai, what are you doing?" Xiao Chenlie leaned down and kissed her, then said flatly, "I'm taking him to sleep in the guest room next door." Xiao Yining immediately caught on to his little scheme and couldn't help but laugh. "Just let him sleep with us." Xiao Chenlie snorted coldly. "No, you're mine. No holding anyone else. If you want to hold someone, it has to be me." Xiao Yining looked at him, speechless. "You're not really jealous of a child, are you?" Xiao Chenlie gave her a sidelong glance, then directly picked up little Fan Fan and headed to the guest room. Xiao Yining could only shake her head helplessly at his domineering and possessive behavior, letting out a wry smile. After settling little Fan Fan in, Xiao Chenlie set up a mental barrier around him to ensure the child would be safe, then returned to his own room. He quickly took a shower in the bathroom, then got into bed. Stretching out his long arms, he pulled Xiao Yining's soft body into his broad embrace and let out a satisfied sigh. "Wife, you're wonderful." Xiao Yining gently kissed his cheek, her eyes full of tenderness. "It'll be done soon. You've had a long day, go to sleep." But Xiao Chenlie didn't respond. Instead, he fixed his eyes on her, eyes that still sparkled like stars in the dark night, like a starving wolf eyeing a delicious piece of meat, eager to feast. Xiao Yining's cheeks grew warm under his fiery gaze. She knew exactly what his eyes were telling her. This guy, he'd been working all day, and he still had this much energy? Just as she thought that, his tall, solid frame pressed down on her. His lips landed precisely on hers, drawing in her sweetness and warmth. After kissing her, he coaxed her in a low, magnetic voice, "Wife, be good, hold me." The two lovers, like a pair of mandarin ducks entwined at the neck, clung tightly together, lost in their endless affection. By the time they finished, the sky outside had already grown light. Xiao Yining figured there wasn't much time left to sleep, so they might as well cultivate together. She took 2 recovery potions from her system storage, handed one to Xiao Chenlie, and drank the other herself. Then, the two began to cultivate. At exactly 7 o'clock, Xiao Zhi woke Xiao Yining from her cultivation. Xiao Yining got up, brushed her teeth and washed her face, then asked Xiao Chenlie to go next door and bring little Fan Fan back. She would need to take him to kindergarten soon. Poor little Fan Fan had no idea he'd been moved to a different room in the middle of the night. As soon as he woke up and saw Xiao Yining's warm, kind smile, he beamed happily. "Good morning, little aunt." Chapter 147. So happy, so happy. Xiao Yining kissed his tender little cheek and smiled back at him. "Little Fan Fan, good morning." Little Fan Fan blinked his big, dark eyes, watching as Xiao Yining gently helped him change clothes, washed his face, and squeezed toothpaste for him. In his little heart, he felt so happy, so happy. He thought to himself, if only little auntie were his real mom, then she could be with him and take care of him every day like this, and he could feel so happy every single day. But just as this thought crossed his mind, his little face, once brimming with happiness and joy, suddenly dimmed with sadness. Xiao Yining noticed the change in little Fan Fan's mood and asked him with a smile, "Little Fan Fan, are you unhappy being with little auntie?" Seeing that Xiao Yining had misunderstood, little Fan Fan shook his little head vigorously and quickly explained, No, little auntie, I like you so much. I also really want to be with you every day, but I know that's not possible, and that's why I feel so sad. Xiao Yining's heart ached, and she quickly hugged him, kissed his little cheek, and gently coaxed him in a soft voice, "Little Fan Fan, be good. From now on, whenever you miss Auntie, you can come stay at Auntie's house. Auntie will take care of you like you're her own son, okay?" Little Fan Fan's eyes lit up instantly at her words. "Really?" Xiao Yining nodded firmly. "Really?" Little Fan Fan immediately asked, "Little Auntie, then can I live at your house forever?" Just as Xiao Yining was about to say yes, she heard Xiao Chenlie's cold, ruthless voice from outside the door. "No, Fan Fan, don't you miss your dad? If you live at Uncle and Auntie's house every day, your dad will miss you a lot. If he misses you too much, he'll be very sad and upset. Do you want to see your dad, who loves you so much, be sad and upset?" Hearing Xiao Chenlie say this, Little Fan Fan was so startled that he shook his head frantically. "No, I don't want Dad to be sad or upset." He turned to Xiao Yining, looking a little embarrassed, and said, "Little Auntie, I'll go home and keep my dad company instead. My dad is all alone and he's pretty pitiful too." Fan Fan was so adorable and sensible, how could he bear to trick him like this? If he didn't go home, wouldn't he be stuck between them as a little third wheel every day? Xiao Yining had no choice but to smile and say to Little Fan Fan, "All right, then when school lets out, I'll have your dad pick you up and take you home, okay?" Little Fan Fan replied in his babyish voice, "Okay." Poor kid, he still had no idea how bad his uncle really was. Xiao Yining picked him up. "Let's go downstairs and have breakfast. After breakfast, Auntie will take you to school." When Xiao Chenlie saw them heading downstairs, he followed behind Xiao Yining. Breakfast was taken out by Xiao Yining from her system. She had bought a lot of cooked food, pastries, snacks, and such beforehand and stored them in the system for later use. Now that they needed to eat, she simply took them out. It was very convenient. After the three of them, along with Cheng Weining, finished breakfast, Xiao Chenlie wanted to drive them himself. But Xiao Yining knew he had a lot of work to do at the Dragon Group, so she declined. "Alai, go take care of your business. Sister Ing will drive us over here, so don't worry." Chapter 148. Hard to Part. Xiao Chenlie saw that she insisted, so he let her have her way, only urging her, "The situation is tense lately. You must be careful and not make me worry." Xiao Yining smiled and nodded. "Don't you know my skills? There aren't many in this world who can handle me. If they're not afraid of death, let them come." Xiao Chenlie gently pinched her nose. "Don't be too confident. There are always greater mountains and people beyond. There are quite a few hidden masters in this world. It's better to be cautious." Xiao Yining gave him a playful glare and laughed. "I know, I'll be careful." Xiao Chenlie kissed her forehead again. "You two get in the car first." Xiao Yining said to Little Fan Fan, "Fan Fan, say goodbye to Uncle." Little Fan Fan waved his little hand at Xiao Chenlie and said in a babyish voice, "Goodbye, Uncle." Xiao Chenlie waved back at them, "Goodbye, Fan Fan." Only then did Xiao Yining pick up Little Fan Fan and get into the car, telling Cheng Weining to drive to Little Fan Fan's kindergarten. The kindergarten Little Fan Fan attended was an elite Sino-British kindergarten located between Xiao Chenlie's residence and the Xiao Media Group Corporation. It was among the top-ranked kindergartens. The kindergarten had a very strong teaching staff, and the teachers were all highly professional. The children attending this kindergarten all came from wealthy or influential families. His teacher was a young girl in her early 20s with a sweet smile. When she saw Little Fan Fan arrive, she beamed a very bright smile. "Xiao Fan, you're here." Little Fan Fan obediently greeted Teacher Yang. "Good morning, Teacher Yang." Teacher Yang smiled back at him. "Good morning, Xiao Fan." Then, as Teacher Yang looked at Xiao Yining holding Little Fan Fan, a hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes, and she asked with slight uncertainty, "You are?" Xiao Yining replied with a smile, "I'm Xiao Fan's aunt by marriage. His father had something to do today, so he asked me to bring him here." Teacher Yang let out a soft "oh" and said, "I see. Then leave Little Fan Fan with me. I'll take good care of him." Xiao Yining set Little Fan Fan down and said to him, "Fan Fan, you have to listen to the teacher obediently, okay? Auntie is leaving now. When school is out, your dad will come to pick you up." Little Fan Fan tugged at Xiao Yining's hand, reluctant to let her go. Xiao Yining smiled and kissed his little cheek again. "Be good, okay?" Teacher Yang gently took Little Fan Fan's hand. "Xiao Fan, be good. Go sit in your seat. The teacher is about to start class." Only then did Little Fan Fan reluctantly wave goodbye to Xiao Yining, his eyes red as he said, "Goodbye, Auntie." Seeing the child's expression of reluctant parting, Xiao Yining felt a lump in her throat. "Goodbye, Little Fan Fan." Teacher Yang smiled at Xiao Yining and said, "You can go back now. Don't worry about the child, we'll take good care of him." Xiao Yining said to Teacher Yang with gratitude, "Teacher Yang, thank you for your trouble." Teacher Yang smiled professionally and said, "You're too kind. It's our duty. You go ahead, I'll take Xiao Fan over." Xiao Yining watched as Teacher Yang led Little Fan Fan to his seat before she and Cheng Weining turned and left. Back in the car, Xiao Yining teased her, Ning, since you love children so much, why don't you and the Major General have one of your own soon? Chapter 149. This bunch of little beasts are all foodies. Xiao Yining chuckled softly, I'd like to, but I haven't gotten pregnant yet. Xiao Yining smiled and asked her, are you heading to Zhao's media company to sign the contract now? Xiao Yining drove steadily, while Xiao Yining leaned back in the rear seat, appearing to rest with her eyes closed. In reality, she was using telepathy to chat with Xiao Zhi. Xiao Zhi was chattering away about what was happening on the Starnet. Star-Lord, you haven't gone live or put any food up for sale in the past 2 days. People on the Starnet are about to explode. A lot of them are worried that you might stop selling food altogether. Xiao Yining said to Xiao Zhi, send out a notice that I've been busy lately. Once I finish this stretch, I'll go live and arrange for food to be listed. Tell them not to panic. Xiao Zhi was quick, and in the blink of an eye, he had handled the task Xiao Yining had given him. Xiao Yining opened her own smart device and saw messages from General Tai Han flashing one after another. Star-Lord, why haven't you gone live these past 2 days? Star-Lord, we've finished all the food you sent us. Why hasn't the food shop listed anything either? Star-Lord, what are you busy with? Please say something when you get this message. Star-Lord, that sly little Xiao Yulin seemed to have guessed something today. He came to me to fish for information. He's also very concerned about the Star-Lord. Should I tell him about your situation? The two of them were Xiao Yining's right-hand men. As long as they stayed steady, any other petty schemers trying to climb up were nothing to worry about. Xiao Yining thought for a moment. She might need to find time to go back soon, so she replied to Tai Han, go ahead and tell Xiao Yulin about me. I'll head back in a little while. As soon as her message went through, Tai Han, who was in the middle of a meeting with his officers, immediately told his subordinates to stop talking and replied to Xiao Yining, understood. Star-Lord, when will you send more food? We're all dying of craving right now. Attached were several drooling emojis. Every time she ordered food, she would add an extra 1 or 2,000 portions after the base number, specifically for Tai Hanshan's legion. She hadn't expected these foodie soldiers to be so impressive, finishing it all so quickly. As soon as Tai Han saw the reply with the word tomorrow, he grinned from ear to ear, startling the officers still reporting to him in his office. They wondered who could make this iron-blooded general show such a chilling smile. After Xiao Yining ended the call, Tai Han looked at the officers standing before him and immediately reverted to his stoic expression. In a deep voice, he said to them, you all perform well. Whichever unit performs best will get food as a reward tomorrow. The officers perked up instantly, as if injected with adrenaline. Really? General, we're getting food again tomorrow. Tai Han shot them a glare. Not everyone gets food. Only those who perform well get food. Got it. The officers immediately straightened their backs and saluted him. Understood, sir. Tai Han barked at them, if you understand, then get to work. The officers exchanged challenging glances, each one fired up with the determination to snatch first place and claim the food, and they quickly filed out the door. Tai Han watched them leave and muttered with a light laugh, this bunch of little beasts, all foodies. Chapter 150. Whoever rebels, wipe them out. Little fierce beasts was a term of endearment for the soldiers in the Interstellar Legion known for their brutal combat prowess. They weren't actual beasts. Tai Han was about to resume his work when the doorbell to his office rang again. He pressed the video intercom and saw that it was Xiao Yulin, that little schemer, standing outside again. He initially wanted to ignore him, but then recalled Xiao Yining's earlier instructions. Tai Han pressed the unlock button and let him in. Xiao Yulin was tall and straight, with dazzling golden hair and strikingly beautiful deep blue eyes. He was immensely popular across the interstellar realm, hailed by interstellar women as the most eligible diamond man on the 9-cloud star. With graceful steps, he entered Tai Hanshan's office and sat down in the chair across from him. No matter how anxious he felt inside, his exterior always remained calm and composed, never letting anyone read his emotions. Tai Han asked flatly, Executive Director Xiao, is there something you need? Xiao Yulin looked him straight in the eye and asked in a low voice, General Tai, has the Star-Lord been found? Tai Han stared back at him steadily and countered, how are you so sure the Star-Lord is fine? Seeing Tai Hanshan's lack of reaction, Xiao Yulin continued, at first, when it was said the Star-Lord had perished, you were completely lifeless. But when that Chinese cuisine livestream started, you seemed to come back to life. And you don't even need to scramble for purchases on the Starnet. Your legion still receives piles and piles of food. Be honest with me, where is all this food coming from? Hearing Xiao Yulin's analysis, Tai Han raised his hands in surrender. All right, I give in. Yes, all this incredible food is delivered to us by the Star-Lord. Haven't I been saving a portion for you every time? That was also the Star-Lord's instruction. Xiao Yulin's heart ached slightly as he asked hoarsely, then why does the Star-Lord only contact you and not even say a word to me? Am I not worthy of her trust? Tai Hanshan's expression darkened instantly at Xiao Yulin's words. That's where you're wrong. You should know the Star Lord's character better than I do. How can you doubt her? She told me that when she was attacked last time, she fell into a wormhole, and it was uncertain whether she could return. That's why she told me not to inform you all. For now, this information is limited to you and me. Understand? Xiao Yulin finally relaxed after hearing Tai Hanshan's explanation. Then did the Star Lord say when she would return? Right now, the Nine-Cloud Star is leaderless and those petty troublemakers are stirring. What does the Star Lord say? Tai Han replied coldly. The Star Lord said, whoever rebels, wipe them out directly. Hearing this, Xiao Yulin couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of our greatest Star Lord, her words are always so fierce. Tai Han grinned and added, let me tell you another good piece of news. The Star Lord just said she'll be coming back for a visit soon. Xiao Yulin furrowed his brows slightly. Does she mean just a visit? Not that she'll return and stay for good. Tai Han paused. I didn't ask her that. I assume she's just coming back to check on things and will then return to that other world. Xiao Yulin let out a soft sigh. General Tai, I have to tell you some very bad news. The Alien Alliance Empire just issued us an order. They demand that the Nine-Cloud Star submit to the Empire. If we don't submit. Chapter 151. Let those bastards come at us. Tai Han slammed the table in fury. If we don't submit, what the hell do those bastards plan to do? Xiao Yulin's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. If we don't submit, they'll send troops to attack our Nine-Cloud Star. Tai Han let out a cold laugh. Then let those bastards come at us. Let's see how I deal with them. Xiao Yulin said calmly, the Federal Empire has long had its eye on our Nine-Cloud Star. As long as the Star Lord doesn't show up, they won't easily give up on this big piece of meat. Tai Han shot him a glare. Then hurry up and tell the Star Lord. You haven't forgotten the Star Lord's communicator number, have you? He immediately opened his communicator, found that familiar number, and quickly sent a message. Star Lord, it's Yulin. I just heard from General Tai that you're still alive. Your subordinate is overjoyed. Ever since your accident, I've been praying to the heavens, hoping you'd survive a great disaster and enjoy boundless blessings. I never thought my wish would come true. Thank the heavens for their favor. Amid my joy, I must also tell you some bad news. Those bastards from the alien Federal Empire gave us an order today, demanding that Nine-Cloud Star submit to them. Otherwise, they'll send troops to attack us. General Tai just said we have nothing to fear. If those bastards dare to come, we'll beat them until they flee in panic and send them rolling back to where they came from. Star Lord, rest assured. Your subordinate and General Tai will defend Nine-Cloud Star to the death and never let those bastards set foot on our territory. General Tai said you'll be back soon. Your subordinate wants to ask, when will you return? Your subordinate and the countless citizens have been longing for your early return. Yearning. 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 After Xiao Yulin sent the message, he didn't receive an immediate reply from Xiao Ningning. Xiao Yulin and Tai Han waited for a while, but still no response. Tai Han said helplessly, the Star Lord is probably busy again, or maybe there's no signal on her end. Every time I send her a message, she sometimes replies a few days later. Don't worry. Once she sees it, she'll definitely reply to you. Xiao Yulin nodded. Then, let's discuss how to deal with those bastards from the Federal Empire. At that moment, the Star Lord they were thinking of had just arrived at the entrance of Zhao's media company and didn't check the communicator messages. They arrived early today, reaching the gate of Zhao's media group at 8:30. Cheng Weining got out of the car first and opened the door for Xiao Ningning. After Xiao Ningning got out, Cheng Weining parked the car in the lot and then returned to Xiao Ningning's side. Once Cheng Weining was back, the two of them entered the door of Zhao's media one after the other. The three receptionists' eyes lit up the moment they saw Xiao Ningning. Xiao Ningning had an excellent figure, tall and slender, with curves in all the right places, perfectly proportioned. Today, she wore a white long-sleeved blouse paired with a black vest, exuding a sharp and charming aura. Her bottom was clad in a pair of black, slim-fit pencil pants, accentuating her long, straight legs even more perfectly and alluringly. Chapter 152, going all out to help her debut one. The three receptionists stared at Xiao Yining, with her fair skin, stunning beauty, long legs, and outstanding temperament, their faces full of amazement. Although they had already seen her once when she came last time, meeting Xiao Yining again now still left them feeling deeply impressed. A woman so exquisitely beautiful and with such an extraordinary aura was born to be an international superstar. Recalling the instructions Director Liu had personally called down earlier, that when Miss Xiao arrived, they must receive her warmly and escort her directly to the president's office, the three receptionists acted accordingly. Oh, and that was no longer accurate. Director Liu had been promoted to executive president of Zhao's media company just yesterday, while their former president Xiao had risen to chairman of Zhao's group corporation. The three receptionists smiled in unison as they stepped forward to greet her. Miss Xiao, hello. Xiao Yining smiled back and nodded at them. Hello. I'm here to see President Liu. Could you please announce me? The three receptionists replied together with a laugh. No trouble at all. President Liu gave instructions early this morning. When you arrived, we were to take you upstairs. One of the receptionists gestured slightly toward Xiao Yining. Miss Xiao, this way, please. Xiao Yining said, thank you, and followed her to the elevator area. A number of people were waiting by the elevator, but the receptionist led Xiao Yining and Xiao Weining over to the president's private elevator. She took out a black magnetic card, swiped it, and the elevator doors opened. Those waiting outside the elevator all stared at Xiao Yining, whose face could topple cities, their eyes filled with admiration. After Xiao Yining stepped into the elevator, they burst into exclamations. Is our company taking on a new person? What background does this newcomer have? She gets to take the president's private elevator right away. With that noble temperament, her family background must be extraordinary. Maybe she's not a new employee at all. She could just be here to discuss business with President Liu. Let's ask Ling from the front desk later. Meanwhile, Xiao Yining, the subject of their chatter, had already exited the elevator and was heading toward Liu Tianxin's president's office, led by the receptionist Ling Ling. As soon as Liu Tianxin's secretary, Liang Jifei, saw Xiao Yining arrive, he quickly knocked on the door to report. President Liu, Miss Xiao is here. Call Director Jiang immediately and tell him to come over right away, Liu Tianxin instructed Liang Jifei as he stood up and walked out of the office to welcome Xiao Yining. Liang Jifei had no idea that Xiao Yining was the second young mistress of the Xiao family. Seeing that Liu Tianxin, as executive president of Zhao's media, would personally go out to greet a guest, he became intensely curious about Xiao Yining's identity. Just who is this Miss Xiao that President Liu valued her so highly? Liu Tianxin stepped out of the office and immediately spotted Xiao Yining standing there gracefully. He gave her a smile. Miss Xiao, welcome. Please come in. Xiao Chenlie had previously instructed Liu Tianxin and Jiang Kuang that Xiao Yining and his younger brother Xiao Chenlie were currently in a secret marriage. Only a few people at the top knew they had obtained a marriage certificate and were legally husband and wife. However, for the sake of her future debut and rise to fame, they were to address her as Miss Xiao in front of the company and the public for now. Chapter 153, going all out to help her debut too. Xiao Chenlie also instructed them that Zhao's media company should devote all its efforts and resources to cultivate Xiao Yining and help her gain international fame. Earlier, when Xiao Chenlie told Xiao Chenlie that Xiao Yining wanted to enter the entertainment industry, Xiao Chenlie asked him with confusion, with your wife's exceptional talent and ability, she could easily make hundreds of billions. Why does she still want to enter the entertainment industry? Xiao Chenlie directly revealed a bit to him. Brother, to be honest with you, Yining needs to gain fame to earn faith points. These faith points are related to Yining's direct connection with an alien planet. Just help her out directly. There are some things I can't tell you much about for now. When permission is granted and it can be discussed, Yining will let us know. You just need to understand that Yining's existence is a very powerful asset for our entire Xiao family. Her every move can absolutely influence the whole structure of our family. Upon hearing his brother's words, Xiao Chenlie immediately understood. All right, I get it. I'll give the orders to have them go all out to help Yining debut and gain fame in the fastest way possible. It was because of this conversation that Xiao Chenlie repeatedly urged Liu Tianxin and Jiang Kuang to do everything they could to promote Xiao Yining. Liu Tianxin led Xiao Yining into the office, had her sit on the sofa, and asked his secretary Liang Jifei to brew a pot of fine tea. Then, he took out the contract for Xiao Yining to review. Miss Xiao, this is the contract between the company and you. Chairman Xiao informed us that your contract is a special grade 1. Please take a look first. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can make revisions. Xiao Yining was a bit surprised but quickly figured it out. Alai must have spoken to his elder brother, explaining the necessity and importance of her entering the entertainment industry. She found that this special grade contract was extremely favorable to her. It truly integrated resources comprehensively to help her gain fame, with the company taking only a 20% commission and her getting 80%, and there were no traps in the contract. After reading it, Xiao Yining said to Liu Tianxin with a smile, I have no objections to this contract. I just sign it directly, right? Liu Tianxin nodded with a smile. Yes, just sign it directly. Xiao Yining readily signed her name, making 2 copies, and then handed the contract to Liu Tianxin for his signature. After Liu Tianxin signed, he had Secretary Liang Jifei bring the company seal to stamp it. 1 copy was kept by the company, and the other was given to Xiao Yining for her records. With Xiao Chenlie's promotion to chairman this time, both Liu Tianxin and Jiang Kuang were also elevated. Now Jiang Kuang had taken over Liu Tianxin's position as artist director, but he still directly served as Xiao Yining's agent. Seeing Xiao Yining sign the contract, Jiang Kuang was very pleased and said loudly with a smile, "Miss Xiao, welcome to Zhao's media company. I believe our cooperation will be very enjoyable." Xiao Yining smiled and nodded. Director Jiang is right. Our cooperation will definitely be very pleasant. I would like to thank both leaders here in advance for your full support. Lu Tianqin and Jiang Kuang quickly replied, "You're too kind, too kind." Jiang Kuang then handed a plan to Xiao Yining for her to review. "Yining, may I call you that? This is a tailored plan I made for you. Take a look first, and then we can talk." Chapter 154, Going All Out to Help Her Debut 3. Xiao Yining glanced at the plan Jiang Kuang had drawn up for her. Within a month, she was to undergo training and evaluation in areas such as physique, poise, acting, singing, and dancing. Only after passing all assessments would Jiang Kuang select tailor-made advertisements, TV dramas, and films for Xiao Yining, with the company fully backing her promotion and packaging to officially launch her career. After reviewing the plan, Xiao Yining directly said to Jiang Kuang, "Director Jiang, I don't think these evaluations need a month. You can schedule all the evaluators at the same time, and I'll take their tests together." Hearing Xiao Yining's words, Lu Tianqin and Jiang Kuang exchanged a glance, both stunned. Jiang Kuang looked at Xiao Yining with some doubt and asked again to confirm, "With so many assessments, are you sure you can pass them all at once?" Xiao Yining smiled lightly. "If I can't even get through these basics, would I be worth the company going all out to help me debut?" Seeing the confidence radiating from Xiao Yining's eyes, Jiang Kuang laughed heartily and slapped the table. "Good. I admire this confident side of you. Yining, I hope you won't let us down." Xiao Yining gave them a calm smile. "You can wait and see." After his laughter subsided, Jiang Kuang said to Xiao Yining, "How about I take you for a tour around the company first? I'll also introduce you to some key people here, so you don't end up not recognizing them later and causing any misunderstandings." Xiao Yining nodded with a smile. "Sure, I'll leave it to you, Director Jiang." Under Jiang Kuang's guidance, Xiao Yining first visited the artist training department. As the country's largest media and entertainment company, Zhao's media took in many newcomers graduating from film and television schools each year for training. As for whether these trainees lucky enough to enter Zhao's media would debut and how far they could go, it all depended on their own luck and ability. The trainees in the middle of their sessions, seeing Jiang Kuang personally escorting Xiao Yining on a tour, were filled with envy and jealousy. "Who is that woman? I don't think I've seen her before." "I've seen her. She came for the interview with us that day." "Yeah, that's right. She got into a conflict with someone that day. I didn't see her when we checked in, so I thought she was eliminated." Who knew she'd be this impressive, already cozying up to the director now? Haha, she must have latched onto some golden thigh, right? Look at that smug, arrogant expression on her face. Pfft, what's there to be so proud of? With sharp senses and keen perception, Xiao Yining caught their gossip and felt speechless. Who was acting smug and arrogant? Were the people saying that blind? Xiao Yining lifted her beautiful eyes slightly, sweeping over the group of gossiping men and women, memorizing their faces one by one. Xiao Yining never looked down on anyone, even a beggar had their own strengths. These people gossiping about her might only be rookie trainees now, but who knew if one day they'd become stumbling blocks causing her trouble. One should never harbor harmful intentions, but one must never lack a guard against others. Especially in an environment as murky as the entertainment industry, she had to be cautious every step of the way to avoid being used by others to stir up trouble. She didn't like to stir up trouble, but she also didn't like others provoking her. Chapter 155, Our Queen is Coming Back. After taking a tour around the company and meeting the heads of various departments, Xiao Yining bid farewell to Jiang Kuang. Before leaving, Xiao Yining said to Jiang Kuang, "Director Jiang, once you set the date for the assessment, give me a call, and I'll be there on time." Influenced by Xiao Yining, Jiang Kuang now had a mysterious confidence in her as well. He nodded in reply, "All right, once I've arranged the assessment instructors, I'll notify you in advance. You should also prepare well at home. Don't think just because you're skilled, you're invincible." Hearing Jiang Kuang's lecture, Xiao Yining chuckled and responded, "Yes, I'll prepare properly. Director Jiang, rest assured." Jiang Kuang waved his hand at her with a feigned look of disdain. "All right, if you're leaving, hurry up. I'm busy too." Xiao Yining waved at him, "Director Jiang, goodbye." Watching Xiao Yining turn and leave with ease, Jiang Kuang shook his head helplessly with a wry smile. He truly had never seen such a bold and fearless artist before. He sincerely hoped that she could truly be as versatile as she claimed, and one day become an all-around international superstar. If he could help create such a globally shining international superstar, then he, Jiang Kuang, would also gain great prestige. After leaving the Xiao Media building, Xiao Yining said to Cheng Weiniang, "Jia, let's go to the Meiyu Xian food factory in Fengnai district." This Meiyu Xian food factory was promised to Xiao Yining by Xiao Yuanxi as a reward after she destroyed the underground research institute. According to Xiao Chenlie, the Meiyuxian food factory was originally a privately operated factory, and the state purchased it for 10 million yuan as a reward for Xiao Yining. After obtaining all the necessary certificates, Xiao Yining had not yet visited the food factory. She only roughly knew that it was a factory producing various instant foods like dumplings, buns, spring rolls, instant noodles, and so on. Cheng Weining replied, "All right," and drove directly toward the Meiyuxian food factory in Fengtai district. While Cheng Weining focused on driving, Xiao Yining took out her phone and called Dong Da to Roast Duck Restaurant, ordering another 20,000 roast ducks, along with 20,000 portions of all the other dishes she had ordered last time. Since making his first delivery, Boss Dong had been eagerly awaiting Xiao Yining's call these past 2 days. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yining placed an even larger order with him, leaving Boss Dong beaming with joy as he repeatedly thanked her for her patronage. After hanging up with Boss Dong, Xiao Yining called Jufula Restaurant, Happiness Dessert Shop, and Nanqing Snack Shop, placing the same orders for 20,000 portions of the dishes she had previously ordered, and paid half of the deposit up front. After finishing the calls, Xiao Yining heard Xiao Zhi's reminder, Star Lord, Executive Xiao has been urgently calling you nonstop. Xiao Yining quickly opened her smart brain to check the messages. When she saw Xiao Yulin's message saying that the bastards of the Federal Empire had started coveting their Jiuxiao Cloud Star after her death, she was furious. A faint, bitter smile curled at the corners of her lips. After a moment, Xiao Yining sent a message to Xiao Yulin. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, I will appear through the Star Network. On the other end, Xiao Yulin and Tai Han Han, who had been waiting anxiously for Xiao Yining's reply, were overjoyed at her response. The two grown men hugged each other, cheering and laughing wildly. "Ah, our queen is coming back. Our queen is coming back." Chapter 156, Taking Over the Food Factory 1. Xiao Zhi secretly sent the footage of those two losing their composure to Xiao Yining. Xiao Yining looked at it, but only felt a sour, bitter ache in her heart, painful yet moving. She was moved by their loyalty and trust in her, yet pained that her own ordeal had brought such great hurt and sorrow to her subordinates. Jiuxiao Cloud Star was created by her and Yan Jiuxiao. It was their home. These legions, these star citizens, they trusted her, loved her, and regarded her, the Star Lord, as their spiritual faith. In her heart, these people were like her family. No matter how powerful the iron fist of the Federal Empire was, to protect their Jiuxiao Cloud Star and to love her star citizens, she, Xiao Yining, would fight the Federal Empire to the end. She wanted to see if those Federal Empire bastards had the guts to go head-to-head with her. Even while driving up front, Cheng Weining could feel a terrifying pressure emanating from Xiao Yining in the back seat, so fearsome that it made one want to kneel and submit to her. Cheng Weining's hands gripping the steering wheel bulged with veins as she resisted this pressure. Just as she felt she could barely endure it, she spotted the Meiyuxian food factory ahead. Cheng Weining was overjoyed and spoke up to remind Xiao Yining, "Ningning, we've arrived at Meiyuxian food factory." Xiao Yining snapped back to reality, and the terrifying pressure on her vanished in an instant. Cheng Weining breathed a quiet sigh of relief, raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from her face, and still felt a lingering fear. If Aining's casually emitted pressure was already this terrifying, how many people in this world could withstand it if she used such fearsome mental pressure against an enemy? At that moment, inside the Meiyuxian food factory, the employees were feeling anxious and restless. They had all heard that yesterday this factory had been sold to someone else. As soon as the new boss arrived and the current boss finished the handover, he could take the large sum from the sale and leave. Would this new boss directly lay people off? Filled with worry, the employees had no heart for work, as if waiting for the sword hanging over their heads to fall. The original owner of Meiyuxian Food Factory was Zhao Junyu. Before entering the factory, Xiao Yining had Cheng Weining pull over, then took out her phone and called Zhao Junyu's contact number. Zhao Junyu had been waiting for Xiao Yining's call ever since completing the transfer procedures. When the state sent someone to negotiate the factory sale with Zhao Junyu, they had already warned him that the new boss was a person of immense influence, and he must treat her with caution and respect, never offending her. So, as soon as Zhao Junyu received Xiao Yining's call, he immediately scurried out to greet her. Not long after Xiao Yining hung up, she saw a chubby middle-aged man run out. As Zhao Junyu came out, he spotted a black luxury sedan parked at the factory gate. He walked up to Cheng Weining and asked with a flattering smile, "Excuse me, are you Miss Xiao?" Cheng Weining shook her head. "No, I'm Miss Xiao's driver. My surname is Cheng. Miss Xiao is in the car. Hurry up and have the security guard open the gate." He turned and shouted at the security booth, "Oldly, open the gate." Chapter 157, Taking Over the Food Factory 2. Cheng Weining drove the car inside, found an empty spot, and parked. Then, she quickly got out and opened the door for Xiao Yining. As soon as Xiao Yining stepped out, Zhao Junyu and the employees secretly watching from all around felt their eyes light up, and they all marveled in their hearts. What a beautiful woman. The Meiyuxian food factory was a building shaped like a square with a central courtyard. Upon entering the factory area, there was a rockery and a pond in the middle, along with a green belt planted with some flowers and shrubs. The buildings on the left and right were both 5 stories high, serving as production areas and warehouses. The building at the back was 6 stories high, with the first floor as the office building, the second floor as the cafeteria, the third floor as the recreation room, and the fourth, fifth, and sixth floors as employee dormitories. The entire factory covered an area of 15,000 square meters and employed over 500 people, neither too large nor too small. This factory was rented by Zhao Junyu, and only the processing equipment inside was somewhat valuable, which was why he quoted a price of 10 million. In reality, it was worth at most 8 or 9 million. To be honest, he was still making a profit by selling this factory. Competition in the business was fierce, and it wasn't easy to operate, so he decided to take the money and move on. After surveying the factory area, Xiao Yining looked at Zhao Junyu and asked with a smile, "You must be General Manager Zhao, right?" "I'm Xiao Yining." Zhao Junyu quickly flattered her with a smile. "Miss Xiao, hello." "Hello. I'm Zhao Junyu. How about we go to the office and sit down first? I'll also give you an introduction to the factory situation." As he spoke, Zhao Junyu stole another glance at Xiao Yining, once again marveling inwardly that Miss Xiao was stunningly beautiful from every angle. Xiao Yining could also sense many people around her sneaking glances and whispering about her. "Wow, is this gorgeous woman our new boss? If I can keep working here, that would be amazing. The new boss is even prettier than a big star. Oh my god, I have to take a photo of her to remember this." Xiao Yining noticed their intentions, but didn't mind. Back when she was on the 9-cloud star, every time she went out, it was even more chaotic than when an international superstar traveled on ancient Earth. The streets would be empty, and everywhere there were star.net reporters and fans secretly snapping photos of her. A few people taking secret photos was nothing to Xiao Yining. Zhao Junyu led Xiao Yining and Cheng Weining to the VIP reception room on the first floor to sit down. He quickly had someone serve good tea before starting a conversation with Xiao Yining. "Miss Xiao, I've been running this food factory for 15 years now. The snacks, pastries, and baked goods we produce here have a bit of a reputation in the capital. Currently, the factory's main products are divided into 4 categories. The first category is snacks, like fried dough twists, pea flour cakes, coconut cream cakes, bean flour cakes, sugar ears, and litiganer. The second category is flour-based foods, like bread, steamed buns, and wontons. The third category is instant noodles and instant rice noodles. The fourth category is meat products like sausages, cured meat, beef jerky, and pork jerky." Xiao Yining nodded and then asked him, "May I ask, after selling the factory, what are your plans, Boss Zhao?" Zhao Junyu chuckled cheerfully and said, "To be honest with you, ever since I opened this factory, I've been spinning like a top without ever taking a proper break. Selling the factory now is fine. I plan to take some time off, rest well, and spend more time with my family. Then I'll figure things out from there." Chapter 158, Taking Over the Food Factory 3. Xiao Yining smiled and asked him, "Boss Zhao, you've accumulated quite a bit of wealth now. You could indeed take a good rest and plan your next steps. If you're willing, you could stay on and help me manage this factory." Xiao Yining had Xiao Zhi search online for information about this Zhao Junyu, and only after Xiao Zhi suggested that this person could be trusted did she extend the invitation. Zhao Junyu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he shook his head. "Thank you, Miss Xiao, for thinking so highly of me. However, my health hasn't been great lately, so I'd like to take a break and focus on recuperating first." Xiao Yining didn't push him. "All right, then I wish you all the best, Boss Zhao. Smooth sailing, steady promotions, and a happy family." Zhao Junyu expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you, thank you." After that, Zhao Junyu took Xiao Yining and Cheng Weining to tour the various production workshops. When Xiao Yining had earlier extended her mental energy to inspect the factory, she had noticed that the workshops were very clean and tidy. Now, entering them up close, she even wiped a surface with her hand and found that the hygiene was exceptionally well maintained. Xiao Yining remarked to Zhao Junyu, "The cleanliness and hygiene here are very good." Zhao Junyu grinned and said, "We're dealing with food here, things that go into people's mouths. If it's not hygienic and makes them sick, that just won't do." The warehouse was also neatly organized, with not a trace of clutter. When they wandered over to the factory's cafeteria, it happened to be the employees' lunch break. Xiao Yining noticed that the food in the cafeteria looked decent, with each employee receiving a meal of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. Xiao Yining asked Zhao Junyu, "Are these employees provided with meals and accommodation?" Zhao Junyu nodded. "Yes, meals and accommodation are included." If employees don't live at the factory, we provide a separate rental and transportation subsidy, allowing them to choose for themselves. Xiao Yining nodded lightly. That's quite good. Seeing that the food looked quite appealing, Xiao Yining asked Zhao Junyu to get a meal for her and Cheng Weiniang. She tasted the food from the factory cafeteria and found that the chef's skills were surprisingly excellent, far better than she had expected. Xiao Yining specifically asked Zhao Junyu to call over Chef Dai, who was in charge of the cafeteria's cooking. She praised Chef Dai a few times and even mentioned that she would give him a raise. Chef Dai was overjoyed. When he returned to the kitchen, he said to the other anxious employees, "Don't worry, everyone. The new boss is beautiful and kind-hearted. She just told me that as long as we work hard, our factory's days will only get better from now on." That's great. Now we don't have to worry about losing our jobs anymore. Exactly. Everything's becoming mechanized now, with more and more robots doing the work. Unemployment keeps rising. I was really stressing out before. Same here. I was worried too. What would people like us, without degrees or specialized skills, do if we lost our jobs? Chef Dai said cheerfully, "It's all good now. None of you need to worry. Just do your jobs well, and the new boss won't treat us unfairly." After finishing their meal, when the afternoon shift began, Xiao Yining used the factory's broadcast system to deliver an inspiring speech to all the employees. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am the new owner of Meiyuxian Food Factory. My surname is Xiao, and you can call me President Xiao from now on." Chapter 159, Taking Over the Food Factory 4. Although the factory now has a new boss, you should still do the same work you've been doing. My principle is this: as long as you're willing to work hard and do a good job, I will never treat you unfairly. Next, I will conduct a 1-week assessment of all employees. Those who perform well will get a raise and a bonus. Those who perform poorly will either have their wages reduced or, in serious cases, be dismissed. So, I hope every one of you will work steadily and diligently, striving to get a raise rather than a pay cut. What do you all say? Loud responses came from all around. Good. Xiao Yining gave them one last encouragement. Brothers and sisters, let's all work hard together. Let's create a brighter tomorrow and make our wages higher and higher. That's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone. Every workshop in this food factory was equipped with surveillance cameras. Zhao Junyu had previously thought that since they were in the food business, it concerned the safety of every customer. He was also afraid that one day an employee might harbor resentment toward the factory or society and poison the products, which would ruin him as the boss. So, he spent a sum of money to install these cameras and informed all employees to stay vigilant and not act recklessly. With these electronic surveillance devices in place, Xiao Yining could easily monitor the employees and observe their work performance. Xiao Yining directly assigned the task of electronic monitoring to Xiao Zhi. The all-capable Xiao Zhi, willing to take on more work, agreed without a second thought. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Yining and Zhao Junyu reconciled accounts related to finances, warehouses, and other matters. After confirming there were no issues, Xiao Yining signed the handover documents. After signing, Zhao Junyu extended his hand to Xiao Yining. "Miss Xiao, thank you for your consideration. From now on, this factory is in your hands. If you have any questions or issues in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. I'll be at your service." Xiao Yining shook his hand and said with a smile, "All right, thank you for your trouble today, Boss Zhao. Let me see you out." Zhao Junyu quickly waved his hand. "No need, no need. You must have a lot to handle. I'll see myself out. Please stay." Xiao Yining didn't stand on ceremony with him. "Then take care. Sistering, please see Boss Zhao out." Cheng Weiniang nodded in acknowledgement and said politely to Zhao Junyu, "Boss Zhao, this way, please." After watching Zhao Junyu leave, Xiao Yining called the HR manager, Fu Xiaodai, via the internal line. Fu Xiaodai, now 29 years old, had delicate features, a gentle demeanor, and a warm smile, making her very suitable for personnel management. She graduated from the Capital Normal University with a degree in administrative management. She was also a veteran employee of Meiyuxian Food Factory, having worked there since graduating from university. She had been diligent and hardworking, eventually rising to the position of HR manager. Fu Xiaodai felt a bit uneasy upon receiving the new boss's summons. But then she thought that if she wasn't mistaken, the new boss would likely want to learn about the factory's personnel system and structure as soon as possible. She picked up the personnel system manual and organizational chart and quickly headed to Xiao Yining's office. Chapter 160. Finally, the day to hold one's head high has come. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Xiao Yining responded, "Come in." Fu Xiaodai opened the door and walked in, introducing herself to Xiao Yining with a respectful demeanor. "Hello, President Xiao. I'm Fu Xiaodai, the HR manager." Although Xiao Yining appeared younger and more beautiful than her, Fu Xiaodai did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. Moreover, the subtle pressure of authority emanating from Xiao Yining prevented Fu Xiaodai from mistaking her for a mere decorative. Xiao Yining smiled and nodded at her, pointing to the stool in front of the desk, and said in a gentle tone, "Have a seat and talk." Fu Xiaodai replied politely, "Thank you, President Xiao." After she sat down, Cheng Weining poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yining and also one for Fu Xiaodai. Then, she quietly took a seat in the corner, ready to await Xiao Yining's instructions at any moment. Xiao Yining began discussing business with Fu Xiaodai. "Manager Fu, I'd like to review the factory's personnel structure and also have a chat with you. Which employees do you think should be commended and promoted? And which ones are no longer suitable to stay at the factory? I hope you, as the HR manager, can help me sort these matters out." Fu Xiaodai quickly replied, "President Xiao, you're too kind. This is my duty. I've already brought the personnel structure chart. Please take a look." Fu Xiaodai felt fortunate for her foresight in bringing the chart ahead of time, saving herself an extra trip. After handing the chart to Xiao Yining, she added, "Once you've finished reviewing the personnel structure chart, I'll give you a detailed account of the employees' situations at the factory." Fu Xiaodai handled matters with grace, her speech gentle yet tactful, without overstepping boundaries. She managed the balance between advance and retreat perfectly, which explained how she stood out to become the factory's HR manager. From their first interaction, Xiao Yining had already come to approve of her. She quickly finished reviewing the factory's personnel structure chart and asked Fu Xiaodai to elaborate on the personnel situation. After organizing her thoughts, Fu Xiaodai smiled and said to Xiao Yining, "President Xiao, there are 3 employees at the factory who have consistently performed excellently and have worked here for over 5 years, yet they have never been given significant roles." Xiao Yining responded lightly, "Tell me, who are they? I'll consider it as appropriate." Fu Xiaodai detailed them one by one. The first is Wei Ming, the team leader of the warehouse. Wei Ming started working here at the same time as I did, with 6 years of service. He has always been diligent and meticulous in his work, and the warehouse accounts have never had any errors. However, Seeing Fu Xiaodai hesitate, Xiao Yining smiled and said to her, "Manager Fu, don't hold back. If there's anything unusual at the factory or anyone who seems off, you can tell me directly. As the HR manager, you're responsible for personnel evaluations. It's your job to provide me, the boss, with recommendations on who can and cannot be used. Feel free to speak openly." Hearing Xiao Yining's words, Fu Xiaodai finally continued what she had left unsaid. "But because the warehouse supervisor, Tan Xiaolong, is the brother-in-law of the former boss, Mr. Zhao, I had previously suggested to Mr. Zhao several times that Wei Ming's position and benefits be improved, but Mr. Zhao always rejected it." Chapter 161. Finally, the day to hold one's head high has come too. Xiao Yining nodded to encourage her. "Go on, keep talking." The phenomenon of nepotism that Fu Xiaodai described was common in many private enterprises. Xiao Yining certainly had no objection to hiring one's own people. After all, knowing someone's background made it more reassuring and convenient to work with them. However, there was one point: while hiring your own people, you must not suppress the development of other employees. Otherwise, this management style would only lead to increasing chaos in the company's operations, lacking any positive guiding influence, and would also have a significant negative impact on the enterprise. Truly capable people would never be content with obscurity. If you couldn't provide them with an opportunity and a platform to showcase their skills, even if they endured it, it would only be temporary. One day, when they could no longer see hope, they would resolutely turn and leave. Xiao Yining glanced at Wei Ming's profile and noticed that he was a rather handsome young man. If Wei Ming had endured here for so many years, aside from the decent treatment at Meiyu Xian Food Factory, there must have been other reasons that allowed him to continue tolerating it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yining asked Fu Xiaodai again, "Manager Fu, since Wei Ming's talents are unrecognized, why hasn't he jumped ship and left?" Fu Xiaodai sighed softly. "Wei Ming has stayed here for my sake. Actually, I've encouraged him to develop elsewhere, but he always says he can't bear to leave me. As long as he can be with me, even if he earns less, even if it's hard, he finds it sweet and feels happy." Xiao Yining looked at her with some surprise. "Don't you think a man like that is too sentimental and useless?" Fu Xiaodai smiled faintly. "Of course not. In my view, as long as my partner has a stable job and income, and as long as he treats me well, that's enough. I believe that if a couple is of one mind and works together, life will always get better." Xiao Yining gave her an appreciative glance. "You're right. When a couple is united, they can break even gold. Some couples may eat delicacies and live in mansions, but their lives are filled with estrangement. As for what happiness is, it depends on how you think and define it." Fu Xiaodai smiled openly. "You're right, President Xiao. That's exactly what I think." Xiao Yining smiled and said to her, "So besides Wei Ming, who are the other two?" "Go on." Fu Xiaodai continued, "The second person is Du Zhigong, the leader of Production Workshop Group 1. The reason he's been suppressed is similar to Wei Ming's. The workshop manager is a relative of Boss Zhao. Xiao Yining suddenly asked, how are these relatives of Boss Xiao at their jobs? Fu Xiaodai didn't judge them subjectively, but said fairly, warehouse supervisor Tan Xiaolong is a hands-off manager. Almost all the daily work is done by Wei Ming. The workshop manager of Group 1 is called Guan Tongla, Boss Zhao's brother-in-law. He used his position to harass many female employees. I've received several complaints here, but they were all suppressed by Boss Zhao, and the female employees who complained were fired. Originally, Boss Zhao admired Du Zhigong and planned to promote him, but because Du Zhigong once stood up for a female employee and hit Guan Tongla, Boss Zhao sidelined him. Not only did he stop mentioning Du Zhigong's promotion, but I also brought it up twice, only to have Boss Zhao veto it. Chapter 162, a human punching bag delivered to the door. Xiao Yining originally had a fairly good impression of Zhao Junyu, but after hearing Fu Xiaodia's account, she found herself somewhat disapproving of his management style. Of course, Xiao Yining wouldn't just take Fu Xiaodia's one-sided word for it. She immediately had Xiao Zhi investigate and verify whether what Fu Xiaodai said was true, and whether she had injected any personal feelings into her narration of these matters. If what Fu Xiaodai said was true, and she could conduct fair and impartial evaluations of all employees, then Xiao Yining might give her even greater responsibilities, possibly even promoting her another level. As long as you had real talent and ability, Xiao Yining didn't mind giving you a helping hand. Xiao Yining then asked her, and the third person? Fu Xiaodai replied, the third person is Chef Dai from the cafeteria. Chef Dai originally worked at a 5-star hotel, but after offending someone, he couldn't continue in the hotel industry and had to take a job as a chef in a factory. Since he came to the factory, the workers have been lucky in terms of food, but his treatment has never been improved. I've also brought it up to Boss Zhao several times, but he rejected it every time. After hearing Fu Xiaodai out, Xiao Yining directly said to her, Manager Fu, for the next week's employee evaluations, I'll leave them to you. I'll consider things further. If what you've said proves true, I'll promote and give important roles to these people. Fu Xiaodai smiled openly and replied, every word I've said is true. If President Xiao doesn't believe me, feel free to investigate. I have a clear conscience. Xiao Yining smiled and said to her, then go ahead and prepare for the employee evaluations. Fu Xiaodai stood up, gave Xiao Yining a slight bow and then turned and left. Next, Xiao Yining called in the finance supervisor, the warehouse supervisor, and the supervisors of each workshop for individual conversations. Through these talks and interactions, Xiao Yining gained a general understanding of these people's personalities. Those she approved of, she kept in mind and gave them instructions on the direction and goals they should work toward in the coming period. By the time this round of conversations ended, it was already 6 in the evening. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiao Yining and Cheng Weining prepared to head home. Their car had just left the factory area and driven less than 500 meters when Xiao Yining heard Xiao Zhi's alarm. Star-Lord, there's an ambush ahead. There's an ambush ahead. Be on alert. Be on alert. Hearing this, Xiao Yining instantly extended her mental power outward. Soon, her mental power locked onto 2 armored off-road vehicles that were closing in on her car from the front and back. These armored off-road vehicles were durable, crash-resistant, and tough. In contrast, the luxury sedan Xiao Yining was riding in, which prioritized comfort, would be at a complete disadvantage if they were to collide head-on. Cheng Weining, who was driving, saw the 2 armored off-road vehicles roaring toward them from front and back. Without needing Xiao Yining's warning, she knew something was wrong. Cheng Weining narrowed her eyes and immediately asked Xiao Yining, Ning, we have 2 vehicles sandwiching us from front and back. If we ram straight into them, our car will likely lose out. If we stop and fight them, they've probably brought a lot of people and we might lose. What do you think we should do? A devilish smile curled at the corner of Xiao Yining's lips as she said coolly, they want to force us to stop, don't they? Then let's stop and have a good fight with them. I haven't practiced much lately, and with these human punching bags delivered right to our door, it's the perfect chance to get some practice in. Chapter 163, Really Asking for a Beating 1. Cheng Weining also grinned and said, perfect timing. I took the body tempering potion a couple of days ago and haven't tested its effects yet. I'll use these bastards to try out my skills. Xiao Yining laughed heartily. Alright, then let's make sure these guys remember this lesson well. Let them know that we women are not to be messed with. Even if a fight broke out, Xiao Yining wasn't worried about Cheng Weining getting hurt. As her closest confidant, Xiao Yining not only had Cheng Weining take the body tempering potion, but also equipped her with a defensive jade pendant and a space ring. Inside Cheng Weining's space ring, she always kept a stash of hot weapons Xiao Yining had purchased from the Star Network. If worst came to worst and they couldn't overpower these roadblocks, they could still mow them down with firepower. Besides, with her around, it would be hard for Cheng Weining to get hurt even if she tried. Under the pincer attack of the 2 armored off-road vehicles, Cheng Weining slowly brought the car to a stop. When the people in those two armored off-road vehicles saw Xiao Yining stop so compliantly, they couldn't help but feel contempt for them. Several big men in the car laughed loudly. Women are such cowards. Scare them a little and their legs go weak, haha. They had investigated beforehand and knew that Xiao Yining only had Xiao Yining accompanying her today. Although Xiao Yining was once an elite retired from the Dragon Group, she had retired due to injury. In the eyes of these international mercenaries, she was like a tiger whose fangs had been pulled, completely unworthy of concern. What they didn't know was that the hand injury Xiao Yining had suffered on ancient Earth, which had been incurable, had long been healed by Xiao Yining with an alien gene repair potion. Coupled with her strict self-discipline after taking the body tempering potion, she had thoroughly tempered her body. Now, Xiao Yining's skills had reached another peak, far beyond what they once were. As soon as the two armored off-road vehicles stopped, 8 tall, sturdy men quickly stepped out. They were all dressed in military green camouflage uniforms, wearing large sunglasses, and exuded a fierce, bloodthirsty aura like wild beasts. Among these 8, 5 were black and 3 were yellow-skinned Easterners. The moment they got out of the car, Xiao Yining had Xiao Zhi scan them and quickly searched their information in the most comprehensive global database that Xiao Zhi had already perfected. These people all came from the international Poison Dragon Mercenary Corps. The Poison Dragon Mercenary Corps ranked 3rd in the international mercenary world, behind the 1st-ranked Dark Mercenary Corps and the 2nd-ranked Suicide Squad Mercenary Corps. Most of these international mercenary corps were composed of retired special forces from various countries, though some were not retired special forces, but martial arts experts or reckless desperados who valued money over life. These mercenary corps would do anything for you as long as you paid them. They could ignore any country's laws and act with impunity, making them a headache for leaders of all nations. The 10 people sent by the Poison Dragon Mercenary Corps this time were all battle-hardened, formidable figures. Although Xiao Yining was confident, she did not underestimate these money-hungry mercenaries. Before getting out of the car, Xiao Yining used telepathic communication to say to Xiao Yining, "Sister Ying, these guys are from the International Poison Dragon Mercenary Corps. They're tough to deal with. Be careful and protect yourself. Don't worry about me." Chapter 164, Really Asking for a Beating Too. Xiao Yining understood in her heart that Xiao Yining's skills were formidable. She had given her this warning because she was afraid that Xiao Yining might be distracted trying to protect her, only to end up getting hurt by the enemy, which would then cause her to worry in turn and become constrained by others. Xiao Yining gave her a slight nod of acknowledgement, and the two of them opened the car doors simultaneously, stepping out together. When the 8 mercenaries saw Xiao Yining and Xiao Yining get out of the car, they felt as if the dim twilight around them had instantly brightened. One of the black men stared intently at Xiao Yining's exquisitely beautiful face, whistled, and exclaimed in admiration, "What a beautiful Eastern doll." Another black man licked his lips with a lecherous expression and issued a vulgar invitation to Xiao Yining, "Little beauty, come home with Big Brother." Big Brother's skills are really good. For someone with such a foul mouth, Xiao Yining's usual approach was to slap him directly. Without saying a word, she used mental control to make the foul-mouthed black man slap himself repeatedly. She even made him curse himself as he slapped, "Let your mouth be foul. Slap you to death. Let your mouth be foul. Slap you to death. Let your mouth be foul. Slap you to death." The other 7 mercenaries sensed something was wrong with the black man, and their expressions tensed up. The yellow-skinned Korean, Kim Su-su, who was closest to the foul-mouthed black man, quickly shouted to stop him, "Barker, stop it. Are you brain damaged or something? Why are you slapping yourself?" The foul-mouthed black man, Barker, was now unable to speak of his suffering. He had completely lost control of his body and was slapping himself until his eyes were teary. Hearing Kim Su-su's words, he could only continue slapping himself while blinking frantically, sending a distress signal to the yellow-skinned Korean he usually disliked. Kim Su-su also disliked the foul-mouthed black man, Barker. But now they were a combat unit, and they couldn't stab their own comrade in the back in front of the enemy. Kim Su-su suggested to their team leader, "Rox, Captain, I think something's wrong with Barker. What should we do?" Kim Su-su immediately responded with yes, then walked behind Barker and struck him directly on the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. Thus, Xiao Yining eliminated one opponent without any effort. Team leader Rox squinted his eyes as he looked at the calm and composed Xiao Yining and Xiao Yining, feeling a vague unease. He sensed that these 2 seemingly harmless women were not easy to deal with. He drew his gun, walked to a spot 1 meter in front of Xiao Yining, and said in a cold voice, "Miss Xiao, will you come with us willingly? Or do we have to force you to come?" Xiao Yining smiled faintly. "Want to take us away?" "That depends on whether you have the ability." Seeing that Xiao Yining was being so uncooperative and unwilling to play along, insisting on opposing them, Rox's anger flared. Since Miss Xiao is being so ungracious, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame us rough men for not knowing how to cherish beauty. He made a gesture to the surrounding mercenaries. Move. Rox led 3 mercenaries to surround Xiao Yining. The other 3 mercenaries surrounded Xiao Yining. Just as 2 of the mercenaries simultaneously reached out to grab Xiao Yining's arms, her body instantly leaped into the air, and with lightning speed, she kicked the 2 mercenaries near her flying. Chapter 165. Really asking for a beating 3. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, you know if they have what it takes. The moment Rox saw Xiao Yining's terrifying skill, one kick sending his 2 tough subordinates to the ground, completely unable to fight back, he knew they might have bitten off more than they could chew, and that they might be done for today. But they had already taken someone's money, so they couldn't back down from danger, they had to face it head-on. Rox directly raised his gun, pulled the trigger, and aimed at Xiao Yining's legs. The client had told them that as long as they captured the Xiao Yining, it didn't matter if she was injured or not, as long as she wasn't dead. This gave them fewer concerns when making their move. Unfortunately, he had high hopes, but his target was far too terrifying, completely shattering his beautiful illusions. As his bullet shot toward Xiao Yining, she flickered and vanished from her spot, reappearing behind Rox. Xiao Yining never showed mercy to those who wanted to harm her. She directly used her lightning ability, electrocuting Rox, the captain of the Poison Dragon mercenary group, until his eyes rolled back, his body was charred black, his hair smoked, and he collapsed on the ground convulsing. After finishing off this captain, Xiao Yining took down another mercenary with lightning. Having dealt with her own 4 opponents, Xiao Yining then looked at Xiao Yining. Xiao Yining, tempered by the body-forging potion, was indeed a different person now. Fighting 3 opponents alone, she managed to hold her own, far better than Xiao Yining had imagined. Rarely having such a good opportunity to face human punching bags that came to her door, Xiao Yining didn't stop Xiao Yining and let her fight to her heart's content. Although Xiao Yining stood by watching, she kept monitoring the surroundings with her mental power. Just then, she noticed the 2 drivers of the armored off-road vehicles each pull out a sniper rifle, aim at her and Xiao Yining, and pull the trigger. But the next moment, what they saw completely overturned their understanding. The bullets from their 2 sniper rifles seemed to have a life of their own. Before reaching Xiao Yining and Xiao Yining, they made a sharp turn and flew back toward them. The 2 drivers stared in shock at the bullets flying back, their eyes widening. The next second, they both felt the bullets pierce their bodies. The 2 armored vehicle drivers went limp, collapsing onto their steering wheels. Xiao Yining then turned her attention back to Xiao Yining's fight with the 3 mercenaries. Xiao Yining grew braver with each clash, while the 3 mercenaries, seeing their comrades fall one after another, began to feel a chill of fear, and their movement slowed. As soon as they slowed down, Xiao Yining found an opening and kicked one mercenary to the ground. She immediately followed up with a sweeping leg, knocking the other 2 mercenaries down, then closed in and stomped on one mercenary's ribs, breaking them. The remaining mercenary, terrified, had no desire to continue fighting. He scrambled to his feet and tried to run. Xiao Yining casually added a bolt of lightning, electrocuting him to the ground. Xiao Yining panted heavily, smiling at her. I haven't had such a satisfying fight in a long time. Ning, thank you. Thank you for letting me stand on this battlefield again. Xiao Yining extended her palm to her, giving her a firm high five, and praised Xiao Yining. Jia, you're even more impressive than I imagined. Chapter 166. Really asking for a beating 4. Xiao Yining looked at Xiao Yining with grateful eyes and said, Yining, without you, I would be nothing but a waste. You made me live again. Xiao Yining understood her feelings and gently patted her on the shoulder, encouraging her, as long as you're willing, you'll only get stronger from here. Xiao Yining wasn't just speaking empty words. In her space, she still had many potions that could awaken abilities, as well as others for enhancing and tempering the body. As long as Xiao Yining was loyal to her, Xiao Yining would naturally do her utmost to cultivate her. Xiao Yining responded firmly, I am willing. As long as I can become stronger, I'll do whatever you ask of me. Xiao Yining had no interest in romantic relationships or marriage. Only becoming stronger, and stronger still, could make her cold blood boil. Xiao Yining chatted with Xiao Yining for a few moments, then pressed the call button on her watch. Come over and clean up the scene. Xiao Yining knew that she was always surrounded by the Xiao family's shadow guards and the nation's shadow police, protecting her safety. But she had also told Xiao Chenlie that, unless she signaled, these shadow guards were not to appear or disturb her life. It was good to have them around, though, they could always help her handle the aftermath. These shadow police were also part of one of the Dragon Group's subsidiary departments. Xiao Yining's safety was now a matter of great importance, not only to the Xiao family, but also to the nation. They could not afford any mistake regarding her life, which was why two groups, one private and one public, were sent to protect her in secret. Although they now knew Xiao Yining's skills were formidable, perhaps rendering them unnecessary, the assigned personnel were still dispatched. Even if their only role was to clean up loose ends and handle the aftermath for Xiao Yining, that still counted as useful. Before leaving, Xiao Yining read the memories of these mercenaries' minds. But in their memories, the employer had placed the order online, and they, as the executors, had only received information about her as the target. Xiao Yining handed the retrieved memories over to Xiao Zhi, asking him to investigate the mastermind behind it all. Xiao Zhi quickly uncovered the culprit. As she had expected, it was Yan Meng who had commissioned the task to the Poison Dragon mercenary group. Xiao Yining left the scene for the shadow police to handle, while she and Cheng Weining quickly departed and returned directly to the courtyard house. After Xiao Yining and Cheng Weining drove off, the news of the attack on Xiao Yining was immediately reported to the president, Old Master Xiao, and Xiao Chenlie. The members of the Poison Dragon mercenary group were all escorted to the Dragon Group's dungeon and detained, awaiting harsh interrogation. Worried about his wife's safety, Xiao Chenlie immediately set aside his work and rushed back to the courtyard house. When he saw Xiao Yining standing before him completely unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and pulled her tightly into his arms, murmuring softly, "You nearly scared me to death." Xiao Yining wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling him affectionately with her head, and said with a light laugh, "Don't you know what I'm capable of? These mercenaries might be strong in the eyes of ordinary people, but in my eyes, they're just weaklings. I could take down a whole bunch of them anytime." Xiao Chenlie gently released her, helplessly pinched her nose, and let out a doting sigh. You. Chapter 167. The Queen Returns, Shocking the Aliens 1. Xiao Yining lifted her eyes and smiled at him. "Don't you have work to do?" Xiao Chenlie gazed at her deeply, unable to resist kissing her brows and eyes again, murmuring softly, "No matter how busy things get, nothing is more important than my wife's safety. I wouldn't feel at ease without coming back to see you." Xiao Yining deeply felt that the honest words Xiao Chenlie casually spoke were the most touching and sweetest flattery. Her heart was overflowing with sweetness, but she also worried about his health, knowing that with how busy he was, he must have skipped meals again. She glanced at the time. It was already past 7 in the evening. She asked him again, a lie, "Have you eaten yet?" Xiao Chenlie shook his head. "I've been investigating the case and didn't have time to eat." Xiao Yining took his hand and led him into the dining room. From the food stored in her system space, she picked out 5 dishes, 1 soup, and some fluffy white rice, setting them out. After arranging the dishes, she called out to Cheng Weining, sistering, "Come eat." Cheng Weining appeared before them quickly. Seeing that the bowls and chopsticks hadn't been brought out yet, she immediately took the initiative to fetch them and quickly served rice for the 2 of them. The 3 of them finished their meals swiftly. Xiao Chenlie said a quick goodbye to Xiao Yining and rushed back to the Dragon Group to continue investigating the case. The Yan family's major case had a wide-reaching impact and involved too many people. Xiao Chenlie estimated he would be busy for a while before he could take a proper rest. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, she would appear on the Star Network to deliver a severe warning to those ambitious schemers in the Alien Federation Empire. Cheng Weining stayed in the courtyard, exercising while keeping an eye on the surroundings. After returning to her room, Xiao Yining first went into the bathroom to wash her hair and take a shower. She changed into a comfortable silk pajama set, then lay down on the bed and entered the Star Network in a state of consciousness. On the Star Network forums, posts about Chinese cuisine were still dominating the screen. However, most of the posts were from users lamenting and begging for food, pleading for the streamer Xiao Yining to host another food event and restock the dishes soon. The comment sections under the 99 live stream and the Chinese cuisine shop were also flooded by these Star citizens. From these trending posts and hot comments, Xiao Yining could feel the Star citizens' urgent craving and deep anticipation for Chinese cuisine. She had already placed a large order today, and the food would be restocked tomorrow, so she wouldn't let these Star citizens' hopes down. But the quantity she had ordered was still a drop in the bucket for the nearly 100 billion Star citizens of the Alien Federation. Even with the powerful backing of the 9 Cloud Star supporting her, it was impossible for her to swallow this enormous market all at once. She could only take it step by step, starting by meeting the needs of her own 9 Cloud Star citizens first. Seeing that it was still early, Xiao Yining used her smart brain to contact Tai Han Han and Xiao Yulin for an hour or 2 of conversation before turning off the device. Xiao Yining didn't sleep. She took out a body tempering potion, drank it, and then silently began practicing the Star System body tempering technique. After finishing the body tempering, she drank another potion to enhance her abilities and started cultivating her powers again. Time passed fastest during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the night was over and the sky outside was bright again. After Xiao Yining and Xiao Weining finished breakfast, she instructed Xiao Weining, "Sistering, I need to stay in my room and focus on handling some matters. Don't let anyone disturb me. If the food delivery people arrive, have them place the food outside or in the courtyard first, and I'll deal with it when I come out." Chapter 168, The Queen Returns, Shocking the Aliens Too. Xiao Weining detected the caution and seriousness in Xiao Suning's tone and immediately responded, "Yes." Only then did Xiao Suning return to her room. She set up a mental barrier around the room to prevent any disturbances before instructing Xiao Zhi to use the merit points to open the time-space passage. Suddenly, a massive black hole appeared out of thin air in the room. A powerful suction force surged from the black hole, and in the blink of an eye, it pulled Xiao Suning entirely inside. Xiao Suning felt her body lose all sense of weight. When she opened her eyes again, she was astonished to find that she had already returned to the alien planet. Moreover, she was inside the dazzling, high-tech-filled Star-Lord Palace on the Nine Heavens Cloud Star. Before entering the time-space passage, Xiao Suning had heard Xiao Zhi explain that after merging with the mysterious cosmic energy from the meteorite explosion, he had become nearly omnipotent. As long as she could earn enough merit points and faith points, he could open the time-space passage at any time, allowing her to travel freely between the two planets in an instant. But now she realized that Xiao Zhi was no longer just the first system of the Alien Federation. He had upgraded into a universal system of the cosmos. How could it possess such terrifyingly powerful energy? How had it elevated Xiao Zhi, already a formidable system, to a level akin to a divine artifact? She felt as though Xiao Zhi had been taken over by this mysterious energy. And she, too, seemed to have become a pawn of this mysterious force. Yet for now, she could detect no abnormality in Xiao Zhi or herself. She could still act according to her own will. Xiao Suning looked around the familiar Star-Lord Palace. Every detail here had been painstakingly arranged by her. She walked into the Star-Lord's dressing room, changed into her exclusive silver Star-Lord battle armor, and put on the supreme crown that belonged only to her. Standing before the mirror once more, she gazed at her familiar reflection. Though only 10 days had passed since her spaceship exploded, it felt as if an entire century had gone by. Xiao Suning then asked Xiao Zhi, "Xiao Zhi, is the time flow on the alien planet the same as on ancient Earth?" Xiao Zhi replied, "Star-Lord, the frequencies of ancient Earth and this planet are unusually aligned. Aside from the star calendar being 1,000 years behind ancient Earth, the time flow is identical. Just manage your time accordingly." After finishing her preparations, Xiao Suning opened the doors of the Star-Lord Palace. She ascended into the sky, radiating her Star-Lord's pressure and aura outward in all directions. Then, channeling her mental energy, she projected her voice far and wide. "My dearest star citizens, I have returned." All the citizens of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star, who sensed Xiao Suning's Star-Lord pressure and aura, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. When Xiao Suning's voice reached the ears of every citizen on the Nine Heavens Cloud Star, they finally believed that their Star-Lord had truly returned. The citizens of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star rushed outside, looking up at the Star-Lord Goddess in the sky, the one they revered and worshipped. Chapter 169, The Queen Returns, Shocking the Alien World 3. Roars and shouts like these echoed through every corner of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star. In the main city of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star, the residents, after quickly snapping out of their shock, immediately broke into a sprint, all frantically rushing toward the Star-Lord's palace. Tai Han and Xiao Yulin, during their discussions with Xiao Yining the previous night, had already known that she would return today. They had barely slept all night, eagerly anticipating this very moment. When they sensed that the Star-Lord's palace, which they had been watching, finally showed signs of activity, they knew the Star-Lord had returned. The Star-Lord's palace was protected by a mental barrier set by the Star-Lord herself. No one could enter except the Star-Lord. Unless someone from another planet possessed mental strength surpassing the Star-Lord's, only then could they break the barrier she had set. And so far, no one in the entire Alien Federation had mental strength comparable to the Star-Lord's. When Xiao Yining's figure appeared in the sky, announcing to her people that she had returned, Tai Han, Xiao Yulin, and all the residents of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star shed tears of emotion. Tai Han and Xiao Yulin, her two great generals, one skilled in civil affairs, the other in military matters, immediately led their subordinates and appeared at the Star-Lord's square in front of the Star-Lord's palace at the fastest speed. They looked up at Xiao Yining floating in the sky, then led their subordinates in kneeling on one knee, shouting excitedly, "We welcome the Star-Lord's return." The residents who had been running over also knelt on one knee, shouting, "We welcome the Star-Lord's return," to show their worship, reverence, loyalty, and submission to Xiao Yining as their Star-Lord. Countless streams of pure faith power surged from their bodies into Xiao Yining's mind. Boundless merit power also poured into Xiao Yining's body from all directions. After these waves of faith power and merit power had purified Xiao Yining's body, they were recorded by Xiao Zhi's system. Xiao Zhi exclaimed in surprise, Star Lord, you can now absorb the faith power and merit power from this side too. It seems this return of yours has truly paid off. Indeed, after surviving a great disaster, there must be great fortune. Hearing this, Xiao Yining smiled joyfully. This is excellent news. The combined faith power and merit power from ancient Earth and the Nine Heavens Cloud Star were, needless to say, even more terrifying. And the entire alien federation consisted of dozens of planets, with a population of hundreds of billions. If she could absorb the faith power and merit power from so many residents, Xiao Yining dared not imagine how terrifying her cultivation level would become. Xiao Yining felt an unending stream of faith power and merit power surging into her body. Under the continuous purification of faith power and merit power, her soul and body were constantly transforming, evolving toward higher and higher realms. And Xiao Yining, floating in the sky and wrapped in the light of merit, appeared to the residents below like a golden statue of a deity, even more sacred, solemn, and untouchable. The news of Xiao Yining's return not only shook the entire Nine Heavens Cloud Star. When the news spread across the star network and reached the entire Alien Federation Empire, the high-ranking officials and residents of the entire Alien Federation Empire were also utterly shocked. Chapter 170. The Queen Returns, Shocking the Aliens 4. Those high-ranking officials of the Alien Federal Empire who had harbored ill intentions, upon seeing Xiao Yining floating in the sky on the star network, wrapped in a sacred and extraordinary golden light, immediately trembled, their legs going weak. Fear and terror quickly overwhelmed them, nearly causing them to collapse to the ground. How could she possibly survive such a terrifying explosion? Whoa, if only they had known this god of death would return one day, they would never have dared to set their sights on the Nine Heavens Cloud Star. What should they do now? Should they immediately bring heavy gifts, go to this god of death to confess and beg for her forgiveness? Several high-ranking officials of the Alien Federal Empire quickly gathered together to discuss how to appease Xiao Yining's side and handle the aftermath. Having absorbed all the faith and merit power, Xiao Yining slowly descended to the ground. She once again used the star network to announce one shocking piece of news after another to the entire alien world. During this explosion of the spaceship and meteorite, I very unexpectedly and very fortunately obtained a divine ability granted to me by the heavenly god, time-space travel. You heard that right, it is indeed the ability of time-space travel. Therefore, I also warn those who harbored ill intentions toward the Nine Heavens Cloud Star during the time I was in distress, it's best to put away your crooked thoughts. Otherwise, with my time-space travel ability, I may appear by your side at any moment to seek justice from you. Such a blatant threat could only be so boldly spoken by Xiao Yining. Additionally, during this ordeal, I was fortunate enough to enter another world, a world completely different from our alien one. Although it is very backward, it possesses countless wonderful and magical delicacies. This place is called Ancient Earth, and its cuisine is called Chinese cuisine. As Xiao Yining's voice fell, the entire star network trembled. Holy crap! Chinese cuisine was actually founded by the Star Lord. This news is simply too wonderful. Star Lord, I love you to death. Star Lord, look at me, look at me, look at me. I want to ask, do the citizens of our Nine Heavens Cloud Star have priority when purchasing Chinese cuisine? When Xiao Yining saw this message, she immediately replied, all Chinese cuisine will be prioritized for the citizens of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star. A batch of Chinese cuisine will be available at 3 p.m. Everyone, be ready. Haha, that's great. Star Lord, you are truly, truly a great person. I am proud and honored to be a citizen of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star. Our most magnificent Star Lord, I will love you for 10,000. Oh no, I will love you for 100 million light years. Until the end of time. On the Star Network, countless citizens of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star crazily expressed their respect and love for Xiao Yining. Meanwhile, countless citizens of the Alien Federal Empire were still trapped in emotions of shock, envy, jealousy, and resentment, unsure how to vent their feelings. After seeing Xiao Yining's reply that the citizens of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star would have priority in purchasing Chinese cuisine, they immediately voiced their dissatisfaction on the Star Network, protesting. We don't accept this. Everyone pays the same money, so why should the citizens of the Nine Heavens Cloud Star get priority? Star Lord, you are creating an unequal treaty. We don't accept this. We strongly protest. Chapter 171. The Queen Returns, Shocking the Alien Alliance 5. That's right, we oppose the Star Lord making unequal treaties. We won't accept it. We want to lodge a serious protest. When the citizens of Jiuxiao Cloud Star saw these posts, they fought back fiercely one by one. What makes you think we have priority purchase rights? Let me tell you, it's because we are citizens of Xiao Cloud Star. Because we are the Star Lord's people. If you don't like it, you'll just have to suck it up. Exactly, we are the Star Lord's people. When the Star Lord has good things, it's only natural to let her own people enjoy them first. What's wrong with that? If you don't like it, you'll just have to suck it up. If you don't like it, you'll just have to suck it up. Plus 1 inch. If you don't like it, you'll just have to suck it up. Plus 10,000. When the citizens of the Alien Federation saw the replies from the citizens of Xiao Cloud Star, they felt stifled and their faces turned green. They could now fully imagine the smug expressions on the faces of those Xiao Cloud Star citizens, wearing that "I'm a citizen of Xiao Cloud Star and I'm proud of our Star Lord" look. Thinking that there was a 99% chance they would never get their hands on Chinese cuisine in the future, they felt so disheartened, as if they were suffocating, as if they couldn't live without the food. Suddenly, they also desperately wanted to become citizens of Xiao Cloud Star. They wondered if it was too late to apply for immigration now. For a time, the number of citizens applying to move to Xiao Cloud Star increased dramatically. And those who had already applied to move to Xiao Cloud Star, in order to qualify for purchasing Chinese cuisine, went to the immigration office every day, constantly urging them to speed up the review process. After Xiao Yining made her announcement on the StarNet, she also issued a notice that she would provide a large amount of food to hold a grand luncheon, inviting all the civil and military officials to celebrate with her, sharing in the joy and happiness. Of course, before holding the banquet, she did not forget to have Tai Han and Xiao Yulin throw into prison, never to be released, those civil and military officials who had betrayed Xiao Cloud Star during the time she was in trouble. Xiao Yining's swift and decisive methods once again intimidated all the civil and military officials. For a moment, those officials who had wavered but ultimately held fast to their principles and bottom lines secretly felt both fear and relief. They were relieved that their choice had been correct, otherwise, it would have been them rotting away in prison. The civil and military officials who received the notice that they were eligible to attend the luncheon, filled with excitement and anticipation, brought their families, dressed up in their finest, adorned with jewels and finery, into the Star Lord's palace. The robot butler led a team of robot waiters, setting out on the tables all the food that Xiao Yining had taken out from the system warehouse. Xiao Yining had originally considered a buffet-style luncheon, but thinking about how crazed these interstellar people were over Chinese cuisine, and to avoid a food riot ruining her banquet, she abandoned that idea. And as it turned out, Xiao Yining's thinking was absolutely correct. As soon as these civil and military officials of Xiao Cloud Star and their families saw the lavish feast laid out in the Star Lord's palace, the light shining from their eyes was truly like starving wolves spotting a pile of meat, eager to pounce and devour every dish on those tables. Chapter 172, The Queen Returns, Shocking the Alien Federation 6. For today's grand feast, Xiao Yining specially had Xiao Zhi connect to the 99th live stream room of the Star Soul live streaming platform, broadcasting live across the entire Alien Federation's star network. With this move, Xiao Yining aimed to showcase to the entire Alien Federation the formidable strength of their 9 Heavens Cloud Star and the enviable food benefits that would make others green with envy. Those dazzling and eye-catching designs, though striking in the eyes of interstellar beings who were accustomed to all sorts of exaggerated and wondrous designs across the stars, felt that these flashy designs were far less appealing than the mouth-watering dishes laid out on the tables, one after another. The eager and impatient expressions on the faces of the civil and military officials and their families at the scene resonated with the star citizens watching before their screens, who burst into howling cries in the comment section. I really want to be there too. Who can take me to broaden my horizons? Woo, I want to go so badly. I'm willing to pay 1,000,000 star coins, please, some big shot, get me in. The person above, what do you take the Star Lord's palace for? Exactly, do you think it's a place you can enter just because you have money? If money could get you in, forget 1,000,000 star coins, even 10 million, 100 million star coins, countless wealthy people who don't care about money would be willing to pay it, just to buy that entry ticket to the Star Lord's palace. Unfortunately, that's impossible. The Star Lord's palace, you can't just enter it because you want to. The Star Lord's palace is a place I'll look up to for my entire life. I hope one day I'll be lucky enough to be one of those attending the feast at the Star Lord's palace. Same as above, I hope in my lifetime I can become one of those inside the Star Lord's palace. Below, a whole line of plus signs echoed the two above. Before the banquet began, Xiao Yining stood at the head of the main table, smiling at the civil and military officials of 9 Heavens Cloud Star and said, "The theme of today's luncheon is eat and drink together, celebrate and rejoice together. I won't waste words, let's all raise our glasses and wish our 9 Heavens Cloud Star an ever brighter future." The crowd looked at the glass of light yellow, amber-like fine wine poured by the robot waiters before them. These aliens, unfamiliar with it, had eyes full of question marks. Xiao Yining, as if aware of their doubts, introduced it to everyone. The drink in my hand is a functional beverage from ancient Earth's China called health wine. Consumed regularly, it benefits physical health and helps extend life. In ancient Earth, it was a highly sought-after functional drink. Afraid that someone might not know their limits, drink too much because it tasted good, and get dead drunk, she added a reminder, however, drinking too much of this health wine can make you drunk. It should be consumed in small amounts, not excessively. Finally, Xiao Yining raised her glass and gestured to everyone. This glass, I toast to you all. Thank you for your full support and deep affection, and for never abandoning me. I'll drink mine first as a sign of respect. This health wine was a new medicinal liquor Xiao Yining had concocted using body-tempering agents and national liquor. Back on Earth, this medicinal liquor had become a hot commodity. Old Master Xiao and the others loved drinking it. They all said this medicinal liquor was both mellow and fragrant, and drinking it also had the effect of nourishing health and prolonging life. Old Master Xiao and the others even suggested that Xiao Yining should quickly set up a distillery so they could drink to their heart's content, instead of having to ration every glass like now. Chapter 173, The Queen Returns, Shocking the Aliens 7. At this moment, the civil and military officials within the Star Lord's palace saw Xiao Yining tilt her head back and down the wine in her cup in one gulp. At the main table, Tai Hanhan and Xiao Yulin also raised their glasses and emptied them. Seeing that General Tai and Executive Director Xiao at the main table had drunk, the others followed suit, finishing their cups in one go. Some who had never drunk alcohol before were immediately choked by the fiery, throat-burning liquor, coughing violently. A few coughed so hard that tears streamed down their faces. Their flustered state drew loud laughter from those at their tables. But soon, these people felt a warm current in their abdomens surging through their bodies. Whether they were individuals with supernatural abilities or body-tempering martial artists, all sensed a slight increase in the energy within them. This discovery filled them with immense shock. This health wine, as the Star Lord had said, was indeed highly beneficial to the body. If eating and drinking could advance one's cultivation, then such a life would be too wonderful. They decided that after this luncheon, they must ask the Star Lord whether this health wine could also be sold on the Star Network. Next, Xiao Yining instructed the robot servers to open the transparent lids covering the dishes one by one. As soon as these transparent lids were lifted, the rich aroma of the food instantly swept over the senses of everyone present. I'm going to eat a lot later. Don't you dare compete with me. Brother, can't you let me have some? I can give in to you normally, but not this time, absolutely not. Xiao Yining then had Xiao Zhi display an introduction to each dish on a virtual screen for everyone. The first grand dish is called spicy lobster. Lobster is a sea creature from ancient Earth, cooked with ancient Earth's perilla, chili, ginger, scallion, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and various other seasonings, carefully prepared. It is a very famous delicacy from ancient Earth. Please enjoy it slowly. As soon as Xiao Yining finished her introduction, pairs of chopsticks swiftly reached for the spicy lobster on the plates. These lobsters had already been cut into small pieces during cooking. Although they filled a large platter, each person could only have at most 2 pieces. Those accustomed to drinking nutrient solutions had learned to use chopsticks skillfully, thanks to Xiao Yining frequently sending food to Tai Han and Xiao Yulin over this period. When everyone took their first bite of lobster meat, they immediately felt a burst of salty, fragrant, and spicy flavors explode in their mouths. After the initial salty, spicy, and fragrant sensations faded, they then tasted the lobster meat wrapped in those flavors, fresh, sweet, and delicious. These two contrasting tastes interwove in their mouths, giving all the aliens present a culinary baptism. I just got hooked, and it's already gone? I want more. Is there any left? Can we ask the Star Lord for another plate? I want more too. Such exquisite food feels like ascending to heaven, it's amazing. Their faces, full of awe and satisfaction, deeply moved the star citizens watching on their screens, and the comment section erupted with even more lamentations. Chapter 174. The Queen Returns, Shocking the Aliens 8. Star Lord, you are too cruel. How can you tempt me in such a cruel way without letting me enjoy it? Wah, we can only look but not eat. I really want to send the Star Lord a box of blades. Upstairs, you've already caught the attention of the internet police. Ha, I can't wait to see that guy who wants to send blades to the Star Lord kneeling in submission. If you give me the food right now, I'll kneel to the Star Lord immediately. I'm right here at the scene. Are you all jealous? Throw that show-off out and feed him to the Zerg. Stop arguing. The second dish is out. Let's hear the Star Lord's introduction. As the transparent lid was lifted, Xiao Yining's clear and pleasant voice rang in everyone's ears. This current grand dish is called dry pot spicy chicken wings. Dry pot spicy chicken wings uses the most tender wings from a land animal of ancient Earth, the free-range chicken, as the main ingredient, carefully cooked with chili peppers, garlic sprouts, and other ingredients. The third dish is called jade cabbage rolls. As the transparent lids of dish after dish were lifted, the entire Star Lord's palace was filled with a rich aroma. The civil and military officials and their families all let loose, eating heartily and non-stop, unable to put down their chopsticks. At this moment, no one spoke. Everyone was focused on eating. Each of them felt that such a rare gathering of top-tier delicacies allowed them to feast heartily, and even missing a single piece of meat felt like a huge loss. The military officers and soldiers stationed around the Star Lord's palace, smelling the enticing aroma, all swallowed hard, feeling that today's duty seemed especially hard to bear. Just then, the robot butler walked out and said to the young Generalin Yudong, who was stationed around the palace, "Generalin, the Star Lord has prepared food in the side hall. You and the soldiers on duty can take turns going in to eat." Upon hearing this, and Yudong and the surrounding soldiers nearly jumped for joy. They had thought there would be no share of the feast for them, and they would have been satisfied with just 1 or 2 portions of food afterward. And Yudong immediately called his deputy and told him to take a group in to eat first, and then come out to relieve him after finishing. He had to ensure that today's luncheon went without a hitch. Xiao Yining had originally thought today's luncheon would last at least 2 hours before ending. Unexpectedly, these foodies were so efficient that they finished in less than an hour, even scraping the soup from the plates clean. And each of them, clearly loosening their belts in secret after eating, still looked unsatisfied and eager for more, making Xiao Yining want to laugh. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, Xiao Yining smiled and asked everyone present, "Did you all enjoy today's luncheon?" Chapter 175, The Queen Returns, Shocking the Aliens 9. Xiao Yining asked again with a smile, "So, did you all enjoy your meal today?" Listening to them eagerly responding, each one louder than the last, Xiao Yining couldn't stop laughing. Once everyone had finished celebrating, Xiao Yining smiled and said to them, "All right, now I have another piece of particularly good news to share with you. Do you want to hear it?" Xiao Yining spoke slowly, word by word. "Starting tomorrow, every civil and military official of the 9-Cloud Star can claim 2 portions of Chinese cuisine for free each day at the Star Lord's palace. This promise of mine will remain in effect for the rest of my life." As soon as Xiao Yining said this, everyone on site was stunned for a moment before bursting into cheers and shouts of joy. Haha, this good news is truly wonderful. Whoa, the Star Lord is so kind. Just thinking that I can keep enjoying the food makes me willing to serve the Star Lord forever. For the sake of this Chinese cuisine, I also decide that I will serve the Star Lord forever until the day I die. They had all noticed that these natural delicacies contained immense nutrition and energy, some comparable to mid-grade nutrient fluids, and some even rivaling high-grade ones. Having eaten so much today, those with lower cultivation levels could already sense that if they went into seclusion tonight, they could directly advance. Those with higher cultivation levels also felt that, even if they couldn't advance directly, their cultivation would definitely improve significantly after a night of seclusion. Such an efficient and unforgettable feast of delicacies, if the Star Lord could hold it a few more times, they would be overjoyed. But they also knew that a feast of this caliber, held once a year by the Star Lord, was already quite generous. And now, Xiao Yining said that from now on, each of them could claim 2 portions of Chinese cuisine for free every day. If a couple both worked at the Star Lord's palace, wouldn't they be able to claim 4 portions? Calculated that way, they would essentially be having a feast every single day. This wonderful news felt to them like suddenly winning 5 million from the sky, so wonderful. Xiao Yining watched her subordinates hugging each other and laughing joyfully, and she joined in the laughter. Meanwhile, the Star citizens who had been watching the live broadcast were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred upon hearing Xiao Yining's announcement. "I want to work at the Star Lord's palace on the 9-Cloud Star too." Xiao Yining also glanced at the comments on the StarNet. Seeing many Star citizens saying they had to find a way to transfer to the 9-Cloud Star to work in order to enjoy these exclusive benefits, and others still marveling at the magic and wonder of Chinese cuisine, she checked the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Remembering that she still needed to rush back to Earth to receive goods, and having promised to launch the Chinese cuisine store on StarNet at 3 in the afternoon, she couldn't break her word. So she had Xiao Zhi step in and tell the Star citizens on StarNet that she needed to prepare for the 3 o'clock food launch, that today's live broadcast would end here, and then she said goodbye to everyone. When the netizens online saw that the broadcast was about to end, they let out reluctant wails and pleas for her to stay. But Xiao Yining steeled herself and shut down the live broadcast on StarNet. Chapter 176, The Yan family might desperately resort to extreme measures. Xiao Yining briefed Tai Han and Xiao Yulin on her itinerary, asking them to handle the aftermath of the luncheon. Under their insistence on seeing her off, she returned to her room. As Tai Han and Xiao Yulin watched her about to close the door, Knowing she was leaving again, deep reluctance showed on both their faces. Tai Hanhan asked urgently, Star-Lord, when will you return? Xiao Yining smiled and said to them, if there's an emergency, just send me a message on my smart brain, and I'll come back immediately. It'll be quick. Seeing their worried expressions as if afraid she wouldn't return, Xiao Yining continued to reassure them, don't worry. This is my home, my headquarters, and you brothers are all here. How could I not come back? Hearing this, Tai Hanhan and Xiao Yulin finally felt at ease. Yes, this was the Star-Lord's home, her headquarters, with so many brothers here. How could she bear not to return? Xiao Yining waved at Tai Hanhan and Xiao Yulin, said see you later, and directly closed the door. Inside her room, Xiao Yining had Xiao Zhi open the time passage. The black time passage reappeared and quickly sucked her in. In the blink of an eye, she was back in her room on Earth. Cheng Weining, who had been waiting outside her door, let out a long sigh of relief when she saw Xiao Yining finally open the door and come out. Ah Ning, you're out at last. Major General Xiao has called many times. You should call him back quickly. He seemed quite anxious. Hearing that Xiao Chenlie was looking for her, Xiao Yining asked, did Alai say what he wanted when he called me? Hearing sounds from outside the courtyard, Xiao Yining extended her mental energy to check and saw it was Dong Datu and the other gourmet food supplier bosses. Xiao Yining asked again, Dong Datu and the others outside are waiting to see me, right? Cheng Weining quickly replied, yes. Dong Datu Roast Duck Shop, Jifu Lu Restaurant, Happiness Dessert Shop, and South City Snack Shop have all delivered the food you ordered. They're waiting outside for you to settle the final payments. Xiao Yining nodded. I understand. I'll call Alai first, then go out to settle their accounts shortly. Taking the phone Cheng Weining handed her, Xiao Yining opened it and saw that Xiao Chenlie had called every half hour, none of which Cheng Weining had answered. She guessed that after Alai couldn't reach her phone, he called Cheng Weining's and learned she was in seclusion. There were also calls from Bostong, Meiyuxian Food Factory, and others, none of which had been answered. If it was someone very familiar with her, unable to find her, they would surely ask Cheng Weining about her whereabouts. As for those less familiar, there was no need for them to know where she was. Xiao Yining stepped into a corner and dialed Xiao Chenlie's phone. As soon as it connected, Xiao Chenlie picked up immediately. Ah Ning, you're out of seclusion? Is everything all right? Xiao Yining replied softly, everything's fine. All is well. Why were you so urgent in finding me? Has something happened again? Xiao Chenlie's voice dropped gravely. There's an urgent matter. The Yen family probably can't hold out anymore. My sources say they might desperately resort to extreme measures. You need to be careful. If you don't mind, it's best to move to the old man's place for a few days. You can also keep him company. Chapter 177, Xiao Zhi Strikes Again. Xiao Yining thought about how many tasks she currently had on her hands, all waiting for her to resolve. If she moved to the old man's place to live, it would be heavily guarded, making it inconvenient to come and go, and even more inconvenient for her to interact with the people from the food shop and food factory. After thinking it over, Xiao Yining ultimately declined Xiao Chenlie's proposal. Alai, I have a lot of things to deal with right now. Living at the old man's place would be inconvenient. Once I have some free time in the next couple of days, I'll go visit him, but there's no need for me to move in. As for my safety, don't worry, I'll be careful. Xiao Chenlie didn't force her and carefully reminded her, all right, then you must be careful yourself. Call me anytime if something comes up. Xiao Yining replied with a light laugh, I know. You take care of yourself too, got it? Xiao Chenlie responded with an then told her, I still have things to take care of here. Once I'm done, I'll come home right away. Don't worry about me. Xiao Yining answered, okay, if you need my help over there, just say the word. All right. Xiao Chenlie tentatively asked, Ning, is there anything else you want to say to me? His heart felt a bit reluctant. He knew he still had plenty to do, yet he didn't want to hang up just like that. He wanted her to talk with him a little longer. Since he couldn't see her, just hearing her voice would be enough. But Xiao Yining seemed suddenly oblivious to his sentiment, directly cutting off his lingering attachment and saying crisply, I'm done here. I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Xiao Chenlie sighed softly and could only helplessly say to her, bye. After Xiao Yining hung up, thinking about what Xiao Chenlie had said, that the Yen family might resort to desperate measures, she immediately asked Xiao Zhi telepathically, Xiao Zhi, have you monitored any useful information about the Yen family during this time? Xiao Zhi immediately sought credit, saying, Star-Lord, I found a database of the Yen family's files. There are tons of adult videos of those men and women trading in there, utterly disgraceful. Even many from the Yen family's own collateral branches are in them, haha. Xiao Yining's heart stirred, and she asked him, besides this, is there any other valuable material? Xiao Zhi searched through the footage he had monitored of Yan Feihu and said to Xiao Yining, Star-Lord, I noticed that Yan Feihu often goes to a remote little village on the outskirts. There must be some secret there. Xiao Yining's eyes flickered. Thinking about how corrupt officials hide money in all sorts of bizarre ways, Yan Feihu's trips to that remote little village were definitely suspicious. Either he was hiding people or hiding money and goods. Xiao Yining immediately instructed Xiao Zhi, "Xiao Zhi, send the data you found on the computer, along with the location of that little village, to Eli's phone right away. Let them investigate." Xiao Yining then immediately called Xiao Chenlie again. Seeing Xiao Yining call him back so soon, Xiao Chenlie's heart tightened, thinking something had happened to her. He answered and immediately asked, Ning, did something happen?" Xiao Yining laughed and said, "Don't worry. I just had Xiao Zhi send you some information on the Yan family. Take a look and see if it's useful to you. There's also the location of a little village Yan Feihu often visits. Go check it out and see if there are any clues. Look at it now." Xiao Chenlie breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "I understand. I'm glad you're okay. I'll take a look first, and I'll get back to you later." Chapter 178, The Majestic and Domineering President Xiao Wen. After hanging up with Xiao Chenlie, Xiao Yining then called Fu Xiaodai, the HR manager of my Huaxia food factory. Fu Xiaodai had been waiting for Xiao Yining's call. As soon as she saw it was Xiao Yining calling back, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly answered, "Hello, President Xiao. This is Xiao Dai." Xiao Yining asked her directly, "Xiao Dai, what did you want to see me about?" Fu Xiaodai replied urgently, "President Xiao, here's the situation. Today, a female employee from Workshop 1 named Xin Xiaoyan filed a complaint with me, saying that the workshop manager, Guan Tongla, repeatedly took advantage of his position to rape her. Now she's pregnant, and Guan Tongla is a married man. She says she wants to sue him for rape. But some employees have also reported to me that Xin Xiaoyan is trying to use the pregnancy to force Guan Tongla's wife out and take her place. Guan Tongla won't agree to a divorce, so she's suing him. Now the whole factory knows about it. President Xiao, what do you think we should do about this?" Without a second thought about such a messy situation, Xiao Yining said directly to Fu Xiaodai, "I don't care what roles these people are playing or what grudges they have. You call the police right now and let the national police take them to sort it out." Hearing that Xiao Yining had directly told her to call the police, Fu Xiaodai felt even more that this new President Xiao was not to be trifled with. Her style was decisive and swift, and she wouldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. Even though Xiao Yining wasn't standing in front of her, just through the phone call, Fu Xiaodai could feel the overwhelming pressure and authority of Xiao Yining's no-nonsense demeanor. She immediately responded tactfully, "Yes, I'll call the police right away." Xiao Yining added a few more instructions. "If anything else comes up, call me again. I have other matters to attend to, so let's leave it here." Fu Xiaodai replied respectfully, "Okay, thank you, President Xiao." After hanging up, Xiao Yining directly asked Cheng Weining to bring in Boss Dong, Wan Jingjing and the others who had been waiting outside. When Boss Dong, Wan Jingjing, and the others heard that Xiao Yining had finished her business and was inviting them in, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that it was almost 3 o'clock, Xiao Yining didn't have time to chat with them and simply paid them the remaining balance. She then placed another order with each of them for 100,000 units, paying half the amount up front. This time, Xiao Yining also took out 4 space rings, each filled with 110,000 specially made alien takeout containers. Xiao Yining explained the function of the space rings to Boss Dong, Wan Jingjing, and the owners of the Happiness Dessert Shop and Nanqing Snack Shop, and taught them how to use them. Of course, Xiao Yining didn't give these 4 sizable space rings to them outright. She only said they were temporarily lent to them for transporting goods. Seeing these 4 space rings, Boss Dong, Wan Jingjing, and the others all had their eyes light up. Boss Dong cautiously asked Xiao Yining, "President Xiao, would you be willing to sell this space ring?" Xiao Yining looked up at him and said with a slight smile, "This item is quite rare right now. It's something the country is researching and probably won't be on the market anytime soon. The price isn't cheap, and ordinary people can't buy it even if they have the money." Boss Dong gritted his teeth and asked with a flattering smile, "President Xiao, could you at least tell us the price? To be honest, I really have my eye on this thing. It's just so convenient to use." Chapter 179, The Majestic and Domineering President Xiao Tu. Xiao Yining thought for a moment, then said to Boss Dong, "Boss Dong, how about this? In a few days, there will be a special underground auction that might feature this space ring for sale. When the time comes, I can let you know and take you in to have a look. Are you interested?" Boss Dong nodded repeatedly, "Of course, of course." Xiao Yining then said to him with a serious expression, "However, I need to warn you about something first. To enter this underground auction, you must bring at least 50 million in funds. Let me put it this way, this special underground auction sells items that ordinary people never get access to, truly fine things. Only billionaires and people with special skills can attend, and you need an acquaintance to bring you in to gain entry. Are you all still sure you want to go? Wasn't this kind of place exactly the circle that people with some money had always longed to squeeze into but never had the connections to enter?" It was rare for Xiao Yining to be so generous today, willing to take them into such an occasion to broaden their horizons. He definitely had to go. Boss Dong said to Xiao Yining with an excited smile, "President Xiao, to be honest with you, I may not be particularly talented, but I've managed to earn a bit of money over the years. Not a huge amount, but a few $100 million is within my means. I'll rely on you, President Xiao, to take me along and broaden my horizons." Xiao Yining nodded, "All right. This might take a few days before there's any news. Once the time is set, I'll call to let you know." Boss Dong beamed, his eyes narrowing, and said repeatedly, "Good, good, good. Thank you for your care and kindness, President Xiao." "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Xiao Yining then looked at Wan Jingjing, Nan Qing, and Huang Xing, who had remained silent all along, and asked, "What about you three? Do you want to come along and take a look?" The three of them didn't have as solid a financial foundation as Boss Dong, but they were very eager to broaden their horizons in such an upscale circle. Wan Jingjing grinned at Xiao Yining and asked tentatively, "President Xiao, if we want to go, but don't buy anything, just go in to broaden our horizons, would that be okay?" Xiao Yining laughed and said, "Of course. As long as you want to go, I can take you all in. However, some things and some people you see inside, don't go spreading rumors about them once you're out, understand?" The three of them smiled and nodded vigorously, "Understood. Understood. Then I'll let you know once the time is set." Xiao Yining stood up and said to them, "That's it for today. I still have things to take care of here. You all head back first and help me prepare the next batch of goods quickly, and try to deliver them as soon as possible. In the future, my demand for goods is likely to increase more and more." Seeing that Xiao Yining said she had things to do, Boss Dong and Wan Jingjing didn't dare to delay her and quickly said with a smile, all right. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye, President Xiao." Xiao Yining then said to Cheng Weiniing, "Sistering, please see Boss Dong and the others out." After they had all left, Xiao Yining checked the time and saw it was only 2 minutes to 3 in the afternoon. She immediately stored all the delicacies spread across the entire courtyard into her system. Fortunately, it was now late September and the weather was gradually turning cold. Moreover, the packaged items were all in special takeout containers made by aliens, which Xiao Yining had asked Li Bin to deliver to them. Otherwise, the deliciousness of this food might not have held up after sitting out for most of the day. Chapter 180, The Majestic and Domineering Xiaozong 3. After these delicacies were stored in the system, Xiao Yining immediately had Xiao Zhi place them in the Chinese cuisine shop on the Star Network, letting the Star citizens who had been waiting impatiently go on a frantic shopping spree. By then, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon on the alien planet. The netizens who had been the Chinese cuisine shop on the Star Network, ready to showcase their skills in snapping up goods, saw that there was only 1 minute left until 3 o'clock, yet the delicacies had not been listed yet. Many impatient netizens kept howling in the review section below the Chinese cuisine shop, "Where are the delicacies? Why haven't they been listed yet? Exactly, it's already 3 o'clock, why haven't they been listed?" The Star Lord herself said they'd be listed at 3. She wouldn't break her promise, would she? You're still here chatting, but I've already snapped some up, ha ha ha." After a while, this thread urging for the goods to be listed was filled with wails. I didn't get any." Crying a river of tears. "I didn't get any either. You tentacle monsters are terrifying. Boo-hoo, even though there were 20,000 portions this time, I didn't get a single one. I should have known better than to urge here. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo." Xiaoxi found these comments hilarious and specially complained to Xiao Yining, Star Lord, look at these people. They're hilarious. How can they be so dumb? Knowing so many people are staring at the buy button, they don't keep a close watch but instead keep posting and flooding here. It'd be strange if they actually got any, haha, this is killing me." Xiao Yining glanced at them, smiled, and then paid no more attention. She looked at the merit value column in the system, where nearly 10 billion merit points had suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but be secretly astonished. 10 billion merit points represented the lives of 10 billion people. Her return this time had intimidated the ambitious figures of the Federal Empire, making them shrink back again and abandon any thoughts of starting a war. The system assessed it this way. By preventing this interstellar war, she had saved the lives of 10 billion people, which was why it had given her so many merit points, right? This result was an incredibly pleasant surprise for Xiao Yining. With such a vast amount of merit points, even if she traveled back and forth in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about lacking merit points to open the time passage. While Xiao Yining was rejoicing, she heard Xiao Zhi say, Star Lord, General Tai has sent you a voice message. Do you want to hear it?" Xiao Yining replied, "Open it, and let me hear it." Tai Hanshan's voice immediately echoed in Xiao Yining's mind, "Star Lord, a few old-timers from the Federal Empire want to visit you, saying they want to apologize. Do you want to see them? Also, the families of the elites who were on the spaceship with you when the incident occurred all want to meet you, to confirm with you again whether they are truly dead or if they are still alive like you, Star Lord." Upon hearing Tai Hanshan's last words, Xiao Yining's mood instantly sank. Whenever she thought of all these brothers and sisters who had guarded her and died for her, Xiao Yining felt her heart weeping, aching as if it were suffocating. She had never imagined before that she would have the chance to return to the alien planet so soon. Chapter 181, The Majestic and Domineering President Xiao 4. If it weren't for the Federal Empire trying to annex the Nine-Cloud Star and initiating a war, she wouldn't have rushed back in such a hurry. This time, her main reason for returning was to prevent the Federal Empire from starting a war. Coming and going in haste, she didn't have time to meet with the families of the victims who were just as heartbroken and grieving as she was. She had previously asked Tai Han and Xiao Yulin, and they said that as soon as they learned of the victims' deaths, they had already issued the highest level of compensation to their families. But now that these families saw Xiao Yining alive and back, they would surely want to know if the others who had been on the spaceship with her might also still be alive. Now that Xiao Yining had returned, she had to face these families and find a way to comfort them. She immediately sent a voice message back to Tai Han. General Tai, I won't meet with the old men from the Federal Empire, but I do want to see the families of the victims. Contact them and arrange a time as soon as possible. I'll rush back to meet them right away. Tai Han was not surprised by Xiao Yining's response. He knew Xiao Yining's character. She was someone who clearly distinguished between kindness and resentment. Conversely, she would never easily let go of those who had wronged her. The elites from the Nine-Cloud Star she had brought onto the spaceship were all people she trusted. With these trusted elites dead, Tai Han believed that Xiao Yining's heart must ache more than anyone else's, and she was more sorrowful than anyone. Now that she had returned, she would surely find ways to offer additional compensation to the victims' families. Tai Han quickly replied to Xiao Yining, Understood. I'll make the arrangements right away. Once it's set, I'll report the time back to you, Star-Lord. Just as she ended the call with Tai Han on her smart device, Xiao Yining's phone rang again. She picked it up and saw it was Director Jiang Quang from the Xiao Media Group calling. Xiao Yining guessed he might be calling to inform her of the assessment time, so she immediately answered, Director Jiang, hello. Jiang Quang's deep, resonant voice sounded in her ear. Yining, the assessment is set for the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Is that okay for you? Xiao Yining thought about her schedule. She had no plans for the day after tomorrow. She agreed directly, no problem. Jiang Quang then reminded her, since you've agreed, you can't break the appointment. It's not easy for us to gather all the teachers of high status to assess you. Xiao Yining replied with a smile, Director Jiang, I understand. Jiang Quang said briskly, all right, then it's settled for the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Remember to come early and don't be late. After hanging up on Jiang Quang, Xiao Yining sent a voice message to Tai Han via her smart device. General Tai, I have something to do the day after tomorrow, so I can't go. Arrange the meeting with the victims' families for tomorrow morning or afternoon. Tai Han was discussing the arrangements with Xiao Yulin. When he saw another voice message from Xiao Yining, he immediately opened it to listen. After hearing Xiao Yining's instructions, he replied, Understood. I'm working on this with Executive Director Xiao right now. How about setting it for tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon? Chapter 182, Good and Evil Will Ultimately Be Rewarded. After finishing the pile of tasks at hand, Xiao Yining finally had a moment to sit down, enjoy a cup of tea, and take a break. No sooner had she settled down than the doorbell of the courtyard house rang again. Xiao Yining extended her psychic energy to look outside and saw a middle-aged man around 50 years old. He was tall and slender, with an excellent posture, gentle and refined like jade, and his skin was fair with a healthy glow. He wore a well-tailored black-based dark blue tang suit with subtle patterns, and on his feet were traditional black cloth shoes that exuded an antique charm. Xiao Yining had already activated the video intercom. Looking at the middle-aged man with a good demeanor outside, she asked in a deep voice, Hello. May I ask who you are looking for? The middle-aged man outside smiled slightly and introduced himself. I am Sheng Guofeng, a chef. Major General Xiao sent me here. A chef? Please wait a moment, I need to consult Major General Xiao first. Xiao Yining walked back in to ask Xiao Yining, there's a middle-aged man named Sheng Guofeng outside, claiming to be a chef recommended by Major General Xiao. Did the Major General mention this to you? Xiao Yining replied, Alai did say he wanted to hire a chef to cook, but he didn't specify when he would come. Wait a moment, I'll call and ask him. Xiao Yining immediately took out her phone and dialed Xiao Chenlie again. On the other end, Xiao Chenlie was leading a team to raid Yan Feihu's hideout in a remote village on the outskirts, where he had stashed illicit money and goods. This hideout of Yan Feihu was a somewhat dilapidated small courtyard. But beneath this courtyard was a sizable cellar containing several hundred million in cash alone. In addition, There were large quantities of gold bars, silver bars, various antique paintings, expensive watches, and precious jade items, totaling several thousand pieces. Among them were also over 180 property deeds scattered across the country, along with dozens of passbooks and bank cards. The sheer magnitude of these illicit funds and goods would have taken at least 3 to 4 centuries to accumulate through legitimate means. Even the seasoned members of the Dragon Group, who had seen much, were stunned by the enormous appetite of this big tiger, exclaiming in amazement. This person's methods of amassing wealth are terrifying. He's nothing short of a massive parasite. No wonder these people resort to corruption and lawbreaking. With so much money, so many treasures and antiques, it all comes too easily. Once you lose control, you ruin your own life. So one must never cross the line. Once you indulge in greed, there will be a second time, a third, and then you lose control more and more, sinking into the temptations of money or women, unable to extricate yourself, and ultimately heading toward destruction. Well said. Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. As they were chatting, Xiao Chenlie's phone rang. Seeing that it was Xiao Yining calling, he quickly stepped out and answered, Yining. Xiao Yining heard many voices on Xiao Chenlie's end and first asked him, "Are you busy over there?" Xiao Chenlie laughed. "Today, I really have to thank you and Xiao Zhi. We're now at Yan Feihu's hideout on the outskirts, and we've dug up illicit money and goods that will shock the entire nation. Yan Feihu won't escape this time." Hearing this, Xiao Yining was happy for him as well. "That's great. Congratulations." By the way, a middle-aged man named Xing Guofeng has come to the house, claiming to be a chef you recommended. Is that true? Chapter 183, Master-Level Imperial Chef 1. Xiao Chenlie was jolted by Xiao Yining's words, suddenly remembering this matter. He quickly said to Xiao Yining, "Yes, that's right. Yining, this Xing Guofeng is a descendant of an imperial chef family. His culinary skills are excellent. He's a master-level imperial chef. In his early years, he worked as a top chef at the National Guest House, entertaining foreign dignitaries and high-ranking officials. Later, he moved to the presidential palace, where he cooked exclusively for the president and the several senior elders of the cabinet. Then something happened with his family that implicated him, causing disagreements and disputes among the presidential palace and the cabinet members. He resigned and left the presidential palace. Perhaps he felt somewhat disheartened. He hasn't come out of retirement in recent years. Knowing how much you love fine food, I personally visited him, hoping he would come out of retirement to cook just for our family. The treatment I promised him is no less than what he received as an imperial chef at the presidential palace. But he didn't give me a direct answer at the time. He just said he needed to think it over. I left him our home address and phone number. I was afraid he might ultimately refuse, so I didn't mention it to you. I never expected he would actually come today. I'll send you his information to look over." After hearing Xiao Chenlie's detailed explanation, Xiao Yining smiled and said, "I understand. I'll go invite him in now." After hanging up, Xiao Yining glanced at the information Xiao Chenlie had sent, confirming it matched the visitor. She then personally went out with Cheng Weining and opened the door for Xing Guofeng. Xing Guofeng, who had been waiting outside for a while, truly had excellent composure. There was not a trace of irritation on his face. He remained as gentle and calm as ever, like a clear, shallow stream, comfortable and natural to be around. Having weathered so many storms in life, Xing Guofeng naturally understood that entering the home of someone like Xiao Chenlie, a crown prince figure, would not be a casual affair. Even as a master-level imperial chef, he was ultimately someone who served others. Waiting outside for a while was only fitting. The reason he had deliberated for so long before accepting Xiao Chenlie's offer was precisely because he recognized Xiao Chenlie's status as a crown prince. He wanted to work for him, earn some goodwill, and secure a path for his descendants in the future. Finally, the gate of the courtyard house opened. He saw a woman of great beauty and classical elegance emerge. For Xing Guofeng, cooking was an art. He personally had a deep appreciation for beautiful people and objects, especially classical ones. A classical beauty like Xiao Yining was the kind he admired most, a pure, utterly untainted appreciation, devoid of any hint of impropriety. Xiao Yining gave Xing Guofeng a gentle smile and extended her hand. "You must be Master Chef Xing Guofeng? I'm Xiao Yining, Xiao Chenlie's wife. I just learned that Ali has invited you out of retirement. Welcome to our home to work." Xing Guofeng found Xiao Yining's demeanor warm and her smile refreshing, like a spring breeze, which lifted his spirits considerably. He lightly shook hands with Xiao Yining, then let go, saying with a smile, "I'm also very happy to work for you." Xiao Yining smiled and gestured gracefully. "Master Chef Xing, please come in." Xing Guofeng replied politely, "Thank you." Xiao Yining led him to the living room and had him sit down. She personally brewed a pot of tea for him. "Please have some tea." As the planet Lord of the Star, Xiao Yining treasured and respected outstanding talents from all walks of life. Chapter 184, Master-Level Imperial Chef 2. If he wanted to work here, he naturally had to let the mistress see his skills. Sheng Guofeng and Xiao Yining drank a few cups of tea, and he took the initiative to tell Xiao Yining about his situation. Then, he smiled and asked Xiao Yining, "Young madam, you haven't had dinner yet, have you?" Xiao Yining smiled and teased, "Not yet. Is Uncle Sheng going to show me a trick? Ali has been praising your cooking skills in front of me, so I'm really looking forward to it." When Sheng Guofeng heard Xiao Yining address him more affectionately as Uncle Sheng, he felt especially pleased and said cheerfully, "Well, that depends on what good ingredients you have here, young madam. If there are good ingredients, I guarantee I can make a delicious meal for you to enjoy." Xiao Yining immediately stood up. "Come on, let me take Uncle Sheng to the kitchen to have a look." The large kitchen in the courtyard house was a very modern, smoke-free kitchen, equipped with the latest high-tech cooking tools. But because Xiao Chenlie rarely came back to stay before, and Xiao Yining had only recently moved back and had been busy, the kitchen had only been used a few times. As a result, all the utensils in the kitchen were still brand new and shiny. This highly modern kitchen was already considered high-end for ordinary people. But in Sheng Guofeng's eyes, looking at it from a professional standpoint, it was missing quite a few things. Seeing his critical gaze, Xiao Yining immediately said to him, "Uncle Sheng, if there's anything else missing in the kitchen, just list it out, and I'll have someone buy it right away." Sheng Guofeng spoke without hesitation. "We're missing a high-heat wok stove, a steamer cabinet, a machine for making roasted meats, and we also need a large cleaver and a boning knife. As for the rest, we can make do for now and add more later, since this is a home, not a big hotel." Xiao Yining immediately asked Xiao Yining, who was following them, to write down everything Sheng Guofeng had just mentioned and call someone to have it delivered right away. After inspecting the kitchen utensils, Sheng Guofeng walked over to the 3-door refrigerator, opened it, and looked at the ingredients stored inside. Seeing that the ingredients were quite complete seafood like fish, shrimp, and crab, as well as freshwater fish, chicken, pork, lamb, eggs, vegetables, melons, ginger, scallions, and so on, they all looked fairly fresh. He could manage to make a few dishes. Sheng Guofeng waved his hand at Xiao Yining. "All right, young madam, you can go out now. Leave the rest to me." Xiao Yining smiled. "Uncle Sheng, then please go ahead. If you need any help, just let me know." Sheng Guofeng chuckled happily. "No need for your help. Just wait and eat in a little while." Xiao Yining didn't linger. "All right, I'll head out then." As a master imperial chef, Sheng Guofeng's specialty, which he had studied his whole life, was the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. For those 108 dishes of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, he could confidently say that as long as he had the ingredients, he could cook them from memory. Since there happened to be fish, shrimp, and crab here, he could make the young madam a creamy fish fillet, a dish of prawns, and a crab dish. Seeing that there were bean sprouts and chicken, he could also make a chicken and bean sprout dish. Finally, he would make a 5-spice lamb, stir-fry some greens, and prepare a simple tomato and egg drop soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup should be enough. Having made up his mind, Sheng Guofeng moved quickly. His decades of knife skills and culinary expertise were no joke. Managing multiple stoves at once to cook was not a problem for him. Chapter 185, Master Chef 3. Xiao Yining had no resistance to delicious food, and she also wanted to know how these mouth-watering, colorfully fragrant, and flavorful dishes were actually made. She quietly released her mental energy and observed Sheng Guofeng as he cooked. When she saw Sheng Guofeng's knife skills, so fast they seemed like illusions, even she, an alien superwoman, felt amazed. Sheng Guofeng was just an ordinary person, yet after decades of practice, he had managed to develop a knife technique comparable to a god of blades. She truly admired him. Xiao Yining wanted to keep watching, but she felt that cooking was a craft, and sneaking a look like this wasn't entirely above board. She simply stood up, walked over to the kitchen, and asked Sheng Guofeng with a smile, "Uncle Sheng, I'm also very interested in cooking. Could I learn a couple of tricks from you?" Sheng Guofeng, busy working, turned his head to look at her and asked, "Given your current status, madam, whatever dish you want to eat, either I or someone else can make it for you. Why do you still want to learn yourself?" Xiao Yining laughed. "Cooking is also a joy of life. Anyway, I really like cooking, and I love good food. Uncle Sheng, can you teach me a couple of special techniques?" Seeing that Xiao Yining genuinely wanted to learn, and considering her status and position, he generously said, "All right, if you want to learn, just stand by and watch how I do it. How much you pick up will depend on your talent." Xiao Yining was overjoyed when Sheng Guofeng agreed. She smiled, cupped her hands in a bow, and said playfully, "Disciple greets master." Sheng Guofeng quickly sidestepped to avoid her bow and said hastily, No, madam, I never said I'd take you as a disciple. I'm just teaching you a couple of dishes. If I really became your master, would you still have the nerve to have me, your master, cook for you, my disciple, every day? If you felt too embarrassed to eat, wouldn't I lose my job? Xiao Yining immediately laughed. If you're willing to take me as a disciple, I'll cook for you every day from now on. How about that? Sheng Gufeng snorted proudly. Not interested. I said I won't take disciples, so I won't. Seeing his face fall, she thought he might have some concerns, so she smiled and said, all right, if you don't want to take me as a disciple, I'll just watch you cook and learn a couple of tricks. But, Uncle Xing, you'd better be careful. I have a photographic memory. If I see something once, I remember it. If I watch you cook every day, I might end up learning all your secret skills. Sheng Gufeng glanced at her sideways and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He said generously, if you really have that kind of skill and can learn everything I know, that's your ability. I won't hold it against you. Xiao Yining's eyes curved into a smile. That won't do. If I really learn your skills, I'll have to call you master, or else how could I repay your teaching kindness? Sheng Gufeng gave her an exasperated look. All right, talk to me when you've actually learned my skills. Xiao Yining playfully saluted him. Yes, master. Hearing her call him master again, Sheng Gufeng couldn't be bothered to correct her anymore. He just said sternly, since you have a photographic memory, then watch carefully how I do it. Xiao Yining nodded vigorously. Yes, master. You cook and I'll watch.